What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Monday, November 20th, 2023, and the Buck and I are with you until 10 o'clock, recapping everything that happened in the football weekend that was. The Longhorns keep their Big 12 championship and college football playoff hopes alive with a win in Ames, Iowa. The Texas basketball team got the job done at Madison Square Garden, and they will take on the defending national champion UConn Huskies at MSG tonight. We'll talk about both of those. The Dallas Cowboys with an easy win over the Carolina Panthers. The Houston Texans win again. They beat Arizona. We'll talk college football. We'll talk NFL. A ton to get to over the next couple of hours. Thank you for spending some of your Monday morning with us. What's going on, Buck?
How are you this morning, BK? I'm doing great, man. It's a great week to be alive. Getting ready to go into the Thanksgiving holidays, and you and I have a lot to be thankful for sure.
Amen. Amen. It is a great week to be alive, a great day to be alive, and yes, a lot to be thankful for this week and every week. But I'm doing all right, broadcasting live from my parents' place in Galveston. I wish we were trying right before we got on the air to open up the storm shutters behind me, because behind me is the Gulf of Mexico, and it's just a gorgeous view, but unfortunately the lighting didn't work out, so y'all are stuck staring at my porn stash for another couple of days.
There you go.
My mom's basically already told me that I don't get turkey on Thursday if I still have this thing, so you might this might be nearing an end, unfortunately.
Is this your way of not sitting at the little kids' table? You get to sit with the big kids with the stash. Is that how you do it, or are they just going to put you out there with the animals, with the pets out in the garage?
Yeah. I'll probably have to eat at the neighbor's place if I keep this thing rolling. But yeah, all the kids are going to be scared of me if I have.
Oh yeah, of course they will. The nephews and nieces, they'll be like, no, Uncle Brad's a little scary.
Nobody wants Ron Jeremy at their Thanksgiving meal, do they?
I don't think so. Good morning to the soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day all over this wide world of sports and more. Thank you so very much for what you do. It is appreciated to you and your families. Hopefully you will have a wonderful Thanksgiving. I know you probably will not be home with them, but you'll be in their hearts as you are with us each and every day. Thank you very much, and be careful.
Amen. Beautifully said, as always, Buck. All right, a ton to get into. Big-time sports weekend, and a lot of winning was done in and around the state of Texas. We mentioned how the Longhorns got the job done. The Aggies got the job done. Congrats to A&M on a huge win over Abilene Christian. They needed that one. The Cowboys got the job done. Obviously, the Texans did as well, but we will start with the Texas Longhorns, Buck, who took their talents to Ames, Iowa, and left Jack Trice Stadium with a 26-16 victory. It was a pretty ugly and unassuming first half. No touchdowns scored in the first 30 minutes. It was a field goal fest for a while. Texas led 6-3 at the break behind a couple of Burt Auburn field goals. That guy's been money, by the way.
Wow.
In the second half, the Longhorns opened things up. Hell, the game opened up a little bit, and Texas was able to jump out to a double-digit lead. It got down to 7 a couple of different times, but unlike the last couple of weeks, Texas was able to play well enough in the fourth quarter to preserve the lead and get a massive victory on the road. And Texas is 10-1 for the first time since 2009. You talk about having a lot to be thankful for. If you're a Longhorn fan, you've got plenty to be thankful for this season.
Yeah, that was there were many plays to be had out there, and Texas made most of them. Although the officiating was trying their best not to let Texas make any plays. That's kind of shameful what I saw on Saturday. I thought that was poorly officiated. I think we kind of figured one of these games was going to be that way, but there's still one to go. Actually, hopefully 2 to go. That I'm very, very worried for, because that was, thank goodness you had the talent, you had the better players in that game, and you could overcome some of the things that happened. And then they had to call a couple the other way. They just had to. They were interference. They were guys diving into players. You know, that the punt return was just sad. That's player and officiating. That's one that the officials should have said, you know what? Really, the guy's already gone. He's already to the house. Why am I dropping a flag here?
Oh, he barely touched that guy, too. He didn't even fall down. I mean, you're right. Like, Keaton Crawford was the guy called for the block in the back. And I got to give you credit. Even though it got called back, you did predict a punt return touchdown, and we basically got one. But, yeah, the officials just don't like Texas, and they don't want us to have any fun, so they called it very, very cheeky block in the back
Yeah,
there.
and I thought the one on Banks was kind of questionable. I mean, you could have called it, but I didn't see him really redirect the guy. I know he had a little bit of jersey, but he didn't have a handful of jersey where he yanked the guy down in a hole. I mean, he didn't misdirect him enough, I thought. I mean, I just thought some of that stuff was unnecessary. The punt return was really unnecessary because the ball had already gone by.
Yeah.
You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
yeah.
The ball's already by you. That guy's not folding back to make that play at all. There's not a chance he's making that play. But Crawford, there's no reason. I mean, he's got his back to you. I mean, seriously, you can just stop. There's no reason. Don't even extend your hands. Just stop where you are. He can't go through you to get to Xavier Worthy. He's not going through you. And if he has to go around you, he's still not catching up to that dude.
No, that guy was out of the play already. With X's speed, there was no chance that dude was going to make the tackle there. And, yeah, Keaton Crawford, it was a small little push, but the officials thought it was enough to warrant that flag. And it just felt like Texas was snake bit in the first half, right? With the 2 touchdowns called back, you had Xavier Worthy with the fumble in the red zone on that reverse. You had the Quinn Ewers intentional grounding call on 3rd down that killed the drive. Like, the Longhorns did some good things offensively, but whether it was the officials or just self-inflicted wounds, they couldn't find their way into the end zone. And it was like, oh boy, here we go again. It's 6-3. It's a close game on the road at Iowa State. This is the last thing anybody wants. But thankfully in the second half, yeah, Texas had 5 possessions in the second half, Buck. They scored on 3 of them, 2 touchdowns and a field goal. The last possession was the possession where they ran out the clock and they punted 1 time. That's pretty damn good. Like, basically 4 productive possessions.
Absolutely.
Out of 5 in the second half. And, well, that's obviously how Texas was able to run away and get the win and the cover as well.
Yeah, I saw JT Sanders play one of the best games I've seen him play from a blocking standpoint. He didn't have numbers catching the ball, but boy, was he physical at the point of attack. He had to be for these new runners, and he was. I mean, he was on his guy and stayed on his guy. He did a great job in not only, you know, when he had to be the lead guy this week, because they're still making him the lead guy in some of these motion things where he's the point of contact. I thought he did a fantastic job as a blocking tight end in the game on Saturday. He did, like I said, he didn't have the numbers, but he helped out the run game. He was a part of that run game with that offensive line. He really was.
Yeah, I thought JT Sanders was great, and he was battling an injury too. He got banged up early in that game and toughed it out. You're right, only 2 catches for 32 yards in the box score, but he was really, really good blocking. Speaking of good at blocking, how about Jordan Whittington? What a game for him.
Oh, yeah.
Finally gets into the end zone. First touchdown of the year for Jay Witt. And, dude, that guy's got more heart than Hallmark on Valentine's Day. I mean, he is something else. He was blocking for everybody. He's been doing that all year. He's been doing the little things. Of course, everybody remembers the play in Fort Worth last Saturday where after the Ewers interception, he came all the way back 50 yards down the field to force the fumble to give Texas the ball back. It was nice to see that guy get rewarded with a touchdown on a beautiful play design.
Oh, yeah.
From Steve Sarkeesian. And, Buck, that might have been game number 2.
It could have been, yeah. Yes.
He was awesome. You said it before the year. Sark needs to go out there and win this team a couple of ball games. We've all agreed that he went and helped Texas get the win in Tuscaloosa back in week 2. We've been waiting for that one where Sark just kind of showed his offensive mastery. And, boy, I really thought for all 4 quarters he was in his bag. Once again, Texas was a little snake bit. Quinn Ewers wasn't great in the first half. He was holding on to the ball a little bit too long. But really in the second half, once the players kind of upped their game a little bit, you got to see what Sark was calling. I mean, he was the Midas man. Everything he was touching was turned into gold.
Yeah.
I thought he was great, too, on Saturday.
You know what? And he didn't give up. You know, I mean, like you said, run till you can't. And I think they did just that. I think they did a fantastic job running the football. Both the guys, you know, Blue and Cedric Baxter, I thought ran well for guys and kind of their debut really as guys who were going to be the focal point in the game. And I thought they were the focal point. Baxter he ran hard. There was a time when he came out after a tackle. He gutted it back up. He came back out there. I know that hurt. That was a low hit. Yeah. And got him around the shin and all that because he kind of limped out of there. And I'm like, oh, no. But I think the very next series, he was right back in there and making some nice cuts. And he ran well in between the tackles, I thought. And he got to the outside. He was a big man with speed. He really, really was. And like I said, once he gets that velocity going, that guy's hard at 6'1" and some change. Okay. At 210. All right. At 225, 217. Okay, at 217. I thought he ran really hard. And I thought he made some plays, and he made some guys miss.
Maybe on Friday after Thanksgiving, CJ Baxter will be closer to 225, 230 after downing all
he ran. Okay, I'll just say he ran big.
Oh, he was awesome. I mean, he picked up exactly where Jonathan Brooks left off, and I'll give Sark some credit for this too. They were calling the runs that CJ Baxter was good at. I feel like you saw more outside zone from this.
I saw some counters where he had decisions whether to go inside or bounce outside.
Yep.
Where one time he bounced outside, and then he made the outside guy just a little shake back to the inside for about another 6 yards. That was quite the run.
CJ Baxter vindicated me, Buck. Because I said last week, we're talking about a running back, man. As good as Jonathan Brooks is, we are still talking about a running back. And CJ Baxter, he's ruining NIL deals for running backs everywhere. Now all these backup running backs in the NFL are ruining these big money contracts because they're stepping in and doing a great job. Yeah, CJ Baxter, by looking as good as he did on Saturday, and obviously the O-line deserves a lot of credit. I thought they played one of their best games of the year, too. But no, it was awesome. I mean, that was our biggest concern. I think that was every Texas fan's biggest concern.
Sure.
What was the running game going to be without the Doak Walker candidate in Jonathan Brooks? And look, I'm not going to sit here and be like, oh, CJ Baxter's better than Jonathan Brooks. But CJ Baxter showed a little Jonathan Brooks to him on Saturday. That was his best game as a Texas Longhorn. Jaden Blue, statistically not great, but he had a couple of big runs, including the one to ice it in the fourth quarter. It was really good to see this Texas running game be as effective as it was, because that was a huge part of why Texas got the dub.
Well, they ran the ball when you knew they were going to run the ball. They still got something out of it. They did. And Sark wasn't afraid to run the ball. He said, you know what? No, we still got to run some clock here. We're going to do it. But, boy, the passing game was on. I mean, he called some plays the guys were just flat out open.
Yeah, I mean, all the touchdowns Texas had through the air, right? The Jordan Whittington one.
Oh, yeah.
On a third one. We actually have to thank the officials for that, by the way, because that play happened on a 3rd down and 1. The play before was a horrible spot. I can't remember who ran it, but they clearly got the 1st down.
Oh, yeah.
And, the Zebras with their Lord and Savior Brett Yormark in attendance, they spotted Texas a yard short. So obviously, if it's 1st and 10, Sark ain't calling that play, but it was, it looked like a run, right? It was a run look all the way. Jordan Whittington did a great job faking he
sold it.
Did a tremendous job, and then he was wide open after he, sold the block and then started running his route up the middle. That was great. And then the Gunnar Helm touchdown too.
Great call.
Oh, great call. Yep. Like all the action was going right. Gunnar Helm slipped behind the defense to the left. He was wide open. And yeah, I mean, that's Sorcerer Sark, or Sark the Sorcerer, whatever the hell you want to call him. He was deep in his bag where the fries are at the bottom.
Oh, yeah. He got it done.
Yeah. So, no, the play design was great. Like we obviously want to see more of that from Texas, and you got to do that stuff on the road in hostile environments against good teams. You need your coaches to be there too, and I thought the Texas coaching staff did great things too.
And that defense was fantastic. That down 7 were fantastic. That secondary is still struggles. I mean, it's not changing. Their best player had one of his worst games trying to cover guys. I mean,
who's that? Ryan Watts?
Yeah. I mean, he couldn't cover the big tall guy for them.
He got called for a garbage pass interference in the first half on Iowa State.
Yeah, those guys are hand fighting between each other. It could have gone any way. That should have been just left alone right there.
Agreed. Yeah,
but he was getting beat off the ball. I thought he'd do a poor job getting his hands on. What was his name? Hendricks or Henderson? I mean, the tall guy for Iowa State.
Oh, Higgins.
He couldn't get his hands on him for some reason. He kept beating him on those kind of fades.
Yeah, Jaden Higgins, 7 catches, 100 yards for the Cyclones. He was pretty good.
He's a good player.
Yeah. I mean, look, Iowa State's a decent team. They've got some solid players. But
they punished that 3-3-5. That's twice this week. I watched a high school team try to play the 3-3-5 on Friday and just get mowed over. Those 3 down linemen, like I said, were sitting in the laps of the linebackers. And I saw that in this game. That's, as you said, the Texas offensive line, they showed a lot of power.
Yeah, the
They
Texas
really,
offensive
really did.
line, yeah, they were fantastic. I mean, you look at the box score and you see that Quinn Ewers got sacked 4 times, and you're saying, "Well, what are you guys
Well,
talking
there's a
about?"
couple he could have got rid of. I don't know why he held on so late. I'm like, dude, just throw it out of bounds.
I think 3 of the 4 sacks were on Quinn Ewers, and once again, this goes to his struggles in the first half. He just wasn't
Well,
really in rhythm.
I'm
Really, the
glad you
first
saw
quarter.
that because I'm thinking people were saying, no,
Yeah,
no, no, they didn't hold him out long. I just thought there were a couple he could just got rid of that ball. They're
yeah,
coming. Chuck that thing out of bounds, please.
and there were guys open too. It wasn't like, oh, he just had to throw it away. Like, no, if he was quick and on point from the opening kick, then he wouldn't have even needed to throw it away in those spots. But yeah, first quarter, Quinn Ewers was 4 of 9 for 49 yards, and he was sacked twice. Both of those sacks, I think, were his fault. But over the last 3 quarters, 19 of 24 for 232 yards and a couple of touchdowns. No interceptions. He was really, really good. Isn't it nice having your starting quarterback back?
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. They needed that guy back because he could make some explosive plays for you. And I'll just say this. I mean, I don't want to go into officiating too long because I mean, you just
No,
got
let's
the
do
better
it.
talent. I mean, it just
Texas won, so it doesn't feel like sour grapes. We could talk bad about the officials after a
I just
victory.
thought, are you telling me that group on defense, Sweat and Murphy and those guys don't get held? It's not possible.
Not possible.
No, to go through that game and not have a holding penalty on those guys, the way they're penetrating, they're getting to the quarterback. You got to tell me somebody's got a hand pulling somebody down.
Right.
I mean, you can't go through a whole game like that. Those guys are too powerful. They get loose too quickly for not somebody to grab a jersey. I mean,
Yeah.
that's why I said the Banks call. I mean, you can see tons of those things on Texas interior defensive line, but they don't get those calls.
No, and that's been a problem all season long, right?
Right.
I mean, Sark was complaining about that either last week or the week
It
before.
was the week before.
Yeah, the fact that, Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy, who is the best interior D-line tandem in the country, those guys hadn't drawn a single holding penalty this season. Like, that's absurd. So it wasn't just in Ames, Iowa, where the refs were up to some shady stuff. This has been a problem all year long. And yeah, I mean, Iowa State, I think, had 4 penalties. Texas had 7 over the course of the game. But obviously, Texas's were very, very costly, especially in the first half, taking a couple of touchdowns off the board. But you're right. I mean, it's a joke. They did call a pass interference against Iowa State, which that also feels like a minor miracle these days. They had to call that one, right? Ewers underthrew it. AD Mitchell basically got tackled. The Iowa State DB was complaining. It's like, dude, what are you talking about? You clearly interfered with him. He was probably telling the refs, like, your mark's up there, dude. You're supposed to be helping us. Don't call stuff on us. What are you doing?
You got the wrong team, guy.
Yeah. Do you see what jersey I'm wearing? Okay, we're wearing red. They're wearing white. Call stuff on the white team. The officials were bad. But look, Texas did enough in the second half to kind of take the Zebras out of the game.
Sure.
I mean, if that game stayed at 3 points like it was in the first half, then you're just worried that there's going to be that back-breaking call that goes against you late in the fourth quarter that decides the game. But thankfully, the players and coaches did enough to where the Zebras, as bad as they were, they didn't dictate the outcome.
No, they didn't. They just kept Texas from getting into the 30s where they belonged in that football game.
Yeah, that was Texas's lowest scoring output of the year, but I thought it was honestly one of their better offensive performances.
I did too.
And we figured, I think you and I both thought, this was going to be a game played in the 20s.
Yeah, I think 27-17.
Yeah, you were very close, right? 26-16 was the final score.
No, it was good. It was a good football game. I mean, they just left some on the table. They just really did. And I mean, you got to fight. Obviously you got to fight through that, but they made some really nice explosive plays when they needed to.
Yeah, and Iowa State, we touched on this last week too. Like, Iowa State plays slow. You don't have a lot of possessions against that defense because Iowa State's one of the slowest offensive teams in college football. So you really have to make the most of every opportunity where you have the football. And that's why in the first half, like when Texas just missed on a couple of things and you had a couple of penalties and you had that fumble in the red zone, like that stuff feels magnified because you're not going to get 15 possessions over the ball game. So the fact that Texas was able to do what it did in the second half on just 5 possessions, that was impressive.
Well, we know this. Texas Tech will be coming in here. I don't know if the commissioner will show up. He probably won't show up because he has other engagements, but I'll just say this. Texas is going to see a lot of a running back from Texas Tech. They've got a runner that they're not going to give up on.
No.
We're going to find out if you're ready. Yeah.
Taj
Yeah.
Brooks is really, really good. And Texas Tech is not that good. They did get their 6th win of the year, so congrats. The Cheez-It Bowl runs through Lubbock. Way to go, your Mark U. They barely beat UCF last week. And, hey, or last week on Saturday. And I guess UCF did beat the crap out of Oklahoma State the week before. So maybe Tech deserves a little bit of credit for that one. But, yeah, Taj Brooks is that running back you're talking about.
Yes.
Leads the country in forced missed tackles. He's good, but we're talking about the best interior defensive line in college football. So
it's about making them throw, which makes me nervous. That's the only thing that makes me nervous is the fact that, if you force them to throw, that scares me with this secondary. Maybe not at home, but yeah, it does. It scares me if it's in the parking lot or if it's in the gymnasium somewhere. It just scares me when people start throwing the football. I just don't see enough good things happen.
No,
I see a lot of good things happen when you try to run against them.
Yeah, I mean, Iowa State had 9 rushing yards in this game on Saturday. Way to go, Jared Hufford, you fat ass. Way to call out the Texas defensive line, dude. I mean,
I'm sure they talked to him I bet you they in the locker room said, "Hey, thanks a lot, buddy."
Yeah, and a bunch of
Those
Texas
two guys are
players.
like animals in that game.
They're so good. Both of them are so good.
And they were so physical in that football game.
I undersold Byron Murphy, didn't I? I said he would have 1 sack. I think he had 2.
And he pushed the offensive lineman back into the backfield on a few occasions.
Yeah,
they both did. They were both very aggressive. That helped out a lot. And I thought the linebackers played well. I saw Big 33 once again. Big 33 was out there playing because they were running the ball, so he kind of got from boundary to boundary. They didn't put it. He's not great in pass coverage, but I'll tell you what. When you try to run against those two guys inside, that's tough sledding in there.
Yeah, 33, David Benda, who you're talking about. I thought he had his best game as a Texas Longhorn on Saturday. That guy was all over the place. And like you said, I mean, look, the D-line's great. They get the push up front, but you need your second unit players to come up and make some tackles. And David Benda was flying to the football. Really good. He had 6 tackles, which tied for the team lead, 1.5 TFLs, which also tied for the team lead. Also had a PBU as well. Yeah, he was really, really good for the Longhorns. And yeah, Jared Hufford, man. Yikes. He got beat on that big sack that Byron Murphy had that basically iced the game because it forced Iowa State into a 4th and 17. Yeah, Jared Hufford was blocking nobody on that play. I've only gone back and watched it 10 times and just pointed and laughed at that dude. A cool moment. I don't know if you saw this, but I was actually listening to Craig on the radio as I was, getting to where I was watching the game from our pregame show. And the 2 captains at midfield for Texas for the coin toss, T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy.
Wow.
And one of the captains for Iowa State is Jared Hufford. So, Yep. And Sark said after the game, like, oh, yeah, that was intentional. That was intentional.
Of course it was.
And a bunch of Longhorn players started tweeting after the game, too. Byron Murphy with an awesome tweet directed to Jared Hufford, who, of course, talked the trash early last week about Texas. Byron Murphy's tweet was 9 yards rushing. That's all. Don't write no check you can't cash. Little guy.
Little guy.
He called him little guy. He called him Kyler Murray.
No, he called him no.
Yeah, he did.
He didn't come into the stadium looking like Kyler Murray for that game.
Not so fast, midget. Not so fast.
That's basically what Byron Murphy tweeted right there. Yeah,
wow.
He said Jared Hufford showed up like this.
Showed up to the game.
That's Jared Hufford right there.
Before he got in his uni, wow.
Walking into Jack Trice Stadium. He doesn't need to go through the turnstile. He just went right under there. That's how you got to give the basketball.
Well, it wasn't as dark as we thought it would be there.
No, that's the most impressive part of the win. I hope the College Football Playoff Committee realizes that Texas won a game in the dark.
Yeah, right? No kid, and scary. It was scary there too.
Yeah, Oregon, Washington, Georgia, Michigan, all the teams ranked ahead of Texas. They didn't have to play in the dark. We had to play in the dark, and we won. That's a big deal. That should go a long way, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Let's hear from the head coach. Here's Steve Sarkeesian. Of course, he'll meet with the media later today, but this is from postgame Saturday night. Here's the end of Sark's opening statement, just kind of recapping the victory.
2 touchdowns called back, and you fumble on the 9-yard line going in, and you still win a football game by 10 points and possess it at the end, and we were able to run it when they knew we were going to run it. Really proud of our guys, and I'm proud of those same 3-year guys that I keep bringing up, that I keep talking about, because we were here, 3 years ago, and this was a tough scene. And I think that was a moment when the program started to change after that. But that was a long week for us that year, and that was a tough night to endure. So to come back kind of on our farewell tour and to get some redemption here is a big one. So I'm like I said, I'm happy for the guys. I'm happy for our coaches and everybody involved, but we're not done yet. We got another big game this Friday, and we need to get back, and we need to get as healthy as we can to put our best foot forward to try to secure our opportunity to play in the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to find out if Baxter is going to be limped up or if he's all right. As I said, I thought he went back in the game after he got hit, going to the left side there in a low tackle. I didn't know if he'd had a foot injury, so I was wondering. But I saw him come back in the game for the last 2 series, and I thought he looked okay. So that's hopefully that's all it was just a shock of the moment when he got hit, and or they intended to bring him out after that play, but he did come out. So it'll be interesting to see. Gives you another week with your quarterback getting healthy too.
Yeah, it's a short week, of course, with this game coming up on Friday. That's a little bit of a downside here. And Sark didn't give a whole lot of detail in regards to injuries after the game, but he did say everybody who got banged up at Iowa State isn't dealing with anything serious. Yeah. So, Xavier Worthy obviously finished the game in street clothes. According to Sark, not a big deal. DJ Campbell got hurt in the game. Jatavion Sanders got banged up in the game. You talked about CJ Baxter getting hurt in the game. We'll hear more from Sark on the injury front today, of course, but just early diagnosis on Saturday night is it's nothing too bad. But once again, with a short week, hopefully it's nothing that's even bad enough to keep guys out for this game on Friday.
Now, when Xavier Worthy got hit and fumbled that ball, did he go down to the ground or was that just a strip? He didn't get the crap knocked out of him. Somebody just stripped the ball, didn't they?
I think someone hit the ball. Like someone hit him on the upper body. They either hit the football or hit his arm that caused it to come loose. And it's frustrating. I mean, obviously the fumble itself is annoying, but Christian Jones was right there.
And he went across the top of it. His big body went over the top of the ball. I don't know how that body bounced over the ball.
Yeah, he just jelly rolled over the football there. I mean, that should have been a recovery for Texas, but it's a game of inches, and unfortunately it didn't go Texas's way there. That was a great drive for the Longhorns. It looked like it was going to end up in points, probably a touchdown. But, yeah, that was a killer in the first half for sure.
Yeah, I was just very happy that the young guys carrying the football didn't have a turnover. They secured the ball on contact of players and the ground.
Yeah, they did.
You don't want to give those officials, when you hit the ground and the ball kind of comes out sometimes and everybody says, "Oh, it's down." I don't want to give those officials any opportunities to talk to each other.
No, you do not. By the way, I've got to ask a favor of the people this morning. We are beta testing a new app on the iPhone. We're working on getting it developed for the Android as well. But if you
asking me, because since I have an iPhone, I'm a tester.
Do you even have our app downloaded? Do you know how to download apps?
I have our app downloaded.
I'm not talking about Chili's or Applebee's appetizer.
No. The one that says Texas Sports Unfiltered, yes.
Yeah, so we've got an update on the iPhone, and it looks awesome. Like, I haven't tweeted this out because I want to make sure everything works, but if you're listening or watching right now, you get the early announcement that we've got a new app update in the App Store. Once again, it's coming to the Androids here pretty soon. But let me know if it works, if it sounds good. I can test and see how it looks. It looks good. You now have the ability to listen to old episodes of Texas Sports Unfiltered on the app. You get to see the upcoming broadcast schedule on the app. You've got links to all of our social media. There's a link to the text line. It's really, really intuitive, and it's a major, major upgrade over what we had. But I just want to make sure people can hear, because otherwise there's all the stuff looking good is great, but if it doesn't sound good, then that's a huge problem. So if you're tuned in on the app this morning, either app, the iPhone or the Android, please text in with some feedback. 512-222-9328. That's the Coda text line. Let us know how things sound. And we'll keep y'all posted. If things go well, then we will have a new looking app, which will be so much better for everybody. We're looking forward to that.
Can't wait to talk to Rodney about the race in Vegas this weekend and Max Verstappen, of course, wins again. I wonder how his act was afterwards. Was he still saying this is a clown show, or was he just picking up his check again?
No, that guy's a piece of crap, dude. After the race, after he won for the 400th time in a row, he's like, "Oh, I love Vegas. I can't wait to come back."
No, he didn't say that. Did he say, "I can't wait to come back again"?
Yep, that's exactly what he said.
Oh, yeah. I can't wait to collect another check. Looks like an easy track for me.
Yeah, that guy was bitching and moaning about the track and about
That dude
Vegas.
can drive, man.
And then, he's awesome. It's not a slight at him. It's just annoying that he wins every single week. Like, the beauty of sport is that you don't know who's going to win unless you're a Georgia football fan. Then you kind of know you're going to win. But for the most part, in most sports, you don't know who's going to win. In Formula One, Max Verstappen seemingly wins every single weekend. So it looked cool. Yeah, Chaos Theory will be going on for 2 hours today. So you've got a double dose of Rodney and Wags going from 10 to noon before Trey and BK takes over. So you'll get some F1 talk. Of course, those guys will be talking plenty of football as well. But F1 went down this weekend. All right, before we get back into Texas football, we've got some Big 12 championship tiebreaker scenarios we need to get.
Oh, boy.
And I've got a declaration I've got to make.
Okay.
About who I want Texas to play in the Big 12 title game. And we'll do that here in a moment. But let's give some love to some of our phenomenal sponsors, Buck.
How about our good friends at Relax the Back? They embrace the holistic approach for a healing lifestyle, and my back couldn't be happier. After over 20 years of being with Relax the Back, let me tell you, my back feels fantastic. I was out there at the truck again, shoveling off dirt this weekend. And I thought for sure, a little bit of drizzle out there, a little cool weather, that I was going to have a pain. But, dude, I sat in my chair yesterday and watched games, and my back feels fantastic this morning, and yours will too. If you got problems with your back, or you just got some thoracic back pain or some lumbar pain, please get over to Relax the Back. They got everything that you need, of course. They've got those zero-gravity recliners. They got all the Tempur-Pedic mattresses and pillows just for you. And obviously, as we come closer to the holidays, they're going to have some great sales that you need to be a part of. Now, as I said, I've been doing it for over 20 years. Let me tell you something. Your first or your second time in one of those chairs, you're going to know the difference of how your back feels. 2 great locations in BK at the Hill Country Galleria across from Whole Foods, and in Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck with Relax the Back.
Yeah, I'm in a much nicer chair down at my parents' place.
Of course you are. Look at that.
I don't know if this is a Relax the Back purchase. It's probably not.
Oh, it goes all the way. That one goes all the way up to your neck. That was
I think it's a gaming chair. It's like my sister's gaming chair, but I guess she uses it for homework and stuff. But yeah, this thing is, I can fall asleep in this thing, man.
I know. Isn't it nice to have your whole body, especially your back here, feeling good?
Yeah.
It's all scrunched down like I do in my couch.
Shout out to our friends at Relax the Back. Shout out to our great friends at 7-Eleven as well. I got gas on my drive down to Galveston yesterday at 7-Eleven. Of course, they've got
gas. Did you
gas.
have gas yourself on the way down there? You haven't been feeling well.
Stomach's been fine. It's just I still sound nasally. I'm sure everybody can tell. Probably didn't need that announcement. But shout out to 7-Eleven. Went in there and got a couple of snacks as well. Love those folks. There's 7-Elevens all over the great state of Texas. They've got fuel for your car, but more importantly, they've got fuel for you. On your way to work, you need some coffee. They've got it. You need a 5-hour energy. They've got it. Those energy drinks, the Monsters, the Red Bulls, all that stuff. Of course, the great snacks. They've got donuts in the morning too.
Mm-hmm.
The pizza, the rollers, the hot dogs. God, it's all part of a balanced breakfast, I think is what they say. Shout out to 7-Eleven.
And a big shout out to our good friends at Woods Comfort System. 60 years of service, over 60 years of service. And tomorrow, maybe a little bit cooler. That heater may jump on for you, and you want that thing all cleaned out and ready to go. And if you haven't done that yet, which you should, because we are in November, I'll let you know when winter comes, but let's get that done in November. There's a lot of things you need to get done before the new year or when winter hits. And to get that heating system all cleaned out, get those ducts all cleaned out, got to have that done. And Woods Comfort Systems, well, they'll get it done. And it doesn't matter whether it's heating, whether it's air conditioning, and now even plumbing. If you've got a plumbing problem, they're there for you.
Yep.
Love those folks.
woodscomfortsystems.com. That is the website. Be sure to check them out. Yeah, the best HVAC and plumbing services that you can find all throughout Central Texas. As the Buck mentioned, they've been around for 60 years. Give them a call, 512-842-5600. 5066. All right, shout out to everybody who is texting in. For the most part, the app feedback has been very good this morning. One person says the audio is a little bit low, so we'll work on that. But thank you for letting me know that it's coming through loud and clear. Once again, you Android users, y'all should be getting the update at some point this week. I guess Google Play taking a little bit longer. All right, Buck. So, look, I think every Texas fan knows the number one scenario for Texas to get to the Big 12 championship game. It is as simple as win and you're in. If the Longhorns beat Texas Tech, they will be playing in Jerry World on December 2nd for the Big 12 title. Doesn't matter if they win that game by 100. It doesn't matter if they win that game by 1. A win is a win is a win in the eyes of the Big 12. If Texas takes care of business against little brother on Friday, then the Longhorns will be playing in Jerry World. There are a couple of scenarios. I'm not even going to mention these, but there are a couple of scenarios that if Texas does lose, they could get to Jerry World. And maybe later this week we'll talk about that. But I'm focused on Texas winning. The Longhorns are 13.5-point favorites right now against Texas Tech. The game's in Austin. Hopefully the Longhorns can handle their business. And I will say this, Buck. A lot of fans across the conference have been complaining about the Big 12 tiebreaker rules. Texas is kind of getting screwed by these, right? Like, if they didn't change the rules, I think Texas would have already clinched a spot in the game.
Could have been in the game, yes.
But they changed the rules, and I think that's a good thing. Like, it's just more motivation for Texas, Like, it's kind of a rivalry game anyways. It's senior,
your own little Jarrett.
It's senior night, right? And you're still trying to play for a playoff spot. So even if Texas had already clinched a spot in the title game, there would still be plenty to play for. And you would love to think Texas was going to be motivated already. But no, the fact that you haven't clinched a spot in your Big 12 championship and the number one goal for your team this year was to win the Big 12 championship, I think that basically ensures that there won't be any sort of letdown or slip up from the Horns.
No. Oh, no. It'll be the Horns will have to defeat themselves, I believe, in this game, in order to lose that game.
Yeah.
They'll have to self-destruct on Friday in order to not get into the championship.
Yep, I'm with you on that. So there's that. But yeah, the opponent for Texas. So that hasn't been decided yet, right? Once again, it's win and you're in for Texas. It's also win and you're in for Oklahoma State. So they are in the driver's seat right now. Oklahoma State hosts BYU on Saturday. And BYU gave Oklahoma some fits in Provo.
Yes, they did.
But Oklahoma State, I think, opened up as a 17-point favorite at home. So if OSU just takes care of its business, it's not going to matter what anybody else in the conference does. The Pokes will be playing, or the NFL Pokes play at Jerry World. If Oklahoma State loses, Oklahoma is next up. OU plays on Friday. They actually play Friday morning against TCU in Norman. So if OU wins and Oklahoma State loses on Saturday, then we'll get the rematch that I think most Longhorn fans have been begging for since early October. And then there's also a scenario where K-State can get in. K-State needs to win. They need both Oklahoma and Oklahoma State to lose. So in order of likelihood, it's Oklahoma State, OU, Kansas State. But all three of those teams are in play for Texas in the Big 12 championship game. And I think, Buck, most Longhorn fans want to play OU again.
Yes.
Right? The shot at revenge for what happened at the State Fair in early October. I don't want to play OU. I'd rather play somebody else.
I'd rather play Oklahoma State and make sure that Ollie Gordon gets hooked up pretty good.
I'd rather play.
I don't believe enough in their offense with the exception of that guy running the football.
See, I think most Texas fans want OU, and I don't want Oklahoma State because I'm worried about Oklahoma. Like, I'd feel great about Texas's chances to beat OU. I've said that literally since I walked out of the Cotton Bowl, that if these two teams play again, I would pick Texas to win, and I'd feel confident in Texas winning. So, and look, in the eyes of the College Football Playoff Committee, it's probably best if Texas gets to play Oklahoma, because, well, they'll have a chance to avenge their only loss, right? And I think the committee, OU's better than Oklahoma State. OU's better than Kansas State. So I think in the eyes of the College Football Playoff Committee, which probably should be priority number one for every Texas fan right now, you should want to get OU part two. But here's why I want to play Oklahoma State. Texas has been on this Big 12 farewell tour this year, right? That's what we've called it. And the Longhorns have beaten every Big 12 opponent that they won't see again.
Yes.
Right? Obviously, they'll get to play Oklahoma for years to come because OU's joining the SEC with us. So we'll have plenty of opportunities to take care of them. But on this Big 12 farewell tour, Texas has handled its business against all of the teams that they won't see after 2023, and it has been effing glorious. Now, there are obviously 10 teams in this conference before this year, 9 if you don't include Texas. Texas only played 7 of those teams this year. The other team that they did not play is West Virginia. Well, Texas beat West Virginia last year, so they've got bragging rights against the Mountaineers, and they've got bragging rights against – they got to beat Tech this week, obviously. But if they beat Tech, they'll have bragging rights against all of the other teams in the conference except one, and that's Oklahoma State, because they did not play Oklahoma State during the regular season.
That's right.
Texas lost in Stillwater last year. So as of right now, the final matchup between Texas and OSU went the Pokes' way, and I don't like that one single bit.
Wow.
So the chance to be able to give the Tom Herman double bird to every team that's staying in the mid-12 after this year would be glorious. So I want Oklahoma State just for the fact that Texas can claim that they won every single game against every single Big 12 team on the way out the door en route to the conference championship.
I want the championship. Who's best to play?
What do you mean? Well, who's easiest to play or who's –
Yeah, I think who's easiest to play is Oklahoma State.
I think that's also Oklahoma.
I don't want to see that little lefty quarterback, though, a little concussed lefty running around the place again. Don't want to see him. No, thank you.
Yeah. I don't know. Would you pick Texas to win that game, or would you pick Oklahoma to beat Texas if they played again? Oh,
I don't know.
Really?
I don't know. It all depends on how Dylan Gabriel goes the next week.
Yeah,
that's big. If that guy's still swaying around and not finding his way, he took a big hit. His head did slam pretty good. He went to a little bit.
Yeah, and Dylan Gabriel has a history of concussions too, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. He does have a history of concussions. So it'll be interesting to see what they do with him this week. Oh, they're going to play him.
I don't know. I mean, it's a short week for Oklahoma. Once again,
that's true. You're right.
They play Friday morning. Now they
you may not be allowed to play.
No, yeah, he's got to go through all the protocols and whatnot. They probably can beat TCU at home with Jackson Arnold, their backup. But, the OU offense didn't look that good in the second half in Provo. They won that game because they had a 100-yard pick six. That was the difference there. So,
TCU felt pretty good about themselves last week after playing Texas. They went right out and went wild this week. So
who'd they play? Baylor?
Oh, that's right. You mean the team will be looking for a new coach this year?
Dude, even Texas blew Baylor out. That's how bad Baylor is. Texas hardly blows anybody out. We blew Baylor out. They suck. And also,
they'll be looking for a new leader there.
Yeah.
New captain.
Yeah, new captain. So that's where I'm at, man. Like, once again, I would love the opportunity to play Oklahoma again because I feel confident that Texas would win. And
I like it. Just gives Gundy another chance to be on national TV, and we know how he is when he plays nationally televised games.
Yep.
At 11 in the morning.
I want to beat the mullet man one final time. And look, he's kind of had Texas's number too, so it'd be cool to get the last laugh against
mother of children.
Yeah, mother of children would have. You don't think the officials would be on his side?
Oh,
Texas on the way out. How about that in a championship game? Would you just hate to see that? You know which group you're going to have calling that game too.
You're going to get it this week. Even though it's a home game.
You're going to get it this week.
And then if you win this week and you're playing next week, you're going to get it next week too. So,
dude, you're definitely getting it at home. You're not. This home field advantage on Friday is not going to work like you think it is. You got to expect the officials to call such ticky-tack stuff against you as a Longhorn fan. It's coming this week. It happened last week too. It happened in that football game.
Yeah, that was garbage, dude. The officiating in the first half, that was the biggest story of the first half of that football game. And once again, Texas played well enough over the final 30 minutes to where they kind of took the game out of the Zebras' hands. But, the refs were a big factor, and Texas also had some self-inflicted mistakes too, and the combination of those things made the first half very frustrating to watch, honestly. I mean, Texas had a lead going into recess, but it was 6-3. The Longhorns didn't get into the end zone, and it was just annoying to watch that thing unfold the way that it did. And I think there were a lot of Longhorn fans a little nervous at halftime on Saturday, but once again, the Longhorns stepped up on offense. The defense continued to play really well outside of a couple of big plays, right? The 4th and 1 was was painful, where Iowa State had that little pop pass to the tight end, Easton
Oh,
D.
yeah.
It was just wide open. I mean, that was obviously a breakdown. Somebody didn't do their job. That guy was supposed to be accounted for. But
Quinn Ewers, intentional grounding. It was grounding, wasn't it?
yeah, I think that was fine.
He was in the pocket.
Yeah, that call was okay. It wasn't as bad as some of the other calls in the first half. It wasn't as bad as the grounding call in the Michigan-Maryland game. That was a freaking joke. Not that Maryland was going to win that game anyways, but that's an annoying way to have that game basically come to an end.
You know what? It's been very, very nice so far this morning. We're almost an hour into it that you haven't mentioned my big plays of the weekend.
I was trying to be nice. It's Thanksgiving week.
Thank you so much.
I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for your family.
Thank you very much. Only thing I need right now are my Coke Fest refund. If I can get my refund, that's all I need from this point on. If I can get my Coke Fest ticket refund, which no, it's not in the mail yet. Come on now.
I'm not sure you're going to be getting that anytime soon.
Yeah, I doubt it.
That's hilarious. Oh man, hey, yeah, you did lose 15,000 more units over the weekend. So, literally,
how about them Cowboys though?
All of our listeners and viewers are now homeless. I mean, forget just needing to buy Christmas and Hanukkah gifts for their family. They can't even
5,000. I saved them 5,000 though.
Rent. Yeah, you did. You had 4 5,000 unit plays, so 20,000 units were on the line, and you went 1-3. You did have the Dallas Cowboys covering the 10.5 against Carolina, and boy,
How easy was that?
Carolina's just horrible. I mean, that game. Look, it was 17-10 early in the third quarter. It was like, uh-oh. I never thought the Cowboys were going to lose, but it's like, all right, the Buck might lose. And because the Buck has 5,000 units on this game, the Cowboys probably won't cover. But then Dallas turned it on. Dak was incredible again. Deron Bland, his 4th pick six of the season, which ties an NFL record, and there's still 7 games left.
I know.
Like it's absurd. That guy's having a very good year, but it's just a random piece of trivia for the future. The fact that Deron Bland has tied that record, and hopefully he gets the chance. Well, he will get the chance. Hopefully he does break it in these final couple of months. But yeah, your other 3 5,000 unit plays. You had Michigan covering 19 against Maryland.
Wow.
They did not. They won by 7. You had James Madison covering 10.5, 11 against Appalachian State. Not only did James Madison not cover, but they lost outright.
Way to go there, Dolly Madison.
Yeah, way to go there, Dolly Parton. I know she was at the Tennessee game.
That didn't help.
No. She needs more work done. Maybe that would help. And then you had a parlay also, which was very bold of you.
Very bold of me is right.
You had those 3 games that you had individual bets on. You also turned it into a parlay, which means you lost that one as well. So yeah, 1-3, you're down 15,000 more units, which means on the year, you are now down 31,000.
That makes for quite the comeback. I'll tell you that.
Oh, you're running out of time, dude.
I'm the Friday guy this week.
Okay. Please don't bet on Texas.
No, I'm never going to do that. I didn't put that in jeopardy this weekend. I was like, oh no.
Thankful.
You've been shaking in your boots with 6-3 lead. I mean, really.
Yeah.
How about your guy, Bert Auburn, though?
How about
that amazing kicker?
He's made 14 field goals in a row.
And some bombs, too.
I mean, people were ready to make a move at kicker. I mean, I was about a game away from making a move at kicker. But he kicked well in the Oklahoma game. And then, boy, since the bye week, he has been perfect. It's been awesome. He's been a weapon for this Texas team, and they needed those
50-yard field goals. Wow.
Had a 50-yarder, and obviously it wasn't the dagger, but the fourth quarter field goal that gave Texas a 2-possession lead.
Yes.
If he misses that one, Iowa State gets the ball back with decent field position. They're only down by 7. The crowd is very amped up.
The lights are finally on. Everything's working in their favor.
Yeah, and boy, that could have been scary. But Bert Auburn, man,
cool place there, Jarrett.
Yeah, cool as the other side of the pillow, as the late great Stuart Scott would say. He was magnificent. That guy's a weapon, man. He is now a weapon for this Texas team, and Sark is taking the points. everybody was bashing Sark early this year for not taking the points. You got to give him some credit for.
That's how you win games right there. That's how you get to a championship right there.
Especially in a game like that, right? I
think for sure. Those
every
points
Texas
matter.
fan do it. Yeah, it was going to be a low-scoring game with the way Iowa State plays defense. Hell, with the way Texas plays defense, you figured it'd be a pretty low-scoring affair. So every point was going to be premium. And, Bert Auburn just being really good. Sideshow Bert, the hair was flowing on Saturday, even if it was pitch black in that game.
That's right.
You could still see that hair. You could still see that hair from that. You know that deal. Shout out to Ruse, by the way. Yeah, if you're watching this morning, number one, thank you. Number two, please hit the like button on YouTube. It helps the channel grow. We appreciate you guys coming by this week. We will be doing shows until Wednesday.
There you go.
Right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. So, hopefully y'all are getting some time off of work. We'll, of course, be off on Thursday, but we'll be doing pre- and post-game on Friday, of course, before and after the game. More details on where our pregame show will be coming up later this week. But, we'll have live local content right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered for the next few days. So if you need a break from the craziness that goes into Thanksgiving week, come spend some time with us on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Okay, some more shout-outs to some more sponsors. We'll get back into Texas football. We've got Texas basketball. We got to hit more on the Cowboys and Texans and more other college and NFL football. But first, some love to some of the folks who make this possible.
How about our good friends at Covert out here in BK? They've been doing it since 1909. The Covert family's been serving Central Texas, selling cars, trucks, and SUVs. There's a Covert Ford and Chevy in Hutto. We're out that way just on Thursday, as a matter of fact. Covert Ford and Lincoln right here in Austin. And, of course, in beautiful Bee Caves, they got 42 acres of unbelievable products. 7 brands, Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, of course. And, folks, that place is absolutely filled with cars, trucks, and SUVs. There is inventory everywhere out there in Bee Cave. It really, really is. I want to thank those folks for what they've done for us during this football season. We know we've had our pregame shows out there, of course, and, of course, our Friday meet and greets. There will not be a Friday meet and greet this Friday. We understand what's going on. We will be out and about somewhere for you on Friday. But you've got to love the Covert family. Hey, Mama needs a new car for Christmas. Because, well, if you're taking Buck's picks, by the time Christmas comes, you'll be able to buy 2 of those trucks out there. You'll be able to buy that Sierra, that GMC Sierra for Mom for Christmas, as a matter of fact. And go to covertbk.com to find out more information on the weekly sales that they have out there at Covert BK. Say hello to Dan Covert. Say hello to Mike out there, General Manager, Stacy, Jerome, the whole gang. And nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever.
If you've been listening to Bucky's picks, you might have to steal a car from Covert BK. You sure as hell can't afford to buy new pre-owned.
I'm an NFL guy. I'm starting to figure that out. I'm an NFL guy. Go Cowboys.
You get
one.
one.
Put Jimmy Johnson into the ring. Finally.
Okay. Hey, that was really cool. Yeah, the Cowboys finally made the announcement that Jimmy Johnson, 2-time Super Bowl winning coach, will be inducted into the Cowboys Ring of Honor later this season. Long, long overdue, but cool moment. I'm glad Jerry finally put his ego to the side and made the call to make that happen.
Steven made that call.
Yeah, I'm sure Steven told Jerry to make the call. Jerry had to be the one on the phone, right?
No, Steven called.
Oh, man. Yeah, who knows? Hey, we've got Monday Night Football tonight. If you want, since you are an NFL guy, apparently,
yes,
I will give you the opportunity to put any amount of units on this Super Bowl 57 rematch. It's Philadelphia at Kansas City.
I'll take 5,000 units on the Philadelphia Eagles, from whence I was born, from my city of my birth.
5,000 units.
5,000 easy units to start you out for the week.
Wow.
By the end of the week, we'll erase our debts. It'll all be gone.
You're going to go up 31,000 units this week?
Yeah, easily.
Easily. Okay. All right. The Eagles are plus 2.5, so you're getting a couple of points. Philly on the road at Kansas City. What a game. My God. Monday Night Football. This is as good as it gets right here. The 8-1 Eagles, the 7-2 Chiefs. You are taking Philly plus 2.5 for 5,000 units.
Yes.
Congrats to the Kansas City Chiefs on another victory over Philadelphia.
Good job, Patrick Mahomes. You just keep on winning, huh? Thanks to me.
Thanks to you. Well, I don't know if he needs you, but you're the Jared Hufford of.
Oh man, Jared with 2 R's.
The Philadelphia Eagles. Yep. Let's hear from Sark, and I promise we'll get to some of the other stuff. But Here's Sark talking about the defensive line. I mean, the Texas D-line has been awesome all year long, but they held Iowa State to 9 rushing yards.
Wow.
9 over the course of a 4-quarter game. I mean, you can't do much better than that. And if you take the sacks out, right, because you do have sack yardage included
Yes.
in those stats, the 16 running back runs that Iowa State had on Saturday went for 28 yards. Their longest run was 6 yards, 1.7 yards a carry on traditional running back runs, and way less than that if you include the sack yardage as well. You can't dominate a game anymore if you're a defensive line. Here's Steve Sarkeesian after the game on Saturday talking about those big boys up front.
First of all, I don't know why you'd ever call them out. That'd be the last thing I would do if I was getting ready to play us. But that was their choice to call them out and to call out our culture. Quite frankly, that's how we took it. And so I thought our players did a nice job of staying focused on what we needed to do, and particularly those two guys. You know, they went into the game and focused on what they needed to do, and that was dominate the line of scrimmage, the interior of the line of scrimmage, and that allowed everybody else to play, and it allowed our backers to play over the top of things. Again, when you look at our 3 leading tacklers in the game, Anthony Hill, David Benda, Jalen Ford, 18 tackles with those 3 guys means they're not getting blocked, and they're able to go make plays. So as much as they impacted the D-line at the line of scrimmage to make plays, they also freed up guys to make plays. And so those guys continue to show up. They just are – and then not only are they great players, they're great leaders. These guys are, T'Vondre Sweat, Byron Murphy. You go in that locker room, that's their locker room, and they follow – the messaging that we try to provide. And so as much as they are the players, who they are as leaders.
Great call.
Yeah. I mean, how about the start of that, right? And all of us were saying the same thing, Look, trash talk, you got to be able to back it up. Doesn't matter who you talk trash about. If you're going to open up your mouth, you better play well.
Yeah, I would pick on somebody I think I could beat every once in a while, you know?
If an Iowa State wide receiver was like, yeah, that secondary's not that good.
Okay, I'd understand.
Yeah. And hey, maybe the secondary is more juiced up. Okay, well, they're still not going to be that good.
That's right.
But you're talking about 2 of the best defensive players in the country, regardless of position. I mean, I think I saw CB in the YouTube comment line earlier today say that T'Vondre Sweat is the best defensive player in the country. He's in that conversation. And Byron Murphy's not too far behind him either. To talk trash to those dudes, I mean, what in the hell are you thinking, right? Like, that is absurd. So, look,
Jared rushed for 9 yards.
Every Iowa State person who came on Texas Sports Unfiltered last week basically said that, yeah, Matt Campbell, probably not a fan of Jared Hufford calling out T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy like that. And, sure enough, Hufford looks like an idiot because he and that whole Iowa State O-line got pushed around on Saturday.
They did. They really got dominated. That started at the very beginning of the game.
It did. Yeah, it
and
really
it
did.
carried out. And you would think there's always that little lull, or for this defense, it's been that first couple series in a game. At home, it didn't happen. They got stuffed. They really, really did. By the way, they didn't have a great runner either. I'll say that.
No, the run game hasn't been great this year.
No.
Abu Sama was a guy that I raved about a little bit last week. He's a true freshman. I think he will be very, very good. And he
ran like a freshman.
But yeah, no, everyone runs like a freshman against this Texas D line. Like, if Texas played Georgia or Michigan, which I hope they do, because that means they'll be in the playoff.
Sure.
I'll be worried about a lot. I don't think I'll be that worried about the Texas D line going up against any offensive line. Now, most offensive lines in the playoff are better than what Iowa State brought to the table on Saturday, but I just feel that good about this D line. Like, I think they can hang with any offensive line in the country. I really believe that.
Yeah, and that offensive line for Iowa State wasn't all that either. That 3-3-5 was getting mashed.
The D line for Iowa State?
Yeah, they took a little bit of a mashing there.
Yeah, they did. Texas had some success running the football, especially if you take the Quinn Ewers sack numbers out of the game. C.J. Baxter averaged basically 6 yards a carry. The Xavier Worthy reverse worked pretty well before he fumbled, but he had 16 yards on that one. And then the running backs were used pretty well in the passing game. How about 9 combined catches for James?
Oh, yeah, that was great. That was great to see.
Yeah. So you figured Texas was going to have to be a little bit more creative running the football without Jonathan Brooks, and give Sark and Kyle Flood and the rest of the offensive coaching staff a lot of credit because, even without one of the best runners in the nation, they were able to be effective
Well,
on the ground.
the Texters pride themselves on playing some pretty good defense. They think their defensive line is as good as it was last year, which it is not. Now, when you had a first-round draft pick gone, you're not as good as you were last year on the defensive line. But they talk about it as being as good as they were.
Well, let's hear from the Texas Tech head coach here talking about this game. Here's the Tech head coach with a little preview of Texas and Texas Tech.
Candidly, we were able to get Texas and Oklahoma out a year early. That was a big deal for us, and I think all of you, okay? And, Coach, I'm not going to put any pressure on you, but I'm going to be in Austin for Thanksgiving, okay? And you better take care of business like you did right here in Lubbock last year.
Oh, that got to be played all day, all night. You're talking about, some of that stuff, and when you say it's on a reel and where the kids are at the complex over there going to practice, that's got to be the one right there. That's from the commissioner himself of your conference.
You knew I wasn't going to forget that.
Wow.
And the Texas coaches and players haven't forgotten about that. And like you said, that needs to be blaring in the locker room all week long. That, and then the Big 12 runs through Lubbock from Joey McGuire. You need those two things playing all week long, getting ready for this game on Friday.
Now I need Chris Del Conte to understand he needs to send a preempt strike before these officials get to this town. And you've got to, and Sark got to take some of that film that he saw and send that to I don't even know if he needs to send it back. He's not going to get the benefit of the doubt.
No.
But if I'm the athletic director, I'm about to let them know, don't come here and screw us on our way to trying to get to a championship game.
Oh, it's happening. It's happening.
It is happening.
You just need Texas to take care of business. I mean, if Texas doesn't shoot itself in the foot, they're going to win this game by 2 touchdowns plus. And Vegas is telling you Texas should win this game by around 2 touchdowns. The line is 13.
But it's going to happen.
So, but yeah, no, if this game is close, I mean, early, obviously the game starts 0-0, so it will be close early. There are going to be some calls like we saw on Saturday night where it's like, the fix is in. The fix is in. So Yormark was obviously at Iowa State on Saturday. And
he says he'll be here.
He said before the year that he's going to be in Austin this Friday. Trey has predicted that he will magically get COVID at some point this week, so he won't be able to attend the Black Friday game here. I don't know if that means Trey is going to infect him himself with COVID.
A big old kiss.
Yeah, gross. But we'll see what happens with Brett Yormark, the fearless leader of the Texas Tech Red Raiders football program. Apparently. Amazing.
He's their guy.
Oh, God. I want to beat those fools, man. 14 is not going to be enough. Like, style points obviously matter. And it sucks because nobody ranked ahead of Texas lost again. Right? Like
style points will matter this Friday because you want to win. You want to win by 1. No, I want to win by 21.
Yeah. I want to win by
51. I want to make it ugly for them.
Oh my God. But yeah, Oregon State didn't help you. They can help you this weekend, but they didn't help you because Washington beat them. Florida State won against North Alabama. Now, Jordan Travis got hurt, which if you saw that, oh my God, sorry for bringing that up. If you didn't see that, maybe don't watch it because it is ugly. You feel for the young man. But, from a playoff standpoint, that maybe helps Texas. I mean, look, if Florida State wins its last 2 games, they play at Florida, and they've got the ACC title game against Louisville. If they win those with their backup quarterback, they're going to make the playoff. And they should make the playoff. They'll be 13-0 in the ACC. They'll be in. But obviously their chances of winning these last 2 games, you would think, go down without Jordan Travis.
And you're going to see Clemson now, right? Correct?
No. Louisville. Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Clemson's been horrible this year. What are you talking about?
Clemson
one game.
Clemson beat the Fighting Mac Browns this week.
They did. Yeah. I mean, I guess we're used to seeing Clemson in the ACC championship game. It is a big deal that they're not there. But no, both teams have already clinched their spot. Louisville by beating Miami on Saturday in a great game. That was a very entertaining 11 a.m. game there. They're in, and Florida State obviously is in as well. So there you go. So, but Florida State won, Michigan won, Ohio State won, Georgia won, Oregon won. Yeah, the 6 teams ranked ahead of the Longhorns all keep winning, which is very annoying because there are only 2 weeks left for us to get the chaos that we need to elevate Texas into the playoff. Now, the good news is one of Ohio State or Michigan's going to lose because they play each other on Saturday. Oregon and Washington will play each other in the Pac-12 championship game, which could knock somebody out. But, if neither team loses and it's undefeated Washington against one-loss Oregon, the winner of that game is probably going to be in the playoff. So
Alabama, Georgia in the championship.
Alabama, Georgia in the championship. Yeah. That's in a couple of weeks too. But Florida State, I think is your, the most likely team to lose, because you could get Georgia, you could get Michigan, you could get Pac-12 winner, and you could get Texas. That's if Florida State loses, and that's if Georgia beats Alabama. So that I think is the most likely scenario for Texas to get in. Obviously, if the Longhorns don't win these last two games, none of this matters. But
no,
we've been saying this for a month and a half. People have gotten mad at us. Why are you guys talking about the playoff? It's too early. Stop talking about the play. They're taking care of business, ladies and gents.
Yes.
They're not done yet. Once again, they still have 2 games they have to win, but it's pretty cool that we are 11 games into the year and we can still have reasonable conversations about the Texas Longhorns being in the Final Four.
Well, I definitely am on this Big 12 deal on the way out. This has been, they've got 10 wins. I thought 10 wins was going to do it for them. But, if they can get that 11th win and get into that championship, there's no reason why they can't win that championship. They're better than the teams that they play, even without their star running back right now.
Agreed. And yeah, look, I had Texas winning the Big 12 title before the year, but I had Texas finishing 9-3 during the regular season.
Yeah.
So this conference is a little bit better than I originally thought. And yeah, even with 10 wins right now, Texas still has yet to clinch a spot in the conference championship game. So they're going to need that 11th win to guarantee that they'll have a chance to win this conference on the way out the door. Okay, let's get into some NFL here in a moment. But before we do that, Buck.
How about my friend Dr. Greg Eckert? For you folks out there, November's coming to an end. And if you got your dental insurance, it is time to use it or you're going to lose it. Now, Dr. Eckert has an all-star professional group that do general dentistry and the most advanced work. Now, folks, I had my teeth restored, these beauties, in just 2 visits with the good doctor. Had some temporaries in for about 2 weeks. And then I went and I got the shade I wanted to. I got the size of the teeth that I wanted to. And I got the smile that when I hit my selfies, that's right, because I have a iPhone. This is an iPhone. See this one? Not very new. It's not 15. It's not the iPhone 15. That's like like the 12? My wife's going to tell me, no, dude, that's like the 9 or something.
Do you still have the little circular button on the bottom?
I do.
Okay. Oh, that's old. It might be
What?
Like iPhone 10.
Well, let me just tell you, Dr. Eckert it's an iPhone 10 I have.
Because I
have. What is that thing?
Oh, here, watch out for the ring lady coming out of your TV screen to kill you right now.
Is that the monster?
This is an iPhone 11.
Wow.
And I don't have the little home button on the bottom. So I think that means you've got 10 or something even older.
I think 7. I think I got 7.
That'd be impressive if it still works, let me tell you.
Still got the BlackBerry in here, brand new, in the desk drawer. It's sitting right beside Derek Jeter.
Yeah.
Sure. And folks, Dr. Greg Eckert's telephone number is 512-345-3166. Find out if you're a candidate for dental implants. He will turn that frown upside down in just 1 visit. You'll go in maybe with a frown. You'll leave with a big old smile. And if you need IV sedations because you're scared and you're worried about all the buzzing and everything else that goes on at the dentist's office, Dr. Eckert will get that done, because you've got to take care of your dental health, because it's important to your general health for sure. He's done over 1,400 cases of restoring teeth, over 28 years in the business. He's absolutely the very best. As I said, you want to smile in just 2 visits, you got to see this guy for sure. If you want to take care of general dentistry, extractions, teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, Dr. Eckert is the guy for you. In the new year, he'll be taking on new patients. But if you need to make an appointment, now is the time. We're starting to get to that latter part of the year. You get into December, believe me, his schedule will be absolutely packed. 512-345-3166. He's our dentist. Should be yours also.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to Doc U, and also shout out to our man Tom McKay at AV Consultations. How about a word from our buddy Tom?
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678, or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Oh, yeah. We've got a new holiday commercial coming up from Audiovisual
Jingle going on.
Consultations. Oh, yeah. Yeah, get ready for that. Holiday season is basically upon us, man, with Thanksgiving week being here. Shout out to AV Consultations and shout out to our friends at centextickets.com as well. If you're trying to be at DKR this Friday to watch the Longhorns hopefully clinch a spot in the conference championship game, there's only one place to get your tickets. That is centextickets.com. They've got great seats. They've got cheap seats. They've got everything in between. If you want to be in the building this Friday, centextickets.com. Of course, it's not just Texas football.
Oh, no.
They've got
the
every
theater.
college.
They have the theater. If you want to go to the theater, you want to go to concerts, they've got it. Oh, you want to get out to Vegas, get into the big Sphere out there and see what's going on there. Shelby's got tickets for that, too.
Oh, they got the Sphere?
Oh,
Wow.
yeah. The big eyeball.
That
Absolutely.
thing's creepy as hell, but it looks so awesome. I feel like I'm going to have an aneurysm when I go in there, but I think it's going to be worth it. Yeah, all the sports, all the concerts, all the Broadway shows, everything. It's all there at your fingertips. Just go to centextickets.com.
Ready for those basketball tickets because that's just around the corner also.
Texas Hoops?
Oh, yeah.
It's already here, baby. We'll get to them in a second.
Love it.
Thank God they won because I would have had some
The way you were talking last week, if they did not win.
I'm still mad. I'm still mad. I got to remember that they won, and that's all that matters. But Louisville sucks. That game should not have been close. They played really well. I'll give them credit, and they were making it felt like every three that they took. But the NFL, Buck, we'll start with the Cowboys, and we'll go to the Texans and maybe some of the other big storylines from around the league. The Cowboys ran away from Carolina in the second half.
They ran over them.
Yeah, 33-10, the final score there. The Cowboys led 17-3 at recess, but relatively late in the third quarter, the Panthers scored a touchdown to make it 17-10. It's like, okay, this is a lot closer than any Cowboys fan wants. But then in the fourth quarter, the Cowboys turned it on, and they were able to rest Dak Prescott and a bunch of the other starters down the stretch. They got a couple of great offensive drives they put together. Deron Bland had the big pick six off of Bryce Young, and the Cowboys ultimately were able to coast to a 23-point victory.
And the Dallas Cowboys are still looking to beat the spread every week because they're not running out the clock. I love it. I love the way they get after it. 3 minutes left in the game, they're still throwing bombs down the sideline.
God, they've done that.
What the hell is that? I love it.
Yeah. Cooper Rush got in, and he was throwing bombs too, right? It wasn't just Dak.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're not going to see any Cowboy run and fall down at the 2-yard line and run the clock out. No, them dudes are going in the end zone. They want points.
Yep. Yeah, 3 of the last 4 games, the Cowboys have been putting it on teams. The one game that they didn't was the game that they lost in Philadelphia, but they beat the hell out of the Rams. They beat the hell out of the Giants last week. And then, they, once again, a strong fourth quarter, and they didn't really call off the dogs.
No.
Once they had that game in hand. So, yeah, if your cousin's been putting some money on the Cowboys in recent weeks, your cousin has been doing okay. And another chance for Dallas to beat up on an inferior team. They've got the Commanders on Turkey Day. Washington's 4-7. They lost to the Giants again. They got
hammered by the Giants.
They got swept by the Giants. The Giants have 3 wins this year. 2 of them have come against the Commies, dude.
Yeah, Danny DeVito beat the hell out of them.
Yeah, DeVito looked good, man. He was slinging footballs around like
threw 3 touchdown passes.
Like he slings the sandwiches at Jersey Mike's.
Come on there, DeVito, living with your mom and dad.
Yeah. So Dallas, they were a 10.5-point favorite in Carolina. They're an 11-point favorite this Thursday against Washington. Of course, that game is in Arlington. But yeah, hopefully the Cowboys can win that one. And they've got 2 games before the Eagles come to town. The Cowboys actually have 3 straight home games coming up, which is pretty rare.
Kind of surprised at that line too, BK. There was only like 12 points.
Which one?
The Cowboys against Carolina.
10.5.
Kind of a light line. I thought that thing was going to be 14 at least.
Well, if you got 12, you got to call your cousin because he needs some better lines. It was 10.5, dude.
No, my cousin is not very good at lines. It was 12.
You need a new guy.
And I still took it.
Yeah, still wasn't enough, right? The 23-point margin for Dallas. But yeah, the Commanders, the Seahawks, and the Eagles, 3 straight home games. The Cowboys have the longest active home winning streak in football. It's been a long time since they've lost at AT&T. You'd like to think the Commies won't give them too much of a scare,
No.
but Seattle's a decent team at 6-4. And obviously the Eagles are the best team in the NFC right now, record-wise at 8-1. So there will be some tests for Dallas here in the next few weeks, but they're 7-3 right now. They are in a very, very good spot. And obviously they want to win the division. And if they do that, they'll have a chance to maybe be the top seed in the NFC, but they've got to win these next 2 weeks. And obviously they've got to beat Philadelphia. That game 3 weeks from now is going to be absolutely massive for the Cowboys. But Dak keeps playing well, man. And Tony Pollard got it going a little bit too. Like
He did.
Talked about it a lot. The Cowboys run game hasn't been great. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it was phenomenal yesterday, but Tony Pollard did have a nice long touchdown run where he broke a couple of tackles. We haven't seen a lot of that from him this year. It was good to see him do that yesterday.
Yeah, and it was good to see your Texans get a win and find a way to win that game. I mean, this is a young team that's finding ways to win really tough ball games. You know, your quarterback throws 3 picks, still throws for over 300 yards, and just comes to the podium afterwards and said, I'm not going to quit slinging the ball. I'm throwing, and if I think I can get it in the window, I'm going to get it in there. He believes he's great. He's playing great right now. Now, he can't keep having 3 interception games, but, man, when he throws it, he threw some great passes in that football game.
Yeah, he was awesome in the first half. I think he had 250 yards passing in the first half, which meant he was on pace for 500 against Arizona. But, did throw 3 picks in the second half, and it almost felt like the Texans were trying to find ways to lose that game yesterday because they had Arizona beat, but they just kept giving the little guy a bunch of chances. And credit the Texans defense, dude. Like Sark talks about this a lot with the Longhorns, that his team is versatile and they can win games in multiple ways. And I think we've seen that over the course of the Longhorn season. You're kind of seeing that from the Texans too.
Yes.
There have been games where the defense doesn't show up. The Tampa Bay game, where C.J. Stroud has to put the team on his back and the offense has to basically carry the team to a victory. And then you've got a game like yesterday to where the offense scores 21 points against a team that has 2 wins on the year. They turn it over a lot. They're not crisp, especially in the second half. But the defense holds Arizona to just 16. They get the big turnover on downs to ice the game late. They forced a couple of turnovers themselves, and they got the win. So that's what good teams do. And the Texans are a good football team right now. They're 6-4. They host Jacksonville this weekend.
It's a big game.
If they win, they'll be in first place in the division. Because Jacksonville's 7-3, Houston 6-4. The Texans already beat the Jags once this year. And if they beat them again, they'll obviously have the same record, but they'll have the tiebreaker.
Hell, they're not. They haven't been afraid of them even when they didn't play well.
No, you're right. Yeah, the Texans,
record.
I think they've won like 10 of the last 11 or something like that against Jacksonville. Like you said, even when Houston's been horrible, and they have been horrible over the last 3 seasons, they have had Jacksonville's number. So the Jags opened up as a 1-point favorite in that game. Curious to see how that line moves over the course of the week. But, man, the Texans, I'm happy for their fans, man. They've waited a while for a winner. And, look, I don't think the Texans are Super Bowl contenders by any stretch right now, but they would be in the playoffs if the year ended today. And
they look like a pain in their you-know-what to play against. That's for sure.
And most Texans fans, I think, were just like asking to be in the mix, right? Can we be in the mix later in the year? And 10 games in, not only are they in the mix, once again, they are in the playoffs. So this is cool, man. And it just goes to show you, I know I've said this a couple of times, so sorry for saying it again, but when you get the head coach right and when you get the quarterback right, your fortunes can turn pretty quickly in this league. And the Texans got the head coach right. DeMeco Ryans, everybody wanted to hire this dude this offseason. Texans were able to get him. He's been magnificent. And obviously C.J. Stroud has looked really, really good. Did have a rough second half yesterday, but come on, that doesn't take away from what he's done over the course of his rookie year. A lot to be excited about if you're a Texans fan, and if they can find a win this week, they're going to be in the driver's seat to win the AFC South, which is incredible. By
the way, that's going to make DeMeco Ryans coach of the year.
Yeah, he'd have my vote right now. You know, a lot of people would say Dan Campbell, and he's doing a good job with the Lions. Who, boy, they escaped with the win against Chicago.
Boy, they looked bad in the first half.
That would have been a bad loss for them at home against the Bears, but they found a way to get it done late. late touchdown and a 2-point conversion. And, the Bears still suck. They always have and they always will. So no surprise that they coughed that lead up. But, yeah, Detroit, Dan Campbell's in the mix. But if I had a vote, I'd give it to D'Amico Ryans right now. Other headlines from around the NFL, Buck? Anything stand out to you that you want to touch on from yesterday?
Well, I mean, I watched that game last night, Denver and the Vikings. I thought my Vikings would get that win.
Oh,
They just kind of gave it away last night.
what happened there?
They were on a little bit of a roll. They let Russell Wilson. Russell Wilson was just getting hammered in that first half. He couldn't get anything off, and they were kicking a bunch of field goals.
Yeah.
And they let him loose in the second half. But the Vikings, they are the Vikings. They are how we thought they were.
Yeah, it sucks when you can't get anything off. That's a huge problem. And yeah, I didn't watch this. I was listening to some of it on the radio as I was driving to Galveston, but my sister was watching and she's like, "Oh, Chris Collinsworth was talking like Josh Dobbs was Patrick Mahomes in the first half."
Oh yeah.
And then he came back down to earth. And well, your
Minnesota!
Viking.
There you go.
Are now
That's my Viking.
6-5. Yeah, that one hurts because they win that game. They're 7-4. They're feeling really, really good about making the playoffs, even though Kirk Cousins is not there. And I'm going to check the standings real quick. Yeah, Minnesota's still the 7th seed right now in the NFC, so it's not like they're done by any stretch.
No.
But that would have been a nice win for them to bolster their postseason chances. But they coughed it up against the Denver Broncos, who are 5-5.
Yeah, and the Browns got a nice win over Pittsburgh.
Brownies, can you call them that?
But the Brownies?
Yeah.
Sure I can.
Okay.
They got a nice win.
Yep.
Pittsburgh in little hands.
No,
they got nothing going offensively. They're gonna have to. The Canada guy's gonna have to go. Somebody's gonna be the scapegoat of what they do offensively.
That guy should have gotten fired 3 years ago, and I don't even know if he had that job 3 years ago. But he still should have been fired 3 years ago. The Steelers have been outgained in every game this season.
How about that?
They're 6-4. That's amazing that they have anything close to a winning record.
That defense.
That stat. Yeah, the defense is great. They held Cleveland to 13 points. You should win every week at any level of football if you hold your opponent to 13. But yeah, the offense is terrible. Yeah, tiny hands Kenny Pickett is not good. And that's the problem. Like the Steelers are kind of in purgatory right now. And as a Steelers hater, I love it. They're not good enough. I know they made the playoffs sometimes in recent years, but they haven't won anything in the playoffs when they've gotten there. But this year, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
Their quarterback's just not good enough.
Yeah, they're not good enough to seriously compete, but they're not bad enough to get a high draft pick to where they can draft a quarterback who can help seriously compete. Like the best case scenario for Pittsburgh right now would be to lose the rest of their games and draft. I don't know if they've already won 6, so they wouldn't get Caleb Williams or Drake May, but draft, I don't know, Penix or McCarthy or a Sharpman or whoever.
Yeah, you're right.
Like that would be the best scenario for them, but they're going to probably win 9 games and finish with a winning record because that's what they do under Mike Tomlin all the time. But yeah, they are in purgatory right now. It's a rough spot for Steelers fans. And yeah, Cleveland, they keep winning. No Deshaun Watson, DTR, the former UCLA kid, Dorian Thompson-Robinson. He didn't play great.
He brought them back in the final drive. I can't believe that.
But he got
let that rookie do that.
Yeah. I mean, only 165 yards, 3.8 yards per attempt. It wasn't good against a very good Steelers defense, but I think Cleveland has 3 last-second wins this year right now. So Lady Luck has been on the Browns side this year, and that's a 7-3 football team.
Let me ask you about one of the college teams that has just surprised me, and I didn't know how they'd get that good that quick, is Arizona. I mean, I know Utah doesn't have their quarterback, and Cam Rising's coming. Sounds like Cam Rising's coming back for a 15th year.
Yeah, he announced it. He announced it at some point over the weekend. That
how does that guy just keep to? How do you just? College is great.
Yeah, COVID year, man.
I had that deal.
COVID year.
Man, oh man.
And he's had like a couple of medical red shirts too.
It's got to be at least 7 years for him.
Well, let's see. When was he at Texas? 20.
Let's see for a year.
19, 18? I don't know. Yeah, I think next year will either be year 5 or 6 for Cam Rising. Good for him. Like he's a good player. Easy kid to root for. He's coming to the Big 12. That's bad news if you're a Big 12 fan because Utah's always good. But, yeah, with Rising coming back, they're going to be a problem again next season. So we obviously won't have to deal with that. But the other schools that are still in this mid-conference.
And this Arizona team is starting to play some really good football.
Dude, Arizona's a top 10 team in the country right now. They've got 3 losses. They were ranked 17 before they beat the hell out of UCLA of
Utah.
Thank you, Utah. You literally just said that. We were just talking about them for 2 minutes. They've been really, really good lately. They've won 5 games in a row. And the only loss that they've had in a while was a 3 overtime loss to USC. And that was when USC was actually playing good football.
Right.
They only lost to Washington by 7. They beat Oregon State. They beat Washington State by a ton. They beat UCLA by a ton. They beat Utah by a ton. Arizona, I don't know how many people could name more than like one player on their team, if anybody could even name one player on their team. But they're doing a good job.
And has Chip Kelly, did he keep his job?
They're also going to the Big 12 next year, too. No word on Chip Kelly getting fired yet. They beat USC, which it was weird, right? We all thought that was weird. They basically said after the USC game, Chip Kelly's getting fired. And you and I are like, well, what happens if he wins the USC game?
Yeah, what if he wins the game?
And they did by 18. So nothing official yet in regards to Chip Kelly's status at UCLA. But once a report like that comes out, there's no coming back, right? He's done.
Generally, it will happen.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they'll let him coach their last game against Cal, but in between that and the bowl game, you would think he's cooked. Which that's an interesting move. I know UCLA hasn't been great with Chip Kelly, but they've got 8 wins. I think
they've been better with Chip Kelly.
Yeah,
than they were before he got there. They were terrible.
Yeah, they've got that 5-star quarterback Dante Moore, the true freshman, who Chip Kelly brought him in. It was a big recruiting win for the Bruins. And you would think that they would give Chip Kelly, who's obviously an offensive coach, more opportunity to work with Dante Moore to develop him. And
sure,
felt like there was a relatively bright future out there in Los Angeles. But no official word on Chip Kelly, whether or not he gets the axe. All right, we'll get into some more college football. Of course, we'll get back into the Longhorns. We'll also talk Texas basketball here in a moment. But, Bucky, how about our friends at Texas Orthopedics?
Yeah, if you're seeking specialized patient-focused orthopedic care, contact Texas Orthopedics, the folks there. Their physicians offer, of course, surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. While you're there, say hello to Dr. Christopher Danny and Christopher Stockton. They're dedicated orthopedic surgeons, and their goal is to get you back into good health, of course, and that great quality of life that you deserve. Texas Orthopedic is the largest independent orthopedic practice in the state of Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com. That's txortho.com.
Yes, txortho.com. Many thanks to them for partnering with us here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. And also, how about a recorded spot from our buddy Steve and the team at Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Shout out to Pest Wranglers. Also, shout out to Altstad Beer.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah, that's my responsibility for Thanksgiving. I brought the beer. Got a few 6-packs ready for Turkey Day this week. Everyone's going to love me. Everyone already does love me. Come on, what's not to love? But when you show up to your Thanksgiving lunch and or dinner with Altstad Beer, everyone's going to love you too. It's the best beer that there is. It's easy to find all throughout the state of Texas. H-E-B, Specs, Total Wine, Twin Liquors, wherever you go to get your beer. 34 Wine and Spirits, we'll give them some love too. Of course, they've got your Altstad beer. So many different brews. You can bring a few different types of 6-packs, so everybody at the dinner table is going to be satisfied. And you're spending all this time with your family, you might need a couple of cold ones. Altstad beer is fantastic. There are no preservatives. There are no additives. So, you're eating a bunch of crap this week. You can at least feel good about drinking a clean beer. There's also the Altstad Light, which hardly has any calories, but still tastes great. That's the stuff, man. I'm telling you, get ready maybe for Monday Night Football tonight, but of course for Turkey Day on Thursday and all the football and food that you're going to be consuming. Make sure you have some Altstad beer no impurities, no regrets.
No, I wish I had some Olipop too. I've got to get some Olipop for this week coming up towards the end of the week because I'm going to be eating some junk now. I'm not messing around. I'm about to push my face into a thing of gravy and mashed potatoes, like the kid on A Christmas Story. Yeah, I get after some mashed potatoes.
There you go.
And I can't wait to have that. But I need some Olipop to get everything down into my gullet. You know, I've been seeing a lot of doctors. I've been peeing in a bucket for the last 24 hours.
What?
I forget that deal is on. I've got to get this urine sample. Generally, you just pee in a little jar there in the bathroom at the doctor's. He said, I need a 24-hour sample from you. I'm like, what? 24 hours. I started yesterday afternoon, and I'm not done till 3 o'clock this afternoon. But all my urine goes into a urinary container. I call it Big Red. It's Big Red. And
Is it red?
on ice, man. It's on ice.
Your pee is red?
No, it goes into a red container. So
Okay.
it's on ice.
But do you have a big red label on it and you're hoping someone drinks it?
No, dude, the container is red. And anytime I had to use, if I got up last night, of course, twice, I had to go and I had to remind myself, don't take a right, got to take a left and go into the other bathroom. And
you have a whole bucket full of piss in your place?
It's not a bucket. It's a pissolette. It's not in a bucket.
Oh,
it's inside of a cooler that's iced down. I had to keep it cool.
What, you got ice in there? What are you, a trough?
I'm trying. You know I want to pee in that ice, don't you? So
you have a
bad.
trough at your place right now?
Oh my God, it's great.
Golden Goose on South Lamar or Wrigley Field?
I got to get that to the doctor this afternoon.
How are you going to transport that?
In my cooler. It's in a cooler. I just don't want anybody to bump into me. It can't be shaking the cooler around.
Okay, the container's got a lid on it.
It's got a lid on it. It's in the cooler in a plastic bag filled with ice.
Dude, please offer that to a homeless guy.
Here's some lemonade, my friend. It's on ice. I'm not. Oh no.
Yeah,
no,
you're doing all this work with the homeless this week. You're bringing them food on Thursday
morning. I'm hitting the streets on Thursday. Yeah,
so give them something to drink too.
No, I'm gonna get them some Olipop. That's what I need to bring. I'm going to Costco here to get the rest of the goods. Bring it to Ollie. So I'm giving them a tangerine, a sandwich, cookies, and maybe a bag of chips. How's that?
Yep, that's a great bit. And some of your own drink.
Some of my own special Bucky lemonade.
Oh,
no,
God.
I'm not doing that. No. They heard about bum rap. Might as well give it to them, huh?
Oh, so 24 hours.
Yes.
Are you still in the process of doing that, or are you done?
Yeah, anytime I go, I can't go to the toilet. I have to go into the bucket. Not the bucket. It's a pissolette.
Dude, give that to one of your buddies. Give that to one of the Texas cheaters or something.
So I just wanted you to hold this for me. Can you hold this for me?
Have a drink, please. Drink it out of the bucket. It's very good.
Hold it. Hold this for me. I got to pee. Hold this for me. But I have to pee.
It's lemon lime Olipop.
You can't waste any of it. It has all go in there.
Oh, well, shout out to Olipop. That stuff tastes great, unlike whatever Bucky and I are talking about right now. Great tasting soda. That's good for you. Hey, you might need some digestive help this week with what you're eating.
For sure.
9 grams of fiber in every can of Olipop. Only 2 to 5 grams of sugar in every can. And you talk about being the life of the party. How about showing up with some Olipop? People are going to love this stuff. Oh, my God. I had a couple buddies text me over the weekend telling me that they tried Olipop for the first time, and they're hooked. It's great tasting soda. That's actually good for you. It makes no sense. I don't know how it works because every other healthy thing that I've eaten or drinking in my life has been horrible. This stuff tastes great. It tastes like the soda that I love. And once again, it is good for you. Like, it's not bad for you. It's actually good for you.
Yes.
Fantastic what Olipop has done. Our man CB says Blue Santa needs volunteers. We're going to be out there amongst the people.
Yes.
On the 16th?
16th of December. We will be walking the lines. We'll be doing a show out there.
Yeah, looking forward to that. And if you can help, man, there's going to be all sorts of volunteer opportunities around Central Texas that we'll try to tell you about. And we'll obviously try to do our part to give back to the community as well. But Blue Santa, a great cause that Bucky, you've been a part of for a long, long time. I was a part of it when I lived in Austin for the first time, and excited to be a part of it once again. So, should be fun. Hope to see a bunch of you dropping off those toys on December 16th.
The day before winter.
Oh, so it's going to be like, what, 80 degrees on that day?
Could be.
It could be.
But it won't.
Okay, but it won't be cold, according to you.
No, winter will be the next day, the 17th.
All
I'm
right.
calling on winter to be the 17th.
Even though it starts the 21st, you're putting in the call for 4 days early.
I don't know how you come to that conclusion.
It's not me who came to the conclusion. It's the people who are in charge.
Who, the captain? Is it the captain again?
I have my captain headset here.
Yes, you do.
We're traveling at an altitude of 40,000 feet today.
Who made you the captain? Why can't you just be the lieutenant?
Please keep your nut cheese intact. We fly here. Thank you very much.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. So we'll see what the weather is like, but looking forward to that. Yeah, sign up for Blue Santa.
Be a volunteer for sure.
Yeah, it's a fun, man. It's a really, really fun and rewarding experience. So we'd love to see all of you out there. Yeah, plus if you're volunteering, you'll get to hang out with us for a little bit.
I love the lines when you go down the lines and the cars are there to pick up the gift cards and they bring their kids. Their kids are giving to other kids during the course of that day. They get to see what it's like for some kids that don't have the kind of fortunes that they have. They go and drop off toys and different things to different homes. And that's a great thing that's happened for a lot of years here in Central Texas. Blue Santa, like I said, they got Blue Santa, they got Brown Santa. You know, I tried to be the Black Santa, but I get said at the mall, no, Mr. Godbold, I don't think so. I did get to be the Black Santa over at East Side 3 years ago. I did get that job, but
I'm sure the kids really thought you were Santa Claus, huh? You look.
But I did get. I got this going on, but
you've like 1/100th of Santa Claus's beard, and you have 0/100ths of Santa Claus's skin color.
But see, what is that? Why does it see? That's the one. That's the one that always get. That's why I can't get the gig. I can't get the gig at the mall.
You're also like half the size of Santa Claus.
Oh, they can fluff you up. I mean, they can. They got fluffers there.
No, what James Harden's got his fat suit ready that you could borrow.
Yes, but once again, I've tried to go every year to the Hill Country, or not the Hill Country. What's the one? The White Mall there by Westlake there.
Oh, Barton Creek.
Barton Creek. I've been turned down because the guy goes, I don't know if the kids are going to want to sit on your lap there, bro Santa.
Bro Santa bra.
Come on, brah. No,
God.
Not your job. You can be one of the little elves. I'm like, no, that's not the job I want. I want to be Santa.
Hey, I love it. We'll see if we can get you a Santa Claus gig at some point.
No, I'm done. No, I'm not complaining anymore. I'm done. That's all. That's over with.
Oh, okay.
I complained about yesteryear, but no, I don't want the gig. I don't want kids on my lap now.
I just got a text on my personal text line 21. No, I'm not giving out that number. Is the Buck bringing the lemonade and baked potatoes for Thanksgiving this year?
Oh, that'd be great. That's a 2-for-1 right there.
Oh, gross. That was Jeff Howe who texted that in. I'm sure he's cool with me mentioning his name on that. That's fantastic.
Great job.
That is fantastic. Speaking of fantastic, how about the shot Max Asmus hit with 0.4 seconds left at the Garden? I mean, hitting the game winner is always
that team.
Hitting the game winner is always cool, but hitting one at the Garden, at the Mecca, one of the most historic basketball venues in the world, that's even more special. If you didn't know who Max Asmus was before yesterday, you sure as hell know who he is now. Didn't have a great offensive day, but when it mattered most, a tough fadeaway jumper with the hand right in his face to give Texas the win. 81-80, the final score at the Satva Empire Classic. I still don't know what the hell that company does, but the Longhorns get a win and they avoid what would have been a catastrophic loss, man. I mean, you see Louisville and you're thinking, oh, what do you mean, BK? Louisville's always good. That's a basketball program with a ton of history and a ton of pageantry, and it's a big brand in the sport. How could that be a bad loss? Louisville last year, I think, won 4 or 5 games, and they lost to Chattanooga early this year. They almost lost to a D2 team in a scrimmage right before the season started. Oh, yeah. They beat UMBC, yes, that UMBC, by 1 point in their season opener. Like, they're bad. They're really, really bad. And if Max Asmus doesn't hit that shot, we're talking about a catastrophic loss for the Longhorns.
And the big man played well, huh?
Oh, Caden Shedrick. Yeah, it was the transfer showed up and showed out. And obviously there are a bunch of them for Texas this year. But Caden Shedrick, the big man from Virginia, who I wasn't sure he was going to be healthy by the start of the season. He's been healthy, and he has been really, really good. A career-high 27 points for him.
He's not known as an offensive guy, huh?
No, but that's why he transferred, right? He was at Virginia, and Virginia doesn't offense well under Tony Bennett. I mean, they're known for stifling defense, and Caden Shedrick was a really, really good defensive big man for them for a few years. But, hell, it feels like Virginia only scores like 30 points a game. And Caden Shedrick damn near had 30 points himself yesterday. 27 points in 27 minutes for him. Also had 7 boards and 3 steals as well. He was a freaking beast. Shot 11 of 15 from the floor. Of course, a lot of those were short-range shots and dunks, but he was fantastic. And then, Max Asmus with 14 points, second on the team in scoring. Well, not a great day shooting the ball for him, but hit the biggest shot of the game when it mattered the most. That was great to see. And man, Louisville played well. Like that's the best game I've seen Louisville play under Kenny Payne, their second-year head coach. Their guards is probably my biggest concern for Texas this year, and something that I think will rear its ugly head a couple of times throughout the season. Texas, for as good as the guards are offensively, they're not great defensively.
They're not big, and they're not big.
No. Like Max Asmus is very small. Tyrese Hunter is very small, and neither of those guys would ever be classified as great on-ball defenders. So, Louisville's backcourt had a lot of success. Those guys were hitting some tough shots too. Give those dudes some credit. Sky Clark and Trey White were magnificent. Each of them scored 20 for the Cardinals yesterday. That's like, people are going to forget how close Texas won this game when you're looking at the NCAA tournament resume. And hopefully we're past the point as a program to where we're not worried about what's going to happen on Selection Sunday in terms of whether or not Texas gets in or not. But you're talking about seed lines and a loss to Louisville. If they're anywhere as close to as bad as they were last year, maybe they're not, but I still don't think they're going to be a tournament team this year. A loss to Louisville would have fallen under the bad loss category on the resume. There's no bad win category on the resume. It's good wins and it's bad losses.
That's right.
A loss to Louisville probably falls into that bad loss area. Thankfully, Max Asmus played hero, and Texas got the win. And now they get to play UConn tonight. So, big step up in competition from anybody that Texas has played through these first 4 games of the season. Of course, UConn's the defending champs. We should have
seen a nice team. I saw them play over the weekend too.
Yeah, we should have seen this game last year in Houston in the Final Four, and I'm not gonna ever forget that. I don't hold grudges. I just don't forget about anybody who wronged me. And the officials in the Elite Eight game wronged me. They wronged all of us. I'm still mad at them for that. But I was hoping we got this game last year in Houston in the Final Four. We didn't. We get it here at Madison Square Garden tonight, 6:00. It's on ESPNU. So hopefully you have that channel. Hopefully my parents have that channel. Good night. A real test of Texas's mettle. I don't expect the Longhorns to win this game, especially without Dylan Dessou, who is still out. But man, if Texas plays well, obviously, if they find a win, you talk about quality wins. That's a very quality win. But if they can go, basket for basket and keep this game together for 40 minutes tonight and make this one interesting down the stretch, then I'll feel a lot better. And I think everyone will feel a lot better about this basketball program.
Yeah, UConn's got a lot of big, tall ball handlers out front. And their center comes out. He plays, at the top of the key. He shoots 3-point shots. They got a lot of guys that can shoot, flat out shoot. And they're big. Yeah,
they do. I mean, they lost a lot from the championship team, but they still brought some really, really good players back. Alex Caravan is solid.
Caravan can play now.
Tristan Newton, who's from El Paso. He's from somewhere in Texas, and it's somewhere relatively obscure. I think he's an El Paso kid. He's really good. The big man Klingon is a problem. That team's awesome. They're number 4 in the country. They beat Indiana by 20, like you said, over the weekend yesterday. And like Indiana's solid. I mean, they're not, Bobby Knight, Indiana, rest in peace, if people miss that guy. But they beat the crap out of Indiana yesterday. So UConn is tough. Once again, I don't think Texas has to win that game, but if Texas can play well for 40 minutes without Dylan Dessou, who might be this team's best player, that's a step in the right direction, I think, for this Longhorn basketball program. But thank God they got it done yesterday, because that would have been a problem. What did I say last week? Losing to Louisville yesterday would have been worse than any Texas football loss to Kansas.
Wow.
In the last decade. Maybe a tad extreme, but thank God they got that one done. So Texas, UConn tonight once again.
Great opportunity for the Longhorns tonight.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Okay, we'll wrap up with some Texas football conversation, of course. We spent most of the first hour talking Texas football, but for the folks who joined us late, we'll get back into the Longhorns. By the way, speaking of Texas football, because Texas football won in Ames on Saturday night, later this week, we're going to be giving away a $150 Cabo Bob's Catering gift certificate.
Randomizer, getting it done again.
Oh, yeah. So be on the lookout and on the listen out for that. Shout out to our great friends at Cabo Bob's. And also shout out to our great friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture. That's right. Speaking of greats, if you are looking for great furniture, maybe you've got a bunch of people coming over this week and people are complaining about the couch. This couch sucks. This chair sucks. And you're like, F you.
This food sucks. I mean, everything about this place sucks.
Especially
your furniture, especially that furniture.
There's always somebody in the family that complains about everything. Well, here's what you do if someone complains about your furniture. You tell them to F off, and then you realize, oh, no, they're probably right. Like, maybe it is time for a new couch. And if you're looking for the highest quality furniture that you can find, look no further than greatblueheronfurniture.com, a custom leather furniture company that started way back in the early 90s. They've been around for longer than I've been alive. They do great work. Heavy leathers, hides, fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. This stuff is gorgeous. It's also incredibly comfortable, and it's also going to last you decades. That's the best part right there. Like, when you buy a piece from greatblueheronfurniture.com, you're buying something that's going to last you and your family decades, if not longer than that. This stuff is gorgeous, and it's built to last. And hey, if you use the promo code HOOK'em, you're going to get 15% off. They're going to have some Black Friday deals that I'll be telling you about later this week. But if you use the promo code HOOK'em right now, you'll get 15% off. Also, I will include a Last Stand hat with any purchase of a piece from greatblueheronfurniture.com. There's a link in the video description below if you're watching on YouTube. And, of course, if you're listening on the app, thank you very much. Check out greatblueheronfurniture.com.
Loving it. This is not the week to complain about anything. This is the week to be very thankful for what you have.
Oh.
And the people that you're going to get an opportunity to be around. Yes.
Of course. I agree. 1,000%.
It really, really is. I mean, Christmas is the one. Christmas is the disappointing one. And that generally happens with young kids that just don't understand. They get a gift that they're like, oh, that's not what I wanted. Give it back. Give me that. Give me that back. That's what happens. But that's why kids are kids. That's why they have a growing process to go through when they'll accept anything that's given to them because it's given to you.
Yeah.
That's the one. But at Thanksgiving, I don't like a lot of BS at Thanksgiving. I like for people to be thankful to be able to be together with their relatives, and stuff like that. I always understand the little ones at Christmas, because I was probably one of those at one time or other.
Oh, sure.
When I didn't get my Johnny Unitas helmet, I finally got that.
There you go. Yeah.
Johnny U, the big Johnny U with the single bar. That was my first big gift as a kid.
That's awesome.
That was unbelievable. The white helmet with the blue horseshoe.
Wow. Was it
single barred?
Full size helmet or a mini helmet?
Oh, it was plastic, cheap ass plastic. Mm-hmm. Same thing I'm peeing into right now.
Oh, you're peeing into your old Johnny Unitas helmet? You really loved that gift, didn't you?
It was plastic like that. And that thing, I think it was the first time I ran into a tree. I made a cut in the backyard and I hit a tree with the helmet on. Things like cracked on the side.
Oh, might have saved your life, though.
Probably.
Even that tiny little plastic.
You're absolutely right. I was out dodging stuff. Kind of like being at Iowa State, like being at Ames in the dark. I ran to hit that tree and that thing just went shh.
Oh, my God. All right. Longhorn Bear says, what happened to Dylan DeSue in the offseason? He got hurt in the tournament last year. Remember that?
That foot injury.
They couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. I heard from somebody I talked to before the season started that said, like, DeSue went to 3 or 4 different doctors, and no one could figure out exactly what was hurting him. And finally, like, the last doctor he went to was like, oh, here's the problem. So then DeSue had to have surgery. And it fixed it, but the surgery happened way later than any of us wanted because they couldn't diagnose exactly what the problem is. So he's still recovering from that off-season foot surgery. But, that's why his timeline was pushed back a little bit. I think by conference play, we'll get DeSue back, which, conference play doesn't start until the turn of the year. So I still think DeSue is going to be a while before he returns. Rodney Terry was saying that he's starting to do some light running and a little bit of practicing, but he is nowhere close to actually suiting up and playing significant minutes for this Texas basketball team. So
yeah, a foot injury with a big man sucks anyway.
Sucks. Yeah. And man, I mean, Texas still should have made the Final Four without the Sioux, but obviously you got to play the what if game, right? What would Texas have done? What could they have done if the Sioux was healthy? If they beat Miami, they would have played UConn. I don't know if UConn was losing to anybody, but I'll tell you what, UConn blew everybody out. They wouldn't have blown out a fully healthy Texas team. That would have been a really, really good game. Maybe Texas wins, maybe UConn still wins and wins the Natty, but man, that's an alternate universe. Obviously, we would have loved to live in. All right, let's hear from Steve Sarkeesian. Talked about the Texas offense, right? Only 6 points in the first half, no touchdowns in the first 30 minutes. Quinn Ewers was in a little bit of a rut. Obviously, you had 2 touchdowns called back because of penalties. You had the Xavier Worthy fumble in the red zone. It just Texas, some of it was self-inflicted wounds, some of it was the officiating, but it was a frustrating offensive first half for Texas. Then in the second half, they obviously turned it on, and they used that to ride to a victory. In Ames, here's Steve Sarkeesian talking about the offense in the second half.
Well, we just wanted to remain aggressive, and we felt like we were starting to run the ball enough there to where we felt like the play pass could come to life a little bit. And then getting Gunnar Helm out the back door for the touchdown pass. The guys just executed it beautifully. Protection was awesome. The 2 receivers in the boundary did a nice job of clearing that out. And then Gunnar was able to come out the back door right there. But I thought probably even bigger than that drive was after they hit the long touchdown on 4th down, to get the ball and then to possess the ball and to drive it down the field and to get that field goal. I thought was a really big drive in the game, and Bert Auburn, does it again, 3 for 3, with field goals and some big kicks. That kick at the end of the first half was a heck of a kick, to just give us a little bit of life coming into the locker room to have the lead 6-3. So, like I said, all phases, in my opinion, today showed up. Your kicker goes 3 for 3. You block an extra point, get 2 points there. And then even when we got pinned back, I thought every time we got pinned back, we found our way out of our own end and weren't giving them just really good field position when we were getting pinned inside the 10.
Ball out of their own end. I thought they did a good enough job. They didn't have those 3 and outs. They had a couple sustained drives, BK, and they flipped field position and let that defense come back on the field. Now, you'd like for them to have scored touchdowns, but as you said, the big field goal, that second field goal, that was key. That was money.
Yeah, I thought
getting that ball down there and getting that done.
I thought Texas was damn near perfect offensively in the second half. They had 5 drives. 3 of them resulted in points. One of them was the drive to ice the game. Now, there was one bad possession. There was one 3 and out where Texas, I think, lost a yard and had to punt the football right back to Iowa State. So it wasn't perfect because that drive obviously could have been better. But, yeah, 2 touchdowns, a huge field goal, like you said, that gave Texas a 10-point lead with not a lot of time left. And the way that game was going and the way Texas's defense was playing, you kind of figured that was going to be enough to get the job done. And sure enough, it was.
I just didn't want it on the deep. I didn't want it on the secondary because because I said, they're going to start throwing the ball. Yeah. This kid's kind of having his way out there on the outside or throwing little fade routes. Can they please cover the slant too?
Yeah, that was annoying, right? And this secondary is what it is at this point. But Rocco Becht, the Iowa State quarterback, was 17 of 19 for 170 yards on attempts between 0 and 9 yards.
14 slants.
Yeah, well, those were the stats from short throws from 0 to 9 yards, and we talked about that last week. Like, that's what Iowa State does. They want to nickel and dime you. A lot of slants, a lot of flats, a lot of outs, just short throws because they've got a redshirt freshman quarterback and they don't have a great offensive line, so they want to get the ball out of their QB's hands as quickly as they possibly can. 14 of those 17 completions that I talked about were inside the hash. Like, you were giving Rocco Becht a bunch of easy throws over the middle of the field. And Texas's secondary players were playing so much outside leverage. It's like they were worried about getting beat deep. And look, Iowa State obviously took a couple of shots down the field, but really most of their offense, and I think we knew this coming in, was they want those throws, short and intermediate routes over the middle of the field. And it just felt like Texas wasn't doing a great job defending those in the secondary.
Yeah, and I was waiting for somebody on the inside to give just a little bit of help. I was thinking, they were, I thought, pregame, BK, that somebody was going to time up one of those for a pick.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, they keep throwing that slant. You're going to find out the forward's going to look there and see one of those slants coming inside and walk in between that and go get them. But the outside leverage was so much that the guy only had to take one step, and he was totally inside with his whole body right there.
Yep, a lot of slants.
Yeah, just a huge target. I mean, make him have to be at least skinny going through there. And they were playing so much outside, but they were afraid. They didn't want to get beat with the fade. That's what it was.
Right. Yeah, a lot of slants early, and then the occasional screen or a crosser or a curl. They had a couple of well-designed plays. I'll give Nate Scheelhaus, their offensive coordinator, some credit. The touchdown that they had, both touchdowns that they had, I thought were pretty well-designed
Whatever
plays.
that was to the tight end, those little screens coming underneath were done well.
Yeah, the screens over the middle to the tight ends were good. Obviously, the 4th and 1 touchdown where they had the little pop pass to Easton Dean. Somebody blew a coverage, right? Somebody on Texas was supposed to account for that guy and didn't. But still, good play design, good execution. Rocco Beck sold the quarterback run really, really well. And Texas was obviously selling out to stop the run on 4th and short. And that was a good touchdown. And then the other touchdown that they had was also a really well-designed play and a perfectly thrown ball by Rocco Beck. He was rolling right through like a nice sort of wheel route fade to one of the backs, and he made a nice over-the-shoulder catch. So give Iowa State credit. Texas's secondary is still a little bit of an issue, but I won't complain too much about the defense. They gave up 16 points, and for as bad as the secondary was, they did force another takeaway. How about Jaron Thompson, who has been much maligned over the course of the season?
It was a great play.
And deservedly so. You kind of said at some point somebody in the Texas secondary was going to undercut a ball and make a play, and it was Jaron Thompson. And that was huge because that was the first play. Let me make sure I have my timeline right. I know that was the first play of a drive. Oh, that was right after the punt. So I said it. Texas had one bad drive in the second half, 3 plays for 1 yard. They gave the ball right back to Iowa State, and it was a close game at the time. I think it was 17-13 at the time. Or excuse me, 17-9 at the time. And yeah, Iowa State gets the ball back. The first play, they try to take a shot kind of deep down the field, and Jaron Thompson makes a tremendous play on the football, and it got Texas the ball back, and the Longhorns 3 plays later scored a touchdown to take a 2-score lead.
Yeah, you need that for him. He needs that for his psyche because he's been struggling during this year.
Yeah, big moment for him. And he had some interceptions early in the season. It just kind of felt like things started turning for Jaron Thompson in a bad way in Dallas. Right, he had that drop pick in the end zone against OU early in that game, and then it's felt like since that moment he just hasn't been the same player. Not to say that he was, Michael Huff back there before this year.
No, but that guy was a starter, had played well back there before.
Yeah, and it's kind of felt like a regression this season from number 28. But yeah, massive play at a massive point in the game. That was a turning point for Texas. So yeah, for the secondary, that's what they need to be at this point. They're not elite. They're not going to be elite this season. They're going to give up yards. They're going to make you mad. They're going to want to make you rip your hair out at some times. But if they can just have a couple of those plays, I mean, Michael Taft has had a few picks. Jaron Thompson has had a few picks. If they can just have a couple of splash plays, those takeaways, that's going to be enough because this D-line is obviously really, really good. And, the offense is doing just enough right now to make sure this team is winning some football games.
Well, and I'm hopefully CJ Baxter is okay because he looks like he's going to get better with every game. He just will, and the way they blocked for those guys on Saturday was one of the better running games performed by that offensive line. I thought they did a good job getting after some double teams, and that 3-man front wasn't holding up. It wasn't holding up. They were in the laps of the linebackers. They had a lot of safeties having to make plays in the run game. And CJ Baxter was just an inch away from making some really big runs once he got outside too.
Yeah. I think CJ Baxter's longest run was 21 yards. And man, he if he made one more guy miss, that could have been a big run.
He was close on others too.
Yep, he left a little meat on the bone. Yeah, he averaged 6 yards a carry, over 100 yards. He played great, and that's all any of us I think could have ever asked for.
And I'll tell you this: he's a one-cut kind of guy. He's not going to fake out 3 guys in the open field. He's not going to start again because once he gets that big body, that 225 going, 6'2", 225.
Yep.
or close to it, or after this Thanksgiving he'll be there?
Not that big. No, he's like 218, 219, not 225.
Okay, but after this weekend, after Thanksgiving, he's not.
He's giving him the Gundy treatment.
No. If he can get those combo misses, he'll be really, really special. Right now, he's a one cut guy, and that's fine for a young guy. Just take care of the ball, make that one cut, because he's going to fall forward and he's going to now hit you, and you're going to feel how big he is now too. I like that. Plus, the offensive line, they understand what they have to do. They have to continue to run, and they're going to have to make some plays themselves.
I thought the O-line was great. And
I did too.
Cole Hudson, give him some credit coming in for the injured DJ Campbell. I thought he was really, really good. Yeah, once again, 4 sacks, but 3 of those, I would argue, were on Quinn Ewers.
Yeah, did he seem slow? Was he trying to go through progressions there, holding on just too long?
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I think, though, Saturday is another game that shows you the maturation of Quinn Ewers because, last year when he got off the bad starts, he couldn't figure it out. Right?
True.
He couldn't turn things around, and a bad start would just avalanche into a bad game. But quarters 2 through 4, especially in the second half, but I'll even give him credit for the way he played in the second quarter. He was a different guy. So to do that on the road against the number 1 total defense in the conference, big time from Quinn Ewers, and thank God that guy is healthy enough to play. Clearly not 100%, but thank God he's healthy enough to play because he gives this team the best chance to win.
For sure.
All right. It is 10 o'clock, which means we are done for the day. Of course, we'll be talking plenty more Texas football and college football and NFL football and basketball and so much throughout the course of these next few days. Once again, we've got shows through Wednesday here on Texas Sports Unfiltered and a pre- and post-game show on Friday as well. But it's not just us. Of course, we've got our guys coming on right now, Double R and Wags, with a little Chaos Theory from 10 to noon, a 2-hour edition of Chaos Theory today. What's up, gentlemen?
Can you guys hear me?
A deuce.
So I have lost all my permissions somehow. Like I can't see any.
Same thing happened to me. I got it, Wags. Don't worry. I got it. Same thing happened to me. We got that figured out. That figured out. Yep. Hey, Bucky.
Everything's going great then. I mean, I was getting ready to come in here and I have all kinds of chaos for the theory, but I mean, fuck, everything looks like it's good.
No, it's so Bucky, you were talking about your Johnny U helmet back in the day.
The old plastic one.
Staubach.
Come on, look at that. 2 bars.
Had to go get it off the wall, my man. Look at that.
2 bars.
So
how is that plastic? Is that plastic? Can that plastic take a hit? Not really. Could it?
Yeah, right. You need brain vault times 100.
Is that the Rydell?
They don't make it like that anymore.
Yeah, this is large Rawlings, manufactured in 10 of 1979. And
I don't think mine was Rawlings. I think mine was Woolworths.
Who?
Woolworth. I mean, you don't even know what a Woolworth store is.
Yeah.
That's not a real thing.
It is.
No way, dude.
Woolworths had the best store for pets. You could go in there and buy snapping turtles, the whole works. I used to get turtles and then let them loose in my bathtub when I was a kid. Yeah. Woolworths had everything. They had iguanas.
You could buy a iguana and a Johnny Unitas football helmet in the same place.
Guys, there was a store. And I don't know, some of the Houston people may remember this, but there was one in San Marcos. You got to remember, I grew up in Lockhart. We didn't have anything. We had a Gibson's. We finally got a Walmart, but we would drive to San Marcos, and there was a department store, kind of one of those things called Whackers. Can you imagine having that name these days? Whackers.
Really? Yeah. You could get anything at Woolworths. The only thing I couldn't do is I couldn't go and have an ice cream soda at the counter in the back. It was no coloreds allowed. You couldn't. This was in North Carolina. It's now a civil rights museum. I could not go back there and sit in the 60s when I was a kid. I couldn't go sit back there. I'd go to Woolworths and people would be having grilled cheese sandwiches with chips and stuff. I couldn't go back there and sit with other people back there. That's where I grew up in Greensboro, North Carolina at that time. I was in the 60s, brother. That was crazy.
My heart, man.
You know how hard I wanted. You know how bad I wanted to have my ice cream soda. I'm watching everybody. Can I go sit there? No, dude, you can't even sit there. I grew up in the times where you couldn't go. I had to go at the movie theaters. I had to go upstairs. I couldn't be at the lower level. I sat up in the balcony.
Well, I'm glad we've grown as a country and as a nation to where
In a way we have.
Have we?
Yeah, in a way, you're right. You're right.
We've got a lot of growing we still need to do.
Yeah, yes, we still need to do. And what a great week to grow, guys, for Thanksgiving. I'm glad you guys gonna be around family, and BK's down there with his family, and I've got my daughters that'll be going out to their families, and my wife will be going out and serving some of the folks that need it. We'll be headed to the Bridges on Thursday, and if you can be with your kids and be with your family, there is nothing better on Thanksgiving. Christmas is different. It's about people just don't have the kind of money they used to have. So Christmas but Thanksgiving, everybody should be able to find a meal. Mm-hmm. Everybody should. There shouldn't be no one without a meal, and there should nobody in our area that should be hungry. And I know the Austin area food bank, Central Texas, does a great job, and I support them with everything I can. But man, just to go out in the streets and throw some turkey sandwiches with some cookies from Costco this week and a tangerine and some chips. Man, that makes my day. Right. That my day will be made. Then get my ass back and sit on the couch and watch football. That's a good day for me.
That's right.
Amen,
I'm glad you guys are with your families.
Amen.
Right. Same here, Buck.
I love it.
All right, guys.
All right, smash.
Keep slamming. Hey, you in Galveston?
Yeah. Bucky doesn't even say bye anymore. He just says smash or slam.
I might be seeing you down there in Galveston. So we have plans for Galveston and we have plans for South Padre. We just got to decide which one to cancel.
For this week?
Yeah, for this week. She's made.
Damn.
Well, hey, come on.
Can I have whichever one you don't take? I'm going to Lockhart, dude.
I mean, Michigan and Ohio State looked like it was going to be fantastic right here from the Tom McKay audiovisual consultation studio. So,
dude, if y'all make it down here, hit me up. If y'all need a place to eat on Thursday, seriously.
No, we won't. I wouldn't do that to your family, but I appreciate that. I
would need you. There's 35 people. I wouldn't do it to you. I feel like an a-hole inviting you, but also I need people.
You're in trouble. Okay.
I need people I like. Just kidding. I love all of them because some of them might be watching right now. I love them all. And I love you guys too. And
I love you too, Rodney.
I'll be listening. See you in a couple hours.
Later, man. Be good. All right. So you got the helm, huh? So what happened with the permissions?
Well, here's what I did. So yesterday I came in to my studio here, and my wife said, "Can you clean the floor in that nasty room?" And I said, "Okay." So I'm cleaning stuff, and check this out. I officially spend too much time in here because now I got candles in here, my friend. So I'm doing all that.
It smells funny in there. Did you have to put candles in there because it smells funny in there? It smells like dude then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It's all men in here, men and dogs.
That's what it's all about. That's the kind of fragrance that you're supposed to have.
Is there any more that you need right there?
You don't need any more than that. So how'd you fix this thing going? I would love to see the sound that we have.
Well, so what it was for me was I'm cleaning my broadcast computer out. Because I've got different machines in here that I run different shows on, and I cleaned this one out. I subscribed to a whatever that cleans the thing out. And when I logged in this morning, everything was gone, and I had to reach out to our boss, and he got me all hooked back up again. So
well, that's what I'm gonna need. I'm gonna need to hook back up with our boss then and have him show me what the hell's going on because I can't see anything. I have privileges like a guest. So that's the way I was. You have full reins of the show. You are you are driving this sucker like the Las Vegas Grand Prix, my guy. So
did you watch that?
Yeah, I did. As a matter of fact, Team Red Bull. I mean, and how about I didn't think that Leclerc was going to make the push that he did. I thought it was going to be Red Bull 1 and 2, and then all of a sudden Perez gets passed up there, and Leclerc looks fantastic in the Ferrari. I don't watch too many Indy races, Rodney, so I don't really know how often the caution flag comes out or how often wrecks actually happen on there. But within the eighth or ninth lap, we already had a caution on the track, man. We had I forget the driver's name that actually crashed, but there was one crash already within the first 10 laps of the Vegas Grand Prix. Track conditions were scarce to say, to be optimal about it. Hopefully they learned from their inaugural race there in Vegas, and they'll be able to clean it up because it was star-studded, my guy. And like you said, man, I didn't understand why they rolled it out at midnight there, but now, I mean, nothing starts popping until midnight at Vegas anyways.
Yeah, it was one of those things to where I talked about it. I did a little pre-race here, and ideally for me, it would have been, start at dusk. Run this thing into the night. NASCAR does a really good job with that, like with the Coke 600, different races to where, and to me, what that does is it affects tire strategy, all the different things there that you are or not able to do, and I think that would have been really beneficial. But I get the whole starting late thing, although that really was a little bit too late. And I got to tell you, dude, it actually worked out great for me because my wife and I went to a great friend's birthday party. We got home at 11:30. Boom, I turn it on, and there it is. But as you're watching this, I mean, that really was the question. All the prep, and here's where I knew they were in trouble. Wags, on Thursday, I guess it was Thursday, when you had the sewer cover that came off.
Practice when the practice was going out.
Yeah. When they had to cut down the practice, I knew they were going to be in trouble because they had everything. I mean, the streets were open, everything was going on, and they closed it down like 2.5 hours before practice was going to start. And they just, again, learning experience. You got to learn. NASCAR did a really good job in Chicago. They went over there, they analyzed that street. They went over there and got on the streets of Chicago when nobody was on them, at 5 a.m. and all these different times. But hey, man,
my thing is, it's you got a crew. If you run it like Monaco, right? You know that you're running on the same streets that are provided by all the citizens in Monaco. Anyways, you're doing the same type of race that you're doing in Monaco that you're doing in Vegas. Why not bring the track setters or the track designers from Monaco over to Vegas and help out that way?
I wondered about that. But a lot of it is, I mean, and this is going to sound extremely nerdy, but one thing that you have to like when you're working, because I've been a part of racetracks when they actually go in there and they start repaving stuff, and a lot of it is depending on the area that you're in. I mean, it depends on the asphalt, it depends on the concrete, it depends on the cement, it depends on the base soil. I mean, there's a lot to it, but I mean this. Man, I was really concerned what was going to happen on Sunday morning, Saturday night, whenever the hell it was. But, Wags, it's same result. Max Verstappen wins, and that's great. I got to tell you, I'm going to get it in here. I was going to do it earlier. I just couldn't do it because we were all confused here on trying to log into everything. I've got this incredible video that one of my buddies sent me. He was standing right over the bridge when Lando Norris had that massive crash going into the corner. Dude,
that's who it was. Lando Norris is the guy
Lando Norris. Dude, it is unbelievable, the video of that. So again, good for them. The North American feel is definitely here for Formula One, and a little oversaturated at this point. I mean, plenty of races now around here.
Do you think it picks up? Do you think it actually keeps traction to this and picks up and goes on for maybe 5-10 years? Do you think the Vegas Grand Prix is going to be in standing?
They're definitely doing it for the next 2 years because it's a 3-year deal that they have in place with Vegas. So we'll have to take a look and see if they're able to. They're going to go back and improve this. But here's I mean, they need to work on obviously infrastructure. They need to work on that a little bit better. It was ridiculous, dude. I was talking to friends in the industry that were down there. The price to do anything was out of control. Obviously, Wi-Fi was going to be an issue.
What was just the price of admissions just to get in to see the race?
Dude, it was like a $2K general admission.
Just for standing room admission?
To find a fucking place to stand and hopefully see part of it.
Get the hell out of here, Rodney. I'm never going to one of those things. I'll sit here on my couch and watch it.
You can go to the Coda. I mean, and it's like, I don't know, $159, $199, and you're moving all around there. And,
$2,000 to walk around. Are you serious?
Yeah.
I ain't got that kind. No.
Yeah.
Well, all right. What's besides Vegas? What are some of the cities that you would like to see? An American F1 event go down at? The first thought that came to my mind when this was going down, it wasn't Vegas. It was Miami.
There is one there. Yeah, there is.
Oh,
one
all right.
there.
Well, see, there I am.
Yeah, so. Yeah. That's one of the newer ones. So that's the whole thing to me. Now you've got Miami, you've got Austin, and you've got Las Vegas. The one that's always kind of floated around there, and there was an attempt to do it way back when, was New York. And my thought with that is, are you kidding me? I mean, don't even attempt that there. I mean, I love this right here because I can tell you one of the most successful
Michigan, huh?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the old Detroit Grand Prix and everything that used to happen out there. I mean, those were some of the best races. You have access?
I don't have access.
Oh, okay. That's me doing that. Okay.
Yeah,
Those are some of the best places. I mean, in the United States, but think of the places where they've done it. I was talking about this on Saturday. They actually tried this in Dallas. They tried this around Six Flags way back in the 80s. They failed miserably in Las Vegas back in the 80s. They tried it in Phoenix. Obviously, now, Wags, I would like Phoenix now. I think Phoenix would be really good right now. I think that would be a really good spot.
What makes you have such an appeal or high appeal for Phoenix? And that's maybe it's just because I'm ignorant to what is in Phoenix, but is there something in Phoenix that is just more appealing and more attractive than say one, I think New York would be absolutely, and you couldn't do anything in New York. Just the confines of it and the restrictions of it. Chicago would be pretty damn cool. It was
great in NASCAR. It was great in NASCAR. I got to tell you.
Yeah, excuse me. How NASCAR did. What's it? I would love to see. I'm trying to think of some really cool. New Orleans. I would love to see New Orleans in it as well.
Let me tell you a spot. So IndyCar races along the streets of Nashville, and they go up over the bridge and they go around what's it called where the Titans play. They drive around there. Now that is beautiful. That is absolutely beautiful. I love the course.
What about the Pacific Northwest? I was thinking like Northern California, like Santa Cruz and Carmel or whatever, as you're going up Big Sur and stuff like that. To me, that sounds amazing, man. The Pacific Coast Highway gives you kind of that Monaco vibe, that Monaco feel.
Yeah. What I like about Phoenix is, so I went there for a business convention a few years back and actually got to drive around there. I had an Uber driver that just took me on a tour. He's like, dude, I'm going to take you around. We went by the stadium. It's weird, the course that I could envision for Phoenix, as flat as everything is out there in Arizona. There's some good elevation. There's some good stuff that buildings and all. The Nashville one, honestly, to me, I like better than Phoenix. But Formula One and Nashville, Tennessee, they just don't correlate, in my opinion. I just don't. But maybe it would. People love coming to Austin, so maybe it would work.
But for how long, though? How long are they staying in Austin, man? Maybe I look at Austin as like I'm looking at Vegas now. Maybe 3 days, 4 days. That's all you need. Get the hell out of here.
Well, and I think that's where NASCAR's done a really good job, and it kind of sucks from the COVID, and we can get to football here in just a minute. But I think that's where NASCAR's done a really good job, because like this whole event strung out, and it was, traffic problems, infrastructure problems. There were so many different things that folks were dealing with. NASCAR, when COVID came in, they eliminated a lot of practice. Qualifying is nice and compact. They don't sit there and dick around all, with a 3-hour practice session and doing qualifying and all that. It's pretty crisp. But I think the Formula One audience is different in the sense, from Drive to Survive and just everything that happens right there. They don't want crisp. And that's the thing that I keep going back to, Wags. It's like Max Verstappen winning every damn race. But man, they jammed 315,000 people in there through a 3-day event.
Well, I mean, at one point, like, how much is people, it's just the who's who of all the star-studded crowd just coming in to show up and just make an appearance, right? Like, if you know that Verstappen's going to win at every match or every race that's going down, I mean, there's kind of really no suspense in it, right? If Team Red Bull is the best damn crew or the best damn team right now, especially if you got the 1 and 2 drivers, the top 1 and 2 drivers. I mean, if you look at the field, if you look at the points right now, I mean, it's Verstappen and then the rest.
It's done.
It's by 200. What? Maybe it's 150. I think the margin's 150, but Verstappen's crushing the entire field, man. No one's near him.
Yeah, championship is won. I mean, it seriously is that Formula One is the one, international or national sport that you can go into and you really sit here and watch it. You can just watch one guy throttle everybody and people keep showing up. There's just, and that's where you go back to NASCAR. And it's like NASCAR, any given weekend, you're going to have 10 or 12, maybe 15 guys that could win a race, depending on the race course. Hell, it may be 20 guys. But People just love this, and I got to tell you right here, this is a great comment right here from Michael C. NASCAR at Watkins Glen, that right there is a must-see venue. But I got to tell you, where NASCAR really screwed the pooch is when they moved away from Road America, because Road America is like racing through a national park. And I think if you wanted to find Formula One racing in a purpose-built race course, you take them to Road America, and man, that is the best setting for what they're attempting to do with the pageantry and all the cool stuff that's going on with Formula One.
Well, it was definitely a star-studded event in Vegas, man. I'm glad nobody got.
Glad they got the race in.
Yeah, they got the race in, and nobody got too injured, right? I mean, there was a little bit of a mishap, and that was in the first 10 laps or whatnot. But still, man, everybody came out alive, and everybody's ready to race again. So it was fun for me. I mean, I kind of knew who the hell was going to win. I think if you look at the standings, you know who's going to win. I just didn't think that it would be that dominant from one team. I thought maybe we'd get Ferrari, Mercedes, and then Red Bull, but no, it was Red Bull, Ferrari, and Red Bull, man. So
it was, when Charles Leclerc won the pole on, I guess that was Friday. He wins that pole. I had a lot of people reaching out, and it's like, oh man, Ferrari, they got their shit together. Dude, they are really good on qualifying day. I mean, you go back and look, and Charles Leclerc has won several pole positions, but they just can't seal the deal. I mean, and there was a lot of pomp going in about, the American qualified 7th, I think it was Sargent, there with Williams, but it was the same thing. But it looked really nice. I'll be curious to see. Like I said, I mean, a lot of people were there for that, and that was the other
San Diego too. Rodney Darrell brings up a good point. San Diego would be fantastic. That'd be
San Diego is one that I thought about as well. I was actually going to mention
Hawaii,
that.
Honolulu, Waikiki. Oh, that might be a little bit too condensed though. In Waikiki, Honolulu you could do. Waikiki probably be a little bit too crazy. It's a little bit further south on the tip on Oahu there, but
yeah. I don't know, man. Here's the bottom line. And we can kind of table it after this when it comes to Formula One. Watching everything that happened in Vegas, just with the problems with the course for Carlos Sainz. I mean, that when he hits the drain hole cover, and they penalized the dude 10 grid spots after he qualifies second in the Ferrari because he had to go fix his shit for something that was totally out of his control.
Right, it was track condition. Yeah, that's cool.
You got to do better than that. It made me appreciate Circuit of the Americas and what we have in Austin that much better, because it's very streamlined. Of course, we're all these years in. We started in 2012, but damn it, running on a purpose-built course like that, I mean, it's just better. Honestly, for me, Indy cars are better on street courses. You know why? Indy cars can take a hell of a lot better pounding than what a Formula One car can do.
I didn't see stats or anything on the TV during Saturday night. How fast do those cars actually get up to? What's max that thing get?
Man, I don't exactly know, because a lot of that shit's in kilometers, dude.
It don't look like they're going that fast, though. I mean,
well,
if it's a street course, maybe on the straightaways you're getting busy of it. But when you got to do your S turns and everything, you're looking for max agility, not max speed.
There's one sector, as they call it. We call it sections. They call it sector. There's one sector there where they are running straight down. I don't know what street that is, but man, they are hauling ass. And hearing those dudes hit the gears, man, it's like I had a bunch of video that I wanted to run on Saturday, but it was like, how much of this shit is copyrighted? Because that will give you the true feel for it. But look, they got it in, they got it done. Now they know what to do when they go back. We're going to do this at least for 2 more years. So we'll take a look and see what happens. And you know what, Wags? People showed up. People went ape shit over it. And I guess if you're Formula
Shaq
One,
was the biggest star out there, right? Like Shaq's pretty much the biggest personality wherever the hell he goes, right? He's more than just an NBA analyst and
dude. Did you see
an NBA Hall of Famer, man? He's a DJ. I mean, he is a walking money-making machine, dude. Shaq is amazing.
Did you see those photos of him where he's like walking down the grid up to the drivers, and he's this big old monster, and you got these little video guys. Looks like Kyler Murray, sitting there trying to stand next to these guys. It's like, oh my goodness. But hey, man, the stars were out, and I mean that's really what it's all about. I mean, Formula One. This is what it looked like as Shaq was walking by the Formula One drivers.
Oh, get out of here, Kyler Murray. Come on, man. Yeah, I thought it was a success for F1. I mean, everybody knows that, we talked about it, that the championship's already locked up. It's Verstappen's league, so to speak. But yeah, man, if you haven't watched any of F1 or don't know anything about F1, all you need to know is that it's Team Red Bull show with Max Verstappen. That's about it. Ferrari got close on Saturday night, but to no avail. All right, what happened on Saturday, though? Longhorns went up to Ames. It got a little dark, but we prevailed with the light. 26-16, victory went down. Oh, and by the way, it is Chaos Theory. We haven't introduced ourselves. I am Adam Wagner.
Oh, sorry about that, Wagner.
Rodney Rodriguez, double R. You can find him on Twitter at the Rodney R. You can find me on Twitter at Not the Fake Wags. Rodney's on the gram at the _Rodney R, and I am on the gram at the Wagner Wire. Texas went up into Ames. Came out victorious 26-16. What are some of the things, first off, that you took from that game, Rodney?
What I really liked about this game, Wags, was, I love that fourth quarter, just dominance right there. I mean, you look at time of possession right there, and that's, the one thing that you can kind of go back to, especially since Texas has been in so many of these games to where it gets so, the nail biting and everything that happens at the end of this. I really like, it wasn't 48-0 or anything like that, but man, I just really thought that it was a very assertive effort by Texas to just go out and put your foot in the throat at the end of it. I mean, it was like, I think time of possession in the fourth quarter was like 9 minutes plus that Texas had over Iowa State in that. And that tells you right there, that's what we've been looking for, to where what I was liking, because I kept looking back and forth because I was in and out of stuff as the game was going on, and I saw how close things were. But you know what? I was actually a lot more comfortable. I felt better with a tighter game going into the half than being ahead by a little 27 or whatever the case has been. I just felt, okay, I like this a little bit better because this is where you can go in, assert your game plan, lean on that defense. CJ Baxter, dude, why was anybody even questioning what was going on or what that dude was going to bring?
Look, he goes over the century mark against one of the top defenses in the nation. And not just to mention that, we talked about it in the beginning of the week last week, or in the middle of the week last week, what we kind of wanted to see Quinn Ewers do and implement these running backs coming out of the backfield. 4 receptions for CJ Baxter, 3 receptions for Jaden Blue. They did everything that I asked, 5 receptions for CJ Baxter and 4 for Blue. So they did everything that I asked to do as far as spreading the ball around and being more efficient that way. I thought it opened up a lot more possibilities down the middle as well. And oh, by the way, we got to see almost like a skinny post almost with Jordan Whittington. Jordan Whittington able to find pay dirt for the first time during the season. Fantastic. Reward that man because he does all the little things right, and he does the stats that he does the stats that don't get on the stat sheet or that don't show up on the stat sheet. Makes all types of blocks. Comes from behind and tackles a guy that's intercepted Quinn Ewers. That was last week. I mean, he just doesn't give up on plays. He's one of my favorite players on the team, and there's a reason why for it. He shows up week in and week out on tape every Saturday, man. So he is the epitome of Texas football for me.
He really is, man. He really is. I mean, that is the mindset and what this team really is. I mean, this is a character team, and they're finding ways to win. Talking about that second half offense, let's take a listen to Steve Sarkeesian talking about the second half offense from his club.
Well, we just wanted to remain aggressive, and we felt like we were starting to run the ball enough there to where we felt like the play pass could come to life a little bit. And then getting Gunnar Helm out the back door for the touchdown pass. The guys just executed it beautifully. Protection was awesome. The 2 receivers in the boundary did a nice job of clearing that out. And then Gunnar was able to come out the back door right there. But I thought probably even bigger than that drive was after they hit the long touchdown on 4th down, to get the ball and then to possess the ball and to drive it down the field and to get that field goal. I thought was a really big drive in the game, and Bert Auburn, does it again, 3 for 3, with field goals and some big kicks. That kick at the end of the first half was a heck of a kick to just give us a little bit of life coming into the locker room to have the lead 6-3. So, like I said, all phases, in my opinion, today showed up. Your kicker goes 3 for 3, you block an extra point, get 2 points there. And then even when we got pinned back, I thought every time we got pinned back, we found our way out of our own end and weren't giving them just really good field position when we were getting pinned inside the 10.
Yeah, I thought. Go ahead. You go first, Rodney.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Sorry.
So what I thought, Sarkeesian hit it right on the head there, man. Look, coming out there and firing on all cylinders in the second half, and then being able to take opportunities and finishing them right. And when you couldn't finish, Auburn does it again, man. 3 for 3, like he talked about, dude. It's especially, you saw a lot of the special teams yesterday. You saw the defense, as a matter of fact, come alive. And Rodney, here's the thing too, right? We had another special teams touchdown that got called back, and I went back again to look at this, and I still don't see any holding on the play. Or excuse me, a block and a black. They said it was a block and a back, so I didn't see any block in the back. And hell, if the opposition wants to do that, you can go up to somebody that you're blocking and then have him just turn around and then, oh my God, somebody got me in the back. That's not how the rule states. If you establish contact if you establish legal contact with the dude, the defender can't turn around and be submissive or just throw his hands up and then surrender to it. That doesn't count for a block in the black or a block in the back. You have to establish contact, maintain that contact, or hit him crisp in the back, solid in the back without even established contact to the front. That was not the case that I saw on the film, Rodney. So whatever. I also saw Murphy make one hell of a play on defense, right? To force a fourth down punt, getting a nice little sack there on third down. But before he actually got sacked, he was tackled. He was tackled by 2 guys at the line of scrimmage, but was able to get up and still make the make the sack. Rodney, I don't want to be this guy, and especially someone as a Longhorn pundit, right? But man, like we know what we see week in and week out. I don't want to be the one that's sitting here crying and saying that the Big 12 refs just seem like they have it in for the Texas Longhorns. But my God, it's so unbiased, or it's so biased at this point to where I wanted to send game film to the Big 12 conference because there's holding right in front of them and they're not even calling it, and it's clearly one-sided rather, because I saw Iowa State getting away with tons more holds than Texas did. I mean, they kind of let the guys play just a little bit, but still, I mean, my God, Rodney, you could see that the clear advantage was going on with Iowa State rather, and the Big 12 officials.
It really does get to the point. I mean, because
I hate because I do sound like a crybaby, man. We won the game. We won it 26-16, but it should not have been that close. Like, I thought the dominant factor was that the Longhorns were just beating the shit out of the Iowa State Cyclones all up and down the field. And sure, Beck was able to have a decent game, but my God, Rodney, the zebras on the field are making it easier for the opposition.
Man, that's a whole thing. And I see a lot of folks around the country, and I talk to friends around the country that they go back to, they're like, oh, you people are just leaning on this whole thing about the referees. And I will be very transparent right here. You can watch a lot of football games, whether it's college, even in the NFL. You can sit there, and we talked about this last week, where you can watch, things are going to get missed. But my God, man, some of this stuff is painfully obvious.
How is Sweat not? And to Longhorn Bear's point, it's pretty obvious that Sweat and Bear are being held, or Sweat and Murphy are being held. But hey, how in the hell are they not getting these calls? These are the biggest dudes and I get it. They're on the interior, so it's probably hard for them to be seen. Bullshit. Are you serious? Come on, man. How in the hell do you not expect me to sit there and think that Sweat and Murphy haven't been held all season long? Are you serious?
Yeah.
They're two dominant factors. They're two dominant players that require double teams. How in the hell are you telling me that they're not being held? They get the double team every time at the point of attack, and they beat it. And when they don't beat it, they're being dragged to the ground. But you're telling me they're not being held? Sure.
And the other part of it is, I mean, and you guys feel free to correct me, because I've kind of gone back and watched this a few different times trying to count shit. But I think at the end of the first half, I don't think Iowa State had a penalty called against them. And this is very much a repetitive thing. And I mean, I get it. But come on, man. When it comes down to the stuff that is so obvious, but then it's one thing, like when you talk about, in a playoff game,
7 for 54 and then 4 for 35. So it did. it felt like somewhat of a clean game because you're not seeing, over 10 calls for the Longhorns there. But I mean, damn, 4-3, but the tail of the tape is 35 is the yardage, 54-35 right there. 7-4 with a differential of 3. But the main thing that I see is yardage right here. Not too bad, but still in key moments there, we got God, man.
Yeah. Well, and here's the other part of it. It's, and I totally get it when you talk about a big game, when you talk about a very a game with a lot of means, let them play. Gonna let them play like in basketball. Okay, the referees are gonna play. They're gonna officiate this thing loose. They're gonna do whatever. But God, man, come on, dude. Some of this stuff and the ticky-tack stuff on the other side is the one thing. If you didn't have holding calls, if none of that was going to happen, I would totally be like, okay, they're letting them play. But geez Louise, man, some of the other stuff, like, yeah, come on.
Yeah, we talked about what the Cyclones were going to have to try and do to come out here and get a victory in Ames here. That I thought for sure they'd have success through the air, but they would want to try and establish a run. They wasn't able to get anything going. Sama couldn't get anything going. Sanders couldn't get anything going as well. Beck did have some success going through the air there, Rodney. He looked like he was able to spin it. Connecting with Jaden Higgins 7 times for 104 yards there. No touchdowns, kept him out of the end zone, though. Longhorns, I felt, played a good game on not a great game defensively, but played a good game defensively, considering, what was going down. We just talked about, all the inefficiencies.
The outside factors,
officials. But, I mean, considering, they went up there in Ames and came out with a good victory, I'm all right going in the next week against Texas Tech. I feel pretty confident about Friday, man.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. I mean, you just got to go in and you take care of business. You just go in. I know that there's going to be a lot of talk with just everything that's gone on and so forth. But I mean, just go in, take care of business. I mean, you control your own destiny, which a lot of times that's a good thing. Other times that's kind of a scary thing. But I mean, we can go over these Big 12 scenarios coming up here.
We'll hit that. We got plenty of time to do that. Yeah, I'm interested in hearing what you thought the Longhorns did so well on Saturday and why they, emerged victorious 26-16.
I mean, it just really seemed that they controlled the football game, and that's where it's been in the past. Not in the past, in the games that have gotten a hell of a lot tighter than they should be, Wags, to where it's like Texas dictates the first part of the ball game, and then they kind of start stepping back a little bit. And I seriously was so impressed, like we heard Coach Sark talking about right there about that second half offense. They just went out and they went old school, dude. It was like just go. Control defense. Speaking of defense, so we were talking about a defensive line play, and we're talking about holding calls and all that. Let's listen to Sark talking about that defensive line play.
First of all, I don't know why you'd ever call them out. That'd be the last thing I would do if I was getting ready to play us. But that was their choice to call them out and to call out our culture. Quite frankly, that's how we took it. And so I thought our players did a nice job of staying focused on what we needed to do, and particularly those two guys. They went into the game and focused on what they needed to do, and that was dominate the line of scrimmage, the interior of the line of scrimmage, and that allowed everybody else to play. And it allowed our backers to play over the top of things. Again, when you look at our 3 leading tacklers in the game, Anthony Hill, David Benda, Jalen Ford, 18 tackles with those 3 guys means they're not getting blocked, and they're able to go make plays. So as much as they impacted the D-line at the line of scrimmage to make plays, they also freed up guys to make plays. And so those guys continue to show up. They just are – and then not only great players, they're great leaders. These guys are, Tamondre Sweat, Byron Murphy. You go in that locker room, that's their locker room, and they follow – the messaging that we try to provide. And so as much as they are the players, who they are as leaders.
Mm-hmm. He made some really good points there, especially about Murphy and Sweat being able to just absorb blocks and allow, Hill and Benda and the rest of that linebacking core forward to scrape and move tackle to tackle without any impediment, right? Or without being without any offensive lineman holding them up or whatever. I mean, that's the key to success. If you're one hell of a linebacker, man, is you got your studs up front, basically blocking for you to allow you to be out there and scrape on every play to make a clean tackle, man. I think to what Sarkeesian said, it looked fantastic. It was great. Murphy, as a matter of fact, also with 1.5 sacks there. Burt getting the other half of the sack as well. And this is like we were talking about with them, going up, having being tackled at the point of impact and still being able to get up and make the damn play. So I think the defensive front that we had, that was what I wanted to go into. That is what I wanted to see on Saturday. I wanted to see a dominant game from just our defensive front four. And hell, man, establish the trenches, win the battle inside the trenches, like we talk about it all the times. But also, Rodney, you got to go out there, and we wanted to see a different type of ground attack with Baxter and Blue. We didn't know if we would get, the 1-2 punch, but Baxter comes out there, gets 20 totes for 100 yards. Yeah. I'd like to see him get a little bit more totes, or maybe even a little bit of the payload split up just a little bit, but it looks like Sarkeesian is going to Baxter, or looking at Baxter as the number one bell cow running back instead of just, a running back by committee, so to speak.
Yeah. I was like, okay, 25 would be good. I mean, I knew I was stretching, with that thought right there. But the other part of that is, here's what I really liked in the second half. So you and I were talking last week, and I know a lot of the other shows did too. The concern of the 3-3 and then 5 high on the defense that Iowa State was going to be generating right here. It really seemed like to me in the second half with running the football and just kind of taking it dirty, kind of going in and establishing the line of scrimmage and taking time of possession and trying to win that battle. It really seemed like the coaching staff really went in and took what Iowa State does well, the 3-3-5, and used it against them. It seems like they're like, okay, this is what you do well. Here we come. And that's really what they did. They went at the strength of that Iowa State defense. To me, that was pretty damn impressive right there. That was pretty ballsy, where you could have tried to skirt that and go a different direction, and you weren't doing all the razzle dazzle and all the fancy other happy horse shit that we talk about. I mean, it's like go strength for strength. Use that offensive line and just go at them at what they do best. And Texas won that battle. And the time of possession really is the biggest thing that I took out of this, to where it's like, man, if you win time of possession and are able to convert, because that's the other part, able to convert. And Burt Auburn, man, give that dude
9 rushing yards is what I take out of it. 9 rushing yards allowed is what I take out of it, Rodney. I mean, dominant factor on defense there. And I thought that Campbell and company would try and run the ball a little bit to keep our offense off the field, right, to kind of wear down that dominant defense that we have. But man, they just couldn't get any success going on through the ground and pound, man.
Yeah.
You knew that it's no surprise. Like, our secondary is I don't want to say the weakest link, because they're not weak. But it's the weaker link on the defense, right? And if all phases, right, if the secondary, if the linebacking core and the defensive line can just put it all together for one damn game, Rodney, oh my God, this is going to be an explosion. Because that's what the other 3 top teams are doing, man. And that's what Oregon's doing too. And if you look at it, man, all 3 levels of their defense are firing on all cylinders to shut down opponents, man. If you don't get that type of game from your team, from your defense, man, it's going to be hard to go up against these star studs like a Michigan, Ohio State, and Georgia. And by the way, Georgia's firing on all cylinders right now, man. It's scary. It's scary when Georgia's offense looks better than their defense.
Oh, man. That sitting there watching.
I'm still big on Michigan. I still think Michigan's the best team in the league, but it's scary when Georgia's offense is starting to fire on all cylinders.
It really is. I mean, watching them, you talk about peaking at the right time, man. It really seems like, and we discussed that last week as well. Too, it really does seem like they have gone. They turned it on, and I mean, here they come at the time that's most important. But I think that one of the things I took out of this game, Wags, was I think since the Alabama game, obviously the Alabama game was just a huge everything on the national front and just everything that meant. To me, that's still the biggest win in college football. and I'm taking the Texas part out of it. That's the biggest win in college football, especially with the way that Alabama's playing right now. But we've been waiting for a game for Texas to look more like they did in the sense of controlling the football game and really being in control the whole time. I know we had a field goal fest at the beginning of the game, but your defense is locking Iowa State down and not allowing them to do anything. We've been waiting for something that felt like the Alabama game again. And this is where I'm going back to the fourth quarter because, man, you go to the fourth quarter and you just, it's like, okay, it's over. Fourth quarter starts and Texas is like, it's over. We are taking control of this game. Your ass is getting beat. And it showed. Kind of felt a little bit more like that Alabama game in that sense to me.
A little bit there. How much stock do you put into the Longhorns being able to win ugly in multiple ways?
Dude, I think that's massive. I think that's massive because like we've talked about so many different times, that didn't happen very often anymore. Sark talked about, here's a great cut right here. He talked about the difference now back to 2021.
I love it for these guys. You know, when you go through what we went through in year one, and some somber locker rooms, and some tough moments, and some hard coaching, and for those 3-year guys to continue to buy into what we were talking about, but then like I talked about even before the season, we were trying to build a culture that we thought could be part of the winning formula here, and when I got here, you don't know why you get hired. Everybody gets hired for a reason, but then you got to try to figure out how can you take it somewhere else. And we just felt like the culture piece was going to be so critical as we were going through year one, that going into year two, we invested in the culture. Going into this year, we continue to invest in the culture. But to the credit to those guys in the locker room, they took all of that and then they took it to another level. Where I thought, man, if we could just get this thing right, the talent that we have, we're going to be pretty tough. But now they've gone to a whole nother space. They're so close. They're so tight that I really, you say this, I think a lot of people say it, but our guys play with love for one another. They're not just, competing together. Like, they're brothers. And, I still save the quote, that 5-star culture versus 5-star players. Well, now we have both. Then that's a pretty cool thing to be able to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there, Coach. One thing that Daryl G says here on the text line, Texas should be happy that Matt Campbell is just as hard-headed as Sarkeesian. They had that slant hitting, but then went away. Can you pull it up, Rodney?
Yep.
All right, thank you. And when we highlight, we'll try and read your all's questions as to comments as well for you. They had the slant hitting, but they kept trying to run the damn ball. No, I get you. I think they were trying to establish balance there because we were starting to lock in a little bit on those slants. Now, look, I agree with you right there. I don't know why the hell they didn't go back to the damn slants. It was clear that we were struggling to cover in man. And by the way, if you're given a 5-yard to 7-yard cushion, that's an extension of your run, right? That's what Sarkeesian likes to do with Worthy out there with their swing passes and try and get in your one-on-ones. Hell, I don't know why we don't take advantage of the 7-yard slant or the 5 to 7-yard slant. It's an easy get up, man. And you also, by the way, did you see people attacking the middle of the field? Yeah, it's pretty easy to, that's your natural point of attack, right? It's just like in chess. Who here plays chess? Anybody? I'm not trying to sound like a nerd, but does anybody play chess? What are you trying to do in chess, right? What's your number one strategy right off the bit? It's to gather the middle of the board, right? If you can control the middle of the board, you have the most advantageous position for the board, right? The best place to attack the football field is the middle of the field, because as soon as that ball is snapped, the secondary goes backwards and the linebackers move forwards. So there's a natural opening in the middle of that field, Rodney. I don't know why you can't take a 3 to 5 step drop and hit a slant or hit an in, and then make sure you get some yak after that. My God, it seems like simple football logic. And I don't know why I'm sitting here repeating myself week in and week out. We just need to exploit it a little bit more. We saw a little bit of that with Jay Witt, and it looked like it happened. Happened, to the coach's benefit, right? Or to the Longhorns' benefit, right? They got into the end zone and got 6. I don't know why we can't do that week in and week out, man.
And that's a great point. That's a great point, Wags, talking about the Jay Witt touchdown, and Sark addressed that as well. I mean, let's get the comments on that.
Well, Jordan's been playing really good football for us, and he he's been open, but sometimes you're not the primary or the quarterback gets flushed, and he's been doing a great job of winning versus man coverage. He does so many little things for us. You can point to last week of him, causing that fumble and regaining control of the game the way that he did. Does so many things for us, and we just kind of felt like at some point his time's going to come. Naturally, that 3rd and short touchdown pass was really designed for him. He does so much blocking, did a nice job coming in like he was getting ready to block, and then took off, and Quinn with a nice ball there. And the 2-point conversion was obviously designed for him that way. So, again, we have a multitude of guys that can make plays for us at critical moments, and he's just one of those guys that I can count on him. And that's one thing about 13. You can count on him to do what we need to do. We're running the ball there at the end of the game, and he's at the point of attack, again, blocking and creating running lanes for our runners to get first downs.
Yeah, and that's a great point right there and that's kind of because a lot of folks have talked about, we hear it all the time where we're talking about, Jordan Whittington maybe not being, not getting enough balls. Whatever the case is, there are so many guys that are available right here for the ball to be spread around right here. And that's the beauty of kind of what Sark was talking about a little bit earlier there was where this team, they play together. There's so much love in this locker room to where it's like, if Jordan Whittington's not going to be getting balls, it is what it is right there. Jatavian Sanders, I am on and on about Jatavian Sanders. Give that dude more balls. He had 2 receptions on Saturday night. And it's that you have one football. You have one football, and you have to spread that thing around, and you use it at whatever's going to be the best in those cases. It was absolutely a beautiful. The 2-point conversion was great. The 2-point conversion was absolutely great. So that right there was really cool stuff. I do want to talk about one thing, kind of before we continue diving forward. I've seen a couple of folks checking in on the Coda text line 222-9328. That is the Coda text line. I see the update works great. So if you missed it earlier, it was talking about how Brad was talking about. We've got an upgrade on the iOS side, and it looks amazing. It looks really good. It looks really, really good, but still prototyping that to make sure that it sounds good. And I can kind of tell right here because I'm seeing that the upgrade works great. I see that there, and I see something else saying from a 512-917 number that it is not working great. If you are on an Android, that right there is the issue. Haven't quite gotten the update on the Android side yet. That is something that's going to be coming, hopefully moving forward, towards the end of the week. Towards the end of the week as we get all of that going. But you should be really good if you're on an iPhone. That is on the Coda text line 222-9328. Let's get the end of Sark's opening statement. Didn't play that part, but let's take a listen to what he talked about at the end of that opening statement after the game on Saturday.
You get 2 touchdowns called back, and you fumble on the 9-yard line going in, and you still win a football game by 10 points. And possessed it at the end, and we were able to run it when they knew we were going to run it. Really proud of our guys, and I'm proud of those same 3-year guys that I keep bringing up, that I keep talking about, because we were here, 3 years ago, and this was a tough scene. And I think that was a moment when the program started to change after that. But that was a long week for us that year, and that was a tough night to endure. So to come back kind of on our farewell tour and to get some redemption here is a big one. So I'm like I said, I'm happy for the guys. I'm happy for our coaches and everybody involved, but we're not done yet. We got another big game this Friday, and we need to get back, and we need to get as healthy as we can to put our best foot forward to try to secure our opportunity to play in the Big 12 championship.
Yeah, that's absolutely 100% right there. What he's talking about. And that really is a cool part. If you're a Texas football fan, as you were going out the door right here, as you're moving on, to the SEC, you really are I mean, just not like Sark was talking about right there. I think it's so great how the program has evolved, from 2021, but just in the sense right there that you were kind of going in and you're silencing some of the demons and you're squashing some of the shit that in the past, losing in Ames. I mean, losing to Iowa State, for crying out loud, it's something. I mean, the loss to Kansas. I mean, you've gone in and on your way out, you emphatically avenged that one. You still have the OU thing. That's why I totally want to play Oklahoma State on the way out of here, because that's going to be just another one right there where it's like, okay, you give them the finger too. But that's really, if you really want to talk about, and welcome back, Wags.
I think we're fixed now.
I think we're good. I
thought I killed the entire show. I thought I ended the entire. I felt really fucking bad for a minute. I thought I killed the stream.
No, it's still going. The good thing is Texas won. If Texas would have lost on Saturday, we'd be over here like, we have the shit turned off. But just kind of talking about that, Wags, with Texas on the way out, and that's what Wags. Why do I get you and Coach Sarkeesian confused? I think because
you're looking dudes.
Yeah. Oh man, you're already getting called out right here, dude. On the way out of here, out,
my dumps take like 30 minutes. Y'all know this, man. I got to do the pregame dump, then I got to do the postgame dump, and hell, I think that's kind of why my metabolism stays pretty damn high.
That's right.
High speed, man. My dumpage is up there, man. I'm pretty good.
You are a dump truck, my man, and so
boom, baby. Not only do I have a dump truck, I am a dump truck.
We do exceptionally well. But what Sark was talking about right there, just kind of talking about, with the. You go back and you kind of silence that whole thing. You win in Ames. And I was talking about, you go back and the win over Kansas. And if you're really, truly going to take yourself out of the Big 12 and go to the SEC, you really are silencing and squashing a lot of different things. And I think that here with the game on Friday against Texas Tech, especially with your Mark U, with everything that's been going on right here's the other chance. Here's just another chapter in here where it's like, okay, we're leaving the Big 12, and they're just checking shit off, right? I saw somebody posting something about.
You're still big on it. You're still big on this whole exit of the Big 12.
Shit drives me crazy.
We're going out. We're burning the house down. We're burning the entire conference down as we're going out, man. Two birds flipped up for you guys. F you, Big 12. I'm not to your extreme just yet, but the more and more I see the Big 12 officials just taking a dump on us.
That's what it is to me. I think it's like everything is stacked against you. I mean, when the
it feels like that, and I hate feeling like this. And Longhorn fans, I feel like all of us are like this, right? Like it feels like it's us versus the world because we're Texas fans. Is that? Dude, is that fair? And it's weird. It's weird to say that. We shouldn't say that, right? Because we're a $2.1 billion school that brings in that type of revenue, man. We shouldn't feel like it's us versus the world. But damn, Rodney, it's hard not to.
Wags, I am no way even close to being an Oklahoma Sooner fan. Dude, they're getting the shaft. And it's like, I mean, there have been some stuff in their games where I'm like, geez, come on.
I saw that a little bit too. I didn't want to give him any love, but I saw that a little bit too, man. I'm wondering if it's because we are exiting and they're just like, fuck you. That's petty, but I mean, hell, the world's petty, dude.
I know, and that's where you look at that. It's like you call it like it is, and like I said, I don't want to give any love to Oklahoma, but man, they are good. I mean, maybe not as bad. I mean, maybe, but it's like, dude, come on. This shit's way obvious, man. Ray Charles could see this shit happening. Stevie Wonder, Ronnie Millsap, you name the people.
It's pretty tough. I mean, I think
could see it in the dark the other night.
I think the obvious question is, or the obvious statement is, when you have two interior studs like Murphy and Sweat, and none of them are, neither of them get holding calls game in and game out. Like, are you even looking? Is my or are you just kind of turning your damn eye because you see it happening on every play? It makes me I don't know. It's to the point now where I don't even bother to say anything about it. But it was so obvious on Saturday, especially when Murphy was able to make that sack on Beck after being tackled. I was just like, yeah, whatever, dude. I know you see. I actually tweeted at the Big 12 conference because I knew they saw the damn thing. It's just atrocious football, man. It's hard to beat the opposition enough as it is. They don't need help from another team being the officials. That's just how
it's like you're beating two opponents, and that's what really makes it
bad
so
matchup.
hard.
That's a bad matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it really, 2-on-1 is never a good thing.
I mean, it is. 2-on-1 can be a good thing. I've had 2-on-1 before.
Yeah. Well, in that sense, it is never a bad thing, my friend. Never.
Not at all, man.
Well, I guess it depends who the other one is.
Well, I was the one.
No, I wasn't. That's what I'm talking,
man.
That's what I'm talking about.
Top
of the hour. Top of the hour. Gotta talk. And remember, we're going 2 hours today. We are going up till noon. We'll take you to the midday show. Only an hour with Jeff Howe. We'll be back tomorrow, I believe. And then we will have, I think he's going to have his full-time co-host. All of that will be in place, but we got to get through the holiday week.
Are we allowed to talk about who the full-time co-host is?
I don't even know who it is. You have to tell me who it is. I don't know who it is.
You don't know who it is either?
Hell no. You don't either? Do you?
I do, but I don't know if we're allowed to say it.
Oh, you'll have to send me a text.
Of course I know. Of course I know.
You know, what am I doing wrong? I'm over there in Ames. I'm in the dark.
I have top secret clearance. I still hold a top secret clearance.
Well, I got to say, I was one of the late additions here to this deal. So maybe that's what it was.
I have no fucking clue who it is. Honestly.
Yeah, I don't either. So good. Hell, I thought it was you.
No, it's not me.
Hey, Covert BK. I do want to talk about Covert BK. Man, I'll tell you what, right there, 42 acres out in BK. Those dealerships, man, 3 state-of-the-art dealerships nestled in that beautiful hill country out there. Take a ride on out there. 7 different brands that you're going to find of Buicks, GMCs, Cadillacs, Chryslers, Dodge, Jeeps, and Rams. And, of course, if you're looking for the Fords and the Chevrolets, you're going to find those over in Hutto, Hop 'em, Hippos. Again, a big thanks once again to our great friends over at Academy. Man, what a great time we had out there Thursday with that brand new grand opening at that beautiful Academy store right there off of Ed Schmidt Boulevard in Hutto. Great time we had Thursday, so go check those great folks out. The Fords and the Lincolns available in Austin as well. That's kind of one of the staples right there over off of Research Boulevard and 183. Not only that, your new and pre-owned specials, all of that at covertbcave.com. You can dive on right there. You don't have to wait. I'm sure there's going to be some Thanksgiving specials, Black Friday specials, all of that. But, man, you don't have to have a holiday to get the best deal on a new or pre-owned vehicle at Covert BK because they're doing that every week. CovertBK.com. Go out and check out Dan Covert and all of our great friends there. The Covert family, since 1909, serving Central Texans. Also, don't do your maintenance. Go there, CovertBK.com. 86 service bays. They'll take care of that. They ain't going to keep you there all day. They're going to get you on down the road so you can keep up with your busy life. CovertBK.com. And remember, nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now. And sure as hell, not ever.
And we also want to tell you about our friends at avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678. That is the number for the best audiovisual automation company in all of Austin, Texas. They've been setting the standard for 35 years. They continue to do so since 1988. You don't have an idea of what you want? You see these behind me? Arcade machines, flat screen TVs. You can get them all in your house. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. All right, Rodney, let's get back into it, my guy.
Hey, I like this right here. I like this here from Daryl G. Texas players wearing that WWE Big 12 belt, MVP belt at the end of the old DX. Suck it. Remember that?
Bring it back. I don't know. Maybe at least 3 times I went to the principal's office. Boom, boom, hitting the suck it.
Oh,
that was the thing. Of course, I'm 10 years younger than you, but that was the thing. Like going through seventh through 9th grade, I got in a lot of trouble for doing DX stuff.
Oh man, I think Texas had to run out from the tunnel on Friday with the DX theme playing. That whole, oh, you didn't know? Your ass better call somebody. They need to do that. The Road Dogg.
We talked about the Iron Claw, right, on Friday.
Oh yeah.
I've watched this. I've watched the trailer another time. Like it's probably like 6 or 7 times now that I watched the trailer.
I can't wait for that movie, dude. I think it's fantastic. I think it's going to be one of those things to where it's truly a sad story because, like I was telling you, I got to get you over here one day, Wags, because I'll show you all my old world-class merchandise, man. I've got Kerry Von Erich, David Von Erich, Kevin Von Erich autographs. I mean, I've got all this shit. I mean, I'm pulling out these old helmets that I have laying around. I mean, I'm like Fred Sanford over here.
Well, I had Smash on the Wagner Wire yesterday too.
I saw that. Yeah,
you guys might not know that like Smash was a minor league wrestler. So he came
up.
I
didn't know that.
He came up through the farm system, man. He doesn't really have the stature. He's got like a Rey Mysterio kind of body stature. And if you move around like Rey Mysterio at that size, and you're probably not going to get signed by a big org or by WWE. But Smash has the moves down, man. He's got it down.
That's awesome. We got to get we had to get some of those.
That show with Suplex Stu too, man.
Yeah, it was good to have Stu back on. I mean that's a good dude right there to get him on. They do him and Stu ought to do a show on here, man. Oh well, Sports Guys Talking Wrestling. I mean,
Sports Guys Talking Wrestling.
I'd have to figure out a way to get that going over here. But yes, I'm looking very forward to
that we're going to hear from Sarkeesian as well, Rodney. But overall, just your thoughts. I wanted to really get your breakdown on Baxter, man. You and I both had concerns without JB.
Yeah.
We didn't know if the Longhorns would be able to, or I guess, supplement the type of production that JB had. I was a little bit more optimistic because I remember that we wanted CJ Baxter as our number one before we actually went into the season.
Yeah.
It's just injury prone was what was keeping Baxter off of the field and actually solidified JB as Jonathan Brooks as our number one bell cow.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think we were concerned, but man, CJ Baxter, he averaged 6 yards a carry.
Correct. Now how much? I guess my question is, because of the injury or the minor injuries that we saw in the first 2 weeks, and just CJ Baxter got kind of getting banged up, for the first 3 weeks, I guess. How much of the payload can you feel confident in putting on CJ Baxter moving forward, or consistently moving forward, going into Texas Tech and then going into the Big 12 championship? I mean, I would love to see him up around 20 totes, 22 totes, but also, like, you got to get, I don't know how much of the payload that he can take just on his shoulders alone. I think you got to put this on Blue as well. I thought Blue should have had at least 10 totes, maybe even 12. Change the pace up. And of course, who am I to sit here and second guess what we're doing on Saturdays, man? We won. We came out 26-16 victorious. I would just like to see a little bit more of change of pace in the rushing attack. That's all. I love again, to go back on it, what we talked about in the first hour. I loved what they did implementing the running backs into the passing game. That's all we asked for last week, and it happened.
Yeah, and I think this is a great message right here from DJ Dog 31. Baxter was getting better the more he carried the ball. Some great backs need to get that workload to show how good they are. CJ kind of showed that, and that's actually something
that plays into Sarkeesian's game plan too, right? We talk about it like the high tempo offense, right? Allow your offense to go out there and wear down the defense, so it's easier to run the ball in the later fourth quarter.
Yeah. I really think that's something. I mean, it's all about reps. I mean, it is all about reps, and when you're going to be the one toting it, I think that's. I mean, we saw it yesterday with Tony Pollard. I mean, we can get to the NFL later on, but what I saw yesterday with Tony Pollard, they were feeding him a little bit more, and it seemed like the further that game went on, that's when we started to see the Tony Pollard that we're more accustomed to. But I mean, I think with CJ Baxter, 20 for 117, I guess his longest run was 20 yards or whatever it was. But I do like the average, because the average to me just really shows that he's pounding. I mean, if you're averaging 6 yards a carry, I think that's something that's truly going to be really good moving forward. But I agree with you as well, Wags, to where there's, I think the thing with Jaden Blue, especially now that we're into the season finale and then going into the Big 12 championship, hopefully, and then beyond that, is that with Jaden Blue, you've got some film on him, but not the film that you have on Baxter or on Jonathan Brooks. It's like, okay, boom, you pop that in there, and I think that's an added element. And again, I am not a running back by committee guy, but I am very much a trickle in different things to the game plan.
Multiple looks. I'm a multiple looker. I like making the opposition think that we have more. I mean, hell, even the weapons that we're not going to use, I want them to think that we're going to hit them with. You know what I mean? I want them to be afraid of everything. That's for sure. I want them walking on eggshells, walking on tiptoes, man. Also, like with Blue also going over the century mark, it's clear it's not just sure we have studs in the backfield, but Rodney, we got a system up front.
Mm-hmm.
And we're putting these running backs into this system that are allowing them to have tremendous success, and it's led by Banks in the front line. So hats off to them. We need to be giving them 5 Longhorns because that front 5 up there keeping it clean, not just for Ewers and company, but also allowing holes to establish and holes to open up for Baxter and Blue, man. So shout out to the Longhorn offensive line. Thank you guys for doing what you do best, man, and just pushing mass everywhere. So hey, let's continue to push a little bit more mass, though, in the goal line situations. All right, let's just kind of establish dominance and Rodney, that's what you saw in the fourth quarter. You saw hat on hat, and you saw the best. You saw the better team, the bigger team, winning and starting to pull ahead, man. And that's what I love. If you continue to go out here and play like you did on Saturday, man, I don't think that Friday should be any type of struggle. Of course, Texas Tech, they can get after it with their offense. We know that they can put some points up. We know that, man. But dude, I think this is ours, man. I think the Longhorns are in really good position to ride this thing out and claim the victory of the Big 12 here.
Yeah.
The question for you, Rodney, is will we be able to win this thing outright? We do have scenarios that we need to talk about here. But will we be able to win this thing outright, or will there actually be a Big 12 competition game, a championship game?
All you do, I mean, all you have to do, Wags, is just go beat Texas Tech. I mean,
we need some help.
I think the beautiful
we need to beat Texas Tech. The way I see it, we need to beat Texas for us to have no game for the Big 12 national championship. We need to beat Texas Tech on Friday, and Oklahoma State and Washington State need to lose. Well, not Washington, excuse me, Kansas State. Wow, Washington State.
Well, there will be a Big 12 title game. I think. I mean, but like, who do you play?
If you could win outright, like if you don't have to win outright, or excuse me, you don't have to win the game. You can actually be Big 12 champions.
Oh yeah, that part right there. It's like, oh my goodness, when you start talking about. And that's where, easier said than done when we say just go win. I mean, everything tells us at Texas. I'll tell you what I am looking forward to see. You remember Taj Brooks from Manor? You probably call some of his games back in the day with some IHS fan stuff. That's the leading toter right there for Texas Tech, 1,371 yards. So dude out of Manor. Yeah. That'll be fun to watch. But anyway, it's just go take care of business. I think, Wags, if I would love to see the game that we saw on Saturday night against Texas Tech. But of course, I do want to step on the gas just a little bit more because I kind of do want to beat them a little bit worse than what that one was. But I think if you execute that same game plan and you do what you did right there, you lean on that defensive front, and I love what you said a while ago. When we're talking about CJ Baxter and Jonathan Brooks and all the different running backs, man, if you got those hog mollies, I love how you say that. If you got those hog mollies up in the front that are controlling the line of scrimmage, that makes it a hell of a lot easier, dude. Yeah. And it goes without saying that, and that's why I love talking with Jeff Howe, because Jeff Howe was one of those dudes where he played on the offensive line.
Was he a guard or attack?
I don't remember exactly what he was.
He's one of those brains that he probably played center, because the center, like if you talk about offensive line play with Jeff Howe, he, breaks it down like he's playing chess and Chinese checkers. So to me, Jeff kind of strikes me as maybe a center because, usually they're the captain of the line and they're the one making all the damn calls. So if I'm a betting man, and we all know that I am, I'd like to think that Jeff Howe's probably a center.
Well, and I think
maybe I'm just fantasizing, trying to get up underneath Jeff's backside there. I don't know.
Wait! You're fantasizing about getting up Jeff's backside? Let me tell you this. To me, even going back to
you tell me about Jeff's backside.
Fantasizing about Jeff is not going to want to work with you ever again. I have a bad feeling as what's going on right here.
What the hell's Wags talking about?
But the other part of that is exactly like you're talking about right there. I mean, because I played some offensive line back in the day, and it was pretty clear. You protect the A gap, the B gap, whatever.
Would you play guard or tackle? You wasn't a center.
No, I was a guard. I was
All
a
right.
guard when I played offensive guard. I would get to pull and do whatever, like on the counter, trying to run the counter tray or whatever the case may have been. But it was pretty simple back then because, well, again, this was just maybe in some variations of high school. But you had, okay, that's the guy that you need to go get, whatever. But now, when you see these offensive linemen, dude, like you were talking about with the center making play calls and everything on the offensive line right now, dude, it's just as crazy as a quarterback right there, because the offensive line, man, you got to be sharp because you're trying to read your pre-snap reads and all that shit are unbelievable now on the offensive line.
The play changes whether you got an even or an odd front, right? Like your blocking schemes are going to change. Like if you're trying to do a counter that you're talking about or a trap that you're talking about on an odd front, it's going to be in a little bit more. On an even front, you're going to be, having to push your trap out a little bit closer towards like the 5-hole or the 5 technique. I don't know. It's just, it's in, as a linebacker, hearing that stuff like that, you also know what the offensive line is making their calls as well. It's a real, we talk about chess. We've talked about chess a few times here. We've made that analogy in comparison there. There is a lot of mind games going on just within the offensive line, just within the trenches. It's not just, manslaughter warfare up there with ugly football and bashing, mass weight all around. No, dude, like there's some head games, man, as I like to call it, dude.
Well, and I think the other part of that, just even the snap count. Think about in the old days, it's like you'd be in the huddle and it'd be like, I don't know, I'll make up a play, 24 dive on 2. And, it's like, hut, and that's when you take off. Now it's like, shit, all these different things. I listen to Dak Prescott and I'm like, what in the hell? If I'm an offensive lineman, man, I'm totally confused. And you go on the clap of the hands and all this. Offensive linemen now, honestly, Wags, offensive linemen to me have to be some of the most intelligent people on the goddamn football field.
They usually are. The offensive line usually are the most intelligent people on the team. This is a good one from DJ Dog as well. Florida State, who has 2 games without Jordan Travis, who just went down this Saturday, and Oregon versus Washington in the Pac-12 championship game is a way for us to get back into the top 4 without a win, or excuse me, if we win out. Correct. And we talked a little bit about this too, right? Out of the 4 teams remaining in the top, in the top 4 right now, pushing for the college football playoff, I do believe that Florida State is the team that can get got, right? It's not just because Travis went down. They're the team that isn't complete, for lack of a better words or lack of a better statement. When I look at Ohio State, when I look at Georgia, and when I look at Michigan, I look at 3 institutions that can win in multiple facets of a game, that can spread you out and play small, and that can bring you in and play big, right? Especially Michigan. Michigan can do that. 3 dominant defenses as well. The reason why I had Ohio State and Michigan above Georgia is because Georgia's offense hasn't been performing consistently as we've seen in the past when, the last 2 years that they've, hoisted the national championship, right?
Yep.
The past 2 weeks, going back to Ole Miss, their impressive victory over Ole Miss, this offense is starting to fire on all cylinders. And that is probably the scariest thing, not just for the Texas Longhorns, but for Michigan and for Ohio State too, right? You were waiting when the Bulldogs were actually going to wake up. They're awake. They are firing. If you've seen, trends over the past 2 weeks, the past 14 days, it looks like that this offensive program for the Georgia Bulldogs has woken up, and they're about to ready to roar into the SEC championship and into December football play. So. That's when it counts the most, man. And if you're Michigan, you're just trying to survive to get through one more week so Jim Harbaugh can come back. And basically, how this pans out to me, if you're Ryan Day and you don't get the victory over Michigan here in the last, dude, without Jim Harbaugh, you're 1-2 versus Jim Harbaugh already. So you kind of needed a little bit of an advantage going into this, I thought. You have that advantage now. If you don't take away this victory from Michigan, Ryan Day might – I don't want to say that Ryan Day might be out on the, might be out of a job, but clearly he's probably on a hot seat.
Well, and here's where it gets – obviously, I've really come to the fact to just realize for Texas, win Friday, win the Big 12 championship, let whatever is going to happen, because so much of that, I mean, so much is out of the control. And we've talked about that, so many different times on here the last couple of weeks, to where it's like so many different things. I mean, you have no control over, and that's a shitty feeling. I mean, that's a crappy feeling, whether it's this in life, whatever, you're waiting on a lot of different things to happen. But I think where it's really going to get interesting, Wags, is when you have that game that you're talking about, when you have Michigan and Ohio State. I mean, whatever happens with that one, it's
DJ. This will affect the top four as well.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely. All conference play is going to, especially if you're this far up into the rankings for the college football playoff, and two versus 3 is going to play, or I don't even know what the rankings are. Did Georgia surpass? Is Georgia the number 1 team again?
Yeah,
I didn't see the rankings.
Yeah.
Okay, so 2v3 is going to play. That's going to knock one of them down to 6 or 7, right? Because Oregon, you'd like to think that if Oregon beats Washington, they'll jump up and get into the top 4. If Washington beats Oregon, Washington is getting up into the top 4, right? So again, man, somebody's moving down, and the Longhorns, if they win impressively, they could have a chance to jump and get up into the 4 spot here. Rodney, we need a lot of help, man.
And that's exactly right. I mean, a lot of people are going to need help, and there's still. It's so funny to think that we're at the end of this thing, and there's so much that's going to shake itself out here, in the next week and a half or whatever it's going to be. But this is where we get back to, kind of back to that whole, what was that, 2008 or whatever it was, when you had Cal in Texas, where somebody's going to get the shaft, and depending how that game right there with Michigan and Ohio State, I mean, there's going to be with the 1-loss teams, man, there are probably going to be 2 or 3 1-loss teams that are their ass is going to be pretty pissed off, and they're going to have.
Feel you. So, Double R, how far do you think Michigan or Ohio State loses, or excuse me, if which one of these teams lose, how far do you think they drop back? You can't penalize them too much, right? Because you would like to think that the college football or just held. Everybody in college football wants to see Michigan and Ohio State in the playoff, right? Like this kind of sucks that it's going down to this, because you're not clearly the Big Ten is losing here if both of these 2 schools don't get in, because I mean, let's be real here. These are the 2 out of the top 4. These are 2 of the best 4.
Oh, no
Michigan
doubt.
and Ohio State.
No doubt.
Let's be completely real. And it sucks that it happens, in this timely fashion. But it would be completely detrimental to college football if we do not have Michigan and Ohio State in the college football playoff. That's just my take.
And that's where it sucks, because I guess it sucks, but at the same time it doesn't, because this game is at the very end of the season. Yeah, if it were at the beginning of the season, maybe that would affect it a little bit more. But I mean, on the question about how far are they going to drop, what are they going to fucking do? Flip flop spots? I mean, that's.
I mean, maybe you drop somebody back 2 spots, or put them at 5 and hope somebody messes up to allow them to get back in. Hell, at that point they'd be a 1-loss team, right? They've only had 1 loss.
Yeah, and I think that
let me ask you this: Michigan, if Michigan and Ohio State loses, right? So, or just regardless, like hypothetical, right? Michigan or Ohio State loses, both of those teams will have one of the teams will have 1 loss. Can you put Texas ahead of them? No.
No, I mean, you can't. I mean, because we're going to fall.
You don't want it to happen. You
can't, and that's why Alabama needs to go fucking win the SEC championship. I mean, because you're still hanging on that. I mean, that's
if Alabama can beat Georgia, then this is gone.
That's the one big nut that you have in your factor, right? In your corner right now. But here's the thing, Wags. This is where I think we have talked down here about style points and all that shit. And I think a lot of us agree that, well, style points don't matter. But what if Michigan goes out and beats Ohio State 27-0? That's style points.
Emphatic. Yeah, that's emphatic. Like that's a dominant factor. That probably knocks Ohio State down to 6.
Right. And that
I would think. I mean, I'm not
so honestly, that's I mean, if I'm a Texas fan, if I'm a Alabama fan, if I'm any of these fans, or Oregon, I mean, all of these people that are going to be on the outside looking in, I'm hoping that game is a slobber knocker and somebody gets their ass whooped. Is
So
what
Blake
I'm hoping.
Brings up something really good here. Couldn't they jump us if they beat Georgia? It's a good possibility,
Yes.
but I mean, there's Blake. We still have the head-to-head. That's why I'm rooting for Alabama, just because we have that head-to-head. Now, I don't know how much that'll keep into consideration after they knock off Georgia, right? You would think that the committee would be like, all right, yeah, we're going to put you over. You know what I mean? Like, you beat Georgia. But again, maybe that comes down to style points too, like how bad they beat Georgia. And I love having these big teams play towards the middle of the season and the beginning of the season, because you don't have enough time to right the ship after you lose in a conference championship. You just don't, man. And it sucks it really sucks if you're Michigan and Ohio State, if you're going into this 2-3, because you know that you belong in the damn playoff. Same scenario for Georgia and Alabama. Like, you could argue that Alabama should be in the playoff. Of course, it's Bama, man. It's Saban's Bama. Until that reign is absolutely out of the college football landscape, then that conversation still needs to happen, in my opinion. I don't think Alabama should get a nod over Texas just based off of a third-party system. However, if Alabama wins emphatically over Georgia, then regardless of the head-to-head, man, I think you got to put Bama over Texas. And it kills me to say that.
Well, and part of me, kind of going back to the Ohio State-Michigan discussion, I mean, part of me, the old school football part of me, I look at that and I'm like, okay, elimination game. It's like whoever loses that one should drop. You're out of the picture. I mean, it essentially is a playoff game if you look at it that way. But at the same time, you look at it the other way that we're talking about, where it's like, it's two of the best four that are playing each other, and whichever one just happened to go over the other. But I think that one right there, Wags, that contest right there is really going to be the one that dictates it, because, dude, it's going to be freaking mayhem after that thing if everybody continues to win out. And that's where, let's say that it's Texas. I mean, who do as a Longhorn follower, who do you want? Do you want to go try to avenge that win over Oklahoma, or do you want Oklahoma State? I want Oklahoma State because I want it back to what we were talking about, and I think BK said this earlier. I think I heard, to where it's like, okay, we want to beat everybody on the way out of here. Let's beat Gundy on the way out of here. But God bless America, man. I think at this point it's like, I guess maybe you want Oklahoma and try to avenge that one, because it's going to count more for this shit.
I want Oklahoma. I mean, I think I would like to play the Cowpokes one last time, but I would like to get our revenge against Oklahoma. I thought we were the better team that day. I just thought that we didn't execute well. We allowed that game to get away from us, and the middle of the field was completely vulnerable, and we didn't protect it, and they exploited it, and that's why they were victorious that day. I think if you roll that game out again and we are able to right some of the wrongs, I think that we win in dominating factor. I really do. I thought we were the dominant team that day. I don't even know how Oklahoma was in the same ball game, let alone won, to be honest with you. Again, it was a neutral site, so anything can happen up at the Cotton Bowl, I guess. I don't really have a really decent take on that, except for the fact that I want Oklahoma one more time.
And Longhorn Bear, I mean, yeah, absolutely. I mean, that would be great. But kind of, you know what? Why haven't we done this before? We were just talking about Formula One. What the hell are they doing? They got one dude out there winning every damn race. And they got people glued to the TV and people showing up for this thing. I mean, this, as stupid as this is, that we're sitting here having this discussion, that the human factor is going to factor into who gets into the college football playoff based on how all this shit winds up. It's they've got us talking about it, man. And here we are once again. Every year, it's like every year we have this discussion how stupid this system is. But here we are. Still, it's better in the BCS, I guess.
It's what makes for good hype, right? Like, of course, college football has its own product, and we're going to talk about it every Saturday. Like, it's going to be, the baby for all of us, right? I love college football more than NFL football. I think everybody knows that by now. I think the scenarios with the hypothetical is good for the pundits because it allows us to keep, just the conversation of college football, right? Like it's just constant college football. It's Monday through Friday, we're talking, not only of the outcome that's on the game, but now we're talking about hypotheticals going into, the 2 weeks from now or going in from a month from now when we're playing for the college football playoff. I think it's done by design, Rodney.
And so much of it, Wags, is subjective. I mean, because
100%, it's all that's what hypothetical is subjective.
Yeah, because we could sit here and say, I mean, as we're talking about strength of schedule and head to heads and all this shit. And while maybe it's going to be the head to head doesn't matter, the game that we're talking about right here that is going to probably be the one to set this whole playoff thing into motion. I guarantee you that head to head Michigan Ohio State's going to count.
Right.
So that, that's where you get into that stuff right there. And it, it's just silly, man. It's just silly. I mean, here we are, but the good thing about it, where I go back to it, because we've talked about this as well, to where this year, it really just does seem like you don't know what to expect. You don't know what to expect. And
it's an odd Saturdays, that's for sure, my guy. You know what I mean? Like I thought for sure Michigan was going to be able to roll Maryland. Nah, Maryland showed up in College Park and made that a game.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, somebody said it best. I can't find the chat or the actual comment or whatever, but yeah, Corum, man. Corum for Michigan, dude, just continuing to run hard for the Wolverines there, starts going up, continuing to solidify himself in milestones there. Michigan getting them their 1,000th win in their program's history. Shout out to them as well. I think it's going to be an awesome last month and a half going through for college football. That's for sure, my guy. We got to get into some professional football. We got a Monday night football game to talk about as well. We got about a half hour before we get back in, before we turn this back off to the midday thing. Let's hear from our sponsors one more time. You want to talk about Covert BK real quick?
Yep, we got them. We got Covert BK. Let's talk about Great Blue Heron Furniture. Because I'll tell you what, that stuff right there, that is a custom leather furniture company started back in 1991, focusing on heavy leathers, hides, and the fabrics ranging from traditional Western to modern farmhouses. Really good looking stuff. I got to tell you guys, this stuff is beautiful. It's unbelievable. It's also the highest quality you can find. I mean, furniture is something that you don't want something janky. How about that youngster term right there? You want something that is built comfortably. It's stylish, and that's so important in your furniture, especially if you're going to be keeping it for a long time. If you click on the YouTube video right here, you can see the doggo right there. It's going to take you to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. If you use our promo code HOOK'em, pretty easy to remember, HOOK'em, 15% off of that purchase. You're also going to get you one of those last stand hats that our man BK is going to get out to you as well. If you're looking for furniture that looks amazing and is built to last for decades, and that's what you want. I mean, you want to grow old with it. It's like your puppy. It's like your wife. It's like your kids. You want them to grow old with you. Your furniture's not going to bitch at you. So you want that to be stylish and comfortable. That's good stuff right there. You look no further than Great Blue Heron Furniture. Click that link for more information or call them at 866-247-9688. It is Great Blue Heron Furniture.
You saying you want your wife to be furniture for you?
Sure.
I kind of want myself to be furniture for my wife.
Hell yeah. That's what I'm
sit right here, huh?
That's what I'm talking
about. How about this seat? Right here. Perfect seat.
Yeah, right here. Stylish. Comfortable,
stylish,
last for decades.
Smooth, the curvature. It's suited for your seat. It's suited for you.
Built to last for decades.
100%. Who wants to ride? Woo! Here we are, man. Well, yeah, Chaos Theory 1. I guess 29 minutes left until we wrap this thing up and get you sent off to your midday, man. We got to talk about the professional gridiron as well. We've been talking a lot about the amateur gridiron on that college front here. Things shaping up great. Collegiately, now we got to talk about the pros here. Is it truly a Baltimore Ravens AFC, or will we see the champs of the AFC remind us about how powerful they are on Monday Night Football against arguably the NFC's best team?
I'm looking forward to this one tonight. I think this is going to be a lot of fun. I think a Super Bowl rematch. You know, you keep hearing that. Here's
Philadelphia. The Swift Bowl. Huh? How about that? Is it a Swift Bowl now? It's a Kelsey Bowl with Taylor Swift as the front runner.
Sideshow.
Sideshow.
How many times do we see her? I don't even know if she's going to be there.
All right,
but,
let's do it. Let's do a prop bet on this. How many times do we see I kind of talked about this a little bit on the show yesterday on the Wagner Wire. How many times do we see a pan to the booth to see Taylor Swift?
We are going to see her.
Let's make an over under. If I give you over under 6.5. 6.5 over under Taylor Swift. But there's a caveat to this, right? There's a bonus kicker. Okay. How many times will we see Taylor Swift and Brittany Mahomes do a handshake?
Ooh,
or do a
oh my Lord. I think
with your hair type a bit.
I think we're going to see Taylor Swift 5 times. And then so let's see what's over under on this ball game. I don't have that right in front of me.
The over under on the ball game is 45.5. 45.5 is the over under. Kansas City is actually giving 2.5 to the Philadelphia Eagles.
So that's about 3 touchdowns, 2.5 touchdowns and a field goal. I think we see Brittany and Taylor. So we're going to see Taylor 5 times. We're going to see Brittany and Taylor.
Every time they score, you're thinking about them panning to the booth every time they score.
We're going to see them doing their jive turkey stuff 3 times.
I'm going to say we get a Taylor Swift showcase 3. At least we see Taylor at least 3 times. I'll take the over on 3. I do think we see a Brittany Mahomes and Taylor Swift handshake. We'll see it at least. The over under on this is a half. I'm taking the over on this.
And
we're gonna see the Brittany Mahomes and Taylor Swift handshake. And it's sad that we actually have to talk about this shit because this is how much she is dominating NFL football. And it's the reason why NFL football sucks. It's the Taylor Swift effect.
And I'll take a flyer that we're going to see on the ESPN broadcast. We're going to see her making her way to the VIP or whatever.
She'll be coming in. She'll be coming. We got to see her attire, right? We got to see what she's wearing. We got to see the garb.
Got to see what she's wearing. And this is where I go back to with the Kansas City Chiefs game. If it's like, if you want to show a hot young lady, show me Gracie Hunt instead.
Yeah.
Please.
No, I'm all about that. I'm all about.
I'll see her no times. I'll see her on Twitter several times.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And the gram.
All right. So also, Rodney,
Repo Radio.
I can't believe I'm about to do this. Wrong team favored.
You think?
No. Wrong team favored. And this is crazy because Andy Reid, I don't think Andy Reid's lost 4 games in his career coming out of a bye. I got to check that stat actually. I don't know why, because the numbers tell me not to take Philly right now. I got Philadelphia winning this thing. Wrong team favored, man.
No.
Wrong team favored. Yeah, man. And I know I'm a Giant. Look, it's not because of Giants misery. It's not. Hey, Danny DeVito's nephew is leading the Giants to the Super Bowl, buddy. Danny DeVito's nephew. It's a joke. We all know that Tommy DeVito is not Danny DeVito. Is not Danny DeVito's nephew. As a matter of fact, they're not. I don't think they're related. But look, Tommy DeVito putting up some 31 points in fantasy numbers there. How about that? Leading the Giants over the Commanders. Maybe the Giants right the ship, and we can actually make
the wild card.
No,
hey, did you hear the other part? Did you hear the other part about the end of that game last night or yesterday at FedEx? So they get done there. The Giants win. DeVito takes the Giants to victory. Both teams go into the lot, and that FedEx field is a piece of shit. I mean, I've heard stories about that.
Have you ever been to that stadium?
I've never been to that place.
The stadium's falling apart.
Dude,
if it takes on any amount of rain whatsoever, it leaks through the damn bleachers. And I'm not talking about just one spot of the bleachers. The entire bleacher set. Like if you're under the awning, like a lot of people like to go under the awnings, right? Because they think they're kind of safe from the weather. Not at FedEx Field, man. You're toast, bro.
So both teams get done. Giants win. They go to the locker room to take a shit and take a shower.
Yeah,
no hot
festivities.
No hot water. No hot water there. UPS. UPS.
So Dan Snyder's no longer there, so they don't have that excuse anymore. Maybe the fallout effect.
He forgot to pay the hot water bill.
Yeah, he said, "Screw you guys. You want me out of Washington? Fine, I'm done. Nation's capital no longer. You're gonna reap my, I guess, my turds for the next decade or whatnot." Yeah, Commanders, botch one up and let the Giants come in and take victory there. Another thing, hey, we got to talk about Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow gone for the year. Will not play another down this year for the Bengals. Does Browning? Do they insert the Browning rifle now for the Cincinnati Bengals? Does he come in and take Jamar Chase and T. Higgins and Boyd and company to to the AFC North Championship? No, I don't think so, my guy. Baltimore looks poised to make a run at this thing, man.
Yeah, I think Cincinnati's done at this point. I mean, you lose the magnitude of that. I mean, golly, man, that's a huge loss for them. And like we're talking about in that division, dude, it is stacked. I mean, Baltimore.
Joe Flacco's got a job, huh? Joe Flacco throws the 15 and out better than anybody in the league still, Rodney, apparently, and he still gets dinner from his mom. He and Tommy DeVito are getting dinners from their mom.
And Dabo Swinney. That's all. Oh man, yeah, man. I think Cincinnati's done because, man, Baltimore, dude. We've talked about them so many different times, man.
It's execution, man. When you're running a high school or what it looks like a high school offense or I guess an offense from the bronze era of football back in the day, man. I mean, to try and be cute with it, I guess. No, dude, it's execution. We've seen it. Like you would think that you'd be able to plan for Baltimore's attack, but I mean, when you got an MVP candidate or when you got a quarterback that plays at the MVP level of Lamar Jackson, and now I thought they would be a little bit of a step back, or there would be a little bit of a step back for Baltimore, especially with no Mark Andrews, but being able to go out there and having Flowers be an extension of the run, if OBJ can, have some type of consistency week in and week out, dude, the Ravens are pretty damn nasty. We've already seen that it doesn't matter who's in their backfield. It's just a product of the system there because of their front five, their hog mollies up front, like I like to talk about. Dude, they just push mass, man. They are the dominant team in the AFC North, and usually that paths for, or that paves the way for a pretty decent road in the playoffs, man.
And how much of it is, Wags? Lamar Jackson ain't getting hurt lately. They paid him. He got all of that shit done. You got to contend.
Wait, do you think he was sitting out because he wasn't getting paid?
Oh yeah.
Okay. All right.
Absolutely. He's his own agent. He's giving himself that advice.
He is. He does bet on himself, and he's won every damn time. So,
but here's, because I know there's a lot of fascination with Miami and everything right there. Yeah, I mean, if these teams meet in the playoffs, Wags, and that game is in Baltimore, it's going to be a blowout. Miami's going to get run out of the building.
Baltimore's defense is very fast too. Like that, their team speed on defense is amazing. Clearly, no one can cover the cheetah. Like
no.
And Waddle's pretty damn fast too. I mean, these might be 1 and 2 in terms of speed demons in the NFL, right? The two fastest wide receivers in the league.
Yeah.
That being said, I mean, with the pressure that Baltimore is able to get up front with their defensive front, I don't think that they'd struggle too much against Miami. And also, I mean, Roquan Smith, I didn't think that Roquan Smith would make that much of an impact. Just, coming over, one, I thought, the Bears got one hell of a deal from that trade, but it looks to be panning out in favor of the Ravens. Like Roquan Smith is still playing at a high all NFL level, man. One of the best linebackers in the league. Now, if Jadeveon Clowney can get going here on the front line of that defensive front for Baltimore, this is one hell of a damn defense, man. We talk about Cleveland being the top defense in the league. Baltimore's number 2.
Oh yeah, no doubt. I want to ask you, Wags, are you buying this Denver thing? I mean, Denver's surging a little bit right here, but I mean, it's like Russell Wilson. I mean, it doesn't look like Russell of old, but shit, man, I had them in the grave a couple of weeks ago. But man, impressive win last night. I mean, of course,
Minnesota. Thank you. I got to set it up right to perfection there. I feel for Minnesota, right? Like, they were, the league's babies or darlings for 3 or 4 weeks now, especially with Dobbs coming over, and they have a little bit of a step back last night. They regressed a little bit last night against the Broncos, and everybody's, all of a sudden just thinking that they were, just a flash in the pan and nothing but pretenders. So when I think they started out 1-4 or 1-3, is that what they were? But anyways, they lost, lost Captain Kirk to an Achilles injury, and then able to supplement Hall, and then they bring in Dobbs. And dude, I still think Dobbs is. I heard people comparing this dude to Patrick Mahomes already. That's fucking crazy. That's just crazy, man. Patrick Mahomes is the best to do it so far that I've seen in a while. Dobbs is good, but dude, this guy isn't the second coming of Christ, man. Like, we know that, but still, you got to give this dude a little bit of credit here to be in the third week of the fourth team this year. You know what I mean? And he's he's able to find ways to win. So or find ways to put Minnesota in spots to win. So I like Minnesota. I'm not dipping out on them just yet. I don't think they're pretenders. I actually do think they have something to put together, or they have some pieces to actually put together and make a run at this thing, man. Especially if they can continue to keep their ground and pound going with Alexander Madison.
Yeah. And it's so funny how things are changing right now, because it really is. I think this is a huge blow for the Bengals, while at the same time with Cleveland, I think Cleveland kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum right there, to where things are definitely on the upswing for those guys. But, I was pretty high on Tampa Bay there for a little bit, but shit, they've gone in the shitter. And same thing with the Rams. You had Jared Goff out for a little bit, and they've kind of turned it around and are going in the opposite direction right now.
They're 8-2, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
The Lions still look legit.
The Lions. Yeah, no, but the Rams. The Lions, dude. The Lions, and this is what's going to be so cool on Thanksgiving is like the Lions always play on Thanksgiving, that early game,
and they lose. The Lions might actually win on Thanksgiving.
Yeah, and now it's like, holy shit, it's actually like worth turning it on. It's like
you know what? That's gonna happen. That's still gonna happen. Like, the Lions are having a fantastic season, but they're still gonna lose on Thanksgiving just because it's tradition.
It's like you turn that game on, and it's like, okay, who's going to beat the shit out of the Lions this year? Well, hell, now they're good, and it's like there's your Thanksgiving Day special right there. And here's the point right there. Yeah, they have a great roster. They have a
Lions
great
are definitely deep.
And you know why? Because the GM and the coach are on the same damn page, and they have built this thing. Seriously, Jared Goff. It's like, man, this dude, it's like, oh, he's no good. He's a bust. He ain't worth a shit. Look at him. Look at him.
All he does is win ball games, man.
Man, he's in the MVP conversation behind that kid from Houston.
So is CJ Stroud still in that conversation?
Heck yeah, man.
I think he threw three interceptions, but again, Texans were still able to win the game.
Yeah,
still won. You're gonna have bad games, especially from a rookie, right? Like, and if this is the worst that we've seen him play, then hell, man, you'll take that, right? Because if you're still able to play like this bad and still put your team in a position to win the ball game and come out victorious, you'll take that any damn day. That's MVP play, man. I'm sure it's not. You're not dazzling with 4 touchdowns, no interceptions, and 350 yards, but again, you're getting the main stat out of everything, and that's the W, Rodney.
And let's see how this shakes out, because it kind of making back to the college football playoff reference right there of how things are just so discombobulated, or whatever you want to call it. Let's say Houston continues to go on the pace that they're going. Is CJ Stroud going to win the MVP? I don't know. He's definitely in the running. He'll be Rookie of the Year.
So if CJ Stroud wins the passing championship, wins the passing title, right? Has most yards in the NFL for quarterbacks. He's number 2 right now behind Sam Howe. But if he does this and the Texans get to the playoffs, then is the conversation legit then?
It should be. Okay. But just like we thought, Sam Howe.
What's the milestone that CJ needs to hit in order for this conversation to actually be legit?
I think you got to win a playoff game. game.
So not just get to the playoffs, you got to win. You got to win a playoff game. Okay.
And like we thought from the beginning, Sam Howell and CJ Stroud, the top 2 quarterbacks in the NFL right now.
Everybody projected this with their crystal ball, right? These 2 quarterbacks up at the top.
Where I was going with that, like with the college football thing, if DeMeco Ryan, if everything continues to do like it's doing, DeMeco Ryans doesn't win Coach of the Year, that's bullshit. You know, if they give it to whoever, I mean, I don't know, Mike McCarthy or whatever may happen with that. I mean, D'Amico Ryan's coach of the year. I mean, seriously, it's like, hell, give executive of the year to what's his name from Houston, because man,
I think a lot of people I think a lot of people love McDaniel right now. I think Mike McDaniel is the darling of the NFL in terms of being the college coach, just because he's the oddity, right? He's a young success factor. He's a damn he's a press release in himself. You know what I mean? Like when somebody goes to give him this dude a press conference, he's a soundbite. You know what I mean? He's a walking soundbite, and he, now he sprints off the field. He's got his things, right? He's a little bit quirky at times, but still, man, you can't, like, whenever he's being interviewed, you can't take your eyes off him. You got to hear you got to hear the craziness that he's going to say, and it goes back to that interview where he was a ball boy for Denver, right? Like, if you really want to break that interview down and look at his eyes, I mean, plastered, dude, plastered. And he's been on Pardon My Take from time to time, talking about, vaping, being asked about vaping on the sidelines or whatnot. And he's like, I don't even know what vaping is. So to me, I think McDaniel is he's the darling of the NFL so far. So if Miami continues to have the success, you could probably like to think that he'd be getting some superlatives.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, man. D'Amico Ryans is doing down there in Houston, dude. With a rookie quarterback too. I mean, how can you not have this dude in your conversation for coach of the year?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's again, the work isn't done, but I mean, at this point, I mean, shit, dude, they are here. They may be in the driver's seat for the AFC South in a week. I mean,
that's ballsy. Jacksonville looks pretty damn good.
Oh, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, and that's the next question. I'd love your thoughts. I mean, is it time for Jacksonville to really assert themselves? I mean, because like we're talking about AFC favorites, I really like Baltimore. Of course, you can't discount the Chiefs. I think tonight goes a long way. Again, that's a home game, so you kind of factor that part in right there. But I mean, is it time? Is it time? I mean, they lost that game to San Francisco.
I think.
Is it time for them to be like
that? Like, I think we got to ask Trevor Lawrence if they're ready to emerge and be the dominant factor in the AFC South, right? Because really, it comes down to his play. Like their defense continues to make plays, week in and week out, but it's the inconsistency of Trevor Lawrence. We think that he's going to take that next step as a professional quarterback, and he can make all the throws, but then there's sometimes where he looks like he's regressing and takes steps back. So to me, I think Jacksonville is honestly like 2 years away from being like actual AFC contenders and AFC champions. If they can keep this young squad together and all these young pieces intact, I think they actually make a run at this in 2 years. I just don't think Trevor Lawrence is taking the steps that he needs to get Jacksonville to the point where they're starting to beat Kansas City consistently. And, until you get that consistent quarterback play like Patrick Mahomes has, you just throw the damn game up into the air, man.
Yeah. Well, I think a good test is going to be, I think it's week 14 and 15. They go to Baltimore, then they go to Cleveland.
Yep.
And I think that's going to be the
two top defenses of the league. So
there's your test right there. I think that'll answer that. Wags, my turn. I have to go do something here right quick. Be right back.
Go ahead. Do what you need, man. I'll hit a sounder real quick from AV Consultations. Yeah. Audiovisual Consultations, 512-255-8678. They are the very best in audiovisual automation. You guys hear from me week in and week out all the time talking about Tom McKay and his crew. Look, you see the flat screen televisions behind me, man. I'm able to watch not just the Giants get beat every Sunday, but I'm also able to watch, the Packers win. I'm also able to watch Brock Purdy go out there and spin the laces the way that he does it so well with that Shanahan offense. I'm able to watch hockey. The Capitals are doing some fantastic things. The Bruins, as bad as I hate to say it, the Bruins are actually, melting down the ice again. And we don't know why, because it's had tremendous roster turnover there for the Bruins as well. All this is able to be done with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. For 35 years, they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. the very best in the Austin, Central Texas area. If you don't have an idea of what you want, look at the gallery of projects that they've done on the website over the past 35 years, and then I guarantee you will have an idea of what you want in your house. Hey, look, the fall patio or the fall weather is starting to turn into the winter weather right now. It's going to be fantastic. You can have yourself a nice little chimney out there on the patio with a perfect flat screen TV and Sonos surround sound setup with audiovisual consultations. 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com. And hopefully you're listening to us on that code of text line as well, 512-222-9328. If you haven't been able to, hit us up in these comments on the YouTube channel, hit us up on that code of text line as well. If you're listening to us mobile, give Tom McKay a call, avconsultations.com, 512-255-8678, and then they'll get out to your house. My guy, what's up? Where'd you have to go do?
Oh,
let the doggies, the doggos?
Roof replacement is about to be happening here in the next couple of days.
They got you too, huh? So where are you at? I mean, hell, it looks like a parade going down my damn yard, man. We got so many signs. It looks like the mayor's coming through, but nah, man, it's just contractors and roofing companies.
I know, man. Feels like it's election season or some shit over here with all these signs in the yard over here. I'm gonna take that shit out. The guy's like, "Let me put a sign in your yard." I'm like, "For what? You haven't even started."
But we want to advertise. We want to market with you, man. How about this? How about you reach out to Texas Sports Unfiltered and we'll market for you. We'll advertise for you, huh?
You're damn right. I'm like, start the job and then you can put your sign out there.
Right.
But,
okay.
Hey,
dude, and it's not just that. Like, I would love to have the neighborhood just kind of coordinate everything all in 1 or 2 days, maybe. Not just go down. Not Mr. Tom get his get his house done on Monday, and then Paula gets her house done on on Tuesday, and then Israel gets his house done on Wednesday and shit. Now let's put it all together. Let's coordinate this thing to where we can just have all the loud noises and shit going down on 1 or 2 days, and then we'd be done with it instead of putting this thing out 2 weeks down the road. Now I get it. It's kind of done by strategery, as we like to say here, right? Because they're trying to go around and get the best off their buck, I guess the most benefit off their buck, right? Trying to reap in. We don't want just all coming in on all one lump sum. We want to go out there and prolong this damn thing. Well, no, not anymore. Get out of my neighborhood, man.
Yeah. Hey, so from the Coda text line, again, 222-9328, that bad boy is available all the time. And again, if you guys are like Wags was talking about on the app, there are some updates on the app. So if you are on an Apple, on an iPhone, going to look really cool. I think you're probably okay. If you're on an Android, I'm sure it still works. But
I've got some new software, man.
Got some new. It looks really cool. But from that Coda text line, to put it into perspective, and again, I haven't verified this, but this sounds about right. With the Big 12 bias towards Texas, through 11 games, Texas opponents have only been called for holding 3 times, and 2 of those were at Alabama. The other against the non-Big 12 opponent, so that's a big 0 in Big 12 holding calls, yet Texas has been called for plenty. Same goes for pass interference. So that kind of puts it, I don't know if that's actually scientific, but
can you text back on that and see what the reference is, what source they're citing? Because I'd like to look into it. It's probably PFT, but I'd like to look into that.
Damn right. Sure can.
Thank you very much, sir. Yeah. So, and that's just like we weren't. And if you go back to hour number 2 and see what we were talking about, we were really harping on the Big 12 officials because it just seemed like no matter how much Sweat and Murphy dominate week in and week out, they'd never get holding calls on them. And how? When you're that big of a factor, that big of a physicality factor on the interior line, damn well you're getting held. I mean, hell, we just, and again, I'm going back to it, we saw Murphy get tackled on I think it was 3rd and 7, I believe the down and distance was. But he was able to get the sack against Beck and force a 4th and punting situation. But that was only after he got tackled in front of the damn the actual official, the umpire there, and the umpire didn't even throw the damn flag. You saw him actually grab the flag, but he didn't go to throw it.
Saw that.
Crazy because fucking Murphy got tackled and was still able to make just because he made the sack, he didn't throw the damn flag. Bullshit. You throw the flag regardless and let the coach decline it if he has to, man. Yeah. But the fact that you're sitting there hesitant and holding the flag tells me that you see the damn play that's going down or the penalty that's going down. You just have a biased view against fucking Texas. That's I'm sorry, man. You can't lie to the eye in the sky.
It's like the dude is trained. I mean, you hear at the beginning of like a high school football game, these officials are trained, lots of whatever. And it's like, so the dude's trained and he's like, and then he's like, oh, wait a minute.
I can't do it. I can't throw it.
The eye in the sky. No, don't throw that.
And again, maybe I'm beating the dead horse here, and maybe I'm having delusions of grandeur. But I'm pretty sure I'm not dehydrated. I'm pretty sure I'm not in the damn desert, and my eyes aren't, beside me and falling out of my head. I'm pretty sure I'm seeing what I'm seeing on the damn television. I've rewound it a few times to go back and make sure that it's, that it's confirmed my vision. Dude, the Longhorns are getting jobbed.
Well,
100%.
And that's where it's so obvious to see now, because now with these audio visual consultation TV things that we're able to do, and I mean, camera
the high quality 4K television, Rodney.
Absolutely. I mean, you see it. I mean, back in the day when you wore shit like this, you probably couldn't see it because those angles weren't quite as good. But man, it's pretty obvious. And again, like I said, I'm not being the total Texas homer here that I am, but Oklahoma's getting job too, and it takes a lot for me to actually
admit that. Like, because I saw it, what I mean, like they struggled for a reason, right? It's because the opposition was getting calls, man. You know what I mean? I didn't want to give them any damn credit because I fucking hate the Sooners, man. But yeah, it feels like, and maybe I'm creating this in my head, but it feels like because Oklahoma's leaving and Texas is leaving, the Big 12 is just like, you know what, make it hard for them on their way out. These two, it's kind of like the Montreal screw job. We can't let Bret Hart walk out of this thing with the title.
Yeah,
that's what it feels like.
That really is the whole thing right here. I mean, and I think for the Big 12, for Brett Yormark, I mean, they're sitting here. I mean, they did put all the eggs in the Texas Tech basket. They were going to be the ones that were possibly going to be the one to stifle this whole little parting gift that Texas has given. But man, it just ain't going to happen. And I guarantee you, the motivation that we're going to see on Friday from the Texas football team, man, I think they're going to go out there and stomp Texas Tech on Friday.
Let's hope so, my guy. Let's hope so. Now, look, we talked about like what is a dominant factor, or what is a dominant margin of victory that the Longhorns need to do in order for you to think that they jump the 5 or the 6, right? Because we got to think that Florida State's probably going to fall a little bit. With no Jordan Travis, you'd like to think that Florida State might not be able to win this out the way that they thought so. So they'll probably be dropping a little bit in the rankings. How much does Texas need to win by, not just against Texas Tech, but also going into the Big 12 championship in order for them to probably jump and get up into the 4-3?
Hard to answer for me, dude. It's like calling balls and strikes. I've got my own strike zone, and it don't mean shit. So that's kind of my thought with all of that. You just never know. There's a lot of it that's going to be in the hands of others in Texas, like we have talked about here a lot. They're going to need a lot of help. We'll see how that shakes out. Time to go to the midday show. There they are.
What's up, guys? The midday show is in full effect. BK from Galveston with the mustache, with the pedo mustache, looking fantastic, and Trey looking like Sean McVay here.
Yes, the pedo mustache, as you call it. I'm paying tribute to my all-time favorite Texas Ranger, Pedo Bryant, from back in the day.
I thought he was calling you a dog. I thought he was calling you a perro.
Peebo Bryson? You guys talking about Peebo Bryson?
I don't know who that is.
It's a singer.
If ever you're in my arms again, this time I'll hold you forever.
He's live on Wednesday nights at a club downtown, guys.
That's right. At the lounge, baby. We're talking about the Vegas Grand Prix. I'm going to Vegas to be a lounge singer, man.
There it is.
Oh, what's that guy's name? Pedo what?
Peebo Bryson.
Peebo Bryson.
Yeah. Not to be confused with Mike Tyson.
Or Adam Wagner, apparently. That was impressively done.
Lounge singer, baby. I didn't even warm up. These pipes aren't even warmed up yet. Thrash these pipes, baby.
Yeah.
I think there are a couple of scenarios that get Texas in, but I think there's one super obvious one, following up on y'all's CFP discussion. Well, actually, you talked about Florida State, right? Look, if Florida State wins these last 2 games, they're still making the playoff. They'll get boat raced by whoever they play. But if they're 13-0 and they win the ACC, then they're going to be in. But you'd like to think Florida or Louisville can beat them to knock them out. If they lose once, they're done. So that helps Texas. And then obviously Ohio State, Michigan play. The loser of that game, you would like to think, is out.
How far drop back though? Like, how far does the loser of that game drop?
Out of the playoff this year. And I mean, obviously, unless Texas loses and all these other one-loss teams lose a second game, then they're in trouble. But no, the scenario would be Georgia beats Alabama, so Alabama's out. Let's just say Michigan beats Ohio State because they're cheating, so they'll probably win. So Ohio State's out. Pac-12 champion is in, and then Texas is in. I think that's Texas's best bet. Is if Florida State loses, one of the Pac-12 schools is obviously going to get bounced because they play each other, and then Georgia takes care of its business as Trey is dropping pictures and whatnot behind us. See it, Calvin. Then that's it. So there's an obvious, thanks to the Jordan Travis injury, and obviously it sucks that he's hurt. I wish Florida State just lost instead of that guy having his leg twisting in 15 different directions. But there actually is like a realistic scenario that if Texas wins these next 2 weeks, they will actually make it to the CFP.
Let's go.
Got to play the games.
Got to play the games.
That's right.
Let's go. Can't wait to hear you guys break this down, man. Thank you guys, everybody, for watching Chaos Theory on their 2-hour, on our 2-hour little stint here, man. We can't wait for it's only an hour to fire back up. Who the hell is the mystery man?
For potential
Mr.
co-host?
Wrestling 2. Is it Mr. Wrestling 2 or the spoiler?
Yeah,
with a mask on. Yeah.
Another booger eater is joining Texas Sports Unfiltered. No, well, stay tuned. We got a lot of cool things happening with Texas Sports Unfiltered. So
look at this tease. I just went from 6 to midnight. Thanks a lot.
Overnight.
fully bricked up and time for the other job. Good job, Wax. Great show, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good stuff, guys.
All right. There they go.
Oh,
welcome back. I guess I can kick you off, Rodney. All right, you're done. Both of you guys are done. Welcome in to another edition of the award-winning midday program with Trey and BK. It is November 20th, 2023. Hope all of you had a fantastic weekend. If you're a Longhorn fan, you probably did have a pretty fantastic weekend because the Longhorns took care of business in Ames on Saturday night, beating Iowa State 26-16. We'll talk about that. We'll talk a little Texas basketball as the Longhorns got a win at the Garden yesterday in college hoops, some Cowboys, some Texans, and a ton of fun over the next 56 minutes or so. What's up, brother? How you doing?
I'm all right, other than figuring out that my kids are now messing with me with regards to the book that is showing in the background. And and also keeping Donnell Rawlings, the comedian, waiting for 20 minutes a little bit earlier, which I feel like a complete asshole about. But he was still nice enough to do the interview, and he gave me a lot of shit for it too. So maybe that's something that we can play before it's all said and done over these next couple weeks, because he will be headlining at Rogan's Comedy Mothership the first weekend of December.
Did you just forget about the interview?
Yeah, I did. And I didn't get a schedule alert, which is, I mean, I was so resistant to the Google Calendar, but now that I have Google Calendar, boy, if I don't get that schedule alert or I don't see it, I am completely fucked.
Yeah.
I either didn't get it or didn't see it. And I got a text from the Jeff, the great PR guy who hooked me up with this conversation to begin with. And was embarrassed to say, oh my gosh, I'm 5 minutes away. If he's still okay doing this, we're going to do it. And sure enough, he was. And he gave me crap as he should have. And it turned out to be a really good conversation too.
Very good. Okay. Well, glad that went through. And yeah, I got to listen to that at some point. That's fantastic.
So you're in Galveston right now, and you're dealing with a little bit of a head cold too, huh?
Yeah, it's just carryover from what I had last week. I don't feel bad anymore, which is the good news. But the bad news is I sound like shit. So that's the trade-off. I guess all of this stuff is trying to leave my body, but it doesn't and it won't. So yeah, no apologies for the nasaliness that I'm bringing to the table today, but can't shake this thing, man. It's killing me. I don't know if it's stuck in the mustache. Maybe that's the problem. But yeah, it's quite annoying. Really makes you appreciate being able to breathe through your nose, because I have forgotten what that's felt like.
Every time I end up congested like that, there's two things that go through my head. One, is this it? Am I dying now? And 2, boy, I love being able to breathe regularly.
Oh man, yeah, y'all. If there's any medicine or recommendations that you or anybody out there have, I literally think I've tried every single medicine in the world outside of what Aaron Rodgers takes. So maybe I need to hit him up to see if the ayahuasca is something that can help with this. But I've just been pounding all sorts of meds over the last 7 days, and it won't go away.
Unfortunately, you've built up a tolerance to all the medicines that you always take. I remember this going back 6-7 years when you and I first started doing a radio show. You were taking everything under the sun, and I'm like, holy cow! But you would get better in like a day or two.
Yeah.
Now that resistance is all built up, so none of it works anymore.
I'm screwed, man. There's really nothing left to try.
So there are some other Aaron Rodgers level treatments that you can try now.
Okay.
Is to do you have access to like menthol or something?
Yeah.
Like eucalyptus rub that you normally can put on your chest if you're dealing with chest congestion.
Yeah, I've tried that this past week.
No, don't put it on your chest. Rub it all over the bottoms of your feet and put your socks on before you sleep at night. Oh, you've tried that one already.
Oh yeah, 3 nights in a row.
Damn.
I know.
Oh boy, you are screwed.
I did the chest, I did the belly, I did the groin area. That one just feels good. I enjoy that. And the bottom of the feet, and took NyQuil. Like I was just the whole concoction of nighttime stuff that you can do or take. I took, and just nothing.
Have you tried breaking up the tension in this part of the hand right here, where you just like press on this to where it hurts? You like press. This is an old trick that Kevin showed me back in the day. It's supposed to really help with nasal congestion. You break it up on both sides. You can feel where it's sensitive. You can have somebody do it for you too. So maybe get Shoshana or Papa K to grab the fleshy part right here and just break up that tension.
How does that make sense?
I don't know. It's
my hand is
some
here.
Acupuncture level of treatment.
My nose is here. My head is here. My hand's here.
Everything's interconnected.
Well, how stupid do I look right now?
Pretty stupid.
No, it's not working.
It takes a little bit, but do that. Break up whatever tension exists in that area.
I have not
Newport. That'll do it, DJ.
I have not tried any Newports or any cigs of any kind yet. That could be my problem.
Onion under the bed in a bowl. See, this is the sort of witchcraft we're looking for on today's show.
Oh man,
to help BK out.
I'm at my parents' place. I don't think they'll like that too much. The whole house is going to reek of onion. Is it raw onion or cooked onion?
It is.
Raw.
I would guess raw onion.
Yeah.
And you also keep the vampires away when you do that too.
Yes. Hair of the dog on the text line says, "Don't mix edibles and NyQuil." Somebody says, "Take a steroid shot."
Sana colita de rana.
That's not.
That is.
It must be Hebrew or something.
I think you're the one that would know that.
That's true. Yeah, I'm the foremost authority on all things Hebrew here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. I don't know much. All right, so keep the text coming. The code of text line 512-222-9328. Still looking for app feedback as well. We've got a new iPhone app update, and y'all let me know what you think. Let me know if it works. We've been beta testing it. That's why I haven't really made an official announcement on social media yet. Want to make sure it's working for all of you people before we go to this app full time. Android, I don't think, is there just yet. Hopefully that's going to update at some point this week for you Android users, so y'all can cash in on that as well. But excited about this new app, hoping that it works, because it will give you guys way more features, and it's just a much cleaner and better look for you app users out there.
Okay, so Sana colita de rana is a Spanish term.
That's close.
Translation: heel, little tail of the frog. That's what it means.
Do I need to eat frog tail? Is that what that is? Snort it?
I don't know.
I'll just have a frog in one hand and be doing this with the other hand, and that will take care of everything.
It's just say the phrase over and over again.
Is it like the Candyman or something?
I guess so. Yeah. Candyman, except Sana.
Be careful, dude. I'm by a bathroom and a mirror, so don't be saying that too loud, all right? Not taking any chances.
I had a friend as a teenager. We watched that movie at his mom's apartment, and it was 3 of us watching it. And we went into the bathroom afterwards just to do the Candyman thing because it was so ridiculous. He went and got his BB gun. As I swear to God, if you guys turn that light off, I'm shooting both of you. Because I didn't want to get shot with a BB gun, but it was also hilarious how seriously he was taking such a ridiculous movie.
Oh man, that is awesome. Tell your mom to rub an egg on you is what another texter on our Coda text line says.
You want to tell your mom to rub some eggs on you?
No. I think that's how I was made.
I feel like Shoshana would draw a line there too.
Yeah, I think so.
Try and get better, but she's not going to be rubbing eggs on you to do so.
No, she loves me, but not that much, and I don't blame her for that. All right, man. You and KD knocked it out of the park with postgame on Saturday night. So folks who got to listen to that, got to hear some of your thoughts on the game. But now you've had a couple of days to process what went down in Ames. Texas 26-16. The Longhorns 10-1 on the year. It's their best record through 11 games since 2009. Still haven't clinched a spot in the Big 12 championship game, but of course they still control their own destiny for that. A win on Friday and they're in. They're still very much alive in the college football playoff conversation as well. A lot to be thankful for on this week of Thanksgiving if you are a Texas football fan right now, brother.
Yeah, and look, it was 6-3 heading into halftime, but it could have been a lot worse than that. And Texas won it handily, and the score did not indicate just how big of a gap there was in talent in that game. Now, Iowa State made plays here and there, but ultimately they were not able to run the ball effectively, which isn't surprising. And they had a hard time stopping this Texas offense too. Quinn Ewers continues to take baby steps towards being, maybe he's not 100% by the end of the year, or maybe he is by the time they play their first bowl game or college football playoff game. But he was much healthier from the previous week's game against TCU, and they needed him as such. Even though CJ Baxter looked great running the ball as the guy, didn't really even need Jaden Blue or anybody else in that backfield. It was the Quinn Ewers show, and him just continuing to build on that rapport that he has with so many different receivers, even after Jatavian Sanders and then Xavier Worthy go down with injuries. It's just that next man up mentality. And it was great to see Jordan Whittington, that lunch pail guy who's gotten so much love for being a team first guy throughout the year, even though the personal stats haven't come, to have a huge touchdown in this game, had another big catch that got that team a first down to sustain a drive. And this team is loaded with dudes right now who are ready to step up and take advantage given the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, if you put a parlay on Jordan Whittington and Gunnar Helm to be the two the touchdown pass catchers for Texas on Saturday, you could have won yourself some good money, right? With how many AD and Xavier have had all year. The fact that Jay Witt got into the end zone for the first time this season. That's Whittington's first touchdown since last year. And obviously Gunnar Helm getting in the end zone too. A couple of great play designs from Steve Sarkeesian on those, by the way. I want to give him some credit because both of those dudes were wide open. Quinn put the ball in the money, but hell, those throws didn't have to be great because those guys were so open on those two plays. But yeah, it was cool to see some of the quote unquote other guys step up, right? The three most consistent weapons on offense this year for Texas have been Jonathan Brooks, Xavier Worthy, and Adonai Mitchell. And obviously, Brooks didn't play, and Mitchell and Worthy didn't have huge statistical days. And like you said, Worthy left a little bit early with an injury. So seeing some of the other guys step up to carry Texas to a road victory in a hostile environment, that was awesome, man. And you're right. Like Quinn Ewers got off to a pretty bad start on Saturday. I mean, the whole Texas offense was sort of snake bitten in the first half. The 2 touchdowns called back, the Xavier Worthy fumble in the red zone, obviously the special teams touchdown that was called back. Texas almost couldn't get out of its own way, and the officials were obviously doing Big 12 official things as well. But Quinn really turned it on after the first quarter. He looked cool, calm, and collected, was getting the ball out quicker, was making right reads. And 19 of 24 for 232 and 2 touchdowns from the second to the fourth quarter on Saturday night. That type of stat line is going to get you wins on the road against good teams. Quinn Ewers delivered for Texas.
Yeah, and look, I want to be clear here because I saw people tweeting about this in the moment during the game on Saturday. The calls that they made weren't necessarily the bad calls. The hold on Kelvin Banks, especially, which I think was a penalty regardless, but then also the block in the back. Maybe a little bit tic-tac on the block in the back, but those were penalties that could be called. The problem is if you're going to do that, if you're going to call the game tight, you need to call the game tight. You don't need to call it tight for one team but not the other. But this is what we've come to expect as we come down the stretch in the Big 12 of not getting officiating that seems to be even. It was a problem before Texas and Oklahoma decided to go to another conference, and you knew it was only going to get worse. However many years they had to stay in this crap conference until they were finally able to bolt for the SEC, and that's played out this year. Fortunately for Texas, less so for Oklahoma, but fortunately for Texas, they've been able to overcome that. And here they sit now at 10-1 with one game to play. So they reached the 10-win mark in the regular season for the first time since 2009. And they have a chance to not have to worry about what anybody else does this coming weekend. They can clinch a spot in that Big 12 title game by beating the shit out of Texas Tech on Friday nights. Yeah. And I think they will too. We'll obviously have a couple more days before the game itself, so we won't talk too much about it today. But they've accomplished their goals up to this point. You have to give Steve Sarkeesian, his staff, and these players a ton of credit for not letting the noise distract them, for staying focused on the task at hand. And other than one game where they played a C game and Oklahoma played their best game of the year, they've played pretty darn good football throughout the course of this season.
Yeah, they have. And yeah, look, what Texas did in the second half on Saturday was they played so well to the point where they took the game out of the officials' hands, right? Like, that's what Texas did. And that's what you worry about when you play these close games. You're worried that these Big 12 refs are going to make a call that just breaks your back and costs you that opportunity at the college football playoff and costs you the opportunity at a Big 12 championship game. In the first half, when the game was close, yeah, these calls were magnified. In the second half, though, the Longhorns just took care of business really on both sides of the ball. And they didn't even set the refs up for the opportunity to make that back-breaking type of call. So I'm with you. The Kelvin Banks, that was a hold. But the fact that Devondre Sweat didn't get held by that offensive line all night long, give me a break. The fact that Byron Murphy didn't get held by that offensive line all night long, give me a break. And that's been a recurring theme against Texas this year. I mean, the Longhorns have maybe the best defensive line in the country, and there's been like 0 or 1 holding calls against them all year long. It's a joke. So, yeah, you're not getting the consistency, and that is annoying. And it's not just Saturday. It's the fact that we've seen it all season long, and you got to worry about it over these next 2 games because, you know, Brett Yormark is going to do whatever he can to ensure that he is not handing that Big 12 trophy to Texas a week from Saturday.
He's possibly going to take in 3 straight Texas games in person because he was at the Iowa State game. Thanks to our colleague here at TSU, Chip Brown, for tweeting that picture out over the weekend. He's supposed to be here in Austin for Texas Tech. We'll see if he doesn't come down with COVID tomorrow or Wednesday to keep that from happening. But he will be there for the Big 12 championship game as well. And feel pretty good about the Longhorns' chances of forcing him to suck it up and smile and hand that trophy to Steve Sarkeesian and give him a handshake and a congratulations by the time it's all said and done.
Is he going to spit in his hand before he shakes Sark's hand?
It's possible. I'm going to try and get him on the show this week or next. I'm not holding my breath that it's going to happen, but we had a pretty good report, Big 12 Media Day. So we'll see if he'll join us. If he doesn't, it's disappointing, but it's also not surprising. And it's not the end of the world either.
No, he's soft. He won't join us.
I don't think he's soft, though. That's what's going to be disappointing if he doesn't join us, is that I assume that he would be willing to have that conversation and just to talk about college football in the whole and the direction that Big 12 is headed, but we'll see.
We might have to turn off our chat and our text line when Yormark's on so he doesn't see what some of the people have to say about him.
Oh, it's not going to be live.
Probably for the best.
Yeah.
Probably for the best. Yeah. I don't know. That guy, I thought he was trying, man. He was making calls to the sidelines to get the refs to call some BS stuff on Texas in the first half, but it wasn't able to happen.
Baby steps, though, because we did see a pass interference called against the defensive back on an AD Mitchell attempt, I think it was.
Yeah, and the DB tackled him, and he was complaining. He's like, what did I do? I don't think the complaint was actually, what did I do? It's, dude, I'm on Iowa State. They're Texas. Don't call penalties on us. We've talked about this.
Call offensive pass interference.
Yeah, we're staying in the conference, okay? They're the ones that are leaving. Our boss is up there, okay? He's watching us. Don't get us in trouble. Do your job. Don't call anything on us. Call it on them. That was, if they had to call that one. There are some you just have to call, and I would argue there have been a few offensive holds on other teams that, even though they had to call them, they didn't call. That one you had to call because, sometimes the best deep shot is an underthrown deep shot because it leads to that pass interference, especially in the NFL when you get the spot foul. But that's what it was. I mean, Quinn Ewers, you could tell he's not 100% still. Undershot A.D. Mitchell on that deep ball. The DB was beaten. He had tried to come back and make a play on the football, and he basically tackled Mitchell. So they couldn't let that one go, and thankfully they didn't. And that was on a drive that led to Texas points. And in the second half, man, Texas had 5 possessions in the second half, Trey. 3 of them resulted in points. They scored 17 points, 2 touchdowns and a field goal. And their 5th possession was the last possession of the game where they ran the clock out. They had 1 unproductive possession in the second half. You talk about complimentary football. Texas has not been doing that in second halves of games recently. Texas had a 3-and-out, 1 3-and-out in the second half. They punted it away. And on the very first Iowa State offensive play, that was the Jaron Thompson interception. Got the ball right back to the offense, and then Texas scored a touchdown 3 plays later. That was really cool to see. So, yeah, the offense, once again, they were snake bit in the first half. They couldn't get out of their own way. A couple of ticky-tack calls, whatever it was, Texas couldn't get into the end zone. But in that game, and we talked about it, Iowa State plays slow. You don't have a lot of possession, so you've got to make the most of every time you have the football. In the second half, Texas did just that. 80% of their drives in the second half were incredibly productive. Once again, the defense had the bailout after the 1 non-productive drive. So it was great to see. Without Jonathan Brooks, the running game was pretty effective. C.J. Baxter picking up just where J.B. left off, going for over 100 yards. That was great to see. Jaden Blue, not an incredible statistical night, but had a couple of important runs for Texas, including the run that got them the last first down to where they could kneel it out right after that. The offensive line, I thought, played well. And Texas needed guys to step up in Jonathan Brooks' absence, and enough guys stepped up, and they got the win, and they got a cover.
Yes, they did, and now they get to face Texas Tech one more time. And typically the case with Texas and Texas Tech is you worry about games that are in Lubbock, even in years where Texas Tech is not as good. It's very rare that you see a mediocre Texas Tech team beat a good Texas team in Austin. And while you can't take the matchup for granted and the players need to stay focused on this, and this is Tech Super Bowl, after all, considering what Yormark said to a group of Tech fans at the start of the year, the reality is that they are playing a third-string quarterback still. They have a good running back, Taj Brooks, but this is the Texas run defense. So how much success is he going to have against them on Friday? And then Tech's defense has been very up and down, more down than up this year too. So I'm very confident that they can finish the regular season job in terms of going 11-1 on the year. Goodness, what a great season that is already. And then have a chance to win that final Big 12 crown.
Yeah, it would be awesome. And just, one final middle finger to Texas Tech on your way out the door would be great. And I'm kind of glad, like, the Big 12 tiebreaker rules suck, and they're kind of screwing Texas. Like, if they didn't change the Big 12 tiebreaker rules in the middle of the season, Texas would have already clinched a spot in the title game. But I'm not too upset about that because Texas is going to have motivation. Now, they had enough motivation before that, right? They're still playing for a playoff spot. It's senior night. Texas Tech's a rivalry game. It's your last time against Texas Tech. They, of course, beat you last year. All of that stuff should have been enough fuel to Texas's fire. But now you're basically guaranteed there shouldn't be a letdown because you're also still trying to play for the Big 12 championship, and that was this team's #1 goal going into the season. So, they've got a lot to play for on Friday, and Texas Tech picked up its 6th win of the year last week. I mean, they're going to be amped up. They want to beat Texas really, really bad. There's no doubt about that. The Longhorns should be good to go, and I hope you're right. I mean, I hope you're right. This Texas opened up as a 13.5-point favorite in this game this weekend. Feels about right to me. I mean, this is a game I think Texas should win by multiple scores, and as long as Texas doesn't beat itself, which it feels like that's what Texas has done in recent years when they've lost to Texas Tech, just bad turnovers and self-inflicted wounds. You think about the Bijan fumble in overtime last year, and Hudson Card had a couple of turnovers as well. As long as Texas doesn't beat itself, they're much more talented than Texas Tech. This is a game that they should win, and a game you can win handily. And I think this needs to be a style points type of game too. Like, a lot of Texas fans have been like, no, just win. And I get it. For the Big 12, all you have to do is win by 1. But for the CFP, resumes matter. Winning by 10 on the road at Iowa State, that's a quality win. It's a good resume boosting win. If you take care of business against Texas Tech, you beat this team by 3 touchdowns or something like that, then that's going to be another positive bullet point on Texas's resume, and that matters at this time of year when you're comparing all of these one-loss teams.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably going to need a loss in front of you, too. And you have 2 guaranteed losses in front of you right now, right? Michigan or Ohio State is going to lose this weekend. Oregon or Washington. I don't know if Oregon has technically clinched a Pac-12 title game spot, but assuming that that's what the matchup ends up being, one of those 2 teams is going to lose. And you may need a third team losing in order to get in. Now, Florida State is obviously, as you mentioned earlier, without Jordan Travis for the rest of the season. Florida, interestingly, is going to be without Graham Mertz for the rest of the season, too. He suffered, I think, a collarbone injury in their soul-crushing loss to Missouri on Saturday. So it's going to be backup quarterback versus backup quarterback in Florida State. That game is in Gainesville for what it's worth. And between that or Louisville, I think Florida State does end up losing. So that will hopefully be taken care of for us. But you still probably need a couple more teams to lose to make it to a college football playoff, assuming you take care of your business. You don't control any of that other stuff. So control what you can, and that is winning against Texas Tech and getting ready for Oklahoma State, OU, whoever it is that you end up playing at Jerry World in 2 weekends.
Yep, that's it. Control what you can control. And, man, I've said it all year. I think if Texas goes 12-1 and they win the Big 12, they're going to find their way into the CFP. I wasn't feeling as good about that take over these last couple of weeks because nobody was losing. And then I saw Jordan Travis's leg bending in 15 different directions, and I'm thinking, oh, maybe this will work out for us as much as it sucks for the kid, and I wish that didn't happen. Like maybe the door is opened up a little bit for the Longhorns to actually get in. Of course, Florida State's got to lose still, and they've got plenty of talent. I mean, Texas, won 2 games with a backup quarterback. Maybe Florida State can win 2 games with a backup quarterback. But obviously, it feels like there's a little bit more of a sliver of hope now for Texas fans there.
Yeah, agreed with that. Now, there's a couple of concerning scenarios here that will keep Texas out, too. One is Michigan beating Ohio State, but because Ohio State has what is considered 2 of the better wins on their resume right now, they still find a way in, especially if Michigan is able to win that Big Ten crown over Iowa, which they'll crush the Hawkeyes in that game. And then also Oregon, Washington. If Washington beats Washington State in the Apple Cup this week, and by the way, credit to those 2 schools for coming up with an agreement that keeps that rivalry going through at least 2028. Love to see that in an era where everybody is turning their backs on everybody else. That is the wrong way to handle that. Try and keep the rivalry going if you can. But if they beat Washington State, face Oregon again, but Oregon beats them, there's a chance we see both those teams make it. I think that is the less likely scenario than Ohio State, Michigan, what I just talked about, because Michigan and Ohio State are those blue blood programs, much like what Texas is, which is why Texas could end up snuffed out, especially if Oklahoma continues limping to the finish line like they have over the last month.
If there is, I'm not worried about that. Maybe I should be. Maybe you're right. That's a rational fear, but I don't see a world where 12-1 conference championship winning Texas gets left out over Ohio State or Michigan, who doesn't even play for their conference championship, let alone win the conference championship, or loser of Pac-12 championship.
I hope that's right with Ohio State. I just look and see Ohio State and how much they were pumping up the wins that they had over Penn
Notre
State.
Dame. Yeah, Penn State, Notre Dame. I mean, you talk about Oklahoma looking bad, but like what are they doing?
It's a great. I agree. And when that argument was being made a month ago, I was like, that's fucking ridiculous. Notre Dame is already starting to slip, and Penn State's clearly not that good, and they've proven it once since then, getting worked by Michigan in Happy Valley. But I've come not to believe that I'm going to know what the hell the college football playoff committee is going to do when it's all said and done.
Yeah, it's just cool that we get to have these conversations, man. I was talking to Bucky about that this morning. For weeks, there's been a couple of people who would comment on YouTube or text us and being like, stop talking about the playoff. Stop talking about it. We're right here, man. 2 games. It's cool that for the first time in the history of the college football playoff, we get to have these conversations the week of Thanksgiving. Hell, we've gotten to Halloween and not been able to have these conversations in a number of years. We've gotten to the month of October and known that the season is over a lot in the last 10, 12 years. It's exciting, man. It really is exciting to be in the mix. Job's not finished, of course, but nice win on Saturday. Nice road wins for Texas, back-to-back weeks in 2 places that have given the Longhorns fits, in Fort Worth and in Ames, to win both of these games. You will absolutely take it. And now, just get it done this week And the scenarios for the potential opponent in the Big 12 championship game, have you seen these?
No.
So Oklahoma State is in the driver's seat. If Oklahoma State beats
I knew that
BYU in Stillwater, then they'll be in. So they're 17-point favorites. That's a game they should win. Now BYU with the Jewish kid at quarterback, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, let me ask you about the
hell?
Did you see the Jew play against Oklahoma?
Oh boy, I'm not sure I'm comfortable answering that question.
Well, they showed it on the broadcast.
The Jewish guy?
They had a graphic that said first Jewish QB in BYU history, which I'd take a guess that most Power 5 programs have not had a Jewish guy play quarterback, but obviously a bigger deal at BYU.
It wouldn't be I know he's not Armenian, but it wouldn't be the first Armenian to play quarterback for BYU in their history.
That'd be Steve Sarkeesian, right?
Yeah, baby. Armos unite.
And the crowd goes mild. Actually, there's no crowd because there's literally nobody who associates with that. How many Armos do you know? Do you even call yourselves Armos, or is that you?
Not until I talked to Sam Tripoli last week, who we went and saw perform stand-up at Vulcan on Friday night. Fucking hilarious. I was
Very
like,
good.
Sam, I'm like, always great to talk to you. I'm like, I know very few Armenians outside of my own family, so it's always a pleasure. He's like, yeah, you, me, and Steve Sarkeesian. It's like Armos unite. So now I'm taking to that phrase too. Armos unite, baby.
Oh my God!
All right,
let me ask you.
Pinkian from System of a Down. Thank you, DJ.
That's one of the guys' names in System of a Down?
Yeah, the lead singer.
Really?
Yeah, much cooler than Trey Elling.
Yeah, much cooler than you in a number of different ways. So let me ask this question. This is like my dad was in the room. Thankfully, he just walked out, although he's probably listening on YouTube, so he'll hear this. But how does it work for Jake Retzlaff, the Jewish quarterback at BYU? Is he allowed to have premarital intercourse? Or because he's at BYU, he can't?
Only if he does it through a hole in a sheet.
Okay. Or does he just have to soak for 8 crazy nights? Is that what he does?
Once again, it matters. I mean, who is jumping on the bed as you just there stationary inside of his partner?
If he would have beat Oklahoma, all of those questions would have been answered. But unfortunately, it didn't happen. So anyways, OSU, if they beat BYU, they're in. If Oklahoma State loses, then OU will be in if OU beats TCU. That game's on Friday, by the way. Friday morning, Oklahoma hosts TCU. Dylan Gabriel left the BYU game with what looked to be a concussion. So we'll see if he can even play for the Sooners this Friday. But OSU's in the driver's seat. If they lose and OU wins, OU will be in. If both Oklahoma schools lose, Kansas State will be in, assuming they win this weekend. So still a few different scenarios for potential opponents in the conference championship game for Texas, but Oklahoma State once again is in the driver's seat. And I said it this morning, Trey. I don't know if you agree with me here. I think most Texas fans would rather play Oklahoma again, right? And that's probably best for the College Football Playoff Committee. You get to play OU. You get to avenge your only loss of the season. Like, that stuff matters. But I want to play Oklahoma State because this Big 12 farewell tour has gone very well for the Longhorns this year. And there are 10 teams in the Big 12 before this year, 9 of them if you don't include Texas. Texas had 7 of them on the schedule. They did not have Oklahoma State. They did not have West Virginia. Well, Texas beat West Virginia last year. So the last matchup between the Longhorns and the Mountaineers went our way. Texas did not beat Oklahoma State last year. So as of right now, look, Texas Tech can still have bragging rights because they beat Texas last year. But if Texas beats Texas Tech, they'll be able to have the last game bragging rights against the Red Raiders, meaning there's only one team that Texas won't be able to claim a final victory against, and that's Oklahoma State. So I want to play them. I want to beat them. So literally every single Big 12 opponent that has to stay in this lame-ass conference will have to recognize the fact that Texas beat them en route to a Big 12 championship on the way out the door. What do you think?
I am thinking about that matchup. I feel like Oklahoma State poses, just with what they bring to the table offensively, they pose the biggest threat to Texas.
Really?
Yeah. Because, look, I know that most teams aren't going to be able to run on Texas defense, and Ollie Gordon may have some success, but he's also going to have a hard go of it too. But Alan Bowman has shown the ability to throw the football around over the second half of the season. They've got good receivers too. That worries me. I mean, we just watched Rocco Becht and Iowa State have a career passing day. I know Iowa State has done a better job of throwing the football in Texas secondaries in the past. I think I went over 300 yards against this Texan secondary on Saturday. Some of that was because they were trailing, but some of that is because they were having their most success throwing the football around. And they were really good with the slant routes, obviously, and designed some really nice plays too that had receivers open, just running wild down the field with no Texas defenders inside. Obviously, that long touchdown on the 4th and short is a good example of that too. So Oklahoma State does worry me a little bit. Ultimately, I think Texas will win that game, but it is a bigger challenge than I think a lot of people realize right now. If Oklahoma State is playing even, let's say, a B+ game on offense.
Yeah, I think of those 3 teams, Oklahoma State actually scares me the least.
Then Oklahoma or Kansas State?
Yeah. Like, I would pick Texas to win against any of those 3 teams. Honestly, K-State, I think, would scare me the most, which is funny because that's the only team of those 3 that Texas has beaten this year, and they beat them with a backup quarterback. But I don't know. Chris Kleiman's good. They won the Big 12 last year against an undefeated TCU team. I feel like they'd get up for that game, and I'm cool not seeing those purple people again. Oklahoma, they beat us this year, so reason to have a little bit of fear. Once again, I would still pick Texas to win that game. I've been saying that since we left the Cotton Bowl. Like, hey, if we get a rematch, we're going to win. But yeah, I think those 2 teams are better than Oklahoma State. I know Oklahoma State beat OU, but talent-wise,
they beat Kansas State too.
Yeah, talent-wise, I just think I think Oklahoma State's the weakest of those 3. We'll see. Let's just get there ourselves.
I guess you could make the argument that Oklahoma has the best receivers of those 3 teams. It's certainly not Kansas State, but Oklahoma State has that argument too. The way is led by Presley, but they have some other talented guys who catch passes on the outside.
Yeah, but overall talent, though, you're with me, right? I mean, Oklahoma State's like people said this was Mike Gundy's least talented team in Stillwater. I know he's done a great job. It's impressive that they're in this mix, but I feel like on paper, and the games aren't played on paper, we know this, but they're the least talented of these 4 teams that are fighting for these 2 spots.
I'd say they're maybe on par, slightly above what Kansas State is at.
Wow. Okay.
Because Kansas State is working at such a disadvantage with how they have to recruit too.
Okay.
Now you could take that and say which team is better coached, and it's, I don't know, maybe it's not a no-brainer, but Chris Kleiman is the better coach to me. Like I'm confident going out on that sturdy limb than the mulleted one, Mike Gundy. But Gundy has also done a really good job of taking a team that really sucked at the start of the year and to have them essentially controlling their own fate in the last weekend of the regular season to make it to that Big 12 championship game. You do have to get to tip your cap to him because this season could have gone very sideways to poor to the point where he was on the hot seat and the opposite has happened.
Yeah. I mean, Mike Gundy's got a strong case for coach of the year in this conference, right? I mean, obviously
Sark still, right?
Obviously Sark does. And yeah, he'll probably win it if Texas wins and they finish first in the conference. He'll probably get it. Lance Leipold at Kansas. I mean, the fact that they could be 8-4 this year, like that's a pretty big deal. He would have a case to make. Maybe Neil Brown at West Virginia. Everyone thought that dude was going to get fired, and they're actually having a very solid year out there.
I understand any votes for Neil Brown because I was shitting as hard on Neil Brown as anybody in the preseason. So I'm eating a little bit of crow in that regard right now.
And then Gundy too, because they lost a ton of players to the portal. And obviously they lost to South Alabama 33-7 in the final game of non-con. And everyone just assumed they were going to win like 4 games this year. And they're a home win against BYU from playing for the conference championship. So you got some compelling cases to be made. But yeah, Sark, I think if Texas wins, Sark will get that nod. All right. Let's give some love to some of our great sponsors here before we shift gears and talk maybe Texas basketball, maybe NFL. Who knows? We'll figure it out on the fly. That's what we do. That's why we're award winners right here. This guy is an award-winning guy. And his company, if it hasn't won an award, it needs to win a lot of awards. Our buddy, Tom McKay, for AV Consultations.
Hi, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations. Scientific data proves it. Size does matter. The bigger and wider your television is, the better. Football season is here, and the time is now to get your entire audio-video experience tuned up and ready. New flat screens, projection video, Dolby True HD surround, all the goodies at great prices and followed up with great service. So call us at 255-8678. That's 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Tom McKay. Shout out to AV Consultations. And also shout out to our friends at Great Blue Heron Furniture, a custom leather furniture company that's been around since 1991. If you have people coming over for Thanksgiving this week and they're complaining, well, they're going to be complaining. That's just how it works with Thanksgiving. But if they're like, your couch sucks, man, you need your furniture, you'll be like, shut up. But then you'll realize they're probably right. And if you do need to upgrade your furniture, Great Blue Heron Furniture, that's where you need to go. Couches, recliners, chairs, ottomans, bar stools, they've got it all. If you're watching on YouTube, just click the link in the video description below. It will take you right to our Texas Sports Unfiltered collection. If you're listening on the app, just go to greatblueheronfurniture.com and make sure you type in the promo code HOOK'em at checkout. You're going to get 15% off. This is the best looking. This is the most comfortable. This is the best built furniture anywhere in the world. So if you're looking for an amazing looking piece that's going to last you for decades to come, look no further than greatblueheronfurniture.com. Okay, Trey, where do you want to go next? Do you want to go other college football? Do you want to go Texas basketball? Do you want to go Cowboys? Do you want to go Texans? I'm giving you the floor before we get to where we at in society in about 10.
Yeah, let's talk a little Texas hoops first. If we need to shift to college football or the NFL, we can do that, or we can get to those things tomorrow.
Okay, Texas basketball at Madison Square Garden picked up a thrilling last-second victory thanks to the Anal Roberts transfer, Max Asmus, who had a very difficult fall-away jumper with a hand right in his face with 0.4 seconds to go. Max Asmus is a great kid, by the way. I met him before the year, talked to him for 5-10 minutes. Great kid. He's been an elite scorer in college basketball for a number of years. It was a huge get for Rodney Terry in the offseason, getting Asmus to transfer to Texas. Didn't have a fantastic shooting night. He was only 6 of 19, but Trey, obviously the biggest shot of the night for either team, went down thanks to Max Asmus. Big-time moment for him.
Very ill-advised shot, but hey, there's guys on your roster that are willing to take that last-second shot, and even if they've been cold all night long, they can still drill it, and that's exactly what he did. Give credit to Caden Shedrick. A huge game by him. He just looked silky smooth in and around the paint, just making shots from all over the paint, just outside as well. Does a great job of getting up and down the floor, too, and he's doing all of this while on a potential minutes limit because of that shoulder injury. Finishes with a career-high 27 points, had 7 boards as well. And, man, this Texas offense is a lot of fun to watch, BK, because Rodney Terry, the way that he has drawn things up, he gives them some freedom to try and push the ball up the floor to get easy buckets. But even when they don't, they still find themselves with easy opportunities because of the movement on the offense. It's not exactly a motion offense necessarily, but the way that these guys move and set picks for one another, you see a lot of easy passes over the defense that have guys right around the basket with an easy put in. And so this Texas basketball team continues to be an entertaining group to watch. I realize that Louisville is trying to bounce back from a horrific last season, but they played a really good game themselves, and Texas took their best shot, and now they get to face a top 5 opponent tonight as a result.
Yeah, the defending national champion UConn Huskies await the Longhorns tonight in the Satva Empire Classic. Have we figured out what Satva is? Am I even saying that right?
Isn't that the name of the Jewish quarterback for BYU?
Well done. No, I think that's Chatzva.
Okay.
I know it's a Retzlaff. Sorry about that. Neither of us.
It's funny / embarrassing. I didn't even remember that UConn won the championship last year. That's how, and I watched it too. That's how little college basketball registers with me when it's not Texas.
Yeah, it was a very uneventful Final Four. A Final Four that Texas should have been a part of. We should have seen this game in March, by the way. Texas, actually in April, Texas and UConn should have played in the national semifinal if it weren't for Uncle Luke paying off those refs in that Elite Eight game against Miami. We would have gotten that matchup last year. Now we're getting it this year. Obviously, the teams are incredibly, incredibly different. But yeah, a real chance for Texas to test its mettle early on against a really, really good UConn team. They lost a lot, but they're still in the top 5. They beat the hell out of Indiana yesterday. They look damn good in doing so. UConn's one of the best teams in the country again this year. So I don't know if Texas has to win tonight. Obviously, if they do, that's a massive, massive win for Rodney Terry and really high-quality quadrant 1 victory for this Texas team. But if they just play close for 40 minutes, I think I'd be pretty satisfied, considering Dylan DeSue is not available. if they keep this thing interesting tonight at MSG, then I think I'd be satisfied. But man, if they lost, that would have been a disaster. Louisville did play well. That's the best I've seen Louisville play in the last 2 seasons. But you were being too nice, Trey. I mean, they were 4-28 last year.
Yeah,
Louisville. Like normally, okay, you hit a game-winning shot to beat Louisville. That's a big deal. Wow, Louisville, one of the more historic college basketball programs of all time. Like that's a nice win. No, that would have been a disastrous loss because look, Louisville's going to win more than 4 games. They're already at 2, so I think they're going to win more than 4 this year. But I still don't think they're very good. I don't think they're a tournament team this year, which would have meant that would have been a bad loss for Texas. So A-Smith hitting that shot was huge. And obviously, you mentioned Shedrick's 27 points in 27 minutes. They needed all 27 of them because that would have been a bad loss for Texas. And I said last week, a loss to Louisville in basketball would have been as bad or worse than any loss to Kansas in football that you've had in the last decade. Like that's how bad I think Louisville is, and that's how bad I think Kenny Payne is as a coach. Maybe Louisville has a great year, and we're all of a sudden talking about that looking like a good win, but I don't expect that to happen. And the good news is Texas walked away with the W, but the fact that it was that close does concern me a little bit.
Has somebody found out why Max's last name is pronounced Asmus when there's no S that's the second letter? There's a B that's the second letter of his last name.
Yeah, Abmas. How do you get Asmus from that?
Abmas or Abmas.
Right. That's what it should be. Or, you got a silent B, Amos.
Sure, Amos works too. It's
anus,
really close to anus, but
right.
Maybe that's why he went Asmus. The Abmas is kind of a clunky pronunciation, or Abmas. So you just put the S in there. At Asmus. At least it's not Asmus, I guess.
Yeah, the guy is not Asmus. He's a good player. I'm glad we have him, and I'm not glad I said that joke. Should have left that one at home. The transfers, though, the 3 leading scorers for Texas, 3 transfers, Shedrick, Asmus, and fire your IT department because we've got IT Horton coming in. Those were the guys who carried the weight for the Longhorns. But the big concern that I had, and the big concern I think a lot of people who cover this team had going into the year, was defense, on-ball defense, especially with guards. And Louisville's guards, they hit a bunch of threes. One guy was living at the free throw line, it felt like. But yeah, Texas does not do a great job on the perimeter keeping guys in front of them. So having Cedric down low helps. When Dessou comes back, having him as your last line of defense down low helps. But yeah, Texas's on-ball defense on the perimeter left a lot to be desired. Asmus and Hunter, for as good as they are offensively, they are undersized. They're not, Hunter's a decent on-ball defender when he wants to be, but neither of those guys are elite on that side by any stretch. So yeah, the defense left something to be desired. But like you said, Texas's offense has been good. They've scored 80+ in each of these first 4 games this year. If they can do that against UConn tonight, then we're going to be talking about a really, really fun offense to watch this season.
All right. Thanks to our guy, Steve of Pest Wranglers, a.k.a. Cooter. He just texted me, in German, the sound for S looks like a B. So apparently he's German.
Doesn't look very German.
I mean,
does he look German to you?
I think that there are people who look like all sorts of different things who are from Germany. Maybe his dad was maybe he was a military brat. Maybe his dad was serving in Germany. I don't know.
His dad was serving somewhere in the Dallas area because Max Asmus went to Jesuit in Dallas.
Well, when he was born, and maybe he settled in Dallas, but I don't know why that would matter about what the last name is. It's not like you change your last name when you serve in Germany. That was just a stupid thought by me. I'm having to admit right now.
And I hate that you blamed Cooter for that too. Like, why did you bring him into that?
Cooter is the one who said that the B in German sounds like an S, so that's where it comes from.
We'll read this comment here from Daryl. I don't know if any of that makes sense. It could be Daryl pulling a fast one on us, but
Asmus's father said the B was originally a scharfes S, also called an Ezet. It's a German letter that resembles a B, but is actually pronounced like an S.
There you go. All right, so some German bloodline, I guess, for the Asmus family.
I feel like they've taken some liberties with going with the hard A there. I feel like if you're going to own that one, you got to own it. You got to go Asmus.
Oh,
AKA the week before and after Christmas in your parts.
Asmus. Yeah, I love that. That's our new holiday right there. We've got Festivus, Christmas, and Asmus, the Holy Trinity right there. All right, so Texas, UConn, 6 o'clock on ESPNU tonight because there's Monday Night Football, I guess, on ESPN 1 and 2. So, but yeah, hopefully the Longhorns can play with UConn tonight. That would go a long way to make me feel a lot better about this basketball team.
You don't feel good about this team right now.
Yeah, I do. I didn't like yesterday, though. Once again, like I think Louisville is horrible. Yeah. Maybe they have a good year once again. And maybe in a couple of months, I feel like an idiot for feeling as down on this performance as I did. But no, like I basically feel how I felt after Texas football in 2019 needed a long Cameron Dicker field goal to beat Kansas, like 57-56. Remember that?
Yep.
Where it's like, okay, we won. That's good. That's what matters. But that team, should it have been that close? Should it have required something in the final seconds to beat them? Like, not great. So that's where I'm at. But I think this Texas basketball team's good. They'll be a lot better when Dylan Dessou gets here. I don't think they're going to the Elite Eight or anything, but the hope is they're closer to doing what they did last year moving forward, right? Last year can't be the anomaly. With the Moody Center, with what Texas basketball has going for it right now, they need to be a perennial tournament lock, and hopefully they're having some success more often than not when we get to March Madness. Okay. Speaking of Steve, let's hear from Steve and Pest Wranglers.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
All right, it is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism, that has us saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. But today is not that day because we're having a talk apocalypse today, BK.
Ooh.
Can you survive an apocalypse? I'm asking you specifically before we get into the generality of that question.
What kind of apocalypse? Like a zombie apocalypse?
End of world scenario, zombie apocalypse, nuclear apocalypse. I mean, name the apocalypse. Generally speaking, do you think that you have what it takes to survive an apocalypse of robots, let's say?
Yeah, because I'm on the robots team.
It's true.
So that one I feel good about. But most of the other scenarios that you brought up, I don't think I'd be the first to go out, but I don't think I'd be the last to go out either.
Okay, well, I'm glad you said that because do you think, or what are the chances you think you could be the sole survivor of an apocalypse? That is last man standing, last man or woman standing.
Akon and Young Jeezy have a song about that, I think.
There's also a sitcom on Fox a few years ago. It's a pretty entertaining sitcom starring his name
sounds great.
SNL. What is his name from SNL?
Pete Davidson.
No, not Pete Davidson. He's coming to town to perform stand-up, weirdly.
Will Ferrell.
Show, we'll see. Will Ferrell, no.
Adam Sandler.
That's who it was, Adam Sandler.
No.
Well, there is new research out that asked people if they could survive an apocalypse and be the last person standing. And according to this research, 34% of people who were polled thought they could be the sole survival of an apocalypse.
What?
A survey of 2,000 U.S. adults. These people are out of their freaking minds. A survey of 2,000 U.S. adults looked at how this would be the case and found that these respondents believed that they would outlast everyone because of their strong survival skills and adaptability. Survival skills were listed 54% of the time, adaptability, a similarly large percentage. 30% of those surveyed see themselves as the underdog of the apocalypse, while more respondents believe that they are the top dog that would undoubtedly survive the entire damn thing.
What, do they go to a frat house in West Campus and interview a bunch of kids?
That may be it. on the weekend too at night, so it's probably some alcohol involved that's skewing their opinion on things.
34% of people polled, and you said 2,000 respondents?
2,000 respondents
said they could be the last person standing in an apocalypse in the world.
Now, another question that was asked is, who would your ideal survival mate be to help you get through an apocalypse?
Who's yours?
Hmm.
Did they give answers? Do you have some responses from people?
Probably Mike Glover, former
Childish Gambino. Oh, that's Donald Glover.
No, Mike Glover, who is a former U.S. Army, or I'm sorry, Special Forces. I forget if it was Marine Special Forces or Army Special Forces. He basically makes a living helping people get prepared for terrible scenarios. I interviewed him a few months ago. So somebody like that would probably be on my list, but that's not a celebrity, so it's a very boring answer versus going with someone like, I don't know, The Rock.
I'm going with Wags, number one.
Yeah, Wags is up there.
And then Chuck Norris, I feel like, has got to be high on the list, right?
Okay, I'm glad you said Chuck Norris because according to survey takers, now I think that they...
Careful, he's not around here somewhere. Bringing him up.
They were given carte blanche to announce somebody. 43% said The Rock. 36% said Chuck Norris, so they're on board with you. 33% said Superman. Come on, people, let's get real here.
That guy's an accountant or something.
What's that?
What is Superman's day job?
He's a reporter.
Yeah.
26% said John Cena.
Well, no one can see him, so I guess that helps.
You would be making a wish if it was you and John Cena. And 23% said MacGyver.
Wow.
MacGyver is the guy that can help you survive off of just some duct tape and toilet paper.
Who are we missing? That feels like a strong top five. I mean, the other response to this poll was ridiculous. I just think it's people trying to be funny. I would actually like them to be held accountable. I would love to see what happens with just those people if the world started to fall apart. But
well, maybe worth mentioning at this point that this poll was conducted by Quiznos, the sandwich chain. Quiznos is the group responsible for conducting this poll.
You're kidding.
Nope.
Quiznos is still around? Is this what they're doing? They're not making subs anymore? They're just polling people on this?
I mean, I feel like that's the big news of this story at the New York Post is Quiznos actually still has locations somewhere, and they have enough time and money on their hands that they can run such a ridiculous poll like this.
They still have that little rat thing from the commercials?
I sure hope they don't have rats in their restaurants.
You know what I'm talking about?
No.
All right, we're about to share a screen here. Hopefully we don't get popped for copyright.
Let's go.
Hold on. Okay.
Ooh, let's bring Jeff Parker in too while we're at it.
Hey, hold on. Why is this not? No. Stop.
Jeff, did you know Quiznos is still a thing?
I did not. I haven't had Quiznos in years.
Okay. Let's see if you guys
I have
remember.
not either. Like literally 15 to 20 years.
I'm a big Jersey Mike's guy.
Okay.
Yeah. That guy had a good day for the Giants yesterday, DeVito. Solid. All right, here we go.
Tommy DeVito.
Cause they are good to us. The Quiznos subs. They are tasty, they are crunchy, they are warm because they toast them.
Okay. All right.
They got a pepper.
Okay.
Quiznos
Okay. Come on.
You don't remember that?
I do. I don't remember that. That just triggered me like fireworks or vacuum cleaners just now. Wow, that was an annoying sound.
Did that air on national television at some point?
Oh, yeah. I remember that from my childhood. This video was posted on YouTube 17 years ago. And I think the commercial was probably older than that. Yeah. That was good stuff right there. I don't know what animal that was. It's not a rat. I think I gave it the wrong attribution there. All right. I don't know how we got there. Did you ask Jeff about the apocalypse thing?
No, Jeff, do you think that you could be the sole survivor of an apocalypse? Whether it's a nuclear holocaust or something along those lines, you think you have what it takes to be the sole survivor of an apocalypse?
Hell no.
Nah, I'm so fucked.
Yeah, not even close. My survival skills would be atrocious in something like that. Like I've been camping one time in my life, and I think we were out there for like 2 days without a cell phone at most. And then there was like a casino in the little town in this town in California called Bishop.
Okay.
And there was a casino like 10 minutes away. And after that, I was like, all right, boys, like I'm done. I'm gonna go pick up more beer and head to the casino.
Hey, 2 days. Could be worse. You made it. I figured you were gonna say like 2 hours or something. Like you tried to fall asleep in a tent and you just couldn't do it, so you went to the closest hotel or something like that.
Oh no, I have like a little bit of mental toughness,
There you
but
go.
not enough to be the sole survivor of a goddamn apocalypse.
Yeah. Schlotsky's did a survey, and 34% of people said they think they could be the last man or woman standing on Earth in an apocalypse.
Yeah, those people can't even go make a sandwich themselves, but they think they're going to survive an apocalypse.
People can't spell Schlotsky's or Quiznos.
No, those are both tough. Okay, we were trying to figure out, what was the other question, Trey, in that survey? Like, who would you pick as your...
Who would you want as your survival mate?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Am I answering this right now?
Yeah.
I said Chuck Norris.
I think he's in the running.
You said Chuck Norris, BK?
I said Chuck Norris. Trey says Bob Ballou.
Bob Ballou is in the running for me.
Oh my gosh. I don't know if I have a good answer to that. Man.
The Rock was in the top 5.
I was gonna throw him out there, but then also like, just because he's jacked, like are we picking the Rock just because we think he could like take down wildlife for us?
Yeah, just kill a deer with his bare hands.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he had like 7 cents to his name once. So if you're out of money, he'd find a way to make you money. Somehow he'd negotiate a good business deal with whatever's trying to kill us.
You guys ever watch Naked and Afraid?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, my fiance and I watched that, and that's immediately what I'm going to right now, just putting myself in those people's shoes and just being like, there's no chance I would make it one day. Like I might spend one night out there, and then I would just be like, this is so dumb. Like I'm out.
I'm with you on the camping thing, Jeff. I think BK camps more than either you or I do, but it's only taken a couple of times in my life to realize that I like everything about camping except for the pooping, eating, sleeping, and just being in the outdoors. And I like the outdoors in the daytime, and that's where my camping comes to an end.
I love how Trey just listed like 4 things that are pretty critical to camping.
The 4 most critical things. You don't
like basically, I just hate it. Yeah, I just hate it all, basically. And I'm totally with you.
Yeah, inside is better. I'll take plumbing and running water and a bed over being outside any day of the week.
And then, all that stuff during the day, I'm with Trey. It's great. And then afterwards, we can go get a nice dinner somewhere, or we can go back to the Airbnb, go to the hotel. We can have it all. That's the best part about our world. You can have it all. You don't have to sleep on the ground.
It's true.
You don't have to shit into a bucket that has a toilet seat over the top of it that you got at Home Depot for $2.
No, you're paying for that. Just go outside. Just go in nature.
Well, when I went to bear camp this last summer with my family, we weren't allowed to do that because it attracted bears.
Just take it, grab like a little dog poop bag, and then chunk it to the next campsite. Tell the bears to get the other people.
We were doing
so that one time I went camping, I went with my high school buddies. You could only imagine the amount of when number 2 was happening, the amount of nonsense that was going on.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's got to be pure distraction at that point in time, and the amount of trash talk to try and psych that person out to force them to hold it for a little bit longer.
Basically, pretending we saw bears.
The casino.
Yeah, exactly.
Checks out. All right, fellas, I'll be locked in. You guys have a tremendous show.
Good stuff, BK. Talk to you tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. See you.
What's up, Jeff? How you doing?
Good. The happy birthday balloons.
I guess. I prefer the lasers, but I don't have any control over when somebody else is triggering the my background. Pew 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 pew.
Love it.
So You did not have to go cover a Texas game this weekend, as we talked about last Monday. You did not make the trip to Ames, Iowa. So how was your weekend of getting to hang out at home, watching things from the comfort of your couch, perhaps?
It was great. I mean, I watched the Texas game from our sports office at the station, which was, I love being on the field, but it was nice to have one game where I could kind of watch from above and actually see the replays and those kind of things. And then actually like either agree with Texas fans that it was a shit call or disagree with Texas fans, those kind of things, and some of those penalties, Trey, when the 2 touchdowns were called back. I don't know. And I think the disappointing part about those is neither of those plays needed to happen. But anyway, totally digress. Overall, great weekend.
Yeah, it was. And I have less of an issue with the penalties called if the game is being called tight both ways, but it's not. And that's been the case all year long. So it's annoying, but it's also not throwing a wrench in my ability to enjoy Texas winning another game, because this team has figured out how to block a lot of that out, as they've been dealing with it all year long as well. And they've obviously been on the field, not having penalties called against their opponents in obvious situations. But this is a resilient bunch, and we've seen it throughout the course of this year, and we saw it one more time in Ames, Iowa. It was cold. Things weren't going great at the half, only being up 6-3, but this team kept taking care of its business, and they eventually got it done, or got things going on offense, while the defense continued to be its stout self, with the exception of a couple of coverage busts, which is just a part of the game at this point, watching this Texas defense. Teams might have some success throwing the football, but if they need to run the ball to be good offensively, there's a very slim chance that they're going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I mean, what else can we say about this defensive line? I mean, just the absolute heartbeat of this team. And like you said, Trey, I mean, teams are going to be able to pass like on this Texas team. It's just going to happen. They can obviously get better and improve, but that's not going to be a strength the rest of the season. I think if you're watching Texas football, you just need to understand that people are going to pass the ball a little bit on Texas. But again, to your point, like the way that they stuff the run, I think that almost, I don't want to say that shouldn't make it more difficult on the secondary, but it does mean that teams are probably going to abandon that at some point and then just sling it, which at a certain point that is going to, it's going to end up where teams are going to rack up some passing yards on Texas, especially if they decide that they can't run the ball. But, the timely interception from Jaron Thompson, couple sacks in that game, like they just made big plays. I think the biggest thing is, and then obviously Tavondre Sweat on special teams. The difference with this team is, not to oversimplify it, but they're just making the plays that they haven't made really, frankly, over the last decade, that they have not consistently made, with the exception of a season or two, maybe 2018, that Sugar Bowl team could make some big plays and all that. But I mean, and they were clutch in certain moments. But at the end of the day, like, this is a team they are making plays in winning time. And like you said, Trey, not a great first half. I mean, to have 2 touchdowns called back because of penalties, whether you want to say like ticky tack or not, Keaton Crawford on that punt return, you can't let the ref make that call. Like that block did not need to be made. So, and then the Kelvin Banks one, I'm not so sure on that one. And then that
one's tough luck. The Kelvin Banks penalty is tough luck, because Quinn Ewers, he has a good block on him, but as soon as Quinn Ewers moves to his left, sometimes just basic instincts are going to kick in. And so he instinctively grabs the jersey very briefly, but you saw the jersey stretching there. And so was it a necessary penalty to keep his quarterback from getting sacked? Probably not, but he doesn't know because his head is turned to Quinn Ewers. It's unfortunate the way that it played out, but you're exactly right. You can't give the refs a chance to make that call, especially if you're Keaton Crawford, and you blocking that guy in the back, or you not blocking him in that situation, would have had no impact on what Xavier Worthy was able to do with the rest of the play.
And I'll say to be fair, he's been so good on special teams all year. Like that guy has made so many plays on kickoff coverage, punt return, punt coverage, all of those different things. So, it was a tough first half, but like we said, that's the resiliency that this Texas team really hasn't had for a long time.
Exactly right. So here we are now. Texas is a win away against Texas Tech on Friday night from punching their ticket to the Big 12 championship game the following Saturday. Feel pretty good about the chances of Texas doing so. And who do you think Texas ends up facing in that game? Because there's still 3 teams that have a chance at making it there.
Trey, I took a minute with the tiebreakers yesterday, and then I was just kind of like, it's winning you're in for Texas. Like, you're playing Texas Tech in the regular season finale to go 11-1. Like, that's all. I mean, again, maybe I should for work purposes, maybe I should concern myself more with the potential for who they're going to play. But I guess to turn the question around into who would you want to play, I think at this point, if you're Texas, given that there just really haven't been any of the upsets that we've talked about the last couple of weeks needing to happen for Texas, if they're going to be a 12-1 Big 12 champion and maybe slide into that last playoff spot, I think you want to at least avenge your loss to OU now. Like, that would be, if it were me, that would be my preference. I don't know how you see it.
I think these 3 teams are pretty similar in terms of the challenge that they pose. Oklahoma State worries me because they have good wide receivers, and Bowman has shown the ability to throw the football. And look, is Oklahoma State going to be able to run the ball in Texas? Probably not, but Ollie Gordon is really freaking good. And sometimes you get exceptions to the rule, right? And so that is a unique challenge that Oklahoma State poses. Ultimately, I would probably want to face Oklahoma that final time just for the poetry of these 2 teams, the 2 biggest brands in the conference, leaving the conference after this athletic year, going to the SEC, the amount of vitriol that exists within the rest of the conference as a result of that, which is completely understandable, by the way. But for Brett Yormark to attend that game knowing that he's going to have to hand that final trophy for either team to one or the other, I like the sweetness of that poetry. I also don't want to see Oklahoma win a conference championship. So I guess there's that element of it. But ultimately, it probably is OU, in part because I want Texas to be able to avenge that loss. Like, I think in retrospect, even though Oklahoma fans were chirping about it at the time, like, Texas didn't play a great game in Dallas that day, and Oklahoma played maybe their best game of the year. And they've been falling apart over the last month now. I mean, they've lost a couple of games that they should not have lost, and they've come really close a couple of other times to really bad teams in this conference too. So I know that Longhorns players and coaches will be licking their chops at that opportunity, but ultimately, though, it's going to require Oklahoma State to lose to BYU in Stillwater, and I just don't think that happens either. So I think the answer to who Texas plays is probably Oklahoma State, and I wish we could play their soon-to-be non-rival across the state.
And one more rematch with the mullet. How about that?
Well, BK made a great point about the teams that were in the Big 12 before this year, that Texas has beaten every team that will remain in the Big 12 that were Big 12 foes through last season, except for Oklahoma State. Because even West Virginia, who they didn't play this year, they beat West Virginia last year. So the last time they played West Virginia, they beat them too. The one exception to that is Oklahoma State, who won last year's matchup. So they would get a chance to to leave the Big 12, I guess, beating every foe one final time.
Yeah, no, definitely. That's a cool aspect there too. And from a playoff standpoint, Trey, I just think, I mean, don't you think after just the lack of, I mean, I feel like we haven't seen any upsets. Really, like, there haven't been any huge upsets in college football. Like, even if Oregon State had beaten Washington, I don't think that would have really been an upset. I think they were favored at some point with, depending on how the line moved over the course of the week leading up to kickoff. So that wouldn't have been like a massive upset. And now I guess you could have Oregon State gets another chance to now eliminate Oregon potentially here. But I just think if you're a Texas fan, you need to kind of start coming to grips with, it's just a bummer, but even if they go 12-1 and win the Big 12, like, I don't think they're going to get in the playoff.
I think
because then you're just going, you're just going resume against resume with a lot of really good teams. And honestly, there might be enough undefeated teams to where your resume just doesn't even matter.
I'm very glad that they have that win over Alabama and Tuscaloosa at the start of the year, even if this Alabama team is very different now than they were 2 months ago, because that is still the best win on anybody's resume as it currently stands. Now, if Alabama beats Georgia in the SEC championship game, then guess what? Alabama has the best win because they just beat Georgia for the first time.
But I don't think, everyone keeps saying that. I don't think that's going to happen.
It could. Alabama has really turned a corner offensively, and their defense is good right now too. I still think Georgia is the better team, but Nick Saban's been here a bunch in the past, and it's very rare that his team is an underdog. And I think that they will step up to the challenge as an underdog in that game. And they know that that Georgia has had their number in the last couple of years now too. So that's going to be a fun game to watch. But if Alabama wins that game, I think both those teams make it to the college football playoff again. And I think that there's a chance that if Michigan beats Ohio State this weekend and goes on to win the Big Ten title over Iowa, which they're going to kick the shit out of Iowa, that there's a possibility Michigan and Ohio State gets in, because Ohio State's one loss is to Michigan. And they have 2 big wins over Penn State and Notre Dame that don't look nearly as good now. And there's a chance if Washington and Oregon meet in the Pac-12 championship game, if both teams win this weekend and Washington's undefeated, Oregon's a one-loss team, they're one loss coming at Washington, and Oregon wins that game, there's a chance Oregon and Washington make the college football playoff. The bottom line, Jeff, is that this is a great argument for an expanded college football playoff, which I'm glad we're getting next year. Unfortunately, it's this year, and there's only 4 spots to go around. The other part of that equation, of course, is Florida State losing one of their last 2 games, either the rivalry game in Gainesville this weekend against Florida or to Louisville in the ACC championship game. I think one of those 2 things probably happens. Obviously, you feel terrible for Jordan Travis and that gruesome leg injury he suffered in the first quarter of their win this last weekend. Florida also dealing with an injury at quarterback. Graham Mertz looked like he may have broken his collarbone in their soul-crushing loss to Missouri this last weekend too. So I think Florida State probably still beats Florida, but I do believe Louisville ends up beating them. So that takes care of one part of the equation for Texas fans. Unfortunately, there's a lot more moving pieces though. So even though Texas has a chance to finish the year 12-1, has the best road victory of the year, beating Alabama in Tuscaloosa, they could find themselves on the outside looking in when it's all said and done.
No, 100%. You just went down all of the different teams and resumes that they're going to have to go up against, because now you could, you said it, Trey, you could have Washington and Oregon, whose one losses to each other, and one's the Pac-12 champion, which frankly, the Pac-12 has been significantly better than the Big 12 this year. We haven't always been able to say that, and it's kind of ironic given that they're folding at the end of the year. That's just a matter of fact. The Pac-12 has been better than the Big 12. So now if you're Texas and your one loss is to a 3-loss Oklahoma team that either you didn't get to avenge the loss or you did avenge the loss in the Big 12 title game, your resume is not better. I guess you could make an argument. I know people have made the argument on Oregon and all that, but just strength of schedule and those kind of things, the argument can be made there. Yeah. But you could do the same thing, like you said, with Michigan and Ohio State. If that's a 3-point game and both of those teams have a win over Penn State and then one has a win over each other and a conference championship, Ohio State got in last year getting smoked by them.
I didn't think about that. You're right, though.
Yeah, they got in last year and that game wasn't even that close. Yeah, it's a bummer. It really is a bummer, because I'd love to see Texas in the playoff, but they need to they need to do their part, and it just seems like it's not going to be enough. It's hard to see a scenario, an obvious scenario where it's you can't leave Texas out. I don't even want to get started on the Texas versus Alabama if they're both 12-1, because I think I think we talked about that last week, where it's just absolute insanity to me. I don't give a crap if they beat Georgia. It's absolute insanity if they have the same record they played. Texas beat them by double freaking digits on there. That's the one hill that I will die on with that. Then don't play games. Then don't play the games. Then just have some suits and grapevine tell me that, this team is better than that team. And if this team played this team on this field, so that's the only one I feel strongly about is Texas versus Alabama.
I'm pretty stoic about this Texas team right now. Obviously I want to see them win, and it's a bummer to see them lose. I'm fairly level-headed about things. If that were to happen though, I'd be pretty pissed off about that. Even knowing that Alabama had just beaten Georgia, which suffered their first loss in 3 years, and Georgia is essentially still going to have to be in the college football playoff, and therefore Alabama is going to have to be in. That's where the rationalization gets all sorts of out of whack. But you're exactly right. It's why schedule these tough non-conference games if they end up not mattering because of how convoluted the whole process is? But that's part of the reason why they've expanded the playoff now. Thank goodness. They're
Yeah.
just doing it a year too late. This is the
I know it
perfect
sucks
year to
because
start the 12-team playoff because so many teams have an argument right now.
yeah, it really does suck because you'd have like, I guess the last like 4 or 5 teams that got in this year, if it was 12, you'd be like, meh, you know, and that's probably how it's going to be most years. But there are 7 teams where you're like, this is a playoff team. And again, this is where there still could be some upsets. It's still college football, but we're taking some liberties, assuming like Texas wins out. Maybe, you know, I know you weren't necessarily assuming that Florida State's going to beat Louisville and the conference title game and all that. But like, if that does happen, then yeah, there's a lot of teams that deserve to be in. So classic college football leadership, you know, I mean, at least this time they're only a year late. They've been 100 years late on almost every other thing.
I know they're usually 5 to 10 years behind, still arguing points that have been decided a decade ago. It's like, come on, guys, really? But hey, that's why they're about to not have a say-so in college football. It's the biggest moneymaker by far, and they've continued to, I don't even know if you can call it making an effort to try and slow things up. They've just been making no effort. Their apathy has left them so far behind things that we're left to try and figure it out on our own. It's why in a couple of years, the College Football Playoff Committee will probably be the governing body of the sport, and the NCAA will still be responsible for the Olympic sports and college basketball, baseball, and softball.
I see Jake's comments. We're not getting enough credit for beating K-State. Like, while I agree with that, that's not going to carry a lot of weight when you're deciding between 12-1 conference champions or a 12-1 Ohio State or Michigan team that lost to the other. You know, it's just like at the end of the day, like that. Yeah, they're going to look at it and go, okay, they gutted out a win. They were at home with a backup quarterback in overtime. But I just don't think, like, even if they end up being 23, you know, I don't think that win's going to carry much weight. But Trey, the one thing I'll say about Alabama and Georgia again is I'll double down on that. I don't think Alabama is going to beat Georgia. Like, Georgia is playing so well right now. I mean, I know they haven't been totally tested, but they're now back to the point where, like, they're dismantling teams.
Yeah.
I mean, they, you know, Carson Beck is finally doing his thing again and finding his way. So,
he's found his way into the Heisman race.
I mean, seriously. And it's just sneaky because, you know, we kind of slept on Stetson Bennett the last couple of years, even though he would make big plays and things like that, just because of his story and the walk on and, you know, that whole deal. Like, Carson Beck's a stud, man. And he's playing like a stud. Georgia's playing defense again. They're running the ball really well. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it won't be a close game, but I think Alabama will get eliminated. It's just kind of like how you said about Florida State with the backup quarterback now. Like, I think those two teams will get eliminated, and then it'll be down to probably like 6 teams that they got to decide between.
I think in terms of conference championship games, and I'm omitting Texas here because obviously Texas is number 1 for me. I'm a Longhorn fan, so it's the game I'm going to care most about. But in terms of the other conference championship games, it's neck and neck between which one I care more about, just in terms of the general entertainment value between the SEC championship game and the likely matchup in the Pac-12 championship game too. Because unlike you, I think Alabama is going to give Georgia a run for its money. I think that this is going to be a very close game that Alabama actually has a chance to win. And the X factor is Jalen Milroe, a guy who has really taken some major steps forward as a thrower to go along with that electric running ability. And their defense is really good too. And I think their defense is having to worry less about the Georgia rushing attack this year. The Georgia rushing attack has been strangely up and down, which is why it's been so important for the Bulldogs that Beck has caught up with the speed of the game, I guess, and learned how to play with the threat of getting hit there too, which is something he talked about in a really good interview, I think, with The Athletic a couple weeks ago, that he has become a Heisman candidate. And he is the biggest reason why their offense has been so darn good over these last few weeks now.
Yeah. And we, Kyle in the comments threw out a possibility of Georgia, Michigan, Washington, Texas. And I mean, that's kind of what we were saying. Like, yes, is that a possibility? That could happen. Yeah. But then now you're looking at it going, like, I guess if you're Texas, what you want to happen is in that scenario, you want Georgia and Washington, or you need Georgia and Washington to both beat Alabama and Oregon. So then those teams have 2 losses. They're not a conference champion. And then you need Michigan to just absolutely throttle Ohio State.
I think in that,
and then you need Florida State to lose.
I think in that scenario, even if Ohio State only has the one loss, but their loss is to Michigan,
You think they get in over Texas?
I think that because Texas is a blue blood program that would have won their conference championship, that they would want to
reward
give credit
that.
for that, while also giving proper value to that win over Alabama and diminishing Ohio State's big wins over Notre Dame and Penn State, two teams that are kind of hanging on for dear life right now. Penn State less so, obviously, but Notre Dame is it's been a weird season for them. So I think in that scenario, if it's Washington, Michigan, Georgia, who are undefeated, and then Texas is one of a handful of one-loss teams along with Ohio State, maybe Louisville, if Florida State ends up losing that ACC championship game, Texas probably gets in at that point.
Well, and I think the Penn State win for both Michigan and Ohio State, like, not to diminish it, but I think it's kind of, I don't want to compare it too similar to maybe like Texas's K-State win, but I think it's kind of similar to that, where, I mean, Penn State's a better team. They're not a significantly better team. They just have the blue blood name. They're Penn State. It's a, white out in Happy Valley, like, versus little old K-State and the Little Apple. Like, but those wins are like pretty comparable. So then if you kind of go down the line of that, then that's a good point. Like, who's Ohio State's big win if they lose? For Michigan, Michigan, maybe the better scenario for Texas is Ohio State beats the hell out of Michigan. And then you go, Michigan's caught up in this whole scandal. They now have a loss. They're not going to win the conference. They really have not played anybody. Like, their schedule has not been difficult. Like, they have to beat Ohio State. So maybe that's the better path, is Ohio State puts a good whooping on Michigan, which, again, I don't think is going to happen. But if we're just sitting here having fun with the possibilities.
I can see Michigan whipping Ohio State. I cannot see Ohio State whipping Michigan. If Ohio State wins that game, I think it's going to be a grinded out affair for them, where they're able to lean on Travion Henderson a little bit more. But then again, Michigan likes running the football too, as they obviously showed by running it 30 straight times against Penn State a couple weekends ago.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it's, we'll find a way to still have this same conversation when it's 12 teams, but it just won't be as intense as early in the season. Like, we've been having this conversation for 3 weeks now, which I guess maybe some of the hesitancy that they had when they wanted to expand it, or when they were talking about expanding it initially. But at the end of the day, man, like, it makes for better football. I've always said all along, please expand this. Get rid of this absolute, complete, utter nonsense joke of a week on the schedule that we just had for most of these SEC teams, and Florida State playing North freaking Alabama. Get the hell out of here with that. That is such a clown show game. Like, what are we doing with that? Like, North Alabama in the middle of the season, Trey. What a waste of everyone's time. And my little brother is a grad student, PhD student at Florida State. So he's super into it. He goes to all the games, and he's like, we show up and we show out for every game. That was their senior night, Trey. I mean, get rid of that game, play an 11-game regular season, and do a freaking 16-team playoff. Like, do a bigger playoff. Just some of the stuff that, like, in college football, I love the sport so much, but it just drives me nuts sometimes, where they can't get out of their own way with, like, let these teams play. I mean, I heard someone on ESPN radio, the national radio, they were like going down the list, and they were like, Alabama, oh, they look unstoppable. Oh my God, Alabama's at it again. They're playing UT Chattanooga. Like, I'm sorry, too much coffee.
No, I think that's a great point. It's stupid that they're playing these meaningless games this late in the year. It's why I want to see the SEC go to a 9-game conference schedule, because I don't want Texas to have to schedule one of these stupid games every year. They're sticking with 8 for the next 2 years. Hopefully they get it right after that.
And that's the one thing I've always appreciated about whoever's been in charge at Texas. They've never played, they'll go play a Rice or a UTEP or somebody like that, or a UTSA. Those are real teams, man. Like a Wyoming. Like, Wyoming just beat the team you're playing on Friday.
That's right.
They play real games, at least, when they do cupcakes.
Speaking of not getting out of your own way, this is the official anti-Brandon Staley show, if one exists, on Texas Sports Unfiltered. And oh boy, how about that meltdown from Brandon Staley yesterday? I don't know if you can hear this. Damn it, I'm not going to be able to hear this right now.
What's that?
You can't hear what I was just playing, can you?
I couldn't, but
darn it. All right. Well, I'm not going to be able to play this, but Brandon Staley is pretty much at the end of his tenure with the, don't call us San Diego, LA Chargers, after they lost another game that they should not have lost to the Green Bay Packers. The Packers are not great this year. Technically, they're not out of the playoff hunt just yet, but that's because the NFC is strange this season. The Chargers, though, continue to melt down in all sorts of fun ways. Now, I will tell you that Quentin Johnston missed what needed to be a surefire catch that could have been a touchdown for him, or if nothing else, would have been a grab that puts him in field goal range to potentially tie this game. Keenan Allen had a couple of drops that he was apologizing for after the game as well. But the Chargers defense, which is Brandon Staley's side of the ball, continues to give up a lot of yards to pretty mediocre offenses. And after the game, Staley was asked about making any changes on that side of the ball, and he's getting to the point of defensive and defiant with regards to there not being a need to make a change on his side of the ball, Jeff. And we may be, I don't know, a couple of days away from Brandon Staley losing his job in LA.
Trey, they're 4-6. Like, this is a team and a roster that every damn year, they are the hot, sexy Super Bowl pick because, and I know, people are going to say that I'm too harsh on Justin Herbert and all that, but he did not deserve much of the blame for that game. But there are plenty of games that I've watched where, Justin Herbert, like even against the Cowboys, they've lost a bunch of games, whatever, 40-37 or 41-38, whatever that Lions loss was. But then they've also lost a lot of games like yesterday where they didn't score enough points, like 23-20. They lost 20-17 to the Cowboys. They've lost a lot of low scoring games too. So he's not blameless in all this, but I think we're at the point where if you're the Chargers, you know that he's your quarterback of the future, at least the right now and then the immediate future of 2 to 3 years. You're giving him that. So go get him an offensive coach. Hey, go get him the guy from the Lions, Ben Johnson, the offensive coordinator over there. Go get him, or go get somebody more experienced that's going to make the right OC hire. I guess you could. Kellen Moore would probably be the interim, and he might get a chance since he's. I wouldn't be excited about that, but he's interviewed for quite a few of those jobs.
Yes.
Over the last couple of years. But anyway, Trey, we've, like you said, this is a staple of our show on Mondays. Is just Brandon Staley providing us just easy material for us to. I hate hitting a guy when he's down, but when you act the way that you do at the end of the post game right there. Yeah. Like that's I think been my biggest issue with Brandon Staley too. There's a lot of guys that are bad coaches that I think are like, at least come across as like cool, decent dudes. Brandon Staley comes across like a total arrogant asshole.
Exactly.
Like when you're doing that at the end of that game and you're going after a reporter, dude, the guy's asking you a question about your defense. Like you said, Trey, that's your side of the ball. That's what you made a name for. That's what you made a name for yourself for, to get a head coaching job. And sometimes to me, it's as simple as you've been there that long. If you can't figure out your own expertise, your own side of the ball, that's an issue. It would be like if Sark could not figure out the offense in year 3, which obviously is not the case, but that would be a major issue if it was the case. And it's not the case, which is why they're 10-1. And we're having these big picture conversations about college football playoffs and New Year's 6 bowl games. So on the NFL level, I think it applies too. Like, he can't figure that out, then dude, like, I don't think you're the guy. And also, don't be an asshole while you're at it.
Yeah, the Packers lose Aaron Jones 4 carries into this game. Now, thankfully, it doesn't look like it's going to be a season-ending knee injury for them. So at that point, they have A.J. Dillon and Jordan Love, who really hasn't been all that great this year. He's had a couple of nice games here and there, but for the most part, his stats have sucked. He has struggled in his first year as a starter in Green Bay. Throws for 322 yards and 2 touchdowns. Like, that's inexcusable. You can't allow an inexperienced quarterback to look like Pat Mahomes or Tom Brady and carving you up like what happened. But that's
you made it
how it went down.
Jordan Love has looked so mediocre all year to the point where people are already questioning, do we just give him this year and then move on? And yeah, that's a great point. You just made him look like the class of quarterbacks in the NFL. You just made him look like what you all think Justin Herbert is. And I feel for Herbert in a way, but I also think the dude just gets let off the hook left and right, man. Like, but then there are also games where you're like, he scores 38 points and the Lions give up 40, and the Lions score 41 in that game last week. Oh,
so yeah, exactly. So the problem is that his body of work has had moments, more than a few moments, at moments where you're questioning Justin Herbert and his how clutch he is down the stretch in games, right? But you can't draw an accurate conclusion because his coach is doing him no favors with regards to helping him win games. I mean, it goes back to his first year with the Chargers where he was refusing to kick field goals in situations where they were routinely not making it on 4th and short and losing games by a handful of points. Now, he's kicking more field goals this year, but he's not doing that to the degree that he probably should, considering that I think it's 5 of their 6 losses are by a combined like 14 points or something. So they're still losing games close, which at that point, you are talking a lot about little decisions being made within the game by the guy on the sideline that is ultimately keeping his team from being able to win those games. It was the same issue with Tom Herman here a few years ago, by the way. Tom Herman played so many close games, but refused to acknowledge what needed to be done differently. Continue to pass on field goals to go for it on 4th and short. Another Sam Ehlinger QB power to the right that gets stuffed. And then ultimately, when it's all said and done, he clearly didn't have the chops to find success here at Texas. Whereas a guy like Steve Sarkeesian, as hard as he can be at times, Jeff, he has shown a willingness to look in the mirror and see when he needs to do something differently. Like, this is a team that has thrown the deep ball less this year because they're facing more defenses that are making it hard to throw the deep ball. Now, they'll still take shots from time to time, but it's not being as forced as much as it was last season. And by the same token, when they made the mistake I'm going to call it a mistake, by starting CJ Baxter at running back to start the year, but he gets hurt. Second game of the season, needs to take a game off. Jonathan Brooks comes in there. They realize, holy crap, we had this guy the entire time and we took it for granted. He was a starter until he got hurt. Now CJ Baxter is maybe better equipped to start at running back going forward, as his performance in Ames a couple of nights ago suggests.
Well, and I'll say something on Sark too, Trey, and I've said this a couple times, and we're not behind closed doors, but you can see it and you can sense it, and you can sense when we're talking to these guys, you're listening to sound bites, whatever it may be. Over time, when you're there a lot, you can tell when something's genuine or when something is, I don't know. I'm not going to say it's not genuine, but you're just like, I don't know about that. Like, from talking to the players and even from hearing what Sark says, you can tell he handles this team with a real humility, like, to himself. Now, again, I don't know how he handles himself everywhere else. Like, he's had a couple of his moments, like yelling at camera guys and, things like that before games that have been interesting. Some of the Alamo Bowl one and those kind of things. But with his team, he seems to handle them with a great humility that I think guys respect. Guys respect that. They say, whereas you see a Staley or you see some of these other guys, even when Herman was here, there was almost like a hint of arrogance, which I think comes from they haven't done it. Like, maybe insecurity might be a strong word because I'm sure they're very confident in themselves, but a little bit of that in the back of their mind, knowing like, I haven't done this. And even this was Sark's first 10 win regular season as a head coach. Like, even he hadn't done it, but I think he is experienced enough to know that that's how you handle teams. Like, that's how you need to be. That's the demeanor you need to have to set the culture. And again, it's one of those words it's such a buzzword. It's such a cliche, but it is so important. And they seem to have that culture in place right now where, he can, like, when he gets on players, when the staff gets on players, the players will listen. They'll accept that coaching because they know that the coaches are coaching themselves too. These coaches are looking in the mirror. And again, that's not me saying that like Tom Herman and their coaches weren't doing that, but however that's permeated through the program over the last 3 years, you can tell that it's a very accountable program, and one where, guys really do love like playing for each other. And speaking of that, I mean, you mentioned CJ Baxter. Cool to see what he got to do, when he got his opportunity. But how about Jordan Whittington? Jordan Whittington finally scores a touchdown. Like, I know we're not supposed to root, or at least I'm not supposed to root for guys in my job at CBS Austin. It is impossible not to root for a guy like Jordan Whittington and to not be happy when you see a guy like that finally scores first touchdown of the season. long overdue.
Yeah, the guy has obviously been talked about ad nauseum this year with regards to just how much of a team first dude he is and how he cares very little about individual statistics. I guess Steve Sarkeesian talked about him a little bit earlier today at his Monday presser.
He's literally talked about him in every media availability for the last like 2 weeks, just because of the little plays he made. Well, not little play, the big, seemingly little play that he made against TCU to strip that fumble on the interception, and then obviously the touchdown.
And so he talked about how Jordan Whittington suffered a collarbone injury in October of 2021 and was pretty dejected because he had made it through, I think, 3 years at Texas at the time and kept having seasons derailed by injuries. And so he was ready to quit. And Sark had a heart-to-heart with him and asked him to stick around, and he has. And I think he's made the most of it. I don't know if Jordan Whittington's going to be earning an NFL paycheck at the next level. I think there's more of a chance than maybe the stats suggest right now, because he is a guy who is pretty good as a blocker on the outside. He makes hustle plays. So if nothing else, he might have a special teams career ahead of him. And maybe he's a guy like a little Jordan Humphrey who sticks enough that eventually he gets that shot at wide receiver and then shows he's got a ton of ability at wide receiver too. I'm not suggesting that he does not have that. He's just surrounded by guys who are maybe a little bit more electric at the position with Xavier Worthy and A.D. Mitchell. But yes, it was great to see him get that moment, to get what was essentially a back-breaking touchdown for the Longhorns that put the game well in hand for them. And then also to have another huge catch in that game. I think it was a third down catch maybe that extended a drive. But it's just that next man up mentality. I'd be curious to talk to the coaches about how they were able to build a sort of resilience for this football team, because this team has taken the opposition's best shot a lot of times, and they respond in kind, both offensively and defensively. The one exception was that Oklahoma game, but grit is not something that you are born with necessarily. It's something that you have to train. And I don't know if it's just a matter of making them go through difficulties with their offseason training, or if there's something else. There's a psychological element that's been talked about. But these coaches have formed a really gritty group. And part of that is on the players too, obviously. But there was something that was done this offseason that created a group of guys that will not quit and often will respond in the best way possible for Longhorn fans in the face of adversity.
Two follow-ups to that on Jay Witt, Trey. You're talking about his NFL potential. If Brendan Schooler can earn an NFL paycheck making special teams plays, and awesome special teams plays at that, he's carved out a really nice role for himself. And it's cool to see. If Brendan Schooler can do that, then I think Jordan Whittington could do something similar. And he has even more talent and experience playing the receiver position too, to where if he gets on the right squad, even if he doesn't get drafted, if he kind of gets to pick and choose the right place to go, then I think Jordan Whittington could have a nice NFL career. Just maybe playing a little receiver, who knows, but potentially just making tons of those hustle plays. We saw Brendan Schooler is basically becoming the next Matthew Slater on that team. He almost looks like he's gonna. Not that I watch that much Patriots football, but those are the plays that Matthew Slater, son of a Hall of Famer, has basically turned himself into a Hall of Famer making. And just say all that to say, I think Jay Witt could potentially carve out a role like that if he wanted to. Who knows? He's a guy that's super interesting to talk to, really smart, well-spoken guy with diverse interests and those kind of things. So who knows? He may have even bigger and better than the NFL on his mind for his post-college career. But the second thing about him too is you mentioned that conversation that Sark spoke about today of saying, hey, please come back. Essentially talking him out of giving up football after all those injuries. Well, going into this season, we asked him why he came back again, because, he's got one of those confusing eligibility timelines of COVID year, injury year, redshirt year, whatever it may be. So he was asked, why'd you come back? And the answer was simple: win a Big 12 championship. And rarely do you get an answer that is so genuine and straightforward from guys like that about why they came back. Usually it's some sort of long winding, I love my teammates, love school, maybe get my degree, win championship. This was, I want to win a Big 12 championship. So now to see that, what that could do for him personally and for the Texas program going forward, and these players that are now these younger guys that are following these leaders. You mentioned that grit that they've developed in the off season. That now just completely validates and puts a stamp of approval on that. If you're a young guy like, heck, I even see like a young guy like Austin Jordan who made the scoop and score on the Devondre Sweat block.
Yeah.
You know, a Malik Muhammad, a Jonte Cook, a younger guys like this say, you know, even if this doesn't go exactly as I planned when I come in as a 5-star recruit like Jay Witt did, if I trust this process and I trust this culture and this team, like look what can happen. So if he gets that Big 12 championship, Jay Witt and then all those seniors too, all those guys that have been here all 3 years, I mean, you can't help but be happy for those guys if that does happen. And even if they get to the game and get to play for it, and then, you know, I mean, I think they would win it if they got there. But I just thought that was awesome from Jay Witt, just the honesty in the offseason of this is exactly why I came back. Sure, there's other reasons, but this is the one main reason.
Yeah, great thought there. Kenny says, Trey, did you see the Aggies football Twitter post of being 17-0 against since 2012 against in-state teams? I did not see that. That is completely embarrassing if that's true, and it's not going to surprise me that it's true either, Kenny. Congratulations on beating Lamar 11 times, Texas A&M Commerce a couple of times, and other scrub schools a couple of times during that era, Texas A&M. Good Lord.
Let me see this. That's the most Aggie thing of all time.
That is. You'd think somebody over there would figure their lesson out by now to stop the jokes from writing themselves, but clearly that's still not happening.
And I know they played Miami in the second game of the season on the road. That was, you know, part of the home and home. But Trey, 8 SEC games, because you talked about you'd love to see them go to a 9-game SEC schedule. I would love to see that as well. The rest of their non-conference is New Mexico, Louisiana Monroe, and Abilene Christian. Like, come on. I mean, I know I'm going on my whole rant today about those games, but maybe that's just me being annoyed that the one Saturday I got to actually just hang out and watch football on TV like all day, I had to deal with games like that.
No, it's crap. I'm trying to see Longhorns' future schedule because they have to schedule one of those games next year. For the next 2 years, they have to do that.
Yeah, but they don't have to schedule it. I mean, I guess like New Mexico and ULM, like those are, you know, ULM's a Sun Belt team. Like that's not an FCS game, but is that like a SEC bylaw that game that week has to be an FCS team?
No, it doesn't. As a matter of fact, to your point, Colorado State at Michigan, UTSA, ULM, like that, those aren't the cupcakes that SEC schools normally schedule. In 2025,
it's not the. I mean, I think a lot of people would say that ULM, New Mexico, if you're Texas or Texas A&M and that's not an automatic win, your program's not in a great spot, and the rest of the season probably doesn't matter. But like Abilene Christian is it's legitimately an automatic win. Like I know Michigan would say App State, you know, 15 years ago, it's an automatic win. Like Abilene Christian, it was like a 5-win team or something like that. North Alabama was 3-7 going into that game with Florida State. Like,
not good.
I mean, come on.
Man, it's interesting. Texas non-conference schedule, because they've been scheduling these things at least a decade in advance, it felt like, for a while. But after home and homes with Michigan and Ohio State that actually alternate 24, 25, 26, and 27. They have UTSA in 28, ULM and UTEP in 29, UTSA in 30, UTEP in 31. I mean, they're doing the in-state system schools some favors there, obviously. And then Arizona State home and home in 32 and 33. The slate is wide open after that, though. So I'm not sure what they're waiting for there. That's
well,
that was being filled by SEC opponents, I think, for the most part. It was like Florida and Georgia in 4 of those years, and there may have been another SEC school there too. Like, are they waiting for that new college football playoff deal to kick in 26 before they decide?
See, I think potentially they could be looking at it going, let's see how this landscape plays out with the 12-team playoff to see if, because it could end up being like, my initial thought is don't schedule any of those games, you know, almost just like, okay, if that's what everyone else is going to do, then competitively, that's kind of what you need to do to give yourself the best chance to get into the playoff. But they could be looking at it potentially the other way and saying, hey, maybe we're going to play in a tougher conference, typically year in and year out, with a few more of those games that, if Texas, even if they're really, really good, is going to be a coin flip game potentially. So they might be 10-2. They might be 9-3. But that with a 10-2 record in the SEC, you could be the 8th team in the country. You could be 11, 12, 13, 14. So now now maybe they want to go back to scheduling those games because it could benefit you to say, hey, well, our non-conference is better than all these other teams. We played a 7-8 win Arizona State team on the road. We went to Michigan and beat a 10-win Michigan team, like whatever they end up being, or, if they're still humming in a couple of years. So maybe they're waiting to kind of see, like, do those games matter?
I think those games matter even more because
and that's
lose games against tough competition. Like, they matter more when the playoff is expanded because you have more wiggle room at that point. So even if you lose that game, it's that whole iron sharpens iron mentality where you play a good opponent at the start of the year, and even if you lose, it makes you better because there's lessons to be extracted and you've played good competition. When you play good competition, lesser competition is a little bit easier as a result. By the way, thank you, Daryl, for breaking this one down. I guess they poached it from the comments within that Aggie Twitter post. Here's the teams that they beat. Abilene Christian, they're 1-0. Lamar, 2-0. Prairie View A&M, 3-0. Rice, 2-0. Sam Houston, 2-0. SMU, 2-0. Texas State, 1-0. UTEP, 1-0. And UTSA, 3-0.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. Sam Houston now is as FBS, but that's eight of those games against FCS teams. Because Sam just made the jump up this year.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Shameful.
I mean, that is some of the most fact fabricating I think I've ever heard.
So since you had a chance to watch more college football on Saturday than you normally do, what else jumped out to you about the weekend?
Washington's really good and they're really tough. I mean, that is, growing up an SC fan and seeing games in Corvallis when Oregon State was really good during that era. They were a formidable Pac-12 team or Pac-10 back then team. And going to Corvallis, especially this time of year, it's got a similar voodoo vibe to going to Ames. It's always drizzly, which you see. It was raining a bunch there. I mean, Ames, you don't necessarily get the rain much, but it could be like nasty cold in Ames. But yeah, so I think that stood out to me is that Washington they're the real deal, man. I mean, I could see. I know it's really tough to beat a team twice, but if it ends up being Oregon, Washington in the Pac-12 championship, I think Washington will get that done. Looking at it, like I mentioned earlier, Trey, just not a ton of upsets. I mean, we've been waiting for this crazy upset that shakes everything up, and it just hasn't happened.
No, you feel bad for Jordan Travis, obviously, at Florida State, suffering that gruesome leg injury that he did. It's interesting you say that about feeling good about Washington beating Oregon for a second straight time this season, because Oregon, maybe with the exception of Georgia, has played as well as anybody in the country over the last 4 to 6 weeks now. So I think I would actually pick them to win that game on a neutral site right now, just because Washington's defense has looked a little bit weird to me. And I know that the environment in Corvallis on Saturday was nasty. I mean, it was a disgusting brand of rain that Oregon is very good at manufacturing, the state of Oregon, that is, and the Cascade Mountains. I think that Oregon is the better team right now. And so I would honestly be a little bit surprised if Washington were to dismantle them. Like you might expect for a team that's undefeated at this point in the year, that's playing for a college football playoff spot.
Yeah, and then I guess one of the other things that stood out is I don't know if it would have mattered, but watching that OU BYU game, just being thankful that Texas didn't have to go to Provo for that matchup this year, because that's just a tricky place to play, man. It's a really good environment for college football. You're playing in the altitude.
Yeah,
they've got a great fan base there, great game day atmosphere. So yeah, that stood out. Let me see what else. The mighty Alabama win over Chattanooga.
Chattanooga.
God.
How about Arizona kicking the crap out of Utah? Which, by the way, Cam Rising may be coming back for a 7th year next season.
Trey, he's in a new category of guys for me. That's a guy when he comes back and you go, he has another year. I just put him in the just get a job category. Like, go pro or get a job, man. Like, I don't know. Like, are they going to win the Big 12 next year? In that first year? I mean, they're going to be one of the better teams with him back, I guess.
Yeah. It's possible.
And I don't know how he has eligibility.
It's possible. I don't know if it's probably not going to be Colorado after their quick start to the season where they beat a bunch of teams that are themselves below 500. They've completely fallen apart now, and all the praise being showered on Deion. Which, look, that was a fun story to talk about at the start of the year. That's gone awfully quiet in the last 2 months now.
Yeah. I heard somebody say the other day too, people that are like, oh, the media just wants to hype up Deion and help out Deion while throwing his name in the pot for the Texas A&M job. Like, not helping your guy out if you keep doing that, because he's actually lost a couple recruits since he didn't necessarily come out and just shoot down any rumors of, like, I'm not taking this job. I'm not interested in this job. I think his quote was like, I'm here now, which after what he did at Jackson State, again, I didn't have any issues really with how he left Jackson State, but some people did. It'll be interesting to see this next year. Like, I don't think you could really judge Deion until this next year. I mean, I was just getting my. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, this year was. I mean, they went from 1 win to 4 wins. But they just talked such a big game, and people. I insist, me included, like, just got so exhausted with the national media coverage and adoration and just, frankly, just fawning over him for beating frickin' TCU, who lost half their football team after that run last year, and then beating a Nebraska team that scores 9 points a game.
Yeah, those were not impressive wins in retrospect, even if they were, or at least one of them was considered an upset at the time. Colorado fans just need to understand and accept that they are a stepping stone school right now. That may change at some point, but Mel Tucker used you as a stepping stone to get the Michigan State job. That's Michigan State, Colorado to Michigan State. That is a step up. It's probably still considered a step up. You are, even though you're joining the Big 12 next year, and I guess you have a chance to compete, Deion will likely leave for a better gig when that opportunity arises. Now, do I think that he's going to be the guy at A&M? No, I don't. But there will be another job out there that Deion likely leaves Colorado for. In the buff.
And Trey, purely from a football standpoint, we said this a couple of weeks ago when when they finally started losing and it was coming down a little bit and it was quieting down. But USC is another example of this too. You can bring in skill talent right off the bat. You can use the portal to do that. It's only going to help you so much. It's only going to take you so far. And we're seeing it with Sark right now, who is building it the right way. And it's the reason that Texas is in every game, because he's building it from the line of scrimmage out. He's getting these top tier linemen. Like, Texas I don't think they would beat Georgia. I don't think they would beat Michigan. I think they could beat Ohio State. I think they could beat Washington and Oregon. They have a chance to beat any team in the country because they're tough as hell in the trenches. And you're seeing that where that's something that you can't just go snap your finger and build out of the portal. That's something that you have to build organically. Offensive linemen take longer to develop than just throwing a wide receiver out there. So at the end of the day, like, whether it's Lincoln Riley at USC in year 2, now going on year 3, or Deion trying to take Colorado to whatever new heights would be considered for them, you're going to have to give it a little bit of time to actually see really, really, really tremendous results, because getting Travis Hunter, bringing his kid over, that's only going to do you so good. Yeah. You've got to build it. And again, we can talk to Tristan about this too. He knows it from experience. Like, you gotta build it from the line of scrimmage on both sides of the ball.
Yes, you do. Texas seems equipped to not have much of a drop-off on the defensive line, even when Devondre Sweat and Byron Murphy likely leave after this season. Offensive line, I think, does remain to be seen because you get Kelvin Banks for one more year, obviously. You lose Christian Jones after this year. Who's stepping in for Christian Jones? Right now, if it's Cam Williams, the reports are that he'll give you some great plays, but he'll have some plays that are just disastrous. And we've seen him play in one game this year, and it was a bit up and down. But the offensive line worries me a little bit more just because I know how good defensive lines are in the SEC and what championship caliber offensive lines look like in that conference each and every year. And it's with that we speak with a guy who has played a lot of offensive line reps in his life. He is lifetime Longhorn Tristan Nicholson, joins this show every Monday at 2:00. What's up, Tristan? How you doing?
What's going on, guys? I'm good. How about yourselves?
Doing okay. We are at Thanksgiving week now, Tristan. The Texas Longhorns have a chance to punch their ticket to the Big 12 championship game at AT&T Stadium in a couple of Saturdays with a win over Texas Tech on Friday. Before we get to that, what were your initial impressions of the Longhorns win over Iowa State a couple days ago?
You know, as close-ish as the score was, I felt really good. I thought they battled back and hit the ground running, figuratively and literally. Over 100 yards rushing after losing your premier back. They spread the ball around. When it happened, I thought about this conversation because Jordan Whittington did get his opportunity to shine. Looks like the coaching staff must have listened to us talk when we said that we needed to get that guy, or they needed to get that guy some opportunities. So no, I thought it was a good game. Ames, Iowa is always a tough place to play. I knew it wasn't going to be a blowout, but happy to never have to go back.
Yeah,
Tristan, just like we were talking about a second ago before we brought you in, with building a team the right way from the offensive and defensive lines, just from the trenches overall. For every Kelvin Banks who comes in and is a star immediately and doesn't give up a sack against some of the best defensive linemen in the country, and people are touting as a first-round pick already, there's 15 guys that need time to develop and need good coaching from a guy like Kyle Flood and all of that. Just how impressed have you been this entire season, but then, especially in a physical game on the road last Saturday with how this team has performed at the line of scrimmage and been able to win ugly games like that?
Yeah, look, Kelvin is a special dude, and he'll make a lot of money playing on Sundays, right? I think Texas has got the depth where they haven't in years past, where the next guy that steps up is just as good, just as big, just as highly touted, highly recruited. There were years where our offensive line depth was to be desired, right? 2017. But no, they've got a lot of depth on this team, a lot of good dudes. What for me is interesting from a player perspective and a player development perspective on the offensive line is you can take guys and build a cohesive unit, especially through off season. That's like hours and hours worth of meetings and film, going into spring ball, fall ball. You can build a cohesive unit that's greater than the sum of its parts. Now, when you get guys like Calvin Banks and all the other talent that they've got on this offensive line, and there's more than just Calvin that will play on Sundays. When you get guys like that in the unit, you can build is really impressive and can really do some stuff. But, it's definitely a next man up mentality. So when they lose one guy, whether it's to the next level or injury or whatever it be, you're going to have a drop off in terms of talent, but hopefully throughout the offseason, you can build that unit and that cohesive group back together. And again, you might be better than you were, even though you lose a first round guy, right? That's where I think it's always, football is very much an individual sport. I mean, obviously it's a team sport, but there's a lot of individual positions. Offensive line is one of those that there's not really an individual position on that, right? You work as a unit, and you win by a unit, and you die by a unit.
I feel like we've seen this offensive line do a better job with run back blocking over the last couple of weeks, Tristan. Pro Football Focus had them very average at run blocking, better as pass blockers, and Quinn Ewers was able to stay upright for the most part on Saturday, including in the second half. But I feel like there has been a marked improvement in what they're doing in blocking for the running back, whether it was Jonathan Brooks a couple weeks ago or Cedric Baxter on Saturday night. Is that how you see things as well?
Yeah, I mean, we touched on this a few weeks ago when you've got guys like CJ Brooks and now CJ Baxter. I mean, like, hey, shout out to that dude. Way to step up, put your chin strap on, and go and get you a 100-yard game, which I think we all knew he could. But it's nice to be proven right in that scenario for sure. But no, I think when you look at overall the development throughout the season, and then you also look at what this offense is good at, right? It's good at getting the ball into their playmakers' hands in space. That's what they've done in the run game, is gotten these guys, CJ Baxter, all these guys, Jonathan Brooks, they get them into space, they get them one-on-one with defenders, and they let the athleticism, the freak athleticism in a lot of cases, take over. And you see that with Xavier Worthy and a lot of different guys. So, grade-wise is always hard because you could say this team's a better pass blocking grade-wise, but then you also look at their production on the run side of the ball, and they've had 9 out of 10 games with a 100-yard rusher, or almost a 100-yard rusher, 98-yard rusher. That's still pretty good. Like, no one's going to knock that and say, well, they're not a good run blocking team just because they graded out low on a few plays.
My guy Quinn Ewers, Tristan, just keeps shutting me up every week, delivering another insanely efficient performance. I think this week it was 23 of 33 for 281, 2 touchdowns, no picks, didn't turn the ball over. Obviously, Texas the 1 turnover, but that was Xavier Worthy's fumble on the reverse. But Quinn, I mean, back for the second game, how much more comfortable did you see him look as the game went on? And how confident does that make you feel, knowing that, I guess the 2 biggest games of the season are coming up. Obviously, there's a chance that it's only one, but your thoughts on Quinn.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest game's the next game, Jeff. So don't sleep on Texas Tech. Don't sleep on anybody. So it's crazy that we're having locked up a Big 12 in your 10-1. I guess just the way it breaks down, right? Lots of crazy stuff could happen if you lose, but hopefully you don't. But yeah, no, Quinn came back big, took care of the football, put himself and the offense in good positions. A lot of third and manageable, which is what you want to see, especially when you're running the ball well. 2 big touchdowns called back, right? One on the punt, obviously, which it was a block in the back, no way around that. And then the hold on that wasn't a hold, but what are you going to do, right? So really,
you don't think that was a hold?
I don't think so. I mean, I guess in the definition of, he had jersey or whatever. I mean, the angle that I saw, it looked like once the guy disengages, he lets go, which is kind of the telltale sign of whether it's a hold or not. But you look at any play, Trey, and there's holding on every play.
Yeah, you're right about that, and that's why it felt like a bad luck play for Banks, is that it looked a lot worse than it was, because as you said, you're grabbing the front of that jersey as you're blocking a guy. It's when you start getting your arms around them that the holds typically get called. But when the jersey yanked that much, even if the release happens really quickly, like, it rationalizes a hold being called there. Sure. My biggest issue with that, Tristan, is that if you're going to call a game like that, same goes for the block in the back, by the way. You got to call it tight both ways, and that just hasn't happened for this Texas Longhorn team against Big 12 competition this year.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the things I'm most excited about, is to not have to deal with Big 12 referee crews anymore, right? I've never been one to say, as a player or a fan, a call changed it or the refs changed it or whatever, but it does seem like there's a pattern, right? With at least whenever Texas plays with Big 12 crews, they seem to get penalized more. Their opponents don't get penalized as much. And then, you play against an Alabama and you get an SEC crew, and all of a sudden it's much more fair when it comes down to, the calls. And that seems to happen a lot for Texas. Again, maybe that's like an observation bias, right? I'm not watching everybody else in the country as closely as I'm watching Texas, but I know I'm not the only one that has an issue with Big 12 officiating.
Felt like Sark was kind of flexing with some of these play calls. I mean, they were there were some spectacular plays that he designed and called, and then the execution was just unbelievable once they finally overcame that sloppy start, especially in the second half. I mean, the touchdown to Jordan Whittington, I think every Iowa State player thought that was a run play. I mean, that was play action perfection. The touchdown to Gunnar Helm, and then the very next play, that ridiculously precise fake to Baxter, and then I guess a forward pass to Whittington. What did you make of the game that Sark called and the way he kind of, his role in helping dig them out of some of those early miscues in that hole?
Yeah, no, I think he was in his bag, right? Like he pulled out some stops, and I think a lot of the stuff that they did was based heavily off of the run action, play action type balls, where you get the defense, get the linebackers moving, allows your quarterback to open up the field, and then in a couple of those situations sneak out the backside and make some big plays happen. I think that only happens when you're able to establish the run, right? If you're dealing with 20 carries and 30 yards, then nobody's biting on these fakes, right? But it's 20 carries and 117 yards, then you can get away with a lot more. So I think that's all set up by the run. So again, shout out to CJ Baxter, Jaden Blue in the short yardage. But yeah, once you're able to really open up that field and make use of all these different playmakers that Sark's got access to, right? I mean, you got Xavier Worthy, you got Jordan Whittington, not even to mention Jadavion Sanders and everybody else. And, Adonai Mitchell had a touchdown, got it taken away, but another big game for him. And so, no, I love the game that he called. Didn't seem like we were in too many 4th and 1 situations, although the 1 4th and 1 was pretty obvious toward the end, and you got that one. So, no, I was pretty, from a fan point of view and a player point of view, I was happy with the game that was called.
Jeff, did you have any more Iowa State thoughts or questions before we shift forward to Texas Tech?
Yeah, maybe just, you talked about the run game a little bit, but Baxter, to me, looked the most comfortable he looked running the ball. I felt like he was seeing the field really well. His vision looked like it was probably the best that it's been. And I mean, it's kind of ridiculous to say it like that because the kid's 18 years old and he's only played 10 games now, or 11 games now. What did you, just real quick on kind of what you saw that was different from him versus maybe some of those other games where it didn't look like he was as confident in what he was seeing and hitting that hole? Sure.
Well, he looked like Jonathan Brooks, which is great. You can tell that they pick up a lot from one another being in the same room. But there's something to it, Jeff, right? When you're getting into the game and you've got a clear starter in Jonathan Brooks, and nothing's going to change that throughout the season other than an injury. When you get your opportunity in the game, sometimes you can feel a little tight, right? From an offensive line, just to compare apples to apples, it'd be like coming in as the 6th man on like a third down package, right? You may only get 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 opportunities to run your play, right? Throughout the season, I don't know what the workload looked like, but it certainly wasn't as high as it is now. And then when you've got that kind of floor of, well, I'm the guy, right? Like they're not going to turn to anybody else. It's almost like that weight is taken off. Like I don't have to go out and prove myself because, who else are they going to put in right now? And that gives you a little bit more opportunity to play a little bit looser, in a running back case that's seeing the snap, seeing the flow, the movement prior to. So I'm sure it was a little bit of that. And then this Iowa State defense hadn't been great against the run all year. And so I think it was a combination of things. But, yeah, I liked how loose he played, and I think you should keep that up.
Yeah, Cooter, I completely agree with you on this one, by the way. How about the horrible ball spot that ended up not being a factor, which was more egregious than the Houston spot in Texas' favor? I don't understand why nobody questioned that. He very clearly got the first down, but it was marked a yard behind the first down marker, and it didn't look like Steve Sarkeesian had that big of an issue with it. They showed a replay, and he very clearly got to the first down marker, but
this is on the last play or the second to last leading up?
It was later in the game. I don't remember the exact circumstances other than just being in disbelief that nobody else was making a bigger issue out of that. Like the announcers, they may have said something, but they moved on pretty quickly too. Like that's one of those plays that's so easily reviewable where you can get the spot right and it wasn't, and everybody just continued going about their business. But that's neither here nor there. So, Tristan, Texas plays Texas Tech this weekend. You had a chance to play Tech, 3 times in your time as a Longhorn?
Yeah, so I personally only got to play against Texas Tech one time. I had a concussion during one game and another injury in another, but never got to play in Lubbock either. So it was both times that we played there. So
congratulations on dodging that.
Yeah, right. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, right? Like as a player, I would have loved to have the opportunity to go and play in. I like playing in other people's stadiums. It's fun. But yeah, I'm also not torn up that I missed the trip out to Lubbock. But yeah, no. Here's the thing with Texas Tech. I think they're always going to be scrappy. They've always got the opportunity to hang on to games and win games that they shouldn't. That's kind of the Red Raider tradition, right? Is upsetting people and upsetting them, right? But no, this team this year has probably been a bit of disappointment, right? I think they're like 6-5, 6-4, something like that. Very mid-tier, but those are the types of teams that I always worry about, especially last game of the year after Thanksgiving. There's a lot around this. Last opportunity for him to get a shot at Texas. So I'm sure they'll bring their A game, but I don't know how good that A game is going to be.
I think it helps Texas that one, they've been dealing with that farewell tour best shot from literally everybody. I mean, like, I'm getting so sick of it, but we still have to keep talking about it because it is true. I mean, you saw it with Iowa State. You saw what the dumbass comments that offensive lineman made at Iowa State and then had to just absolutely eat the entire game for 4 quarters. But with Tech specifically, this short week, do you think that makes a difference at all? I mean, do you think that helps Texas, hurts Texas? Sark gave some injury updates today that he thinks, was pretty positive that Xavier Worthy and Jatavion Sanders will play. But just a short week, what does that change, and is that good or bad for Texas in your mind?
Yeah, I think this week is probably it's always a weird one. If I'm looking back in years past, I mean, it feels like it's a short week, but I think they play a night game, right? I mean, you play so many Saturday morning games throughout the year that a night game on a Friday versus a Saturday morning game. Like, if you ask me, I'm definitely taking the Friday game just because I prefer a night game over waking up at 6 a.m. anyway. That's just personal preference, but I don't know how much that will really affect, and it affects both teams, so it's kind of a wash for me. But with it being the last game, securing, there's a lot of storylines around this one that make it bigger than just another game against Texas Tech to close out the season. So I'll be watching this one closely, and hopefully I'm not crying by 8:45, 9 o'clock. But tears of joy as we lock up the Big 12 title game. So I guess who would be the second place team at this point?
That's what Trey and I were trying to figure out earlier.
State has the inside track. They just need to beat BYU and Stillwater to punch their ticket. But right now it's a 3-way tie between Oklahoma State, Kansas State, and Oklahoma. And I think West Virginia may have an outside shot at making it to the game too. If all 3 of those teams lose and West Virginia wins, but I may be wrong about that. But they are basically next in line in terms of conference record. But it's in all likelihood it's going to be Oklahoma State. But that does beg a question though: of which of those 3 teams would you most and least like to play?
Most Oklahoma, right? I mean, not only is it harder to beat a team twice in 1 year, which is just objective across the board in any sport, but you've got the opportunity from a playoff perspective to basically make up for your one mistake throughout the year. Now, I think, unfortunately, and maybe Longhorn fans don't want to hear this, but I think you need a lot more help outside of this conference to get there, unfortunately. I think, Florida State's taking care of business. Washington looks great. Oregon looks just as good. So I think you need a lot of help to get there. So from that perspective, and from you get your rival again, it's the last time you're going to play in the Big 12. It would be lovely to have that hanging over them for forever. There's a lot to that make it more special than anybody else on that list. As far as the best team, I think they're probably the best team. So I mean, if you're worried about getting beat, then maybe not Oklahoma. I would say Oklahoma State or maybe West Virginia, honestly, because you played Kansas State already. That would probably be Kansas State's probably the team, honestly, looking at it, that I would be the scaredest to play again, just because you played them so close last time, and I think they're probably the best team. But you hadn't seen Oklahoma State, you hadn't seen West Virginia, so I think there's a lot of worry regardless. And Oklahoma State's had a very weird year, right? You know, beat Oklahoma and then go and get blown out by UCF. Just feels weird. And then they had an early game where they get blown out. So I wouldn't want to be their revenge game either, or their payback game. So if I got to pick it as, you know, Tristan's picks, I'd be playing a rematch Oklahoma right across the street.
So for this Friday, take me through the senior day dynamic. It's always a fun one for me, being down there and getting to see these guys that have, you know, poured so much into this program, especially right now. Some of the guys that are, you know, that are balling out and have been through a lot with this program. We've talked about Jordan Whittington and Jalen Ford, Tavondre Sweat. I mean, you could go down the line of just super impactful seniors that deserve this moment and deserve a chance to play for a Big 12 championship.
Mm-hmm.
What's that dynamic like? I mean, take us back to your senior day and just kind of how you go from hugging your parents and whatever other family you have down there and, you know, giving flowers to mom to like put my helmet on and like, let's go kick some Red Raider ass now.
Yeah, right. You know, my senior day was, we played Texas Tech, played Patrick Mahomes, which is kind of cool. But no, I mean, it is a weird switch that you have to flip, right? Because it's very emotional. Just depending on what your journey looks like, it could very well be a bunch of different schools if you transferred, and so like it's a very emotional for a number of different reasons. Very emotional time, and you know, you get to thank your coach and you get to thank your family, and then you're right, you got to go lace up your pads and go and knock somebody's brains out. So like it's a weird juxtaposition. But I tried to maybe, you know, there's good and bad too. Like I tried to very much minimize that piece of it. Like I got out there, I gave my mom a hug, gave my dad a hug, gave my girlfriend a hug, and I was done, right? Like it wasn't a big rowdy hoo-ha moment. I tried to, you know, very much minimize it in my brain and then move on and have the celebration be after. Now, when you lose the game, it's not much of a celebration. So don't go out and do that if you're taking my advice. But yeah, it's a little bit weird, but you can feed off that too, right? You're playing in front of your family. You know, you're playing in front of all these fans that have watched you come out all this time, and you know, hopefully you're thankful of the opportunity to get to play for Texas. But it can be it can be an emotional time for sure.
Y'all lost that game, Tristan?
We did, Trey.
Yeah, I remember that game. I was in the stands for that game. That was when Kingsbury ran. Oh gosh, I'm forgetting the little receiver's name. Jakeem Grant had that. That was a great fourth down play by them.
Oh yeah, fantastic play. I know exactly what you're referring to. We call it hide the little person. Offensive line all stands up, and you get a 5'3" receiver. That's not what we called it, but that's what I'll call it for here.
Hide the midget. That's what you called it, right?
There you go. There you go. But yeah, you get these offensive linemen all stand up, and you get your 5'3", 5'4" receiver just standing right there, and you toss him the ball, and then by the time he's gone, nobody even sees him. So yeah, they ran that against us, scored a touchdown. Yeah, I've got some memories about that game for sure. The plan was to propose to my girlfriend, now wife. So it worked out anyway. Just skip to the end of the story, but was to propose to her.
What do you mean skip? Wait.
No. I'm saying it ended up working out. So, but
you can't throw that in and then wait.
Listen. No, I'll tell you the story. So the plan was, I talked to my player personnel director and I said, hey, this is what I want to do. And at this point, we've been together like 6, 7 years. So. It was due time, right? And so I was going to, after the game, going to bring her on the field. He knew where she was in the stands. They were going to bring her on the field, and then I was going to do it on, you know, the logo, and that, you know, that was going to be it. And so I told them, though, I'm like, hey, but if we lose, like, I'm not I'm not doing it. And so, we were 7-5, I think, that year. So like, it was very much, and they had Patrick Mahomes. So it was like, it was not a lock. Right. And so I was like, hey, but if we lose, like, I'm not going to do it. And so at halftime, I think we were up like 23-10, something, a pretty good margin for us that season. And he looks at me, he's like, we on? I'm like, heck yeah, we're on. Well, second half comes in and Patrick Mahomes goes and does his thing. And then Texas defense in 2017 did its thing. And we end up, and Texas offense couldn't score any points. I get it. There's blame to go around, and we end up losing. So he looks at me like probably 5 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and it was pretty obvious we weren't going to win. He's like, are we good? I'm like, because me after a loss is not a fun person to be around. So I didn't want that to be the associated. Like, we got pictures. She came on the field and we got pictures and stuff, and I'm just like,
God, that's an amazing
story. Not a happy camper for sure, but it ended up working out. We waited until my graduation day, and then we still got engaged on the field. So took my whole family to the locker room, and we did. This is like, December, middle of December, so nobody's in the facility or anything. So got them to open it up, and we went on the field, and then I did it there. Took pictures, and the family was there. So
did you get her off the stink by just basically pretending like, hey, we're showing the family the facility and all that kind of stuff, and then, hey, we're out on the field, and then you just do it?
Yeah, I mean, if I recall, I don't think she was all that surprised. I think she had probably sniffed it out pretty good at that point. But yeah, I mean, it was convenient enough to have everybody there because they were all in town for the graduation anyway.
Yeah. You mentioned Pat Mahomes, Tristan. I'm not totally sure how this works when you are when the game is over and you're saying good game to the opposition or whatever. Have you ever sought an opponent out just because he was somebody that you knew would go on to do great things at the next level to tell him good game, whether it's Pat Mahomes or somebody else?
Yeah, not really. I mean, for me, and again, I'm an offensive lineman, man. We're not the people who want to get in front of the camera anyway, except now after the fact. It's kind of nice now. Maybe if I had known that at the time, I would have played a different position. But no, I mean, I was never one to say like, oh, that dude is going to be something special. Now you meet guys and you shake their hands and you do whatever. I always would go out and look for the defensive end or the defensive tackle that I was playing against, tell that guy good game if I thought he had a good game, right? If he really had a good game, I didn't want to talk to him. But I had guys that I played with, former teammates. My best friend from high school played for Iowa State, so I always went and tried to find him. But stuff like that, guys that you play with at junior college and other things like that. Those are the types that I always went to look for.
Did you guys have any idea like Mahomes was going to be this good? I mean, obviously we knew, the pedigree with his dad playing professional baseball and whatnot, and he was being talked about as a first-round pick.
No, I don't, because maybe at that point in the season he was being talked about as a first-round pick. But, I mean, they weren't good that year. I think they were worse than us. They
weren't ever good while he was there.
No,
I mean,
they had won like 4 records that year. So, no, I remember watching him and, watching some of the plays he made in that game and be like, wow, what is wrong with this team that they didn't win more games, right? But anybody can play good in one game too, and I hadn't watched throughout the year. So no, I didn't know he was going to be like that. I mean, like we talked about a couple weeks ago playing against Sam Darnold, even though he threw like 3 picks against us, I remember watching him and be like, oh, that dude's got a big lead arm. Like he's going to be at the next level. But no, I don't really remember Patrick being, because I call him Patrick because we're so close. I don't remember him being all that good. I mean, whatever, right? Obviously he was good, but I don't remember being like, that guy's going to be a future Hall of Famer.
Yeah, it's hard to know because Cliff Kingsbury was his coach the entire time.
Sure. It'd be like playing against Houston and the guy puts up 8,000 yards. And he's like, okay, he just plays for Houston.
Yeah, and plenty of other Texas Tech quarterbacks have put up good numbers and then didn't even make it to the NFL. Like they make it that first tryout, but they're done with after that. Graham Harrell, it's a great example. Cliff Kingsbury is another example. I think he spent a camp with the New England Patriots, but ultimately didn't earn much in the way of an NFL paycheck. All right, Tristan, last question from me, because we are a few days away from what is my favorite holiday of the year, Thanksgiving. I don't know where it ranks for you amongst your favorite holidays. So where does it rank amongst your favorite holidays? And please power rank your 5 favorite Thanksgiving Day foods.
Okay. Power rank holidays. So I would say it's second, third. Christmas, like don't argue. Won't be exactly arguments. Thanksgiving's a tie with second for me with 4th of July. A lot of the same overlap in terms of celebrations that you like the outdoor and football, and then you still have food. So very interchangeable. I would say it's top 2. You know, Trey had to jump off because he's echoing again. Tristan is echo. Yeah.
Well, you sound good now. So
yeah, we sound great when he's not on.
I know. Here he comes.
There he is. Now he's back.
It's an echo.
Now he's back. So I'd say it sits in the 2 spot for me as a holiday. Now, as far as foods, big mashed potato guy. So that's probably my 1 spot. Love some mashed potatoes. I'm gonna go ham as my number 2, like a glazed ham, right? A honey ham, not just like a basic ham. It's got to be a special ham. Then I'll go like a green bean casserole. Big fan of that.
Oh yeah.
Big fan of that. And then in the 4th spot, I'll take mac and cheese. Again, a very specific. Got to be like a baked crust mac and cheese. And then I'll round out the 5 spot with some turkey. So, but with gravy again. It's very specific.
Now, green bean casserole, is it the classic green bean casserole with the cream of mushroom soup, or cheesy green bean casserole, which is something my mom does a great job with?
I don't believe I've ever had a memorable cheesy green bean casserole. No, I'm just thinking of a very specific recipe my grandma used to make, and so like that's what I grew up. And so when some people are like gross green bean casserole, like, then you've never tried Granny's, right? So no, that a lot of mine are very personal. I think you can definitely ruin turkey and keep it off the list altogether if it's dry and it doesn't taste good. So like some specific recipes for sure.
See, I will take all the things that you just talked about and I'll put them between King's Hawaiian rolls. I am notorious for turning anything into a sandwich come Thanksgiving or Christmas time. But sandwich is a great vehicle to consume ingredients.
The best.
And there are so many great ingredients at Thanksgiving.
That's absolutely the best. My wife got some, we were at the store and she got some King's Hawaiian stuffing mix. So I'm very excited about that. Yeah, it's just like stuffing mix, but with the King's Hawaiian. I'm looking forward to that.
Sounds good. Jeff, do you have anything else?
No, I'm just really damn hungry now.
Well, we're about to continue.
I wasn't laughing at what Tristan said. I was laughing at CB's comment. Green bean casserole is an abomination.
CB, if I didn't like you so much, I would call you an abomination right now. But we're all entitled to our opinions.
See, I just have not had like as Tristan said, if you haven't had like a really memorable one, that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like I'm open to I like green beans, especially some nice salty green beans with maybe something crunchy in there, like I don't even know, little flaky nuts or something like that. But yeah, I've never had one that's just like unbelievable. It's always just been kind of like a basic one.
Yeah, it's typically those like French's onion crisps that can put over the top that provide a crunch to it.
Yeah.
I understand not being blown away by a green bean casserole if you haven't had the right green bean casserole. But Tristan has had his grandma's green bean casserole, and I've had my mom's, so I know what good green bean casserole is now.
See, in the family that I'm marrying into now, it's stuffing with that. Like it's this epic stuffing family recipe that my soon-to-be mother-in-law makes. It's very, very good. But maybe we'll have to try create a new family tradition with the green bean casserole.
Try it out.
I'll send a recipe along. Well, Tristan, thank you as always for the time.
Thanks, guys.
Have a happy Thanksgiving, and we'll talk to you next Monday, hopefully celebrating a Texas appearance in the Big 12 championship game the following Saturday.
Let's do it. All right,
See you,
guys.
Tristan.
Later.
Later, Tristan. All right. Tristan Nicholson joins us every Monday at 2 o'clock through the football season. We'll see about extending that beyond the football season. But for right now, we are focused on the season at hand as I get the...
And Trey, while you do that, I got to finish up something on Thanksgiving too. I made an absolutely colossal mistake this morning.
Uh-oh.
I went to HEB. And I was reminded, and it's only Monday, I was reminded how holidays, like nothing specific happened, but just how holidays bring out the absolute worst in human beings. And I think it stems from a good place of these people are stressed out because there's pressure on them to make their families' Thanksgiving unbelievable. And maybe if, they're older, they have kids and grandkids coming back into town, or like for us, it's like, we want to have a great, family Thanksgiving. We're a young family and all that, but it's just, man, it is so overcrowded. They can't keep the shelves stocked fast enough. And by the way, shout out to all the workers at these stores during the holidays. Like I even heard two of them one of the managers came up and was helping bag groceries. And I heard her say to like somebody like, not our first rodeo or something like that, to I guess somebody that probably worked there for a couple of years. So thank you to those workers that work there, because unfortunately the patrons of these stores more often than not do not act properly. It's just like, it was just such a mess in there.
Once again, you and I are on the same page in several different regards, because like you, I made this stupid decision to go to the grocery store this morning thinking, because I normally go on Sunday mornings, but I slept in a little bit yesterday, that, I'll just go Monday morning. It'll be cool. Just not realizing how bad of an idea that is, which is especially unacceptable considering that I worked at a grocery store for a couple different holiday cycles. So I should have known better, Jeff. And inevitably, just like with you, when I get there, I see people parking like complete morons in the lots, pulling in the wrong way on one-way aisles, or just making no effort to be between the lines within whatever spot they've chosen. And in the grocery store itself, it's like, good luck everybody else. Nobody is letting somebody go in front of them, doing the courteous thing at times when the aisles are too crowded, and not acknowledging when you do that for them. Just a simple little wave or thank you or nod of the head goes a long ways in that regard. And then in the lines, there's people like trying to cut one another off to get to the line with the fewest people, with the fewest number of things. And
so go ahead.
No, go for it.
I was going to say, we had to wait, which again, fine, waiting in line. They're doing their best. They had like literally every line staffed and open. There was just that many people in there.
Yeah.
So we had to do the thing where kind of like when you pull up to like somewhere at a red light and there's a driveway, you leave space open for somebody to get in and get out.
Yeah.
Well, that's what we did so people could go through. My cart may have been out like that much, but there was so much room to go by. Some older lady like slowly goes through. She looks at me and goes, "Excuse me." And Trey, I'm so bad. Like I didn't say anything bad. I just looked at her and I look down at all the wide open space and I go, "You're excused." and she just keeps going. Jasmine and Jace are over, like we're letting him get a little like piece of candy or something like that, since he was being patient, like waiting in line. So I told her about it when she came back, and she was just like, "Oh my God." But you know what? For me, that was me behaving myself.
Yeah.
That was me just a slight little like petty jab back.
Yeah.
So, but that, maybe 2 years ago, me without a kid right there and somebody I'm about to marry right there may have been may have not have been the nicest response back. Like I feel like you're that way too, Trey. Like I'm the kind of person where I'm really nice, but I have a short fuse and a short threshold for BS like that. Like if you're going to start something, like I'm going to end it. Like that's just not going to go well for you, but I'm never going to like go out of my way to like start nonsense with someone. It's just like, It was just like the bitchiest thing ever to say. And there was so much room for her to go by. And there was no one coming the other way. By the way, I wasn't going to say this as I just said nothing specific happened, but something did.
Well, it was apparently old bag day at the grocery store because this didn't happen to me, thankfully, because I would have had to say something. There's this old lady who was trying to get one of the central market employees' attention, who was like helping direct traffic essentially. And she was like, "Excuse me, but there's a lot of noise in there." So the person didn't hear and they were helping somebody else. And so she just goes, "Yoo-hoo, yoo-hoo."
Oh,
she did it twice. And the person like looked over. It was a jarring sound. It's like, oh my goodness, you are treating this person like they're your servant right now. Like, I realize you probably don't realize what you're doing wrong in this situation, but don't ever make that noise again trying to get another human being's attention, because it is rude beyond belief. And so she like asked whatever her question was and then kept walking. And I turned to the person. I'm like, did that fucking lady just yoo-hoo you twice? And he's like, I think she did. It's like, I didn't even know what to do about that. I'm like, man, it's the time of the year. And so like with you, again, back to the similarities that we experience here. I told that person, I'm like, thank you so much for everything you do this time of the year. And as I was leaving the grocery store, I'm like, you know, it's obviously, I'm not going apples to apples here. This is a little bit apples to orange. Look, we have a Veterans Day to thank all our military veterans. I feel like there needs to be some sort of comparable day to people who work in grocery stores and retail this time of year, because of how much bullshit they have to deal with from other people who are selfishly going about their business, making it all about them versus showing an ounce of gratitude and empathy towards their fellow humans, considering that's what this time of year is supposed to be about. I don't know if that day is on December 26th or the 27th, or pick a day between Christmas and New Year's. We need to pick out a day to give thanks to all those grocery store employees out there who have to eat a lot of shit this time of year.
All right, I have an idea. I have an idea for that. We don't necessarily need to have a day, but from a week before Thanksgiving until 2 or 3 days after Christmas, we can leave leave a tip jar out there for the person bagging or for the cashiers, and all the things that we are freaking tried to be forced to tip people for these days, Trey. And a lot of them, because I've worked in a service industry, you have too. You mentioned you worked at a grocery store. I mean, I worked a valet job where I was at the Sheraton downtown Austin for a couple years when I was 2 years when I was in college. Worked at a Jersey Mike's, which wasn't as tip based at Jersey Mike's, but like at the Sheraton, I was making like $4.25 an hour from the Sheraton. But you do make a lot in tips. Like that was the most cash I've like ever had in my pocket at any given time. But of all the things that like all the jobs that I've worked like that leading up to this now, like it makes me want to tip when there's something like that where somebody is doing physical, they're saving me time, they're saving me effort, they're doing physical labor for me. So why am I asked to tip when someone pours me a black coffee, but then I can't tip the guy or gal bagging my groceries? So maybe we leave the tip jar out, you know, for a little while, or you know, because that actually, you know, I've never thought about that, but it just popped in my mind when you were saying that, and it makes me so thankful that I worked for a couple of years in the service industry. You know, not full time to fully pay my bills, but at least enough to where I dealt with enough crappy people, whether it was running the slicer at Jersey Mike's, running the cashier, you know, the checkout line or whatever. I don't know what you did at the grocery store, but enough to where it makes me go, okay, I need to, even if I get frustrated when I'm in a store or something like that, like it's not this person's fault. Like, don't be the asshole that like takes it out on the person making whatever at HEB or another store.
And I try really hard not to, in part because I am able to empathize, because I've been in that situation before. Actually, one of the most humbling moments of my life, because it was Whole Foods in Chicago that I was working for a grocery store in between broadcasting gigs. And I started out in the front end, which is like at best you're running a register, and at worst you are literally bagging groceries or gathering carts. And I ended up shifting into specialty and working in the cheese department, cutting cheese, wrapping cheese, tagging cheese, putting cheese on the shelves, which was interesting and fun, but I'm not a big cheese guy, so it's not like I ate a bunch of cheese as a result of that. I just gained a bunch of useless knowledge about cheese. But working in the front end in the dead of the Chicago winter, like one of the most humbling moments of my life was gathering shopping carts that people had just left next to spots in the middle of what was essentially a blizzard, and like pushing these carts back when it's like single digit temps or maybe negative temps in a driving snowstorm, and just telling myself like at some point this is going to be worth it. I'm going to be able to think back on this not as a defining moment of my life, but as a moment that helped me to push myself to achieve more in whatever avenue I end up pursuing, because it wasn't going to be groceries long term.
Yeah, for sure. And that's why, there's so many people like that are working these tough hours right now that we were talking about. So, I'm sure everybody listening here and everybody here knows how to act the right way in a damn grocery store.
And they don't. And by the way, that reminds me, the story I just told, I don't care if it's a blinding snowstorm or it's perfect conditions outside. Don't be the asshole who leaves a shopping cart right next to the spot that you parked in. You lazy fuck. Walk 20 to 50 steps to get that cart to whatever area is designated for shopping carts that are no longer in use. Don't be a worthless piece of shit, which you are if you are leaving your shopping cart right next to the spot.
Yeah, that is next level. Even if you're like in a hurry, it's like, no, you had enough time to come to the grocery store. Yeah. You have 15 seconds to walk the cart back over there.
Yep. I'm such a proponent of tipping that this isn't a situation where people don't normally tip, but like last week, my Justine and I were in Vegas and we were at tables, and there were a couple of tables that I did well. And the common courtesy when you're at a table and you do well, or even if you don't, is to tip the person who is dealing cards, right? And so I did really well at one point on a hand where I walked away with $500 because I hit a side bet on Paigow. And so before it was done, I gave a $25 chip to the dealer, and Justine is like, "What the hell are you doing?" Or she's like, "What the heck are you doing right there?" She's like, "Why did you tip that person that much? You could have just given him $5." I'm like, "Because I just won 500. It's like a good luck charm thing, but it's also like showing thanks to the person who was touching the cards that helped you win $500 or whatever." Yeah. And so I'm a big fan of your idea of putting tip jars out there for our.
And hell, I'm all for making it permanent too.
Sure.
I mean, because it just of everything that, because I'm all for those people making more money, but I think there's a fine line, and this is a whole, I mean, we could do a whole hour on this, but the gray area of like what you're supposed to tip for and those kind of things. And COVID skewed that a little bit with like, do you tip for like tipping for takeout? Like, I mean, so I'll do like 10% usually, just because I feel like it's a nice thing to do. But if you do 0, like honestly, I'm the one getting in the car and going over there. Like there's a certain part of like making the food is something that the business should be paying them to do. Like, and if you want to throw a couple bucks extra on there, that's fine. But like if I'm just ordering like one like bowl somewhere, like a Chipotle, and they don't actually ask for it at Chipotle. But that's the stuff where it's like Chipotle should be paying their employees for that. It's a fine line. Or like even like coffee. Like when I go out, I just order black coffee and I put the cream in myself. So like, what am I leaving a tip for if I go to Starbucks?
That's a good question, because I typically order a cold brew, which is a cold extraction of the ground up coffee beans. And there's a little bit of work there, but it's not like making a cappuccino or a latte or something. Like you really are just pulling a pitcher out of the refrigerator, pouring it into a cup, and then putting ice into the cup afterwards. Yeah, but I always still tip the dollar. I feel like a cheapskate otherwise, because I know there's a lot of people in those situations who are asking for more, but not tipping jack squat. So maybe in a roundabout way, my convoluted thinking is that I'm helping to make up for those who are terrible tippers in that situation and probably should be giving a little bit when they're giving nothing.
This whole conversation we're having, one of the most polarizing newsroom discussions at CBS Austin.
Tipping?
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have gotten because I said that about the coffee, I got labeled as like a bad tipper. And I'm like, no, I'm an outstanding tipper. Like if we go to a restaurant, like I'm tipping like 25% if the service was really good, or I'm just not even really thinking about it. I'm just like looking at it and making sure I'm doing something that makes sense, obviously, but because I'm not in the position to just pull the is it Chad Johnson that does that or whatever, just randomly leave somebody he'll go get like a $15 breakfast and leave like $1,000 tip, which I think is so cool. But I can't do that right now.
No.
But yeah, it's hilarious how polarizing that's discussions become, I feel like, since COVID, because of how it kind of skewed everything.
Okay, let me ask you about this situation then. Do you tip when you've been staying at a hotel for a couple of nights? Now, first of all, I am always the person that puts the do not disturb sign on the door until I'm done in that room. Maybe if I'm staying a place like a week or something halfway through, I might have them come and clean it up. But otherwise, this is my mess. I don't need you to come in and clean my mess. Actually, stay away from my mess until we're done here. But when we're done and we're leaving the room for the final time, I'll take like a 20 and just put the 20 on a pillow on the bed. Do you tip the hotel maids who come in and clean up after you're done?
I don't. I'm not helping myself out here.
When it comes to tipping, aren't you? Everybody in the newsroom is right about this.
I don't put I don't really ever use the service though. I almost always, if I'm staying by myself, I won't ever do the service because why do I need them to come make the bed? I don't need it to be exactly perfectly tight and precise the way they do it. I'll just put the sheets back up, put the pillows in place, and I'll leave my stuff wherever I want to leave it. I'm a pretty clean and organized person. There's nothing really, when I stay somewhere, there's really nothing for them to come clean. If it's just me.
But they still have to come in and wash the sheets.
Well, oh, you mean after I leave?
After you leave, yeah. The last day, as you're leaving the room for the final time, it could be $5 or $10.
Yeah.
I typically throw 20 because I'm an over tipper.
Well, thanks. Now I'm gonna feel like I have to do that every damn time I stay in a hotel.
Next time you're making a mess in the bathroom and you're like, oh, I'm clean enough. It's not that big of a deal. That bathroom has to get cleaned every time somebody checks out of that room. Same goes for the sheets getting washed and the sheets getting replaced, vacuum, whatever trash has been made in the room that's been thrown in the trash can, that has to get changed out as well. They are providing a service. And I would argue, just like with garbage men or garbage people, I guess, in modern parlance, it's a service that is not appreciated nearly enough, having to clean up the messes of others.
You know what? I'm about to start a raucous debate at the station now. Next time I'm there, I'm going to bring this up. I'm going to say, oh, so do all you holier than thou tippers in this snooze room, do you leave a 20 for the maids when you check out of a hotel? Oh, this is going to be great. This is going to be great.
On the subject of non-sports stuff, I do need to bring a couple more things to your attention that happened, I guess, on the way back from Vegas. These were both airplane. I'm not even going to call them nitpicks. These are big issues that people suck. And I know I have a willing audience with you because you and I are cut from a very similar cloth. So we've all been around emotional support pets, even those that are not necessarily even emotional support pets, right?
Oh, man, I know where this is going.
So dogs are the most common emotional support pet. We've seen examples over time of emotional support peacocks on planes, miniature ponies. Somebody tried to bring an emotional support beehive on a plane at one point. Now they were trying to prove a point. And I think they did a great job of that, even though they were denied admittance onto the airplane. But I dealt with something for the very first time on our flight back from Vegas that I had not seen before, Jeff, and played out exactly how you would expect it to. Somebody had an emotional support cat with them on the flight. And cats are very smart creatures, Jeff. You don't see cats with homeless people because cats realize they're smart enough to know that they will take care of themselves better than that hobo will take care of them. Unlike dogs, who are lovable creatures, dogs are pretty aloof creatures as well. So this cat is in its little carry case on this airplane. I hear the dude, as we're boarding the plane, bragging about how this is an emotional support cat. But as soon as the guy sits down and our plane is about to take off, this cat starts meowing and meows nonstop for the 2.5 hour duration of this flight. And it made me think a couple of things. I didn't get upset with the cat. I am, I guess, more of a dog person than a cat person, but I have no problem with cats. My problem is with shitty pet owners, dog, cat, or otherwise.
Yes.
And this person was clearly trying to pass a cat that's not an emotional support cat off as such to not have to worry about paying to board that cat while also bringing the cat on vacation with him. And it's ridiculous. And if we could have read the cat's mind in that moment, that cat would probably be saying very ugly things about its owner for doing something so despicable as bringing a cat on an airplane. There is not a cat in human history who wants to get on an airplane. Cats know intuitively exactly what's going on, and they would much rather have been left at home to be left with their own devices.
And even people that like my personal experience was more with like dogs when I've been out on Rainy Street for like a Sunday fun day, and one of the bars is playing like super loud music, and dude's just sitting there like with his dog, and it's like, bro, your dog does not want to be here right now.
Miserable.
Like you think that you're like this great dog, and oh, look at me, I take my dog everywhere. Like, and by the way, this was not an emotional support dog or anything like that. It was just a dude with a freaking dog.
Yep.
Like your dog doesn't want to be there. He's miserable hearing this loud music. They're so sensitive to touch too. The ground is like vibrating, and he's having to sit on the ground. And it's just like, what are you doing? Now, I'm all for, like, again, if you legitimately need the dog or need whatever it is to live a better life, then like I think I'm a reasonable person. I can deal with that.
Sure.
But yeah, like, are the airlines in this case just not allowed to say anything about like bringing a cat on board?
I've 100%. Oh, you're saying the dog person is trying to pick up chicks. Yeah, you may be right about that, Jake. The cat owner was definitely not trying to pick up chicks. Dudes, maybe I'm not judging. Like I just,
yeah,
knew what's going on there. I think airlines can start now to ask for certification for emotional support pets, and they have put limits on these things because the emotional support peacock and emotional support miniature pony were legitimate stories from like 5 to 10 years ago. So airlines finally had to draw a line in the sand and say, look, you've got to show us some sort of doctor's note or certification. Here's the issue though. We should have asked Tristan about this because Tristan admitted this to BK and me on our old radio show. So Tristan and his family one year got their doctor to write a note that their dog was an emotional support pet just because they wanted to bring their dog on vacation with them.
Oh, Tristan.
I know we
man,
we gave him shit about it on the air for that. We're like, you cannot, that's not okay. Do not do that. No.
Were they going somewhere like really far? Because I always feel like if you want to bring your dog, just go somewhere you can drive.
Yeah.
And put your dog in the car.
Agreed. But so the emotional support cat, I don't know if the guy just had the doctor write him a note. The problem is you can't follow up with that doctor. But there needs to be some sort of certification process that allows a pet to truly be called a service animal. Like it needs to be only service animals. We can't exploit this emotional support bullshit anymore. Like we cannot support this. This has been exploited to such a degree that it's time to draw that line in the sand again and say, look, if you are an actual service animal, if this animal is certified, it's been through the training, it is allowed in these situations. Otherwise, leave your fucking pets at home, okay?
I'm just praying that we get in this final season of Curb, that we get a Curb episode that is solely based on a situation like this. And it has, and maybe I'm just giving up a great idea here for an episode to somebody else, like a Southwest or American Airlines gate agent is like calling into question the legitimacy of someone's emotional support animal. There's probably an episode that's been done about this on some sort of show at some point. But man, that that's about where my creativity goes. Someone that's much better creative mind and show writer than me could turn that into like an Emmy award-winning episode, I think. Because I think it's something to the point where, like, we both admit, Trey, like not everybody gets necessarily as like fired up or into it as you and I do, but you know that everyone has thought about it. Cause that's kind of like when I'll vent to like my mom or somebody like about, maybe something similar to this if it happens. And she's always like, just like, she's the one that she thinks it, but she just doesn't let her mind go into like ridiculous, like, or she just doesn't say it out loud, I guess, more is what I'm saying.
People are non-confrontational about it.
That's probably the best way of putting it.
You and I aren't afraid to say something if need be, but I did actually bite my tongue in another situation on this plane. getting back to people who are too lazy to take their shopping carts back to the designated area, there is the same person who is incapable of taking their shopping cart back, probably also doesn't abide by the zipper method when it comes to merging on and off of highways. And the same sort of person thinks it's a good idea to get out of their seat as soon as the plane stops and the door opens and step like 3 rows ahead. And so this lady who was sitting directly behind me, who was kneeing my seat the entire flight, I hear her get up when the plane comes to a complete stop and the door opens. She's like, oh my gosh, it was so uncomfortable to sit there for 2.5 hours. She immediately steps directly in front of where we could get out of our row. And I'm in the aisle. And normally I will stand up in that situation to stretch my legs a little bit, but I'll stay in my designated row, where I'll even step back a little bit if the person who is across the aisle from me wants to stand up so that they have room to do so too. No, she's just blocking both of our abilities to stand up and start to get out of our row because she wants to get a full row or two up to get off the plane 35 seconds earlier.
Yeah, it's just, and with that one, it's just not that hard. Like, we just get up in order and we walk off the plane. And believe me, it drives me nuts that we can't all collectively get off the plane quicker, but we all want to get off the plane. We all want to do the same thing. We all want to get off the plane and go do whatever we're doing. Like, and go, whatever fun city we're going to, or if we're coming back, we just want to get off the plane and get home. Like, that's the one thing that everybody collectively agrees on. We all want to get off the plane. So I'm sorry, like, buy a better seat, get an A boarding pass if you're on Southwest. Like, don't find a way if you hate it that much and you have to get in everyone else's way and be that jackass. Find a freaking way to get a better spot on the plane. Like, I'm sorry. Or just do what I do, which is be a cheap bastard and just suck it up.
Yeah, that's. Look,
I'm not paying up for a better seat. Like, I'm not doing that on American. I'm not getting an A boarding pass. Like, I'm not going to pay for it, at least.
There are special exceptions where people have connecting flights and the flight that you're on is delayed.
Right.
Like, completely understand that scenario.
And they announce that over the loudspeaker and everyone gets it.
Exactly. Everybody allows, like, please stay seated so the people who need to get to connecting flights can do so. That's totally fine. That's the exception, though. Otherwise, the rule is sit there and fucking wait like everybody else. You are not that special. Regardless of how uncomfortable you've been throughout the course of the 2.5 hour flight. You could have gotten up and walked to the bathroom and back. It was that bad for you.
Yo,
Trey and I are getting cranky.
Yo, I feel you.
Get off my lawn, guys, right?
Yo, I feel you guys, man. Hey, the best part about an airplane situation when the son of a bitch gets up early is when you see that same son of a bitch baggage claim and we're all just waiting there at the same time. But like, oh, good job, you freaking idiot. Here we are waiting to get our same bag. Oh, and look, I got my bag before yours. So who's the idiot now? What was the point of beating off? Unless if you just have to take a crazy shit, I don't understand it.
Yeah, and if you do, you're better off staying seated than you are standing up.
Maybe that's going to be the new thing is people are just going to claim a medical emergency to get off the plane every time. or just go, oh, I got a number 2, just walk down the aisle. Number two.
Well, I flew Allegiant for the first time this weekend and learned to pack everything into my pockets, basically.
Yep.
So
is Allegiant the airline that takes off from the second terminal?
The south terminal, the completely other side of the airport terminal.
How was that?
Well, I actually flew American there, but I flew Allegiant back.
Okay.
Unfortunately, my adorable, loving wife was there to pick me up. Otherwise, you gotta pay an Uber, I think, to take you to the other part of the airport.
Damn.
I don't know, man.
It's a mess in that south terminal.
But yeah, they charge you for a carry-on bag. You get one personal item. That's it. But hey, direct flight from Des Moines, no complaints.
Great picture of Yormark on the field too, Chip. This may be 3 straight weekends that Yormark is having to sit there watching Texas beat foes that are still going to be in the conference after this year.
Yeah, Yormark. I thought maybe he was trying to sneak into Ames and say hi to everyone at Texas and duck them on Friday, but He told Steve Sarkeesian he'll be in Austin for Texas Tech in Texas after he and Joey McGuire held a little pep rally out in Lubbock last August. So Sark taking the high road. How about Sark today? Hey, we want to put on a good show for him. You know, he's the commissioner of our conference. We want to represent the Big 12 really well because that's the conference we're in right now.
That's a man that knows how to play the game.
Yep.
Sark.
Yo, doesn't Brett Yormark look like Beverly Hills Cop 1 villain Victor Maitland?
He does. He looks like a villain.
He looks like a villain.
Yeah. He looks like a villain.
Oh, man.
Yeah,
what do we think of the WWE belt for the most outstanding player of the Big 12 title game?
I think that it'll be fitting if Kevin Marr is the guy that ends up giving the belt to Texas' opponent after they make a call that completely screws Texas in the process.
Well, that would not be good. I'm thinking, don't they have to have like a WWE superstar there to present the belt? Otherwise, the fans will not even pick up on this thing.
Yeah.
Unless Yormark wants to be Vince McMahon, which he kind of was Vince McMahon out in Lubbock last August.
Yeah,
gotta get Nature Boy.
I'm thinking of that Nature Boy walk. Yormark doing that Nature Boy walk on out. That would be pretty sweet.
Yeah. Well, I was kind of hoping he'd put on some wrestling briefs this weekend with like the Masked Rider and a feather boa, and then just walk through the press box, you know, go out on the field.
Just
totally. He better hope he doesn't get jumped. He better have a lot of security around him because he meet the wrong person in Burnt Orange, he get his ass stomped outside DKR real quick. And I know a lot of Texas people that will bail that person out that stomps him out. So, hey, you better be careful, Brett.
No violence, folks. No violence. Let the violence on the field speak for itself.
Just
no violence. Maybe a hard shoulder bump. If we're walking past Brett, maybe just a tough shoulder bump, just to let them know. Yeah, we know you're here. Yes,
we know.
OP. You know. But you're right. No violence. It's Thanksgiving week. I'm gonna be with family. I'm in a good mood, man. I'm in a good mood. So
I know. Thanksgiving.
Yeah, no doomsday today.
No doomsday. Happy day. Texas basketball rolling. Texas football. 10 wins. Come on, man.
That's right.
Max Asmus. He needed a wheelbarrow for his balls going out of the Madison Square Garden.
Oh, man.
I mean, that was some good D from Clark.
Yeah.
He was attached.
And I think Texas fans need to realize, like, that don't know this team that well yet. That dude's only like 6 foot.
Oh,
he's not a small dude to get that shot off.
Yeah.
To get it off and make it. That was damn impressive.
Yeah, you being nice, Jeff. I give him about 5'10" and a half.
Yeah. Zay, we did an interview with him a couple weeks ago when they made a bunch of the new guys available. And I'm admittedly 5'10". I'm not the 5'10" that tries to claim 6 foot or, you know, like that's what my dad does. It's like, nah, Chief, you're 5'11". Max and I were basically eye to eye.
Yeah.
There was not a major difference. Now the differences in game after that go a long ways, but yeah, we're about the same height. So you're probably right, Zay. He's 6 foot in the program.
Don't set yourself short, Jeff. I know you got a mean jumper, man. I know you do somewhere in there.
Yeah, I'm a 3 and lazy D kind of player. So I don't know if there's a role for me somewhere, but that's my game.
Sounds like it. You would have been a good Texas guard for yesterday's game.
Oh man,
taking lots of shots, not playing much D on the perimeter. Hey, that wasn't me that was giving up all those open looks on the outside. Just calling.
Yeah, Chip and I are going to discuss that. Appreciate you, fellas. Terrific show per usual.
Good luck, guys. Great job, Jeff.
All right, fellas. You too, Trey. See you guys.
Job, fellas. Hey, everybody. The immortal words of Judy Brown. Happiness is a choice. And we're happy you are spending some time with us. Chip and Zay, 3 to 5 edition on a Monday. Why? Because we're talking to Steve Sarkeesian and the players today. Zay, it was a conversation after another win. We're doing a winners and losers Monday from here on out. Winner, Texas Longhorns. Here's what we can safely say about these Texas Longhorns, Zay. You're going to get a stretch of really good football during a game, and you're going to get a stretch of wake up, guys, wake up. And we got that stretch of really good football in the second half. The first half was kind of like a lot of self-inflicted wounds, a lot of couple questionable calls. Hate to talk about that, but it was, a good win, a 10-point win on the road. Could have been a lot worse if they didn't get called for, like, Keaton Crawford. I'm almost going to put you in the loser category today because of that stupid block in the back. Just put your hands up like you're trying to screen somebody. Don't put your hands on a guy whose back is to the play.
Yeah, did he think it was Jared Hufford?
Right.
Because that was dumb as hell. I was like, come on, dude. And then you see Jeff Banks, like, you were at the game, but on TV, Chip, you saw Jeff Banks on the sideline talking to him, like, dude, you're smarter than that. You're better than that. Like, you didn't even need to really be in the way for Zay Worthy to take that thing to the apartments. And unfortunately, yeah, self-inflicted wounds, like you said. That was a bad move by a veteran player that you don't expect to make those type of mistakes on special teams.
Yeah, that was rough. But Quinn Ewers, winner for gutting it out. He's not healthy. He's not close. I mean, it might be 75%. It might be 70%, but he's skipping some passes here and there. It's not ideal, but it's going to hopefully get a little better each week. We've said that injury is not going to fully recover until he stops playing football. He got sacked 4 times, which was a concern, but made plays when he had to make them. And CJ Baxter, Zay, I mean, look, 22 carries, 117 yards. You'll take it. And Jaden Blue, Jaden Blue just needs some reps, but I thought it was cool that he was the one in there for the 4th and 1 to seal the victory. And, both of them caught a couple passes. They didn't really do much in the catch and run game, but they can both catch the football. So,
yeah, Chip, I don't mean to cut you off, but you're mentioning Jaden Blue, which I agree. That dude definitely deserves credit. The play that Texas fans aren't going to remember very much that was huge for Jaden Blue was when it was 3rd and 13, and Jaden Blue got 7 yards to make the Burt Auburn field goal, 42 yards to put it 26-16. That was a huge play. That was
after
a big play.
Another horrible play call.
Yes.
On 2nd and 9.
Yeah, not the best play.
To throw the ball behind the line of scrimmage and eat it for a 4-yard loss. I thought we'd learned our lesson last week, Zay, after the 3rd and 1. And no, run the ball downhill. Run the ball downhill. Or throw it past the sticks. I mean, or throw it forward. I mean, come on. It's hard enough.
It's become predictable. The screen passes, the bubble screens, and the smoke screens. It's starting to become really predictable to a lot of these coordinators and defenses that the Horns face from week to week. So, yeah, they need to switch it up a little bit. Switch it up, especially in key situations like that. But, yeah, man, CJ Baxter, that dude, everybody knew losing Jonathan Brooks, who was icy, by the way. Shout out to Jay Brooks, man. He needs to put some of that ice on his chain on that ACL. Maybe he'd get back. That's how much ice he had on. But everybody knew without 24, what was what were we going to see coming into Ames against the, arguably the best defense in the Big 12, and to put up over 117 yards, to not be 100% while doing it. He went out of the game a couple of times. You heard the, lady on Fox talk about CJ Baxter not feeling 100%, but still giving it a go. Like, that's gritty work, man. That's gritty work for a lot of responsibility for a freshman coming in to this game, again, without Jonathan Brooks. And I salute all the yards and all the tough, yardage that TJ Baxter got on Saturday. Very gritty and just gully performance. Huge by him. Absolutely huge.
Yeah. And then defensively, big T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy do it again. I'm writing a story right now about the impact of these guys and just how much they mean to this defense, to this team. And T'Vondre Sweat, and Byron Murphy both. How about Steve Sarkeesian for making them captains so that they got to go to the field before the game. And Sarkeesian said he wanted the Iowa State players to have to look T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy in the eyes.
So badass.
And see what fresh hell was coming to him. And T'Vondre, again, from the beginning, and Byron Murphy, 1.5 sacks of Rocco Becht, going right past Jared Hufford for that 4th down sack to basically seal the win. T'Vondre Sweat goes right past Jared Hufford to block an extra point that Austin Jordan scoops and scores 2 points on.
Big time.
That is big time. And you want, that's an effort play. That's a culture play. You can take extra points off, man. You can look like you're trying. And T'Vondre Sweat was throwing people out of the way to get his big paw up on that thing. And Austin Jordan, and Austin Jordan's a guy who they're going to need next year, because with Jahdae Barron moving on, you got Austin Jordan and Jalen Gilbo kind of battling it out to be that nickel. And Austin Jordan comes from that Denton Geyer championship program. He was there with JT Sanders and Anthony Hill. And I think there's more. I think Austin Jordan has more to give. So
Denton Geyer or Denton Ryan?
Or Denton Ryan, sorry.
There you go.
So I'm excited to kind of watch his development. And Sharon Thompson, the up and down meter, I know.
He on my list too, baby. Winner.
3rd interception of the season.
I'm so proud of that dude, man. You and I have been on him hard, man. We've been on him hard, and rightfully so. The dude's been very up and down. Like, after the pick sticks from Wyoming, where's he really been? Like, for what he's capable of, for all the leadership that he brings to the table. We know about him bringing the secondary over to the crib and watching film and stuff, but like, we weren't seeing it on the field once Big 12 play like really started. And we know what happened in the Oklahoma game. He really struggled there with the illegal shot on Dylan Gabriel and dropping the pick in the end zone. And this dude, huge interception that changed the game right after the Horns go 3 and out. Like, it was at the point where it's 15-9 and the Horns go 3 and out. And I'm like, uh-oh, Iowa State, they look like they got a rhythm. And the very next play, right after you punt the ball, Rocco Becht, he tried to squeeze one in there, and 28 was out there lurking, user lurk, and picked that thing off and switched that momentum right back around. That was such a huge play of the game. Shout out to Jaron Thompson, man. You get an Ollie Pop today from me. You know what I'm saying? I know, Chip, you be drinking them, but that's Ollie Pop worthy in my book. Because, again, we've been getting after 28. We expect more from him. You know, when he had all that experience, all that college football that he's played, there's a reason why Mookie Taft and Derek Williams and that rotation is what it is. Because you said it best last week. If you're good enough to stay out there, you ain't going to get pulled. But if you're up and down and nobody, is kind of week to week on your production, then you see that 5 safety rotation that we've seen, we've grown accustomed to throughout this season. So Jaron Thompson, that was a big play to change the game right there. You definitely deserve the love today on Chip and Zay.
Yeah. Yeah. Ethan Burke gets a half a sack with Alfred Collins. And look, that second half. And Bert Auburn. Hello, Bert Auburn. Come on.
Yeah, man. Consistent.
He's now hit 14 in a row.
Yeah.
He hit from 50 in this game. He hit from 42.
Yeah.
And
thank goodness Sark called that timeout too, because he smoked that first one going into halftime, Chip. He smoked that one. I was like, no. And then he made the next. And the love that he got from his teammates, man, that's what you heard Sark today talking about culture with you guys. He went on almost a 5-minute rant about culture. That was a culture moment right there. To have Adonai Mitchell and Jahdae Barron and all those skilled guys who put in that work to go give Bert Auburn that praise after he missed the kick where they called the timeout and then he made one just to make it 6-3. It wasn't like it was, a blown out game at that point. Iowa State easily could have won the game, going after halftime. But that showed me something. That made me very confident, like, oh, man, look how they're embracing Bert Auburn in this moment. This team, they're very confident, even though they know they didn't play their best first half. And you saw that in the second half, man. You really did. And, yeah, I heard all what Sark said today about culture. And you see that with this 2023 10-win ball club.
Yeah, and that came right after Quinn Ewers had been called for intentional grounding. And so the field goal moves back from the 26 to the 32. So he's got to kick a 50-yarder. Like you said, Zay, Texas calls timeout right before. And I'm still not quite sure. Were they about to take a delay penalty? I was like, why is Texas calling a timeout right here? But thank God they did, because Bert missed it wide left. And then on the second attempt, he made it, and he said in the post game, yeah, it was nice to have a practice kick. He's like, that was nice.
Yeah.
And Iowa State called a timeout trying to ice them. But yeah, those points proved to be big, and Texas handles business. And Jared Hufford, our guy, Zay. So I'm watching him in pregame. I could tell it was in his head, because when he came out, all of his teammates went out and did all their normal stretches, and he just stayed over on the team bench listening to music. Now, that was when they come out in their T-shirts and stuff before they put on their pads and come out. So then he gets introduced for senior night. He got the loudest ovation of any player. But after the game, T'Vondre Sweat goes up to him and is like, hey, man, good game.
Yeah. Humble. Yeah. Let you know, hey, bro, you didn't think we were this nice, did you? That squad that you saw, when we came here last time ain't the same squad, huh?
No ego. Just walked over to him. Hey, man, good game.
Yeah. Like, again, this dude's going to be defensive player of the year in the Big 12, and you're out here poking the bear, grizzly bear, out in the wild, hunting for food, hunting for salmon, any of that stuff. Always on the hunt, T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. So why? We talked about that last week. It still makes no sense. It still made, again, I straight up, Chip, I would check Jared for gambling too, because we know that it's going on in Ames anyway. We know they like to gamble. I'd really look into that, because the way that he was talking crazy, facing those dudes, knowing that you have to face those dudes, I would seriously look into some gambling situation with Jared, because that's suspicious, man. That's just batshit crazy. So something else has to be, because you 7 yards on the ground. You didn't move the ball at all. Rocco Beck, I told you last week, these guys with the way that Beck gets the ball out of his hands, if you get those hands up, you're going to get deflections. David Benda had one, and Javondre Sweat had one. Jaron Thompson had one. Like, they were in those passing lanes, and they made life rough for Rocco Beck, even though he had 2 touchdowns. So, yeah, Jared, what game are you really playing, son?
And if you want to know if Steve Sarkeesian pays attention to bulletin board material, listen to this.
First of all, I don't know why you'd ever call them out. That'd be the last thing I would do if I was getting ready to play us. But that was their choice to call them out and to call out our culture. Quite frankly, that's how we took it. And so I thought our players did a nice job of staying focused on what we needed to do, and particularly those 2 guys. You know, they went into the game and focused on what they needed to do, and that was dominate the line of scrimmage, the interior of the line of scrimmage, and that allowed everybody else to play. And it allowed our backers to play over the top of things. You know, again, when you look at our 3 leading tacklers in the game, Anthony Hill, David Benda, Jalen Ford, you know, 18 tackles with those 3 guys means they're not getting blocked, and they're able to go make plays. So as much as they impacted the D-line at the line of scrimmage to make plays, they also freed up guys to make plays. And so those guys continue to show up. They just are – and not only are they great players, they're great leaders. These guys are, you know, Tavondre Sweat, Byron Murphy. You go in that locker room, that's their locker room, you know, and they follow – the messaging that we try to provide. And so as much as they are the players, who they are as leaders.
Yeah. And I'm going to get you some of my bootleg audio from Quinn, because Quinn was funny after this game. Quinn was funny. He was, he said, well, first of all, he said it was, well, let me see here. Okay. So he said, this is what he had to say about the trash talk from Jared Hufford.
I mean, it was pretty weird, honestly, for us to see that. And, you know, we were going to, you know, just sit back and let our pads do the talking. But, you know, we definitely brought some light to their darkness, for sure.
We definitely brought some light to their darkness, for sure.
Yeah, man. When it gets dark here, it's different. The Texans, they don't know what it's like. You know, they don't know what to expect. Okay, cool. We'll see.
This is what Quinn said, and you know, they were talking about Tavondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. Like, can you believe this guy called out those 2? This is what Quinn said.
We kind of get them, you know, a little bit more fired up throughout the whole deal. I'm like, are you gonna let that happen? But no, I mean, they were fired up enough to come in here and you know, do what they did, and especially 90. Every time I looked up, I feel like 90 was out there doing something, and you know, it's just awesome to see those 2 guys go to work, and I'm really glad that I'm on their team. 10 and more.
Yeah, he said he was talking to him all week, going up to Sweat and Murphy, saying, "You gonna let that happen?
Yeah,
you gonna let this happen?" He's trying to stir him up, punch the horn, and that's a little more. But I tell you, I was down on the field for pregame. Tavondre Sweat was bouncing. He couldn't wait. Byron Murphy, same way. Bo Davis was like, I mean, plug your ears, kids. He was like, fuck some people up tonight. Come on. I mean, they were doing their deals, and Bo Davis was on fire. And of course, after the game, Steve Sarkeesian went back down memory lane about how shitty that trip to Ames was in 2021 when they lost. And the Bo Davis rant got secretly recorded when he was like, "Y'all think this is funny? You need to get your asses in the portal." And Sark, you know, told this great story about how he jokes with Bo that Del Conte's going to build a statue of Bo in the North End because that was the turning point of the program turning around. And it took, you know, Bo just ripping into those dudes to say, no, this is not how it's going to be. And they got to enjoy that. They got to walk out of Ames with that dub. And, Matt Campbell was a blithering mess. I mean, it was a lively post game. Let's put it that way. Yeah. But Quinn was cutting up, man.
Yeah.
I was like, all right. Yeah, this is good.
Yeah, that's what you gotta do, man. If somebody's gonna talk shit about you, then hey, let our pads do the talking, like Quinn Ewers said, and we saw that with the 26-16 win, and a lot of adversity, self-inflicted wounds, from penalties to Xavier Worthy, not only fumbling, but we got to know how healthy is he, because it's a short week. You got Texas Tech on Friday. Like Xavier Worthy, he wasn't in for a lot of that second half, later part of that second half. So how is this team going to adjust if X doesn't play? Are they going to go to more Dunham and JT Sanders on the field, 12, maybe 22 personnel, because that's what they did in the second half? You saw Gunnar Helm get that beautiful touchdown on that play action drawn up by Sark. That was a terrific play. Like, he's getting more and more comfortable, especially with the attention that gets drawn to JT Sanders. So Xavier Worthy, we know he's such a big part of the team, but now I see Jordan Whittington. He got his first touchdown of the season, and he's getting more in the mix on that 2-point conversion or that sweep reverse. So I'm still confident in this squad. Tech had a grimy win against Central Florida, but hey, more bulletin board material with the Red Raiders coming into town with what Brett Yormark said, or Victor Maitland, as I like to call him, villain from Beverly Hills Cop with his looking ass. And yeah, I love it, man. This team is so motivated. Jahdae Barron said it earlier in the season. It's a championship game week in and week out. That's how we're looking at it. We know that they've given up leads, but that type of win that they had in Ames, that showed me a lot about this ball club and this coaching staff. And yeah, even though there's still one more to go, 10 wins, that's so special with what we've seen in the last decade plus, Chip. And I hope this team definitely realizes that, but I think they also know they got more on the table left for the rest of this season to get done for their goals. And with that mentality, with Jonathan Brooks out, potentially Xavier Worthy out, I don't think it matters. I really don't. I think this team is so motivated and realize that they got so much talent all around that it can make up for the losses that they have right now. So let's see if they could keep riding this momentum.
Yeah. I mean, Ollie pop to Jordan Whittington, because he does all the dirty work, and the reason he got so open is he sold. It was a stock block. It was, I'm looking like I'm going to run block. And then he just releases past Jeremiah Cooper. He's wide open. And it's because he's such a good blocker, and he can sell that easily, that, that Iowa State, super disciplined, got caught. And they did it kind of again with Gunnar Helm on that drag route, because he stayed in for a second and then he released and he just dragged across the field. No one followed him. Wide open, great play, great throw, great catch. And those were big play touchdowns, because the one time Texas went into Iowa State's red zone, it was the Worthy fumble on the 9. And so Texas ends up, getting no points out of that drive. And that was tough, because it was a nice drive. It was, they're in a rhythm. And then all of a sudden, instead of goal to go, the defense back on the field, and Iowa State puts together a good drive. And so, all in all, you're going to get a good stretch of football. You're going to get some clunkers, but it just seems to work, and it even in the Oklahoma game, you got all the turnovers early. And then Quinn Ewers, 26 of 28 to throwing the ball to complete the OU game, 19 school record, 19 straight completions. So you're going to get, you're going to get a little bit of both. God forbid they ever put together a 4-quarter game of just nothing but lights out football, because they'd probably win it 50-0. Maybe they still got that up their sleeve, but 9 yards rushing, 21 attempts. Look, you got your hands full this week against Texas Tech. Taj Brooks has become the guy who that offense runs through. Taj is a good friend of Jahdae Barron's, by the way. They've spent Thanksgiving together.
Damn, for real?
Growing up, yeah. So
I know he's a Maynard kid, so yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, they're tight. They train together. They play basketball against each other. But Taj Brooks is playing his best football right now. And we're going to talk to Jarrett Johnson of InsideTheRedRaiders.com coming up at 4:00. I mean, if you're the Central Florida kicker, you miss the extra point that would have forced overtime. You lose 24-23.
What a smoke job.
And how did I let you bleeps talk me out of the BYU OU game? Because I picked freaking Arizona State to cover against Oregon. They got curb stomped. They got prison.
Oh man, yeah, that's on me. So what was your record this week? Because I feel like I did all right.
I think mine was terrible. Hold on.
Yeah, I think I want to say the line for the Texans Cardinals was -6 with Houston, and the Cardinals end up getting the points because it was 21.
All right, you had Minnesota +2.5.
Damn.
You had Arizona +6.
Got that one. Nice.
And then you got the Eagles +2.5.
Okay.
I had Iowa State +7.5. Arizona State +24.5. And Texas Tech -2.5.
Damn.
I would have at least gotten BYU right. So for those of you who are not watching our show, when we made the picks and BK was on, I was like, I'm taking BYU to cover the 24 against OU. And then these fools are like, BYU's playing without Keaton Slovis. And I'm like, well, yeah, but OU's not 24 points better in Provo, but I still backed off and went, that's on me.
Yeah, Dylan Gabriel got hurt. Did he come back?
I think so.
Yeah.
But I missed the end of that one. Did he get – hold on a minute. Let's see here. Well, So Texas Tech ends up winning. And now they've won 3 in a row.
Rolling.
Their best win in that stretch, probably the win at Kansas.
First the third string?
Yeah. Okay. So Texas Tech lost at home to K-State 38-21. They lost at BYU 27-14. Then they beat TCU in Lubbock. They went to Kansas and beat up on the third string quarterback 16-13. And then beat Central Florida when the Central Florida kicker missed the extra point. Yeah.
And Tyler Shutt said he out. Peace, y'all. I ain't finishing the season with y'all. I'm out this bitch. All right, Tyler. See you later, I guess.
School number 3 coming up.
Yeah. Morton said, that's my job, son. And it's crazy because after they beat Ole Miss in the Texas Bowl last year, like Shutt seemed like the dude. Like, we're rolling with him. He's the man. He's gonna, take the Red Raiders to the promised land and get them to Jerry World. And yeah, he had those injuries, and I don't know. We'll see what happens, but yeah, very interesting stuff going down in Lubbock.
Yeah. And Taj Brooks, who has another year of eligibility, made it sound like that game against Central Florida was his last game in Lubbock.
Oh, yeah. He said he's going to the league.
Yeah. He said, this is something that I knew I left a good legacy at Texas Tech, was his quote. So, yeah, we'll get into Texas Tech here when we talk to Jarrett Johnson from inside the RedRaiders.com. But Zay, let me just take you back to August when you had Brett Yormark at a Red Raider Club luncheon meeting with Joey McGuire, August 23rd. And this is when Joey McGuire said that he said, I know he, meaning Yormark, has a plan to close the gap between the Big 12 and the SEC and the Big 10. He said, but part of my job is to close it even faster. He said, part of my job is to make that team in burnt orange, if that's really a color. If that team leaves, then make sure that they're going to a conference that they can no longer compete in this conference with teams that are in this conference. So he's taking a little shot at the burnt orange. Then he says, he said there's an opportunity to put the Red Raiders at the forefront of this conference. And I don't want to wait till 2024 when it's a new conference. It's more important to do it in 2023 when those old two are still here so they can understand exactly who runs the Big 12. And then Yormark, playing the role of Vince McMahon, says at this Red Raider Club luncheon, candidly, we were able to get Texas and Oklahoma out a year early. That was a big deal for us, and I think all of you. And Coach McGuire, I'm not going to put any pressure on you, but I'm going to be in Austin for Thanksgiving, okay? And you'd better take care of business like you did right here in Lubbock last year. And Joey, 3 days later, spoke at a Knights of Columbus Tech Night event and said, I didn't come here to win 8 games. I didn't come here to beat Texas and OU in the same year. I came here to win the Big 12. So Joey's a fiery guy. He'll have his team ready. But those comments, if you wondered if Steve Sarkeesian is a collector of those kinds of comments, yeah. And, whatever it takes to keep your edge. What'd you do to get your edge, keep your edge, Zay? Were you listening to Hit 'em Up before the games or what?
Hit 'em Up by Pac. No, CC did a good job of keeping me locked in. I think I've told you before, I would get compliments and stuff, but they wouldn't, he wouldn't overdo it. That's for sure. I would definitely get the constructive criticism first, and then the compliments came afterwards. So it kept me humble. And yeah, depending on the opponent, you kind of psych yourself up, for each game. But yeah, Brett Yormark seemed to do that for the Horns, and I don't think he thought that this Texas team would be a 10-win team during this point of the season, and just because of what he's seen in recent years from the Texas Longhorns. Oh, this team, ain't no way they gonna beat Bama. Ain't no way they're gonna, be in first place of the Big 12 come November. Well, here you are, 7th ranked in the nation. You went to, Tuscaloosa and got that dub, and now you're in prime position to get to Jerry World. So, Brett Yormark, he should have known from his friend Jay-Z, be careful who you talk shit about, because once Jay-Z tried to diss Nas and Nas came back with Ether, a lot of people give Hove that win. I don't. Ether's one of the raunchiest, nastiest diss tracks you could ever hear. Ever. Like, people will put Ether's background music to just normal, like, shit talking memes online. That's how dangerous Nas went when he had to go at Jay-Z back in 2001. So Brett Yormark, he should know. Be careful who you talk mess about. And yeah, the Horns, like you said, Chip, just another thing to light that fire for them, trying to get to Jerry World. And yeah, you think about what Texas Tech does well. Well, that's what Texas defense does well, stopping the run. And Taj Brooks, he might have said, this might be the last time I'm here at Tech because I got to play these Longhorns for my last game. Because the way that Taj talking, I don't think he's going to be in that bowl game. I think he's going to get ready for the draft right after this game on Friday is over. So he's probably thinking, yeah, after facing Javondre Sweat and Byron Murphy and these guys, I need to get my body right for the draft. I can't worry about next season, none of that stuff, because those dudes are for real. And yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited what this Texas team can bring to the table on a short week. I am a little nervous about the health of Xavier Worthy. That's going to be interesting to hear as the weeks go on, just because he's such a threat. But even without him, going to 12 personnel, more Gunnar Helm, maybe Jonte Cook gets thrown in the mix, but Jordan Whittington and Adonai Mitchell, JT Sanders, all those guys have shown you enough to where if Xavier Worthy were to miss this game, with Quinn Ewers taking the snaps, they should be all right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is David Benda. I don't know how many people are going to – let me see if I can find this. He had
a great game, by the way.
He did.
He had a great game. I think Pro Football Focus gave him the highest graded Power 5 linebacker with 86.4 this past Saturday. So, yeah, David Benda, he was in that backfield. He was knocking down balls, that Rocco Beck was trying to get, those quick slants and those quick hitters out, like we said he was going to do. And, yeah, 33, man, he's came a long way. He's came a long way, that 5-year senior. And shout out to him, because all those linebackers, Sark mentioned them in the cut that you played, like Anthony Hill, Jalen Ford, David Benda, all three of those guys led the team in tackles due to what that defensive line was doing. And that makes linebackers' jobs a lot easier when you have a defensive line like the Horns do. So that complementary football, that's what we've been trying to see all year long. And I think we saw that to a T in Ames this past Saturday night.
Yeah. Yeah. I'll find it. I'll have it for you tomorrow. But he said, when we get this win over Tech, and I wondered how many people were going to grab onto that. I needed to go back and listen to it because he was asked about something else. It wasn't, how y'all going to do against Tech? Oh, when we get this win against Tech. But look, Texas, you don't have to say anything this week. Sark said it. He said, we've been telling them since the OU game, every week is a Big 12 championship game. They know it now. They know they're the only team that controls their own destiny. I think I saw Kirk Bowles tweet that the Big 12 told them there are 128 scenarios for second place, depending on the wins and losses of everybody who's tied for. I'm like, Big 12, quit making this harder than it is. Like, just, they put out a clarification last week that basically looked like it favored Oklahoma State because they've played both OU and K-State and they beat them both. So they get the advantage, even though OU and K-State haven't played each other. And so anyway, it does, if Oklahoma State wins Saturday against BYU, in Stillwater than Oklahoma State's in the Big 12 title game. So
I'll take that because what they like to do plays right in the Texas hands too.
Right.
So Ollie Gordon, he ain't never faced a line like the Horns before. I know that's looking ahead a little bit, but yeah, man, I'll take that. And we owe them for that Quinn Ewers, 16, 49, 19 for 49 performance last season in Stillwater. Yeah, man, you owe them. You owe them. I know a lot of guys on that roster would love to get another crack at the Cowboys, especially for a Big 12 title. Ooh, yeah, give me all that, baby.
Little revenge tour.
Hell yeah.
They got TCU. They got to get Tech. And then they would get Oklahoma State in the Big 12 title game. You could avenge all three. So, yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah,
Joe
I like David Bender saying that though. I like him saying that. Hold everybody accountable. Like, no, when we win, yeah, everybody needs to be like that. That win was great in Ames, but we got a short week. We got to lock in. Everything's gonna be accelerated a little bit more, and we got to lock in. So yeah, that turkey might be good on Thursday, but you got a job that next day. And yeah, if everybody's holding each other accountable like that, then that's what Sark talked about in that 5-minute rant this morning. Like, the culture is there. You know, I love what he said about just picking up trash, Chip. Like, that's stuff that you learn as a youth from your parents. I remember my pop used to flick me in my ear when, you know, people would greet me, adults would greet me. They'd be like, "How you doing, young man?" And I wouldn't say yes, ma'am, or no, sir. Pops flick me in my ear and be like, "Yes, ma'am, yes, sir." I'm like, oh, that got me right quick. Like, holding me accountable. And I benefited a lot for those things. So just little things like picking up the trash around you and, you know, the film room, or when y'all go to movies and stuff like that. And now everybody's holding each other accountable by doing little things like that. It leads to the field, like what Steve Sarkeesian says. Like, that's a real thing. If you've been in the locker room and stuff like that, like the camaraderie, everything that has to do with just doing it together is huge. Like when you see these guys go to the hospital and deal with kids that are very sick and stuff like that builds camaraderie, because now you're seeing things together that gives you a different outlook on life. Like, man, I'm over here at the University of Texas on a full ride playing football, and this person's in the hospital for who knows what. And I'm sharing this with my teammate. Now we got a different outlook on life. Now we know that every day might be your last, so you got to make the most of it. You know, just stuff like that is huge. And, you know, mentioning Bert Auburn smoking that kick before the timeout and then making it going into half, and just to see everybody embracing him, you're seeing that culture this year, Chip. And that's so important, and that's so refreshing to see, because we know how this culture was just a few years ago. Very toxic. Oh, yeah. Very toxic.
Horrible. Yeah, that toxic culture was on display in Ames 2 years ago when they lost 30-7, and everybody just started pointing fingers. All right, David Benda was feeling confident today. You'll like this answer when he was asked about, you know, going up against Taj Brooks.
Dude, like, I love it when teams come in and try to challenge us, whether it be on the ground or in the air, because that just shows just the type of versatility our defense has. We can stop you on the run, but we can also stop you in the air. You can't do too much. And I don't know. I love when people just challenge me in general, because it's like, okay, bet. Let's see what you got. I'll show you what I got. You know what I'm saying?
Is that one of your best games?
Bet. See what you got. I'll show you what I got.
Yeah. We're like, oh, you think you're the man? Bet. Show me something. Show me something. Jared Hufford, you talking all that shit? You talking spicy, huh? A little cayenne pepper with your vocabulary. Okay, bet. Show me something. What's really good? And they did. That's what happened. You got to back it up, man. One of my favorite trash talkers of all time, Larry Bird. Larry Bird, one of the only three straight MVPs, 1984 through 86. The dude backed it up. one of the slowest white dudes to ever touch the pill, but one of the coldest basketball players to ever touch the pill. And the dude would talk that hot shit like it was nothing and backed it up. That's what you got to do, man. Don't talk it if you can't cash that check, man. Don't talk it. And, yeah, this team, they walking with a little swagger now, man. I'm feeling it. I'm digging
Steve Sarkeesian was like, that was the last thing I'd have done is call out those two. Like, you're lining up against them? You're going to call them out?
That's what I'm saying. Yo, Iowa State, check Jared Hufford's phone. Check where his whereabouts, because dude might have some dinero on some of
he might have had big money
games.
on
That's
Texas.
very suspicious to me. Special money.
That
dude said, yo, this is my last game. I might not go to the NFL. Yeah, man, let me put 5 figures that I've got from this NIL money on Texas and see what happens. Because Hunter Decker's gambling ass.
You saying he might have been lifting up sweat to block that extra point?
I'm just saying, that's how crazy he sounds. I don't want to think those things, but again, with Hunter Deckers and the rest of them boys that got called up this past season, you would have to think the boy ain't that crazy. He can't be that crazy. He can't be that stupid, So I gotta think everything.
On the case.
Yeah, man, the dude might have had some coin on the game. Because I just can't think of why you would go at Trevondre Sweat and Byron Murphy like that. Like, that is just wild.
Well, that is hilarious. That's what that is. Hey, we need to check it because there might have been some.
I'm just saying. Y'all know I'm petty. So check it out.
Oh, yeah. But you might be onto something.
Yeah, check it out.
He'd be like, oh, man, the Iowa Gaming Commission's done with us. No one's going to be looking in our direction. Let me get a buddy to throw some big cash down.
Hell yeah. You seen Blue Chips? You remember when Nick Nolte bum rushed old boy's room and said, hey, we played blah, blah, blah. Did you bet on the game? No, coach. No, coach. Just one time. Just one time. My man had about 6 turnovers. He was shooting bricks. Yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean,
money rules the world at the end of the day. So,
yeah, that's what's scary about basketball. It's so easy to throw a game in basketball. Oh, man, cold shooting night. I'll have it next time.
Yep. You're right.
Speaking of which, Max Asmus, 5 of 18 until the last shot. Yeah. And he hits, that dude Clark had defense. He was stuck to him. And Asmus hit that fallback fadeaway.
No.
Ball game.
Incredible.
I know Texas fans were losing their minds because Texas was an 18-point favorite in that game. And
I don't understand why. I think a lot of Texas fans, like Texas without Dylan DeSue, they're really flawed. Like 18 points, like Louisville, they've won national championships before. They're going to get talent. They might not figure it out quite yet. And I know they only won 4 games last year, but they're going to have talent. And, with what you do with it, that's, yet to be seen. But, yeah, 18 points, that's a little hefty. I knew that was going to be a dogfight last night at the Garden. And plus, it's the Garden. Like, you have to show up there. Nobody doesn't play hard at Madison Square Garden. Like, come on. Just all the history that's been in that arena, probably most historic arena in the world, especially in the U.S. Like, yeah, you knew you were going to get Louisville's best shot. And Sky Clark was a top 25 player coming out of high school. He committed to Kentucky, and then they got some big-time recruit, so he ended up going to Illinois, and now he's at Louisville. So, yeah, they got some guys over there. I see a lot of Texas fans blowing up my Twitter like, oh, yeah, they won on the last second shot. That ain't shit. This team ain't there. Like, okay, whatever. This team is flawed. I will admit that, especially without their best player, Dylan DeSue, until they get him back. We don't know what this Texas team is going to be. But let's give Louisville a little bit more respect.
Well,
Vegas too.
Winner, Caden Shedrick. That dude's cold, man. 27 points, 11 and 15 shooting, hits free throws. He is. Now I know why he left Virginia, because this dude is a skilled basketball player. You know, knew to flop a little bit on that foul, got the call, hit the free throws. In a one possession game, do whatever it takes, get to the line, do what you got to do. And Olipop, winner on a winners and losers Monday, winner, Texas free throw shooting. They hit 17 of 23, and for them, that is all world. Dylan Mitchell was 5 of 6 from the line.
Huge.
Olipop to Dylan Mitchell for hitting free throws.
Yeah.
Because that was a free throw game. You had to hit your free throws, and they hit 27 of 31.
Yeah, and that's always dangerous. Like one stat that I'll always talk about specifically with college basketball, if the opposing team makes more free throws than you shoot, probably 80% of the time you lose that game.
Yeah.
Just because in college basketball, 30-second shot clock, there's limited possessions. It's not like the NBA. And, just the guys, they're not as skilled, so you're not going to see threes hit at that type of rate. So you got to get to the line and make them count. And the team that's the most aggressor, which is the team that shoots more free throws than the other team usually, the fact that Louisville made more free throws than Texas even shot, and the Horns still won that game, like Texas should have won that game. You saw it with Rodney Terry and how he celebrated. Like that, Coach Terry acted like it was a national championship with the way that he jumped out of his seat. But he knew they weren't supposed to win that game, man. They had a lot of just bad fouls, being in the wrong position. And one thing that you're going to see with the Horns throughout the whole season that I've talked about with you, Chip, already, is the fact that their guards are so small, they're going to get attacked. And you're going to have to overhelp. If you're the bigs like Brock Cunningham and Dylan Mitchell and Caden Shedrick and Zirkle Yema, you're going to have to overhelp because Max Asmus, anytime Max Asmus is guarding anybody, you're going to the cup. You're just going to have to take him to the cup and see what he could do. And guys are going to come to help him out and double team, which is going to leave open different guys on the perimeter, and that's kind of what you saw with Louisville. So Max Asmus, he's not a bad defender. He keeps guys in front of him, but the dude, like we talked with Jeff, he's only about 5'10". So there's, as good as defense as you play, if you got a 6'7" guy on you, or that's, playing, and you're checking him, then he's just going to rise over the top. And I think the Horns, they're going to get in trouble at times. Tyrese Hunter, same with him. As good as a defender he is, sometimes when he gets taken down low, guys shoot right over the top. It's easy. So they're going to have to figure that out. Obviously, with the Sioux coming back, that's another shot blocker, which is big. But, yeah, tonight against UConn, man, woo, those UConn dudes, that's – them boys, watching them play against Indiana, them boys ain't playing. I was like, dog, I thought winning the national championship, you lose guys. Like they lost their big man, Adama Sanogo. They lost Hawkins to the Pelicans, which is having a really good rookie campaign earlier in this NBA season. They lost Andre Jackson. So who they bring back?
Tristan Newton.
Tough, man.
6'5", guard.
He's so good. El Paso native, so this game's going to mean a little bit more to them. They got the home court advantage basically by being in the Connecticut area and playing in New York City, so the fans going to be on their side. But yeah,
this is going to be ugly.
This could be ugly.
This is going to be ugly
because Caden Shedrick.
UConn's got 5 players averaging double figures. I mean,
because Caden Shedrick, who was terrific yesterday, going against Donovan Klingen, who's 7'2", and block shots out the yin-yang, it just makes life tough for opposing offensive players. I don't like that matchup one bit. Like it's going to be
I'll give Shedrick, he'll be crafty and he'll get Klingen to make a dumb foul or something. Cam Shedrick's going to have trouble getting his shot off. That's what scares me.
Yeah, he is. He is, because they're going to leave him one-on-one. That's what Louisville did yesterday, and it ended up biting them in the ass. Like, every time Caden Shedrick got the ball, they just allowed him to go one-on-one, and Texas players are just standing around. And if you have those one-on-one matchups as a big man, you got to win those. So,
because Shedrick was the only one hitting shots, say.
You're right.
And look, A. Smith will probably get it. You know, he's not going to, hopefully, have too many games where he's 5 of 18 before he puts up the game-winning jumper on a fadeaway from 15 feet. Like, that was a no, yes. But I'm looking around the floor and I'm like, who else do I want to take that shot? Either Shedrick or A. Smith. They're the best, most experienced players on the team.
Yeah, even though A. Smith didn't shoot the ball well, he can get his shot off on anybody. And he's a tough shot maker. He's been here before, even though it's been at a G5 school like Oral Roberts. Like, he wasn't afraid to take that shot, and that was a big-time one that he hit. But, yeah, I'm with you. It's kind of, I.T. Horton maybe. He was getting it going at, certain point of the game. He had a couple of nice buckets, a couple of pull-up jumpers, backdoor cut for a layup. I don't know. Again, until this team gets Dylan Dessou, and hopefully Dylan Dessou can stay healthy throughout the season, we're not going to know, the complete pedestal of where this team is at. So this team is still a work in progress, and they'll get tested tonight against UConn.
All right, Texas and UConn basketball tonight, 6:00. So get ready for that. But right now, let's check in on the Texas Tech Red Raiders, who will be coming to Austin on Friday. Our man Jarrett Johnson inside the RedRaiders.com, part of the preeminent 24/7 sports network. JJ, happy Thanksgiving week, man.
Happy Turkey Day, Chip. How you doing, man?
Hey, just happy to be alive. Happy to be, watching college football, covering college football. We got some of the best jobs going. So, and here we are, Jared. I mean, I can't believe it's the end of the end of the regular season. It seems like, August rolls around and then it's Thanksgiving. But how about a big win for Tech this past weekend? Down 14-zip to Central Florida. Comes down to a blocked extra point for Tech. Take us through that one.
Yeah, it was a wild game. I thought it was a coin toss game. I thought if it was at UCF, that UCF probably would have won. It was that tight between the two teams. Their offense with Plumlee coming back, their quarterback, their dual threat quarterback, they're pretty effective. They're a dangerous offense now. They are. So I was nervous about that, but Tech was able to bow up, make the plays they needed to. And what was crazy with that block extra point is Jalen Hutchings, one of Tech's best players, he went down with an injury. The guy who went in, Amarian Banks, is the guy who blocked that extra point, made a big play. And he also forced pressure that caused a big turnover for Texas Tech in the second half as well. So out of nowhere, you lose one of your top players, a young guy or an inexperienced guy who hadn't made a lot of plays in the past, goes in there and makes 2 winning plays for you. That was a big standout from that game.
Yeah, Jared, this team had a lot of hype coming into this season. I mean, you go 8-5 in 2022. You have that big win at the Texas Bowl against Lane Kiffin and Ole Miss, and it seemed like Tyler Shuck was the guy, and he had his injury early in the season, and now he's left. Take us, through that process of him leaving. What have you heard on why? We know Morton's, the starter now, and that's where McGuire is going from here on out. But again, like I said, it seemed like Tyler Shuck was Joey McGuire's dude from here on out, and that's obviously not the case anymore.
Yeah, I mean, you answered it. It is the Baron Morton era. I think that's that's the overall takeaway from that is it's Baron Morton's time to take over the offense. And even though Tyler Shuck does have at least a season of eligibility, y'all know how it is now between the COVID years and medical red shirts. It seems like guys play forever, more than ever. It's insane. And Shuck's one of those guys. He's been playing college football for a long time. So people didn't know if he was going to try and maybe go for the draft or maybe even hang it up because he's had a lot of injuries he's had to battle through. He showed a lot of toughness. A lot of guys would quit with some of the injuries he's had just year after year.
But no, he's I did hear through the industry that Tyler Shuck's name was going around, and it makes sense. The guy's won big games. They're parting ways on good terms, both Texas Tech and Tyler Shuck, which is nice. That it doesn't always happen that way. So and he won big games. He did. He was MVP of the Texas Bowl last year. Big win over Ole Miss, and won 4 games in a row to end that season. But a lot of injuries, and it's been tough to see him go through those major injuries. But Shuck might go somewhere and play lights out. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
Yeah, so he's injured and out.
Yes.
Yes. Baron Morton. Let's talk about Baron Morton and what you're seeing from him, because Tech's on a 3-game winning streak right now.
They are, and Baron Morton, his return after being injured has played a big role in that. There's no doubt. But he's limited because he still is. He's not injured, but he's hurt. He has a shoulder sprain. That's public knowledge. That's kind of slowed some of his effectiveness, and his arm strength. But he's getting better and better. Last week was really good. Threw a couple of touchdowns. He did have 1 interception, but he's been playing efficient off what they're doing offensively with Taj Brooks in the running game, which has really been the story of the offense for Texas Tech this season.
Yeah, Jared, talk about that running game a little bit. Brooks, who we've seen around these parts, him being the Maynard kid coming back to Austin. I know that probably means a lot for him, but I saw after the game, this might be it for him, which it's interesting because he has another year of eligibility left. But we all know in the NFL, as a running back, you better get there as quick as possible because your life expectancy is very short. But yeah, he seemed like the bell cow guy for this whole entire Red Raider offense, and yeah, just not being without him for the next season, that'll probably be huge for the Red Raiders.
Yeah, he's been spectacular. I don't throw that kind of word out there. Got to cover Pat Mahomes at Texas Tech. He was pretty spectacular. They've had a couple of really good players in the last decade. I've covered Texas Tech. Taj Brooks this season is right up there. He's taken his game to a whole nother level. I think Pro Football Focus actually posted on Twitter here this last week that he's broken more tackles than anybody in the country. I think Jonathan Brooks is really high on that list, by the way. But he's taken another step into producing one of the top seasons by any running back in Texas Tech history, and he's also a really good guy. And he's also, since day one, his freshman season contributed, but he's gotten a lot better this past season. It's crazy.
Yeah, he's I didn't realize he's a buddy of Texas nickel corner Jahdae Barron. Like, they've spent Thanksgivings together.
Oh wow, I didn't know they were that tight. Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, so I was learning about that, and so the passing game, Jarrett, just talk about, I think Texas fans know about Jaron Bradley, but talk about what's making the Texas Tech passing game go.
Well, it's not the Texas Tech passing game, the air raid that I think most fans are used to. It's been inefficient, the passing game, for most of the season. But Jaron Bradley did have a big game against Kansas, some big plays on a game-defining drive. Miles Price is supposed to come back from injury, which is a big deal at inside receiver. Coy Aikens, a guy from Stephenville, who as a redshirt freshman has been really good. Their tight ends, Baylor Cupp and Mason Tharp, are both big targets who could run. So the passing game is not what you're used to from Texas Tech, but it's effective again off the running game.
What about this defense, Jared? How do you see them matching up with Texas's offense? We know Jonathan Brooks obviously won't be available. CJ Baxter had a solid game against Iowa State. We don't know where Xavier Worthy is health-wise, but knowing all of those things, how do you think this Red Raider defense is going to fare up against Quinn Ewers in this offense?
Well, Texas's offense has been very good. So, it's a big challenge. There's been a lot of challenges here. Kansas has a good offense that Texas Tech went up against and did very well. UCF kind of the same thing. I mean, they were really explosive, had just blown out Oklahoma State, but Texas Tech rose to that challenge too. So it'll be interesting to see if the defense can do it once again. Perhaps the biggest challenge of that list with how Texas has been. So I think Jalen Hutchins, if he's actually available, he got hurt in the last game. Coach McGuire said earlier Monday that he does expect him back, but if we'll have to see. I think that's huge. He's a big part of what they do. The linebackers have been playing well, but Jacob Rodriguez, who's played the last couple of games and led Tech in tackles, he's going to be out because they're redshirting him, which is kind of a different thing. He was hurt for most of the year, hadn't redshirted yet. He's played in 4 games, and he didn't want to lose a whole year of eligibility, but he may be their best player on defense. So it's crazy that he's not going to play against Texas, but that would be a factor. So there's a lot going on with the defense, but they've been playing really well here in November.
What about special teams, Jarrett? How would you size that up?
Yeah, Gino Garcia just made a 52-yarder that was huge in that victory over UCF. He struggled in the season opener against Wyoming, but he came on, and he's been really good. He's made some big kicks. He has a big leg, so you like him. Austin McNamara has been playing. He's one of those guys. He's been playing at Tech for like 10 years. I think it's literally his 5th year punting for Texas Tech, but he's one of the best in the Big 12. Miles Price coming back, who I mentioned before, at inside receiver, is their punt returner. He's been pretty explosive. He's been one of the better punt returners that Texas Tech has had in the last couple of years. So special teams has been really good. It's been a bonus this season for sure.
Yeah. What's the vibe on Joey McGuire here in year 2? I mean, again, so much expectation coming off the 8-5 season in 2022, and a lot of Red Raiders fans would think that it's a downgrade with just now getting your 6th win, getting bowl eligible going into this last game of the season. But Jared, with all of the adversity and injuries that have happened for this Texas Tech team, it's kind of acceptable. But what's the vibe for Texas Tech fans and Joey McGuire moving forward?
Yeah, I think you said a lot of it. I mean, there were huge expectations, and no matter what, it's been a disappointment. It's been a disappointing season. At the same time, yes, it's also true there's been adversity, but that's a part of a college football season, right? And I don't think anybody's making a lot of excuses. It has been a letdown from preseason. They have won 3 in a row, just as we sit here today. They beat TCU. They beat a ranked Kansas team there in Lawrence. That was a huge win, and then beating UCF here last week. So at least they are bowl eligible. To keep that going, I mean, that is meaningful. They also did secure a winning record in the Big 12, which for Texas Tech is significant. So there are some positives, but compared to preseason expectations, it has been a major letdown. There's no denying that.
Yeah. Jarrett, I mean, Tech was in a 1-possession game with Oregon. I mean, they were driving for a chance to tie or win that game. Take us through that game.
You talking about the Oregon game? You cut out a little bit. I'm on the road if people can't tell. The Oregon game, yeah. They were -4 in the turnover department. I mean, I hate to be so simple, but Oregon's a very good team. Texas Tech played them really well, but they were -4 in 4-0 in the turnover department. That is very difficult to overcome. I mean, period, in football.
Yeah, what's the vibe on with Texas and Oklahoma leaving the Big 12? A lot of Red Raiders think that, or fans think that, hey, it's time for us to rule the Big 12. And with the 4 teams coming in from the Pac-12, I don't think it's going to be easy as a lot of Red Raiders fans think, but I do think y'all have a big-time advantage. Y'all getting Micah Hudson, the big-time kid from Belton, top 5 receiver in the nation. So things are still going y'all's way in that sense. But overall, just what's the vibe on, kind of being the top dog in a way in the Big 12?
I don't know if Texas Tech's the top dog or any of the fans think that. I mean, of course, everybody wants to, have success, but I don't think I haven't heard anybody claim that. The vibe about OU and UT leaving, I mean, it's been such a long process. At first, I mean, the emotions ran the gambit, of course, from oh well to panic and everything in between. I think, yeah, I think there's definitely, it's split. I think some people are like, oh, you really like to have those two schools, those two programs, and play against them, and what it means, and the monetary and all that, what it means to the university and to Lubbock, the city. But at the same time, I mean, I think the vibe right now is that at least the future of the Big 12 appears to be viable. When it was first announced that OU and UT were leaving, it looked like the Big 12 was going down, and then everybody who was left in the Big 12 really, it wouldn't matter anymore. So at least the conference is viable. There's a future that looks like with potential, the TV contracts as well. So it looks like they're actually gonna matter, not get left behind, left without a share when the music stops.
Jarrett, what about Grant McCasland and the Texas Tech basketball Red Raiders?
Yeah, they're 3-0, and they're not. Oh.
Uh-oh. We lose.
I think we lost his headphones.
All right. Well,
yeah, I hope he's all right. Being no record nothing or rear end anybody.
Yeah. Hopefully we'll be able to reconnect with Jared, just get his thoughts on new men's basketball coach Grant McCasland. And what do you think of that hire, Zay?
I mean, they've kind of been searching for the next beard. Obviously, Mark Adams didn't work out because he was doing sketchy stuff. But yeah, we'll see. The dude's won games at a lower level, but Texas Tech, their facilities, man, are grade A. Like, you put them up against the Carolinas, Dukes, and Kentuckys of the world. Like, their basketball facilities are top tier, and they care about basketball there. Like, United Supermarket Arena is one of the toughest places in the nation to play. Like, you've been there for Texas games and how rowdy and loud it gets. Like, it's for real. So it's an appealing place for recruits and transfer guys. And
I was there for the Texas game where Beard returned, and it was nothing but F you, Beard,
Yeah.
And that I've been to Fog Allen Fieldhouse. The Supermarkets Arena that was the loudest I've ever been in.
Yeah.
That's how much vitriol there was in that building for Chris Beard, for leaving Tech to go coach Texas. But yeah, that's also where Bobby Knight and I made television history together when they held the freaking introductory press conference on the floor of the then Spirit Arena. And I'm trying to ask him real questions about, did he undergo anger management? And he's like, my wife has a saying, when the horse is dead, get off it. The horse is dead, get off it. And I was like, I have a follow-up question. He's like, no, I think it's time to move on. And he goes, how many people want to hear a follow-up question from this guy? And they're all like, boo. So I went and got back in line and then got up and got to ask a follow-up question. He goes, hey, everybody, here's our follow-up question. And I said, the last time you were here, you said you wouldn't come back here until the turn of the next century. And he's like, yeah, well, I'm here now. And I'd like to tell you all about Minute Maid orange juice. I mean, it was nutso. And then the next morning, he's holding a team meeting right outside that, Supermarkets Arena. I'm the only one there. It's 6 a.m. because the meeting was at 5. It's freezing.
Damn.
He comes out and I'm like, and I talked to like Mikey Marshall, a couple of players who came out, and I see Knight and I'm like, hey, Bob, Chip Brown, Associated Press, just wanted to, some of the players, what message do you want? I'm not talking. I'm like, I'm the only one here. Like, I'm not talking about this. And so then I see Pat Knight, and I kind of run over to him. And right before Bob Knight gets into his car, he yells to me, "Hey, that deal yesterday, that was pretty good." And then he gets in his car, and I'm like, so he likes it if you stand up to him, but only to a point.
Right.
Like,
Yeah.
show me you got a little something, but don't step over the line. Don't think, you can embarrass me, whatever. But anyway, that is one of my all-timer memories in Lubbock.
Yo, man, that dude, say what you want about him. He was a basketball genius, man.
Yeah, if he never had to talk to people and it was just about basketball, like if he could just get rid of the whatever, the piss that was inside of him,
so competitive. It would just like too competitive where you're asking them about anger management. If you get anger management questions, something's wrong, because nobody, again, you're professional. People in the business, most of the time, are professional, so their jobs are riding on the questions that they ask. You're not going to ask that shit for no reason. It's there. It's been there for years. Dude threw chairs and choked players. Come on.
Between us girls, Pat Knight told me he'd undergone anger management. I was trying to give him a chance to open up about it. He don't care.
Talk about it's better in his life. He needs it. He recommends it for other folks. Bob Knight could have been like a spokesperson for people that have anger problems that have went and gotten help. But
like John McEnroe, he turned his anger problems into a line of endorsements, Yeah, Rick Barnes, CB points out, Rick Barnes loved Bob Knight. Everyone loved Bob Knight at the end because he was just trying to get to 902 wins. That's it. He coached right up until he passed that, and then he was done. And at that point, as long as you got on bended knee and showed how much you respected Bob Knight, how much he'd done for the game, if you played that game with him, he would be there for you. And that's what Rick Barnes did. Rick Barnes would go to him for advice and everything. And Bob Knight just appreciated that Rick Barnes saw him as for the respected basketball mind that Bob Knight is. And they had a very friendly relationship. In fact, when Barnes stole a game out in Lubbock with a fantastic, timeout, inbounds play, it was like in 2003, I don't know, but he beat him when he had no business beating him out in Lubbock. Bob Knight said to Barnes, great job. Instead of just huffing off and not shaking his hand or whatever, Bob Knight was like, that was fantastic.
Yeah.
Now I don't know what he told his players in the locker room.
Right. That was probably completely different. You idiots.
Poor bastards were probably. Oh, yeah.
Yo, CC spent a week with Bob Knight in the summer, went to Lubbock, left me and my mama at the crib, went to Lubbock just to spend a week with him and pick his brain, which I'm thinking, hey, CC, can you go spend a week with Jerry Tarkenton so I could average 20? This motion offense, it isn't working for me. I get what he was doing. It makes sense. But I'm just saying, that dude, he was a basketball genius, man, because CC, I don't think he cares for Lubbock too much. For him to spend a week there, it better be worth it. And, yeah, pick Bob Knight.
Well, was he nice to your dad?
Yeah, he took him out for a steak dinner, one of the popular steak joints down there in Lubbock. He said they went to a secluded room. So Bob Knight obviously had, all the perks and stuff like that. And CC said it was the best steak he ever had. So, yeah, he always cherishes that.
Was he talking stories about coaching Michael Jordan in the Olympics and stuff, or what?
I don't know. I never asked. I just
that's
knew.
what I would love to know. Like, you get around some coaches like John Calipari. He can't wait to tell you every story he's ever had with every name drop, every thing. Other coaches, you don't get anything out of them. And Knight, you would think that, I guess, I don't know. I don't know what kind of storyteller he is.
Yeah, I got to ask my pops about that because you're right. He's never, I guess, CC can't be grilling about X's and O's the whole time. I mean, damn. They have to talk about other things, but you bring up Calipari. That's how he recruits, all that name dropping and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I know this guy. I know that guy. Me and Devin Booker are texting right now.
You know the great story about Calipari and Worldwide Wes. Worldwide Wes, who is the connector of basketball, knows everyone, has helped Calipari recruit. It helped Larry Brown recruit. And that's why Calipari said, we'll never lose a recruit to Texas, because he had Worldwide Wes. And Wes would, offer influence from NBA players to recruits, and they would do whatever he wanted.
You ain't get Trey Johnson, Cal, so I'll say that. But keep on, Chip.
Well, Wes, Calipari knew Wes from the time he was a young guy, and Calipari was nice to everybody. Like, they had some situation where he saw Calipari being nice to someone he absolutely didn't have to be nice to, and it stuck with Wes. And when he started moving up the ranks, he went to Calipari, they helped each other. And Wes is one of the greatest influencers in basketball of the last 30 years. And you want to know why Larry Brown got players at SMU? Because Calipari told him, hey, help Larry get some players this cycle. And Larry got players. So Calipari's always had that. And
now he wasn't nice to John Chaney, because John Chaney wanted to beat the hell out of him. You remember that?
Oh, God.
Press conference?
Yeah, Chaney came into Calipari's press conference and started yelling from across the room.
Yo, he was ready to squab. He was like, yo, I've been in Philly for a long time. This is how we get down around here. You trying to, cause some havoc? I'll show you havoc.
Oh, yeah. He threatened to kill him. I was worried my man Chaney was going to pop a vessel.
Oh, my gosh. John Chaney with his Uncle Ben looking self.
Oh, God. John Chaney did a number on Texas basketball early in Barnes's career. They went to New Orleans. They had to play Temple. Oh, and Temple dragged them down into the slowdown, that freak defense that Chaney played. And I'll never forget, because I bumped into him on Bourbon Street after the game.
Chaney or Barnes?
No, I bumped into James Thomas.
Oh.
And so he goes, that was the most fucked up halftime I've ever been a part of. Because he told Maurice Evans, he told the team, he said, the only person I want shooting threes is Darren. Oh, God. Little scrawny guy on that team.
What year is this? This 01?
Oh, yeah.
2000?
I want to say Darren Alford or something. And then at halftime, because Darren was missing everything, he's like, okay, Mo Evans, you can shoot threes now too. It was just
Darren Kelly, yeah.
Yeah, Darren Kelly,
yeah.
And James Thomas was like, that was so messed up. And then he's like, and Chris Owens is flipping over chairs, and everyone's like, you ain't that kind of guy. where's that been all year? You know, I was like, oh
Yeah.
I love James Thomas, dude.
James Thomas. Yeah.
The all-time leading rebounder until my man number 5. The all-time leading rebounder now. Played with Durant.
Damian James?
Yeah, Damian James.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking at that roster. Barr should have done more with that 01 team.
Oh.
That lost first round. That was first round to Temple. That was a tournament game. Yeah. Wow. Yeah, Maurice Evans, league. Chris Owens, league. Royal Ivy, he was only a freshman, though. Yeah, James Thomas, Brandon Mouton, Brian Boddicker. When 11 came, though, that changed everything. That's why that was an important time, because you lose first round, you don't get the number one point guard in the nation very often. And the fact that TJ Ford said, you know what, I'm just going to go right down the street to Austin for my career, changed everything.
And Barnes had to go to Sonny Vaccaro. Like, if you've seen the movie Air.
Yeah, who's Sonny Vaccaro in Air? Is that that's Matt Damon, right? Or is that?
Did you see the movie Air?
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, you gotta see it, dude.
Yeah, I heard it's slow. I heard it's slow.
Sonny Vaccaro, at the time that TJ was coming out, was at Adidas. And he had TJ ready to be an Adidas guy. And that's Kansas. And, you know, Texas is a Nike school. And Rick said he flew out to meet with Sonny Vaccaro to say, hey, Sonny, I'm begging you. Can you let TJ go where he wants to go? Because I think his mom, they want him to go to Texas. And Sonny was like, all right. So he didn't muscle him. He didn't pressure him. And Rick Barnes said it's the only time he ever did that. The only time he ever went to that length to try to make sure that recruitment was going to not have any last second hiccups. He said it was the only time he went to talk to someone like that about a recruit. It was for TJ. Yeah, you gotta see the movie Air, dude.
Yeah, I gotta check it out. It's hard.
I mean, that's your movie.
I know what Sonny Vaccaro looks like. He don't look like no Matt Damon. Come on now. Come on. I get it.
Matt Damon gained like 50 pounds for this movie.
And he's still 2 times more attractive than Sonny Vaccaro's Italian ass.
Oh, for sure.
Come on,
Sonny looks like a troll.
Yeah, Sonny, he looks like the white John Chaney. Like the dude.
Yeah, I was gonna say he looked like a troll. I don't wanna do Chaney like that.
They're gonna remake a movie about Texas Sports Unfiltered. You know who's gonna play me? Michael B. Jordan. How about that? Let's just do that. Let's give me Michael B. Jordan. That makes sense. That's basically what
I'll be played by Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah, Chip and say Ryan Reynolds and Michael B. Jordan are playing you and I.
Oh, yeah.
That's basically what they did in Air. And they had Phil Knight as Ben Affleck. Come on, man.
Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. I mean, those two been just collecting checks through Hollywood together.
Oh, crazy. Gosh, yeah, those Boston guys. Yeah.
Oh man, we got to get to it here. Hey, Apple leasing kids, you got to, listen, get into the car you really want to be driving, because that's the way to go through life. Some of you are like, I can't afford a new car. Don't talk to me about a new car. Well, I'm going to talk to you about a new car, because if you go to Apple leasing, you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. So you're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's brand new. You're picking everything, make, model of car. That's the other thing about Apple leasing. That's where the magic happens. They're going to get you whatever car you want. So they don't care what car you pick. some of you are like, I don't want to deal with the dealership. I don't want to get haggled. I don't want to get muscled. With Apple Leasing, they don't care. They're going to help you make the decision that's best for you, but they don't care what make or model of car it is. So get into the car you want to be driving, whether you want keep your payments in the $400 range or go get a Range Rover. Apple Leasing, 346-9977, appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. Zay and, Great Blue Hair and Furniture. Look, we're in the Christmas season. Get to greatbluehairandfurniture.com. Pick out the best looking furniture you've ever seen and built for a lifetime. Greatbluehairandfurniture.com. Don't forget to use the promo code HOOK'em. That's our promo code for Texas Sports Unfiltered. And you're going to get 15% off your purchase. And you can watch your audio-visual consultations, big screen TV with surround sound. Maybe you want some new lighting in a room, electronic shades, surveillance, audio-visual consultations, avconsultations.com. Just call 255-8678, and our man, Tom McKay, and his crew will bring everything to you. You don't have to move a muscle. All right, Zay, I'm going to get into the chip shot here. You ready?
Let's get it.
All right. So go up to Ames, and it's beautiful night, like crazy nice, 60 degrees. And I'm walking around on the field because we get to do that at away games. We don't get to do that at home games.
Why is that?
I don't know. It's so stupid. It's like, what are you worried about? We're writing love letters about your football program. Like, what are you worried about? We're going to talk to a recruit. We talk to them all the time, all day, it's like, so anyway, I'm walking around on the field. I'm talking to, the guys from Fox. I see L'Oreal Sarkeesian. I've never met her. I don't know her, but then I see Jonathan Brooks in his knee brace with his teammates, talking up CJ Baxter, talking up Jaden Blue, just telling him, hey man, you're ready. Just do you and run hard. Just run as hard as you can, And I just thought, okay, wow. And then the team comes out and you see T'Vondre Sweat is the most hyped of anyone. And Byron Murphy's the second most hyped of anyone. And when you have your big guys, the most feared guys on the team, the Zay Colliers of the world, running the show, everybody jumps in line and takes on your energy. And I just watching T'Vondre Sweat and Byron Murphy go through the pregame drills with Bo Davis, where Bo Davis is yelling, F them up. I want you to F up somebody today. I'm seeing it, I'm seeing it. And then Quinn Ewers after the game, joking about how he was trying to, get T'Vondre and Byron even more pissed off at that Jared Hufford guy. Like, you going to let him do that? You going to let him get away with that? And this is a cool team. There's a lot of team in this team, and, culture, whatever. We've talked about it, and I've said Steve Sarkeesian deserves a ton of credit for putting so much into that. And he talked about it today. He said, we went out of our way to work on the culture by having the Culture Wednesdays during the summers, where players, the whole team would meet on Wednesdays in the team meeting room. And then each week they would go off with a different group of players until everyone on the team had been in a group with everyone else. So every week it was fresh and different, but you're in with other guys and you're talking about who you are. And I've told you that was like the number one MO of Dick Tomey, who's considered one of the greatest team builders of all time. When he left Arizona, he was the all-time winningest coach at Hawaii and Arizona. The guy just won games at places that were hard to win. And so kudos again to Steve Sarkeesian for putting all that in on the culture, because after being at that Iowa State game when they lost 30-7 and the Bo Davis rant and, telling guys to get in the portal, it was as bad as it could be, because you had Monkeygate the week before. Now this video's getting out. Like, that ain't culture. That's snitching. And that gets out, and Texas looks like a laughingstock. They're in the middle of a 6-game losing streak, the longest losing streak since 1956. And that was the lowest day. That was the lowest day. And Sark talked about it. And he said, it was ugly in the moment when that video got out. And he said, but in a weird, twisted way, I'm glad it got out, because everyone needed to hear it. Everyone needed to put attention on it. And he said everyone could hear Bo Davis's passion in his voice as he was saying, I'm not laughing. I just got my ass kicked.
That's my favorite. I just got my ass kicked.
Oh, yeah. I mean,
coming from Alabama, he wasn't used to that. I
mean, Bo Davis is maybe the funniest guy too. Like, he looks like he would rip your head off and throw it down the street.
Yo, he looks like Suge Knight, straight up. He looks like Suge Knight. Every time I see him, that's the first person I think of is Suge Knight, leader of Death Row Records, who was, y'all gonna be in all the videos, dancing. Come to Death Row. Like, he gives me that vibe of just, it ain't no nonsense bullshit over here. Mess with me all you want, but if you do, they're gonna be hell to pay. And yeah, we saw that in Ames 2021 for sure.
Yeah, we gotta find some. Okay, here's.
If you're listening to the app, Chip showing a picture.
Yeah, I'm doing our bootleg video here on YouTube.
Yeah, man, he looks like Suge Knight.
And then here's with the beard.
See, that's when he really looks like Suge Knight. When he has the beard, straight up Suge. Like, straight out of Compton, blooded Suge Knight. Like, yeah, man, that intimidation factor is real.
That's when he was coaching the D-line for my Lions. Winner, Detroit Lions. Okay, so chip shot, in conclusion, what a difference, from 2 years ago when this team was in total disarray, and Steve Sarkeesian now has a team. They rally around each other. They're having fun. Like, I'll be stunned if Texas doesn't come out Friday and play really good football. And what did I tell you, Zay? I said, this game's going to be close at the beginning, so they're not going to have the chance to squander a 20-point lead. And they'll probably kick in like they did against Wyoming and those earlier games where they had to kind of work things out and then they pulled away. And I'm talking to someone today and we're talking about Texas. They need style points. And I'm like, they've looked great getting those 20-point leads. You're going to get a great stretch of football from this Texas team. And then you're going to get that, sputtering and coughing, and it's either going to be early like it was Saturday in Ames, or it's going to be late after they've got a 20-point lead and it allows the other team to suddenly claw their way back in. So you just have to hope that A, if you're a Texas fan, you're hoping they can just put 4 quarters together, but B, if you are going to have the slow, sputtering and coughing, have that be at the beginning. But Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
DB said Bo Davis will hold you over the balcony like Shug did Vanilla Ice. I love that story, man. That is.
Did you see the retrospect that Game Day did Saturday morning? They went back and they showed Reese Davis being held out of the window of a fraternity house, like Vanilla Ice was being held by Suge Knight, and he's having to. Yeah.
No, I didn't see that, man. That sounds pretty
Well,
classic, though.
Let's get to the right call.
For sure. Before we get to the right call, got to shout out Covert BK, the Covert Auto Group, family owned. Going into Thanksgiving, you need that vehicle that gets you to your destination. A lot of people are going out of town. The airport is going crazy. So come on, man, forget that airport and get you a Covert BK vehicle so you can get out on the road and get going. Christmas is about to come up, and hey, you done with that hoopty, that check engine light getting on your nerves, and you like, it's time for a change. Covert PK will hold you down. Dan and the team, they've been committed to giving you a high-quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles for over 100 years, and they got 7 terrific brands to do that. GMC, Chrysler, Dodge, Cadillac, Buick, Jeep, and Ram. You go find what you want at Covert BK. So those SUVs, the 2-doors, the trucks, they got it all. Go check it out. If you need to, go to covertbk.com and check out all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, congrats to you and your Lions coming back all the way from 26 to 14 and putting up 17 points in the fourth quarter. Jared Goff, 3 turnovers, but it doesn't matter. The Lions just staying on top of the NFC, it seems like.
Did you see them show John Brown and his wife?
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Damn, I missed that.
Mom was wearing the Equanimous and Amun-Ra half and half. Yeah.
Yeah.
And JB was right next to her. And that was at the end of the game when the Lions were driving for that game-winning touchdown. So
yeah,
they were on camera. Prime time.
Well, speaking of cameras, that's what gets to my right call here. Our guy, Amon-Ra St. Brown, John and the family, I think they're going to be on the new Peyton Manning unannounced sequel for quarterback. Since they couldn't find any quarterbacks, they're just going to do NFL players in general. And Amon-Ra St. Brown has signed up, Chip. So we're going to see Amon-Ra St. Brown on a new Netflix series, and cameras are going to be following him around, and we're going to see an in-depth look at Amon-Ra St. Brown's life and how he gets down, kind of like we saw of Kirk Cousins, Marcus Mariota, and Patrick Mahomes.
They're already following him. And it was so funny, Zay, because at the Tampa game that I went to, and I don't know if I sent you the clip at the end where he's running and thanking all the fans for coming. There's like 2 camera guys running with him.
Yeah.
And I said to John, I go, hey, what are those camera guys doing? Like just running with Amon. He goes, you can't tell anyone. But he's doing a Netflix series. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah. Yeah. So I'm glad you kept it a secret. Good job. You did that because that was almost a month ago.
So how did it get out?
Twitter. Yeah, Dove Kleiman, NFL Insider, he put it out like he puts out a ton of things, real credible guy. And yeah, so Amon-Ra St. Brown, he'll be a part of it, which is going to be terrific, by the way. The dude had another touchdown against the Bears. And yeah, man, his dancing like in the end zone, they're always on point. I don't know what he hit this past Sunday, but I was feeling it. That dude, he has some serious swagger. And
he plans out because he knows he's going to score.
Oh, he knows he's going to score. That dude, again, week after week, we got to talk about the love that he should be getting that I don't see the 4-letter network or NFL network. NFL network does a solid job. They'll promote him, but not as much as some of these other guys out here in these streets. Like Tyreek Hill, I see him on every other commercial and doing this and that. Like, I get it. That dude's going to Canton. I understand that. But put some respect on Amon-Ra St. Brown's name, because week after week, with Jared Goff playing as bad as he did, 14 going to be open somewhere. It don't matter what route, it don't matter where you send him, what you need him to do, he going to be open. And if you throw the ball in his vicinity, it's most likely going to be a catch. So, yeah, we talk about him here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, here on Chip and Zay, but we need the whole nation talking about Amon-Ra St. Brown mode, because the dude is a bad boy, man. A bad boy.
I love it. I love it. Yeah, I'm so excited for him because he's a good dude, and obviously love me some John Brown and Miriam. They're awesome. And it was painful they'd show Equinemius, and there he is just standing there. It's like, come on, man, give the guy a chance.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun. Yeah. Anyone? Did they say who else is on it?
No, I haven't seen that yet. So I think he's the only one.
Interesting.
Right now, but it's smart that, because quarterback, that's tough to do. Like, after seeing what Mariota, Cousins, and Mahomes went through, a lot of guys, I could see them saying no to that, especially ones that you're just trying to stay in the league, let alone have it filmed. You're just trying to survive from week to week. You feel me? So I think going a little more, outside of that position into the wide receivers, maybe some O-linemen, get you a corner in there, like whoever wants to do it, which Amon-Ra smart. I think he knows how good he is, but he also knows, like what we've been talking about, he don't get the credit that he deserves. This is going to get a lot of people looking his way like, oh man, this brother in Detroit, he for real. And he's a good kid. And he has great parents. That his dad was Mr. Universe. Like what? Like he's an interesting fella. So I think that's going to build up his hype more and give him some more credibility and recognition around the National Football League that he more than rightfully deserves.
Yeah. Yeah. And the NFL, I think, loves him because he speaks 3 languages.
Right.
Like he speaks German, he speaks French, and he speaks English. So, he's an international ambassador for the NFL. So, yeah, I was like, John will say, my kids took the SAT in 3 languages. I'm like, what are they just trying to show off?
Right.
Like, you only need 1 score.
Yeah.
But yeah. Hey man, how about the news? Jimmy Johnson going into the Cowboys Ring of Honor finally. It's going to happen December 30th at the Cowboys-Lions game.
Jerry Jones, shame on you, man. Like,
this should have happened 20 years ago.
Yeah, you think? This should have happened when the dude was coaching in Miami. It should have happened. That's how much success and love he brought to those 90 Cowboys teams. And Jerry let his pride, per usual, get in the way of that. And
hell, he almost waited till Gil Brandt was dead to put Gil in. And Gil's the architect of America's team. I was like, God, Jerry, you gotta be more self-aware than this.
The dude cold, but I like how they did it. Had Jimmy and Jerry with one another. We know all the history that they have with each other, and they too old to be beefing. Like Jerry too old for this stuff, man. That's gonna mess up your stress, man. You don't need to be beefing at the age of 80, in your 80s. Like you don't need that type of just negativity in your life. So give all that up, Jerry. This should have been done a long time ago. I'm glad that he's grown. That shows growth, even at his age. They say it's hard to, teach an old dog new tricks, but Jerry has obviously grown. I know his family has probably helped with that and was like, yo, man, we don't know how long you're going to be here. Let's do some things that could right your wrongs. And putting Jerry Jones in the Ring of Honor is one of those things that does that. I salute both of those guys.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank God. Finally.
Finally.
So now I got to get to this Cowboys-Lions game.
Oh, here you go.
So I'm working on it.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
Poor Bryce Young. I felt bad for him yesterday. Woo, shit. Like
Deron Bland, winner, Deron Bland, 4 pick sixes.
Foe.
If he gets another one, and we're only in week 11, we got 6 more games. If he gets another one, he's alone.
Yeah.
In first place as the only player who would have 5 pick sixes in a season.
That's impressive.
And Deron Bland went to the ground.
Yeah.
Got up and ran it back.
Yeah. Great sense of awareness right there.
Can I give you another winner? SMU's Cortland Sutton. Making your Broncos look good.
My Broncos. Oh, shit.
Cortland Sutton.
Yo, man, I know we got to go because time is up today on Texas Sports Unfiltered, but my man Sean Payton's found himself the right weed strain to keep him focused and keep everything locked in. Oh, by the way, speaking of the weed strain, I knew Snoop Dogg was a damn liar. I knew it. Snoop Dogg out here talking about how he quit smoking and stuff. He a damn lie. It's just for an ad. It's just for some type of ad or whatever that he's doing for some bootleg non-smoke. It ain't bootleg, it's Snoop, but it's some type of non-smoke fire pit. So I guess you don't get the, whatever comes with it, the smoke. That could be bad for you. And yeah, Snoop Dogg had us all fooled. Yeah, KD, 35 years old, still looks like the best scorer in the league. Impressive. Great block on Lowry Marketing, too. Great block. They called it a foul originally, then they went back and reviewed it because you can do that now. Challenge the call, and great move. And they end up getting the call, winning the game. Shout out to KD. But yeah, Chip, that's about it for today, man.
Yeah, tomorrow we will be back at 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock, back in our normal time slot. And once football season ends, we will always be at 1 to 3. But thanks, everybody, for tuning in today. Let's do it again tomorrow, 1 o'clock. Now, don't forget to go watch some Texas UConn basketball at 6 o'clock.
Let's go. Rock the world, baby. Let's get it.
We'll be back to talk about it tomorrow. Cheers.